Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 5, live from Pismo Beach for the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, hosted by AmpSurf. Massive excitement today because we will be crowning some world champions. We're going to be kicking off with the women stand 1, round 2, but we're going to then move on later in the morning to crown at least 4 world champions today. Todd Klein, how do you feel about that?
Try this again. First off, good morning. And each day, we kicked off day 1, and you could feel the energy was so high. You're like, there's no way that we as a team and these athletes can carry that energy every day. There's more and more energy. As you said today, we are going to crown gold medals here today, hand out gold medals here today, this afternoon, and you can feel more energy in the air. And speaking of the air, it's chilly out there this morning, and we've got those brisk offshore conditions once again. That's really groomed some nice, clean faces out there for our competitors to perform out there, and I'm excited for today's competition.
But this is the day of the transition in weather. We've got change on the horizon. What can we look forward to today, Todd?
Well, we haven't seen that swell really jump up yet. Yesterday was probably our smallest day. Today we've got maybe just a notch this morning bigger in that 1 to 3 foot range. Out of the west-northwesterly direction, that's due to the fact of that storm that will be pushing down. Tides continue to push out each day for us, and they're not as drastic as what we saw. We're past the full moon. We had a full moon on Wednesday, so they're not as big of swings as we saw earlier in the week. We got a 9:34 a.m. High tide of a 5.79. That seems to be, where we've had a lot of waves out there where it's a little bit more forgiving. A little bit more open face on offer as the tide starts to pull out all the way to 5:14 p.m. this afternoon, a negative 0.68. That's where things really get interesting and difficult. But the mid-tide is going to be fun. How about this little left-hander right here coming into the pier?
Yeah, it was interesting to see the shift in the role that the lefts played yesterday. It felt like in the morning the rights were the biggest scores, but as the tide then started to drop back out into the negative direction, the lefts really came into the equation.
And it'll be interesting to see how it is this morning on the higher tide. I know in the earlier rounds, Liv Stone, who's coming up in the second heat of our women's stand 1 this morning, she really liked those left-handers, and I expect her to try and find those lefts again out there in the lineup. On the higher tide, it doesn't have as much vertical face there to really perform those critical maneuvers, so we'll see if that left does come into play. That last one there where we saw someone getting a warm-up looked pretty good.
This is Faith Lennox on your screen for USA. She's going to be surfing against Zoe Giannini from Argentina and Catalina Castro from Chile. Look at that beautiful sight. This is Pismo Beach. This is where we've been, and this is what we've got right now. This is the second qualifying round. This is the opportunity for these women to advance to the grand final. Faith Lennox, Zoe Giannini, Catalina Castro. The top 2 scores from both that qualifying round 1 and that qualifying round 2 will be combined to create those 4 surfers who go for the grand final. Coming up in the second heat, we've got Liv Stone, an absolute icon of parasurfing, has a huge social media following, so I hope Liv Stone fans are tuning in. But Todd, there's a big rivalry now emerging between Faith Lennox and Liv Stone, because Faith had been surfing for Hawaii and now she has started surfing for USA. So this is the first time she surfed for Team USA.
Which sometimes can, it's like when you have a new player come to a football team, and maybe they're trying to get, become that running back. Well, the first string running back that's currently out there is going to elevate his game too. In this case, I expect to see our current gold medalist Liv Stone elevate her game as well. But either way, that's awesome to have those 2 surfers of that caliber representing the United States.
So here's the graphic illustrating the impairments. Paralysis, arm amputation, double arm amputation, or short stature could be some of the impairments these para-athletes are experiencing. This is any surfer riding a wave in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, or short stature. One of the short stature standouts, of course, is our Brazilian surfer who's going to be coming up later this morning, Roberto Pino. He is just red hot. He's going to be surfing in about 1 hour's time. He'll be in men's stand 1, but first of all, we've got these 2 heats of women stand 1. 20-minute heats, top 2 scores, 25 wave maximum. Conditions, Todd, who's it going to favor, goofy footers or regular footers?
It depends. If you favor, you speaking of Roberto, there he is down there getting warmed up. He'll be coming up in, like you said, about 40 minutes time or so. And he was a big surprise for me. We've seen him in the past, but, his style and his approach to the waves, he's going to be very tough to beat in that men's stand one.
And he's been on the sand supporting his team Brazil at every single heat. He has been at the front line of flag waving, of cheering, of coaching. He really is a team player.
He is, and that's something, you'll see the majority of the athletes doing down here. It's much bigger than our standard events that we see around the world, whereas surfing is generally an individual sport. Here, it's individual. We'll be handing out golds for the individuals, but also we're talking about giving out golds for the countries. As we bring that up, who is leading?
Have a listen to this, Todd. France.
Well, we knew they were in the mix, but
France
we did not know they were leading, and that is awesome.
France, USA second, Spain third, Brazil fourth, Japan fifth, Australia sixth, Costa Rica seventh, South Africa eighth, England ninth, and they'll end at 10 Hawaii. Of course, we've got 28 nations represented, 181 athletes. These two, Sarah, Catherine, they put on a sensational, a sizzling, a superb performance. These are elite para-athletes. The energy they bring, when I see them, I just think Olympics, Paralympics. I think performance at the cutting edge. There's experience that both of these women have beyond the art of surfing that they bring to parasurfing, and this is exciting because they know they've got two big players coming up. They got Faith Lennox and Liv Stone, both going for medals.
Once again, there's that team aspect. They are not surfing in these first couple heats, and they could still be back in their warm rooms having a nice breakfast. But the team aspect, heck no, they're down here. They want to make sure they're doing everything they can to show the support for the ladies that are out there in this division, kicking things off this morning for Team USA. Faith Lennox in that first heat. Coming up in the second heat, we'll see Liv Stone. So, again, that team aspect is one of the many things that is so beautiful about this event.
Big shout out to AMP Surf and all of the water safety team, all of the volunteers. I keep bringing up this acronym PIA, which stands for the work that AMP Surf does. Promote, inspire, educate, rehabilitate all people with disabilities, veterans, first responders through adaptive surf therapy and other outdoor activities. Focusing on abilities and talking of abilities, the wonderful team at the ISA are bringing you so much incredible content. Stay tuned. Also feast on the photographs. The light for photography has been exceptional, and yesterday we even saw wildlife taking the front seat as well, Todd.
Well, you get so much, here on the live broadcast, but there's so much more that takes place, and you're going to get a lot of that on the social handles, so make sure you guys are, following ISA.
And tonight we got the premiere of The Impossible Wave at 5 p.m. here at Pier Plaza at Pismo Beach. Last night I enjoyed watching the premiere of Aura, a beautiful film about French parasurfers going to Tahiti. That was really breathtaking. But come on down tonight for 5 p.m. to see The Impossible Wave that celebrates and shares Fernando Aguirre's incredible story to bring surfing to the Olympics. And that story continues as we aim to bring parasurfing to the Paralympics with a push for inclusion in Los Angeles 2028.
I can already see the sequel, The Impossible Waves.
There we go. You said it, Todd.
Because it's inevitable. I mean, the success we've seen with surfing now into the Olympics, for so long, and I can't wait to watch the documentary. I've only seen the teaser, and I can't wait to see it tonight here, 5 p.m. right here at Pismo Pier. But, I got to watch it, a lot of it from the front row, being a part of it. And, Fernando Aguirre to have that dream. When I worked at Quicksilver back in the day, and Bob McKnight is in this film, who was the CEO at the time when I was working at Quicksilver, we all said, Fernando, you're crazy. You're literally crazy. There's no way that our sport will make it to that big of a stage. And, he had the passion. He had the vision. He surrounded himself with a beautiful team, and they went after it. And eventually they were the recognized governing body and authority for surfing, working with the IOC. And they got it in there. And then we saw that huge influx and infusion of youth now tuning into the Olympics. And now we're in there. We'll be in the Olympics for forever, I believe. And now we're working with the IPC to get parasurfing into the Paralympics. And with what we're seeing with the growth of surfing, the amount of nations that are getting behind parasurfing, and just how everything is elevating from the techniques, the surfboards, everything, it's inevitable. It's coming.
And Jay Johnson, producer director of The Impossible Wave, and of course founder director,
former
of
big wave
Action
rider,
Sports
one of the
Productions.
best ever from this area right here.
And he will be live on site for a Q&A.
I hope so.
At the premiere of The Impossible Wave. So come on down, enjoy the movie, but come on down and enjoy the heats, because we will be crowning world champions today. The conditions continue to be good. It's clean, it's smooth, and we're going to see some phenomenal surfing.
You know what we found out on this trip? That mogul, if you will, of being Jay, we have the same birthday.
Cool.
11/11.
There we go.
Same year.
Stars are
Not going
aligned.
to tell you that year because we're both 22.
Look at those beautiful waves, Pismo Beach. Look at that pier, Pismo Beach. This is the epicenter of parasurfing. Competitors out there in the water waiting to kick off. Women's Stand 1, Round 2. The judges lined up, all ready to enjoy the entertainment, but stick to the criteria. Scoring those waves out of 10. 5 judges will drop scores, the highest and the lowest eliminated, an average taken from the remaining 3.
I got a feeling we're going to see these surfers maybe adjust a little bit further to the south, especially on this higher tide, because I just got a feeling on the higher tide you're going to have to move over a little bit further to the left of the screen there, a little bit further to the south. We'll wait and see. And the other thing, too, is those lefts, on the outside, I don't think you're going to see much on offer, but what we could see is the reform on the inside when it hits the inside bank and starts to give a little bit more vertical face for these ladies to perform.
Zoe Giannini, the 28-year-old from Argentina, she has been a bronze medalist in 2020 in this classification and a silver medalist in 2019. Heavily inspired by Bethany Hamilton, works with the Honu Beach Mar del Plata Club, doing a lot of gym and pool training for para-athletes, and is a core member of the Argentine Surfing Association. Herald's from Mar del Plata, and she is looking forward to having a good performance and hopefully book herself a spot in the grand final. But Catalina Castro, the 17-year-old, one of the youngest surfers in the Chilean team, she is from Salamanca, and she is also hoping to book herself a spot in the finals after a fairly low scoring performance in her opening qualifying round 1. She'll want to improve on that, but the favorite in this heat has to be Faith Lennox, a powerful surfing young woman from Hawaii who's now surfing for Team USA. Sustained a crush injury to her left forearm called compartment syndrome at birth, experienced amputation at 9 months, and is a ferocious competitor, determined, again heavily inspired by Bethany Hamilton, as so many of these athletes are. She began competing when her family moved from Maui to Southern California in 2015, and she's a silver medalist at the 2020 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And the heat is just started. 20 minutes, Todd Klein. Who do you think the favorite is?
Based on the performances coming in, Faith Lennox is our #1 seed, so based on that opening round performance, I'd have to say she probably is. It's going to be a battle, obviously, by all 3 out in the lineup. Coming up next will be our #2 seed and our defending gold medalist, Liv Stone. But again, changing conditions. We'll have to just see how they adjust on this higher tide. Solid wave coming throughout the back, one of the best sets we've seen of the morning.
Nice start. Opportunity for our surfer from Chile, Catalina, up and riding. Is she going to get a nice open section here? She's nicely in the pocket in the bowl section, opting to go left. You can see that sunrise light looking close to the pier. Doesn't shoot the pier, cut back, so take off, face, cut back. Nothing incredible, but a start. Wipes the nerves off as we see our Argentinian, Zoe Giannini. She's looking to get a full, complete takeoff. There it is. She's up and riding, low stance, using that front arm to just guide her. Cuts back, redirects in the direction of the south. Might well get a better score in compared to Catalina's first ride. She's feeling it. The Argentinian flags are flying high in Argentina. I must say, all you Argentinian fans tuning in, for any lover of soccer, is a massive day because they are playing in the quarterfinals of the FIFA World Cup against the Netherlands this morning, USA time. And soccer is so big in Argentina. The country will
massive.
be at a standstill.
Do you know when that is? When that actually takes place?
I believe it's at 11 a.m.
I think we'll know when they're all off the beach.
Absolutely.
So a good start there for our 2 ladies, Catalina and Zoe, both getting waves. Now waiting out the back patiently is Faith Lennox. as we look at this heat, we'll have priority in effect. So after each surfer catches a wave, priority does go into effect. So we should see that graphic coming up here shortly where we'll see Faith with that first priority. Once you're back out into the lineup and establish priority, that surfer who has established priority, as you'll see there on the graphic now, red first priority, yellow second. Red has first right away on any wave that comes in, and it looks like she's going to utilize it on this left-hander.
Live action, Faith Lennox has a look, doesn't go. A little bit out of position there for that wave, but she's waiting for the sets. She's in the driving seat right now.
So I don't think she'll lose priority because she really didn't commit to it. There's a separate judge. We got 5 judges on the panel over there scoring the rides. There's a separate judge that is the head judge for priority, and his sole job is to make sure that he is running the priority. You can see it up there. That's a great shot looking. That's what the surfers see looking into the beach. That's the judges tower. You got the time up there, the far right there, that light board. First priority red, second priority yellow. So they know what's going on. There's also up there we have a separate beach announcer that is reiterating what's going on in addition to the scores. Now right there across the panel is our judges, is our priority judge. They also have a separate camera team in addition to our broadcast that they shoot these waves so that when you have a lot of action, they can go back and replay those waves that took place and make sure they apply the proper score.
We just saw out of Canada, Anne-Marie Pack. She's coming down for the second qualifying round 2 heat. We've got the standings to talk about some of the highest scores we've had in the qualifying so far, but live action, let's have a look at this. Faith Lennox, she's paddling. Great takeoff. Faith Lennox straight up to her feet. Nice bowly section. Bottom turns, top turns, pumps, climbs, gets a second maneuver already. Outstanding. You could see the level being higher. Open face, committed, critical surfing. Also shoots half the pier there. Immediately you get the sense that Faith Lennox is the woman to beat in this heat.
Yeah, even for our first-time viewers out there, they can see the difference that you identified as well. Some of the other surfers out there just kind of angling down the line, whereas that right there where we saw her get up, Faith committing, immediately pivoting from the bottom to the top of the wave, and you see a lot more maneuverability going on with that surfboard. Let's watch this replay here for our first of yellow. This is Catalina here. She's on that left heading towards the pier, and you can see she didn't have the open face, and it really wasn't. That was her biggest turn right there, and it was just basically kind of a cutback to kick out. And here was our opening wave for Zoe. She takes off on the whitewater, so not having that drop in, that degree of difficulty on the drop in on the open face. However, beautiful stance, nice style here across the inside, and I really love what I saw on the inside. She could hear her team and the crowd cheering her on. She recognizes that, and then the big smile right there as well. So that's the energy we're feeling down here this morning. She claims it as well. That was almost like a thank you because they were cheering so loud. And then a great takeoff right there, really setting the rail and driving out onto the open face. Nice snap here for Faith. And then she sees the pier right there in front of her, so she jumps off. But you can see immediately that commitment to drive out onto the open face and then snaps it back right there. And then she says, heck, I'm out of here.
I need to find an equivalent goofy footer for a style comparison because in the first day I compared her to Steph Gilmore. Of course, Steph, a regular footer. But what Faith demonstrates to me is that poise, that elegant, smooth style and stance, but that ability to be aggressive and attack the sections. Can you think of an equivalent goofy footer that comes to mind?
First one that comes to mind for me, and it's one of the icons that we've heard in the posting interviews say that they really look up to. It's Bethany Hamilton.
Of course.
She has the same one-arm jump up, and she gets up so quick, like we just saw Faith, and then she's got that high-performance approach once she gets to her feet. So that's the first one that comes to me, is her from Hawaii as well.
Cristiana Fernandez from Brazil coming up in the next heat against Liv Stone. I'm sure a lot of fans will be tuning in to watch Liv. Anne-Marie Pack from Canada and Taka Chikeko from Japan. That's going to be really exciting. But what also is going to be exciting is this front running between Faith Lennox and Liv Stone. Two big emerging powerhouses of parasurfing coming head to head, battling for a gold medal.
Well, we mentioned, that they are our number 1 and number 2 seeds. Faith out in the lineup right now, our number 1 seed after that first round. She had her top 2 wave scores were a 7 and a 2.43. You drop down and you look at Liv Stone. What were her top 2 waves? It was a 6.67 and a 2.6. So literally splitting hairs in that opening performance.
So there's some of the superstars of the USA team, Catherine and Sarah flying the flag. The Stars and Stripes proudly raised. Faith Lennox out back with a 6.33. I saw some good communication with someone on the pier there. So, as far as team strategy, what will be the communication point between the beach and the pier and the surfers, Todd?
It depends. It's going to be unique to each team, to each athlete. I always look at other sports. Some coaches really like to be engaged and say a lot. Some coaches have already done their work, and they feel like the athlete has taken it on, and it's on them now to perform. So it'll vary between athlete and team, but this venue does give us a great opportunity to not only get a bird's eye view, but to get some of those team members and coaches out there basically in the lineup with their athletes and, maybe give them some advice. Hey, I noticed you're a little bit nervous, and you need to settle down. You're better than this. And they can just, kind of settle those nerves, where at some venues it's so far out and you just don't have that communication. And sometimes just one word can settle the nerves on an athlete and change the heat. So it is pretty cool and pretty unique that we have this Pismo Pier here and giving you the opportunity to get out there and have that communication if you so feel it needs to be done.
Absolutely, and it's a unique location in the Central Coast, the jewel in the crown of the Central Coast. As we've been talking about the marine life, there's 34 species of marine mammals that you'll see right here at Pismo, and that's because of the nutrient-rich waters that attract bait fish like anchovies, and then of course dolphins, seals, and whales.
I feel like we saw 33 of them yesterday. I mean, it's a complete ecosystem out there every day. I'm not seeing the bird activity out there quite yet. They're probably a little cold this morning, but I think you identified it, in saying that, I think the anchovies is what kind of starts the whole food chain out there. And yesterday is just some beautiful footage that the broadcast team got with one of the drones, and it actually made, kind of the footage from yesterday. It's on the ISA's Instagram, and as that whale came up yesterday, and this is literally just outside the break, you could have swam out and touched the whale. The bait fish starts to scatter, and the whale just comes up, opens its mouth, and just takes probably about 400 of them in. It was beautiful.
Absolutely. And you've got the grey whales. They're about 35 to 50 feet. They're migrating. They got the water in the spray that has a kind of heart shape. You'll see them at the moment. It's the humpback whales that you'll see in the summer and the fall. They can be bigger, generally 45 to 50 feet, and they will leap and splash. And of course, you've got all the kelp beds just to the north, as we see that beautiful vista there. Looking to add to scores are all of the surfers. One wave ridden, little set on the horizon. Who's in priority, Todd?
Well, first priority is with yellow right now, and you see yellow and red really close. And sometimes it looks like red's going to try and get that one. So that could be a priority change now. Watch and see if white goes up to second priority. Probably not, because white's on the inside. Had she been in the lineup, she would have taken that second position in the priority, but because she was so far inside, it doesn't matter. Even though red paddled for that, she'll remain in second priority.
So red was in second priority for that, and that's why when she recognized that yellow didn't want to go, she thought she could go for that.
She thought she could get it kind of underneath of that priority, so she paddled. She made an attempt for it, did not catch it. Normally, she would lose her second priority, but once again, because white is so far on the inside, it didn't make any difference, as we see white having a paddle for that one.
Zoe Giannini out of Argentina. She's got a 2.83. She won't get that wave. Argentina will be tuning in at 11 a.m. to watch the game against the Netherlands in the quarterfinals of the FIFA World Cup. But right now, surf fans, this is para stand one. Any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or short stature. And looking at those graphics to the left, you really get to see an illustration of the variety of impairments that these athletes are thriving with. And thriving is a key adjective here, because equipment adaptation and elite level training and performance has been taking parasurfing to new places, and that's the push. We want Paralympic inclusion in the Paralympics, and this is a key stepping stone to getting there.
Yeah, it is, and again, we continue to break records every year with the amount of participation, and, one of the things that's really blown me away, too, is the gender equality and how many women we have participating, and it continues to grow every year, and, a lot of that is due to the fact of, the broadcast and athletes, around the world that tune in and did not even know this was possible. Here we go, live action, beautiful wave for Faith.
Nice takeoff, good bottom turn, again, gets that nice top turn combination, and again, a radical cutback top turn combination. backed up with that first turn into the pier, recognizes the fact that there's no need to shoot the pier, but already demonstrates high degree of difficulty, control, style, variety, phenomenal surfing. For me, instinctively felt better than that 6.33. Comes in at an 8.50 off the bat.
Yeah, no, yeah, I would have been right with you there if the score's already dropped, so I'm not looking like I'm going too far out there on that branch. But yeah, I mean, you can just see the difference here between that 6 earlier, just cleaner turns, multiple turns, and a nice spray there on the second one. And then kicks out. The other, the wave prior, not able to really drive as hard as she was right there. Nice opening turn, and then this one, though, that's the money turn. Bang, snaps it right next to the pier. Committed. I mean, not far from those pillars on the pier. Now yellow, she's going to have her go out the back, Catalina.
Absolute big commitment from Faith Lennox, and big commitment on that takeoff from Chile, Catalina Castro. She veers off in the direction of the pier, then swings back to go south. Again, more of a white watery wave, so the judges will immediately reward the open face pocket surfing because it allows trim, a higher degree of difficulty, rail to rail engagement, spray, vertical surfing, in comparison to the more whitewater based approach that we've seen on this ride from our surfer from Chile. So demonstrating that Faith Lennox is going to be very hard to beat, and it'll be so interesting to see how Liv Stone performs and how that battle will unfold in the grand final between Faith and Liv, unless some of the other surfers in that second qualifying heat can really make a stand.
Well, Catalina, better wave here for her. Even though it shut down on her, I was impressed with the takeoff. Late takeoff, those are not easy to transition down that face as it's lurching like that. Once she got out of the flats, then she actually redirected and came back on the right. So a little bit better of a wave here, wave there for her. She's got a 4.33 and a 4.0 now, so pretty solid performance for her. Zoe needs to find a little bit more opportunity out there. She's got a 2.83, 6 minutes on the clock. And you notice, and I actually, will, kind of correct myself earlier. I thought they would not be able to find those lefts as close to the pier that we've been seeing Faith. Obviously working with her team and her coach, Sean, that they would have identified the scoring potential on that left, and it's paying off. She's got an 8.5 and a 6.33 on that left-hander going into the pier.
Well, so I know Brazilian fans will be tuning in to watch Cristiana Fernandez. Brazil currently 0-0 against Croatia in the first game of today's quarterfinal at the FIFA World Cup. I'm sorry to bring up soccer, but as a European, soccer is
absolutely
has religious status.
I think everyone will appreciate it. Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm sure many people at home have a computer open and a TV running, and they're running back and forth with their eyes trying to keep up with all the action.
But Faith Lennox, Todd, what I love about Faith is that straight down the wave takeoff. There's no trim from takeoff. It's straight down to engage with that bottom section of the wave to get that powerful angle, that arc, that bottom turn. Her takeoff for me is something that really separates her from a number of other women in this classification.
Yeah, that's something great that you've identified right there, because a lot of the athletes, they will paddle at an angle, which gives them the momentum down the line, whereas to what you're saying and identifying with Faith, she comes straight down the face and then leans on that inside rail to drive back up onto the face. So immediately that's your first turn right there, and that is the foundation that sets up the rest of the wave, and that first bottom turn has been on point. Here we go, late takeoff for Zoe.
Looking to get her second score to add to that 2.83. Zoe Giannini from Argentina pops up. She takes a fall. Will add a score, probably won't replace that 2.83 as the highest score, but she is looking to get something probably in the 7 mark, really, to stand a chance of getting in the grand final. We'll have to see how surfers perform in the next qualifying round, but she's got a third wave up and riding, good low posture, low stance, looking ahead, goes on the front side, heading left towards the north, towards the pier. She's happy with that. 3 waves now ridden, 2.83 and a 0.83 score to drop. Out back action. It looks like Catalina Castro from Chile is going to catch this wave. Nice overhead section. Unfortunately, Todd unable to make that takeoff.
Well, this has been a really good heat for Catalina, because we're going to take the top 4 into the finals, and Catalina was on the outside of that. She was in 5th, and she had a 1.33 and a 0.87 earlier. And now she is sitting on a pair of 4s, a 4.33 and a 4.0. she looks pretty solid. You know, we'll have to wait and see how this next heat coming up goes, but she's looking pretty solid to potentially make that final.
So athletes coming up in later rounds this morning, what do you think they're learning from the conditions, Todd?
Well, again, you gotta keep the tide in mind as it will adjust the lineup. But I think one of the things I'm going to be taking note if I'm one of the competitors is the scoring potential that's on these lefts, because for the most part, this entire event, as we're into day 5 of competition, the majority of the scores have come on the right, so going away from the pier. This heat, the best scores are for our surfer in red, Faith, as we just saw her there on screen. She has an 8.5 and a 6.33 on the lefts going into the pier. So, you know, especially the goofy foot competitors coming up, the surfers that, you know, prefer to go on the left, that's the big opportunity out there right now as we look back at this 8-point ride.
And this was phenomenal. What put this up into the excellent range, Todd?
Well, immediately, and you identified it a moment ago, saying that point of differentiation. You know, you see how far she goes out into the flats before she drives on that first bottom turn, and you know, the speed, power, flow between those maneuvers, very good. And the 2 big turns in the most critical section of the wave, that's why it goes up into that excellent range, 8.50. That's, you know, again, you ask kind of what's you know, what are the competitors thinking, and you know, where's the scoring potential out there. If I'm a competitor, I'm making note this morning of this heat in particular on where those lefts are coming in and what do the judges want to see, because Faith has delivered here in this opening heat.
So Zoe Giannini adding to that combination. She's got now 4.16 with that 2.83 and a 1.33. Might drop and go into that top 2. We'll have to wait and see. Catalina is out there in second. It looks like Faith Lennox with that 8.5 has got the highest score of the classification so far, ousting her 7 that she achieved in qualifying round 1 and looking like a favorite for gold or silver. Is it going to be Liv Stone? Is it going to be Faith Lennox? Or are some of the other surfers, the likes of Cristina Fernandez from Brazil, Anne-Marie Pack from Canada, and Taka Chikeko from Japan, going to be able to keep up with the level of Faith Lennox and Liv Stone?
Yeah, I'm excited to see this next heat, because I think that'll really paint the picture for what's in store for that final coming up. And, you know, knowing that, you know, the conditions will change, you know, with the tide, I think, you know, and we should see a little bit of an increase throughout the day as well. So potentially for just in time for that final, we could see, you know, a bump in surf and just beautiful conditions.
Love to see Sarah Betancourt and Catherine Beattie on the sand watching their teammate, watching Faith Lennox absolutely shredding there as we get one last wave ridden and we move down into the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was just looking at the schedule and I correct myself. So we're not running the stand 1 final today.
No, we got the women prone 2 final, the women visual impairment 1 final, the women stand 2 final.
So the women stand 2, okay.
Stand 3 final.
Yep. Okay, so this division actually won't have their final today, but it is definitely a prelude of what we will see in that final when we do run it, as we'll count things down here. Beautiful finishing wave, sharing the stoke there.
Yes.
Awesome moment here for Argentinian Zoe.
Absolutely. I know. Well, I wonder if Lionel Messi's tuning in and watching. He's the famous Argentinian footballer. He might be a surf fan, but he'll be proud to see that. He's got a big game coming up. But right now, Faith Lennox might have just got that before the hooter went, but demonstrating that speed, power, flow, shoots the pier. Love what I'm seeing from Faith Lennox. And of course, as a goofy footer, she will be pleased that the left-handers were delivering this morning.
Yeah, once again, that was a bit of a victory lap there. I believe it was after the horn. Won't go into the score line, but, you know, just a great way to come in. You don't have to paddle in, and she gets out of the way before that next heat. So beautiful surfing there for Faith Lennox in heat number 1.
Well, coming up soon, we have got Liv Stone. She is going to be surfing for Team USA, also going for gold like her teammate Faith Lennox. But let's find out more about the brilliant Liv Stone.
Hi, I'm Olivia Stone. I'm from Pennsylvania and I'm 17. So I'm a congenital bilateral above the elbow amputee. The first time I ever surfed was 2 years ago with Bethany Hamilton. That was my first time ever on a surfboard. It's just love at first wave, really. I just fell in love with the sport. Felt like the world just disappeared and it was just me in the ocean, and I could never get enough of it. After the first wave, everything just started progressing from there, and I've progressed so much, and every wave that I'm on, I just learned something new, and it's just so exciting. I'm home out in the water, you know, and I feel like I belong. I feel like I have a purpose, and I feel that once you catch that first wave just like me, you'll fall in love with it. And I just kind of had to walk, run, fly, you know, and I've been flying for a while, and You know, I'm just taking every day and absorbing all the great energy from everyone, and it's just been awesome. This whole event that ISA has been putting on, like, really just showcases adaptive athletes that, like, we can do anything we set our minds to. It's just like a whole community here, and everyone loves each other, and even though you're competing against one another, you really are just there to, like, love each other and have fun, support each other, and it's all about having a great time. Surfing just brings everyone together. That whole vibe is just incredible.
Ooh la la, Liv Stone on fire there. She's the 19-year-old surfer based now in California, and she kicked off with a really strong score. And as we have been talking about, myself, Sam Bligley, joined in the broadcast booth with Todd Klein. This rivalry between Faith Lennox and Liv Stone fascinates me, and it's really exciting to see both of these women going blow for blow. But right now, Liv Stone surfing against Cristiana Fernandez from Brazil, Anne-Marie Pack from Canada, and Teika Chikoko from Japan. So, can these surfers from Brazil, Canada, and Japan keep up with the level of performance we're seeing from the two women out of USA? Faith Lennox dropping an 8.5 in today's morning heat. Liv Stone waiting for a score to drop, and it comes in at a 6.17, and she's up and riding on his screen right now on the biggest set of the morning. Nice overhead section, big, powerful cut back turn, throwing spray, aggressive, beautiful controlled surfing, shoots the pier, puts that board on rail once more, and attacking that bigger section on the biggest wave of the morning, Todd Klein.
Yeah, a lot of commitment going into that first big carve right there. And she would have liked to have been able to drive up there and get one more. Wave doesn't allow it, but that'll feel good to be able to lean that hard, put that much power into that turn, and get things rolling here. She already opened up with a 6.17. She's going to have even a better backup as that one big turn comes through at a 7.33. She is definitely setting the tone here in heat number 2, and she saw what her teammate did, Faith Lennox, in heat number 1. And she's answered back here in heat number 2.
So this is Taka from Japan. Again, we see the difference in just that open face committed surfing. But what about this? This is the first wave. This isn't the second wave. So pretty strong start.
Yeah, good turn. And you notice the difference. On this one she only got one turn. And the second one, though, she really puts a lot more power into it. It's a little bit more of a critical section. How about that takeoff? Unfortunately, Anne-Marie goes down, and then she sticks with it and gets out onto the open face.
Brilliant.
And then jumps up. So unbelievable late takeoff right there. We call that the sunset roll-in. And she gets to the inside, and she is able to get to her feet. Now going on the backhand, heading towards the pier. Unbelievable.
That was the sunset roll-in of the year.
Absolutely, as we see now White on her backhand. Christiana here making the most of it. Now redirecting, coming back towards the pier, and just kind of keeping it moving here, keeping the momentum out in front of that whitewater, hoping for a little reform. And it just feels good to get that first wave under the belt, and she'll kick out.
Yeah, great control there. I expect to see some good surfing from our Brazilian, but what about this? This was the money turn. This went high into the sevens.
Yeah, I mean, look at the commitment in that turn. I mean, that is the most critical section of the wave. She really just puts a lot of pressure and power into that tail, and her timing to lift the pressure off that front foot to allow it to come around on the rail. Precise. 7.33. Beautiful serving, Liv Stone.
Yeah, and rose to the occasion. A lot of pressure on Liv there, coming into the water after Faith Lennox put on a really strong show, and she kicks off with 2 great scores. But what a fantastic start for Faith Lennox. Brilliant surfing. She's booked herself a spot in the grand final, and she's on the sand with Axel. We're just going to pick that back up, so hopefully we'll get down to Faith pretty soon. But, yeah, as I was saying, Todd, the fact that Liv has just seen her teammate go big, and Liv paddles out, and within the first 5 minutes of the heat, she's already got a phenomenal combination of two near excellent scores.
Well, again, both being goofy footers, they like and they want to go on their forehand on the lefts out here. And so, she saw what Faith did in that heat and saw, where she was sitting in the lineup. And immediately, right after that heat, she gets out there. Liv Stone finds that same left-hander on her first opening 2 waves and got stronger. Her first wave in the 6s, second wave in the 7s. Could we see her get up into the excellent range as well? So beautiful surfing, both goofy footers. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting once they do match up potentially in that final. They're both going to be looking at that left. There's only so many waves in a 25-minute heat, and that'll be what we'll probably see for the finals.
Absolutely, and with that, we're ready to go back down to the sand because Axel is with Faith Lennox.
Cheers, Sam. Thank you so much. Good morning, Faith. Nice and chilly morning right here. So you will keep that 7 from the first round. You scored an 8.5 on this round. Judges really like those laps. You showed commitment. It's smaller conditions, but still fun and just a little bit on regular. But how was it for you?
It was super fun. The waves were really nice, and yeah, the lefts were really good. It was so fun.
You're now in the final, so we're going to wait to see what the contest director says when we're going to throw the final. But how are you going to approach this potential gold medal for you?
I just want to go out there and have the most fun I can.
No worries. Anything else you want to throw back to people in Hawaii before you let you go?
I don't know. No.
Axel, I got a question.
Got a question from the booth. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, knowing that, she's from Hawaii, her shaper is from Hawaii, and we know the swell forecast is coming up. Does she feel like she has the upper hand if the swell gets big?
If the swell gets bigger, which is sort of what we're looking into, do you think it would have potential advantage over the rest of the competitors?
I think so, yeah.
How do you approach big waves back home?
It's pretty big back on Maui, so I'm kind of used to it, and I don't know, yeah.
Cheers, Lennox. So thank you so much, Faith.
Thank you so much.
Back to the booth, guys.
Brilliant, well-spoken, elegant, confident. I see those horizons on that gold medal, and I know I'm talking this up, Todd, but I am absolutely fascinated by this rivalry with Liv. I think this is brilliant. Sport needs these rivalries.
You've definitely got a lot of water going on the seed right now, and I think we're going to have a solid rivalry by the time that final gets around. But one thing I took from that immediately when Axel asked, do you think you'll have the upper hand when the surf gets big? She said, yes, I do. And that's, as you indicated, confidence. And you need to have confidence at all competitions, but especially at the biggest one in the world right here at the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And she's booked a spot. She's into that grand final, and now she can start to prepare for it. She sees what the competitors are doing out there right now. And again, one thing that I'm keeping an eye on the story underneath is, both of our surfers representing the United States in this division are both goofy footers. There's only so many lefts in a heat. Who's going to really be the alpha in that heat?
Absolutely. Anne-Marie Pack from Canada. She took a paddle for that wave. She's got a 2.50. Won't add to that score. Anne-Marie, the 34-year-old with cerebral palsy, lives in Montreal, great region of East Canada. Loves to ride horses as well. And she started river surfing recently in Montreal in 2020. Christina Fernandez in the white singlet. She's got a 3.33. The goofy footer from João Pessoa rides Pontel boards. She's age 50. Liv Stone, the superstar of this heat, just 19. And if you saw that piece between the two heats, she grew up in Pennsylvania. She was born with a congenital limb difference, but she has embraced parasports. She loves soccer and swimming, and it was in 2017 when she was accepted into the beautifully floored retreat surf camp hosted by Bethany Hamilton that is designed to unite young women that face limb differences. And it was from that moment that Liv fell in love with surfing and has since relocated to Del Mar, and she's a Carlsbad regular, and she's 2 times world champion, and she's really become a poster woman for adaptive sports and parasurfing.
And something that's also really grown over the last couple of years is working with her shaper, Tim Stamps, down in Huntington Beach, and really fine-tuning her equipment. And something I noticed, the last couple of years, something else that she's brought to the table is her aquatic prosthetics. And it's the little paddles that go on her arms that allow her to get the momentum to get into these waves. And, again, that's the fun thing I enjoy watching take place is how everything evolves, the equipment, the prosthetics, the surf equipment and the approach from these athletes as it just continues to elevate each year.
Great way for Cristiana Fernandez. We'll look to see what score that comes up as. Anne-Marie out of Canada there. After that, what was it you called that takeoff she had earlier? The
sunset roll-in.
The sunset roll. That was the best sunset roll-in of the year.
It definitely, those are not easy. If you get a clean one, it is easy, but that one that she had was not a clean one, so it was very difficult for her. At one point, she almost disappeared in the whitewater. I began to write her off thinking she went down, and though she emerged and jumped to her feet as we see Roberto Pino coming up.
Yeah, wow, that's going to be exciting to watch Roberto, fantastic surfer. Great to see Canada represented in force here. They've got some real talent. Canada, so much coastline, the Atlantic and the Pacific, the Arctic. It actually has the world's longest border with the USA, the longest country-to-country border in the world.
Look how limber he is.
Yeah, wow.
Did you see that?
Absolutely, and that's why he is. That's why he
can do the maneuvers that he does. Yeah, I mean, he's got a strong core, but how limber he was. I mean, he can basically, bend over and touch his head to his knees, and most of us cannot do that. So that's really allows him to get in the those tight pockets and do the big turns that he's known for.
So he's going to be coming up against Ian Solar out of Puerto Rico and Jacopo Lucchini out of Italy. So that's very exciting, but this guy on your screen, Roberto Pino, he is electric. He's powerful, he's snappy, he's quick, and his re-entries are incredible.
With the speed and drive that we saw in his opening round, I expected that he was riding a forefin out there, but it looks like it's a little bit hard to tell, but it looked like a thruster there to me, and that's why we're seeing him able to really drive off the bottom and get to the top, and yet he's able to carry the speed too. So that's when you got the perfect thruster, the perfect equipment to carry the momentum and get that drive out of your turns. And so, we'll see how it carries over in these conditions today.
So Cristiana Fernandez from Brazil, she drops a 3.47, so she moves up into second position, and she's got that heat total now of a 6.80, which is, could fare her well for getting in that grand final. So just 4 women will qualify for the grand final. It looks certain that Faith Lennox and Liv Stone are there, and it's who's going to get that second, that third, and that fourth spot in the grand final. So I can't really see anybody who's going to threat Cristina Fernandez's 6.80. So I think that's a really promising performance from the Brazilian, and it looks very likely that that's going to book her spot in the grand final along with Faith Lennox and Liv Stone.
Well, this being our second qualifying round to get into the grand final, coming into this heat, they had their backs against the ropes, being our number 6 and 7 seed. Six seed was Anne-Marie, and 7 seed was Takeo. So, and they had very low scores in their opening round. Neither of them broke the 1 point mark. So having a much better performance here in round 2, still have 6 minutes on the clock, and still have a chance to make that grand final.
Takeo, 42-year-old from Shizuoka in Japan. She needs a 3.8 to move up the list here and potentially book herself a spot in the final. But it feels like aiming for something in the 9s is key to get that final spot.
Yeah, again, going back and looking at the opening round for these ladies in this division, the scores were rather low. So we're seeing the scores elevated in a much better condition out here today. Nice offshore groomed, clean faces. And right now, with what we're seeing out there from both of those ladies, they're climbing the ranks. They need to get up into the top 4 to book a spot into that grand final. And Cristiana definitely looking solid. She was our 3rd seed coming into this. She had a 4.17 in the opening round and a 2.5. So she's going to be getting rid of that 2.5, replacing it with a 3.47, and looking pretty solid to solidify herself in the grand final.
Psychologically, what will be going through Liv Stone's head now after kicking off with such a strong start, 5 minutes remaining?
Where is my warm jacket on the beach? Because as we zoomed in a moment ago, she looked pretty chilly out there. But, she is definitely going to be stoked. She's picking up right where she left off in the opening qualifying round with solid scores. She's only got 2 on the board. It's a 6.17 and a 7.33. So every time she gets to her feet, she's put on a great performance. We haven't seen her get up into that excellent range yet, like we saw in the opening heat from Faith Lennox. Anything 8 and above is in the excellent range, but she's scratching right there with that 7.33. And, again, beautiful surfing out there for Team USA.
And what will the Del Mar scene be bringing to Liv Stone's surfing?
Del Mar, a lot of beach breaks. It's a great place to prepare for this competition here at Pismo Pier. Some of the other surfers, like we just saw a moment ago, Faith Lennox, she makes a major adjustment. She comes from the island of Maui. Majority of the breaks over there are over a real live reef, shallow, real powerful. And so, you have to make a major adjustment coming from those types of conditions over to a beach break, yet she's handled it like a champ and seems to really have found her rhythm out here at Pismo Beach. Going back to Liv Stone and coming from Del Mar, very similar conditions. You probably could find this same type of surf down there this morning.
Let's talk about some of the impairments that some of these athletes might be experiencing. Paralysis, arm amputation, double arm amputation, short stature. That puts them into this parasurfing stand 1 classification to ride in a standing position with this either upper body amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, or short stature like we will see in the men's stand 1 round 2 heat 1 coming up when we get to feast our eyes on Roberto Pina.
I can tell you one thing, I've been fortunate to be a part of this event since 2015, and in 2015 it was exciting to be a part of, but you could see just some of the surfers in certain classifications just so different. Maybe they were actually they were out-classified, if you will. Now, working with the ISA and the different doctors and really getting people in the proper classifications, it's really even the playing field for the athletes, and it's been much funner to watch because you felt bad sometimes when you could see that someone was out-classified, and now things have really balanced out. Now it's been fun to watch evolve.
Big shout out to our title sponsor, Pismo Beach, a true classic California beach town, famous for its world-famous pier, miles of beautiful white sand beaches that you can see on your screen, and the outstanding accommodation, and it's a rich wine region. So you can come on down, take a trip here to Pismo, but we also want to thank AmpSurf hosting this event. AmpSurf is a highly respected service provider and a resource for surf therapy and adaptive surfing under their mission: promote, inspire, educate and rehabilitate people living with disabilities through adaptive surfing and other outdoor activities. And we also want to give a big shout out to the support from the Global Sports Development, GSD. The Foundation for Global Sports Development delivers and supports initiatives that promote accessible, fair and abuse-free sport for youth. And lastly, our gold partner CAF, Challenged Athletes Foundation, who support athletes with physical disabilities by providing adaptive sports equipment, training and competition expenses. And I know they've got some really good grants coming up which will allow the opportunity for a lot of these athletes to apply for those grants and get specialist high-end equipment, shaped, designed, bespokely built by the best in the game.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Really awesome to have CAF getting behind these athletes, because equipment is a major deal. I mean, you can be an unbelievable Indian, but if your arrow is not straight, you're not going to hit much. And so to have the top equipment and the shapers working with the athletes to make the perfect surfboard, that's what it's all about, and a lot of these surfers don't have the means to do so. CAF coming in and helping assist that, so it's beautiful. And also, going back to AmpSurf, I encourage all of you to find out more, learn more at ampsurf.org.
So the situation is that it looks like Cristiana Fernandez from Brazil is looking likely and a little bit safe to get her spot in the grand final. It's a certainty for Faith Lennox. It's a certainty for Liv Stone. It looks really strong for Cristiana to get her spot in that grand final. Just 36 seconds remaining. So Liv Stone's put on a beautiful performance. She had pressure coming into this second qualifying round after seeing a stellar show from her teammate, also surfing for USA, Faith Lennox, but she delivered with force, with style, opting to go on those left-handers, but straight away kicking off with a 617 and backing that up with a 733. One particular rail turn that will be a great video replay to feast on, jamming that board on edge on the biggest wave of the morning so far, as we see Cristiana Fernandez getting a wave just in the dying seconds. I feel as if it looks pretty certain that she's already booked herself a spot in the grand final. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because the action will continue. We'll be moving on to the men stand 1 round 2. 3 qualifying heats, and look forward to seeing the brilliant explosive surfing Brazilian Roberto Pino, because he'll be coming up next against Ian Solar from Puerto Rico and Jacopo Lucchini from Italy. As we continue the brilliant action here at the 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Championship hosted by AmpSurf.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
Keep pushing.
and competition expenses. Because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just got to see a brilliant ride from our Brazilian. What a sensational bit of surfing from Roberto Pina. He's going to be surfing against Ian Solar out of Puerto Rico and Jacopo Lucchini out of Italy. Up and riding on his screen right now is Ian Solar straight up on the top of the wave there. Doesn't ride out of that takeoff, but Roberto Pino just set the field ablaze once again. Explosive, radical shortboard attacking, aggressive surfing, but done with flair, control, and style. Todd Klein, what do you think of that kickoff?
Yeah, beautiful surfing, and that's what we've come to expect from Roberto. This time, you know, last heat in the opening qualifying round, we saw him really leaning on the forehand, I think, more. This heat opening up, he would have identified this morning watching our ladies out there getting the best scores on the lefts, and even though he's a regular footer with his, you know, his left foot forward on the board versus our two goofy footer women from the USA on those lefts, he takes it on the backhand, and he also just lights up a couple of big turns, and I'm looking forward to seeing that score drop.
And talking to someone who lights up, keep your eyes on our Italian, Jacopo Lucchini, a legendary para snowboarder who has competed in the Paralympics at Pyeongchang in 2018. So this Italian bringing that flair from the mountains, based in Montemurb in Italy, to parasurfing. Ian Solar out of Puerto Rico, also a really fantastic athlete. Ian is just 17, has cerebral palsy, from San Juan in Puerto Rico. Brilliant prone paddler, has a really cool groovy clothing label called Create the Way. So we've got it all to play for here. Again, surfers fighting for that opportunity to go straight into the grand final, like the women's division we just saw. Grand final is on the horizon, but what about that top turn, Todd?
Yeah, I mean, precision. Both of those turns, the entire wave, just, you know, nothing on the rails, very clean. And when I say nothing on the rails, if you're not on point, you're going to get, you know, you'll dig a rail, and the water will actually get up on it. It'll slow you down. He actually drives out of these turns, gaining speed. So two really committed big turns on the backhand, and kicks out very cleanly right there underneath the pier. Still standing by for those scores, and scores in as we anticipated in that excellent range. 8.67 for Roberto's opener. Just really, as you said, setting the field ablaze on that opening performance.
Wow, the 45-year-old on fire. Originally from Recife, and demonstrating why he has been a Masters state champion in the able-bodied category. This guy is a red-hot shortboarder, and he's got to be the hot favorite for gold medal here in this men stand one classification. And with that, talking of a hot favorite, she has just surfed brilliantly. Beautiful performance from Liv Stone. Congratulations, because you're in the final, and Liv is on the sand now with Axel.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. So that 7-3-3 will move on to your top two scorers. How was it out there for you?
Yeah, it was so fun. I'm glad we got the first heat, and yeah, I'm just stoked. We surfed Monday, so like all week I've just been trying to get in the zone, and yeah, I'm just super stoked. I mean, I stuck to my game plan out there, and that 7 was definitely great. I'm glad I got waves early, because and then it kind of like lulled out like completely. So I'm glad I got 2 right away, and then just kind of held my priority.
Liv, so you're going to be defending your gold medal. Top seed will be Faith. Does that add a bit of pressure on you?
Yeah, well, Faith is one of my really good friends, and she's also on Team USA now, so it's like win or lose, like she's incredible, and I'm just like looking forward to being with everyone. Of course, gold and another world title would be incredible, but I'm just looking at having fun and focusing on my headspace, focusing on family and friends, and just there's so many countries here, so many cultures. I'm just stoked to even just be a part of this movement.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys at the booth, any questions for Liv?
Yeah, I'd be curious. She mentioned so many countries. I know when we travel around the world at different events, a lot of friendships are fostered. How many friends, does she foster each year here, and what's it like to catch up with those different countries?
Yeah, what's it like? Tell Klein from the booth asking, what's it like to interact year after year with so many countries, like all these connections? What do they mean to you?
Yeah, it's so cool. I meet new people every year, and I grow lasting connections with them, friendships. I met my boyfriend here, and it's crazy. We met here last year, and he's here today. He cheered me on with Costa Rica, and the Costa Rica family has just like brought me in as well. And just all the countries are just so incredible, and it's so incredible to have like all just the countries supporting everyone. Really, it's a family.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Liv.
Thank you, guys. Can I say thank you to my friends and family, and all the glory to God.
No worries. Thank you so much. Back to the booth.
Fantastic, Liv. And talking of fantastic, Roberto Pino just absolutely unleashing big radical spraying, cutback turn, speed, power, aggression, pocket surfing, variety, criticalness. That could well go higher than that 8.67, and it does. Drops in at a 9.50, Todd.
Yeah,
Wow.
Roberto Pino, I'm a big fan of a lot of these athletes, but his approach is it gets me, it takes the win from me every time, and he is on point as soon as he gets to his feet. He sees every pocket, every opportunity, and he capitalizes. First, we saw him open up on the backhand on the left going to the pier. This time he takes it on the forehand and just drops the hammer with a 9.50. A perfect score is a 10.0. I'll remind our viewers out there. So almost a perfect ride for our Brazilian out there in the red, Roberto Pino.
What a start, 18.17. We've still got 13 minutes left, and he's already dropped a 9.5 and an 8.67. There's a big snowboard narrative in this heat, because Ian Solar from Puerto Rico, who grew up between San Juan, Puerto Rico and Boulder, Colorado, is also a fantastic snowboarder, riding Benway-built boards. But what about that turn,
Well,
Todd?
I mean, look at the drive he's got going down the line, that first massive hack, and then drives right up into the oncoming section and jams it again. Look at the momentum. Immediately, the speed that he starts to get, and then right there just commits, big gouging turn, and immediately engages the rail and drives it back out onto the open face. Oncoming section gets underneath it, critical section, and it just lays into it, puts some power into it. 2 really big turns and beautiful transition from the first turn straight back into that next section to perform another one. That's what the judges want to see. That's what the fans want to see. 9.5.
Nice left-hander for Ian Solar. Pops up, open face left in the section, in the bowl. He takes a slide, takes a fall. Roberto Pino looking to replace a 8.67. What a great situation to be in. He's up and riding. He kicks out of that one. He's not able to replace that 8.67, but he is on fire.
You think Roberto's got some aerials in his technique?
I think he has.
Or in his repertoire, I should say.
I mean, yeah, as we see coming up next, that's our surfer Clément from France. He's going to be hoping to keep that team standings of France out there in the lead. There's a lot of good surfers in that heat. We got John Wheely out of Australia and Kentaro Kondo out of Japan. Very good surfer, Kentaro. Keep your eyes on him. But, swinging back to Roberto, what we have to celebrate is, yes, that was incredible surfing, that the spray on that second turn on that 9.5, but also already this morning, if you look at the surfing that we have seen from Faith Lennox, Liv Stone, Roberto Pino, already each one of those athletes has already put on one particular rail turn that will make any highlights reel in any level of surfing, able-bodied or para. You name it.
Facts.
That's elite level performance on rail, on edge, in good conditions here at Pismo Beach.
Yeah, facts. And, you already indicated that, Roberto is a Brazilian Masters champion in an able-body competition. So that's a testament to, his performance out there, and we're seeing it once again here in this qualifying round 2. And, a 9.5 and an 8.67, those are massive numbers, and just a testament of, he's the guy. For me, he's the guy to beat in this division, no doubt.
Absolutely. I'm keeping an eye on the soccer scores as Croatia and Brazil. It's halftime right now, so, of course, being a Brazilian, Roberto Pino, he'll be behind all of his teammates, the likes of Neymar, hoping they will win their FIFA World Cup, so that will continue. We'll keep an eye on those scores, but big scores right now for this Brazilian in the water, Roberto Pino, with that 9.5 and that 8.67. How does that feel, Todd, when you just have those electric heats, when it just all goes your way and you've already sitting on excellent scores with half the heat gone?
Well, it's interesting because he'd be reflecting back, and he would have been reflecting since he surfed his first round, where he got a 7.33 and a 5.83, and you have all that energy and you want to harness it and let it loose on an open face wave, and he's done it twice, and it would feel awesome. There is no better feeling than dropping a 9.5 and an 8.67 in a heat. That doesn't happen often, as we see a beautiful wave here for Jacopo heading on this left-hander towards the pier. The Italian getting a couple of nice turns off himself.
That was a really good wave for Jacopo. I think that's going to oust Ian Solar's 2.5 by far, and certainly be Jacopo's highest scoring wave. So this is really going to be an important opportunity for Jacopo as he pops up, gets nice and low there on that section, in the bowl, speed, acceleration, and puts that board on rail just there. That was the money turn, Todd.
Yeah, Jacopo will be happy with that performance, and he stands opposite of what we've seen Roberto out there. Roberto has his left foot forward on the board, as we see Jacopo has his right foot forward on the board. So we say the surfer with the left foot, he's a regular footer. The surfer with the right foot is a goofy footer, and generally you want to go on your forehand, and that's exactly what that was there for Jacopo, and a couple of big turns there, especially that nice committed carve on the open face, so the Italian would be happy with his performance.
Absolutely. Italy in the house, a 5.33. That's really important. If he can back that score up, he's going to be favorable to get into that grand final.
And I want to add that, in the opening round, he really had a tough go. Our Italian Jacopo had a 0 and a 0.43. So again, just like I was saying, Roberto would have been thinking about his first performance. Absolutely, Jacopo would have been disappointed with his first performance because he knows he's much better than that, and we're seeing that here, especially after his last wave, the 5.33.
But we got big performers coming up. John Wheely out of Australia, he had a great showing in the qualifying round 1, so let's expect him to come alive in these conditions. And also keep your eye on the Japanese surfer, Suguru Nara and Kentaro Kondo. Both of those surfers, they can go big, but then also the French surfer Clement, big opportunities for him. I've seen him performing very well before the event began in the free surfs. He didn't have a great performance in that qualifying round 1, but in the heat of the moment, he's really got to deliver because there's only spots for 4 surfers in the grand final.
So just to point something out here, as you'll see Roberto out the back, you're going to see him start to become a lot more selective because the surfers don't want to take a wave unless they feel when they're looking at it they can better the current 2 scores in their score line. So Roberto's looking for a wave right now that's going to give him something that's going to allow him the opportunity to better an 8.67. So, he's going to be a lot more patient out there. As you look at Ian, he's going to have to really get busy. He does have first priority, but he's only got 7.5 minutes to go, and he's looking to better his low score of a 1.07. Solid wave coming throughout the back. Keep an eye on that priority. First priority is with white, and yellow is close to him right there. And it looks like even though yellow had third priority, he's going to paddle for that one.
Yeah, so no wave taken for any of those surfers. Roberto Pino had a look, but of course, in this type of situation, Roberto's got to be careful that he doesn't get tangled up in an unnecessary interference call.
Well, we saw that happen last year in the grand final with Sponge, who had basically, he was winning the heat by a long shot and unfortunately found himself in a priority interference, and then you lose your second wave. So to your point, yeah, Roberto at this point, he doesn't want to be messing around with that stuff.
So Ian Solar, he's looking like he's going to get this wave. Yes, he is. Up and riding. Nice style, posture, control on his Benway built board. Good left-hander. And this is important for Ian Solar because he's only got that 2.5 and that 1.07, and he's just seen Jacopo post a 5.50, and he will know after seeing Jacopo go that high that he can go that high. So this is definitely going to be Solar's best score of the heat so far.
Well, the good news for Ian is he's got plenty of time on the clock. 6:20, that's a lot of time. He'll want to get back out there and avoid the surfers that have the higher priority, and/or we see sometimes the surfer that doesn't have the high priority try and get the surfer that has the higher priority to take off on a wave that's not going to better their score line. This was last of Ian here. Gets to his feet nicely, makes the bottom turn there. He's looking for the open face. Never was really able to get to it, but nonetheless, this will be a solid one for him and start to battle back into this heat for a chance to make the grand final.
And if we talk about the impairments, Ian Solar has cerebral palsy, in contrast to Roberto Pino, who has the short stature. So the different impairments, but through the classification system, as we see Davi Teixeira, which is designed to put surfers in their appropriate classification, that's why they're surfing together. And we saw Davi Teixeira, he's now in the prone category because he needs assist in catching and paddling, but he used to surf in a kneel category. But
yes,
that's changed now because of the way we're advancing the classification to fine-tune and refine in the push for Paralympic inclusion. Some of these surfers will be shifting classifications from what they might have surfed in previous years to this year.
And it's been tremendous to watch his transition from his go-to approach to a wave as far as kneeling on the deck, and he used to really perform some dynamic maneuvers. I mean, he won a gold medal doing that. But then, as things change with the classifications and knowing that he needs the assist, he has to go into the prone, and he has adapted beautifully. I mean, he is the one that's probably leading the charge in that division right now.
Absolutely. A real nail-biting heat yesterday to stay alive. Nearly was eliminated in the dying seconds.
Good point, but he had the highest single wave score, I want to say, in that heat, but he couldn't get the backup, and he got it in the dying seconds.
That was cutthroat, and we saw some big names.
He needed like a 4. He needed like a 4, and he barely got it.
We saw some big names go down yesterday. Jesse Balauer, Freddie Marimoni went down out of Colombia, also in that prone category. But right now, 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Roberto Pino substantially in the lead. I mean, a 9.5. I mean, wow, what stoke to get such big scores. Jacopo Lucchini out of Italy doing very well. That 5.50, strong score, good opportunity, but needs to back it up with a 0.83. But Ian Solar on a Benway built board out of Puerto Rico, the 17-year-old gets a 3.67. So he's looking strong, but he wants to replace that 2.50.
Yeah, if he can get something in that, kind of 4-point range to back up the 3.67, there's a good chance he can solidify himself a spot in that grand final. And as you mentioned, Jacopo, 5.5, that's a beautiful score, but sitting on a 0.83 right now, that thing's eating at him, and he needs to better that score. 3:20 on the clock, and the interesting thing is Jacopo has second priority. The priority has swung all the way back around to our surfer in red, who leads the heat with a 9.5 and an 8.67. I'm hoping that Mother Nature gives us one more set that gives each one of these surfers an opportunity to get a score.
Absolutely, and big shout out to all of our support, our title sponsor, Pismo Beach, of course, Amp Surf hosting us, the Global Sports Development, GSD, and our gold partner, Challenge Athletes Foundation, CAF, that supports athletes with physical disabilities by providing adaptive sports equipment, training, and competition expenses, community and membership in all 50 U.S. states. Up and riding right now. Jacopo looking to replace that 0.83, but comes unstuck there. What happened, Todd Klein?
He got a little hung up too high up on the wave. He jumped up, and it looked like maybe his edge caught, but he wasn't ready for it to catch, and it drove him up the face of the wave and took him too far out of the pocket that was going to give him the momentum to carry down that left-hander. So he'll want to regroup. He still has time on the clock, 2:20 to go. Jacopo looking to replace that low score. He's got a 1.70 in the score line. So it did increase. He did have a 0.83, didn't he?
Absolutely. But
so a little increase, but that's not the increase he wanted. But nonetheless, anytime you're increasing, you're heading the right direction.
Hung up on the telephone on that section.
Well, he's looking for another call. He's got 2 minutes to go.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff there. Ian Solar's got a 3.67 and a 2.50. Jacopo Lucchini looking to book a spot in the grand final. Who can touch Roberto Pino? Nobody, it looks like, so far. He's substantially in the front-running seat, going for that gold with a 9.50 and an 8.67 to book a spot in the grand final. That sea level angle is fantastic. You really feel you're close to the action.
Well,
right
I'm
now.
about ready to duck dive the screen right now. That's a great perspective, and that's basically what you feel like paddling out, and it can be daunting as you're coming underneath this pier. And then you go up to this beautiful angle, and it's just super inviting. So I love what the broadcast team's been doing. Here we are, day 5 of competition, and we are going to actually have some gold, some new gold medals handed out here in 2022 this afternoon for some of our finals.
Absolutely, Todd. We're going to see women prone 2 and women visual impairment 1 and women stand 2 and women stand 3, all having grand finals and crowning gold, silver, bronze, and copper medalists. I'd definitely be going for gold if I was out there.
You sure?
Yeah, 100%.
Of course you would. That's what it's all about here. And Roberto looking like he's in gold medalist form, no doubt. 9.5, 8.67, leading the charge. He's booked himself a spot into that grand final. And who is going to rival him in that final? We'll find out.
And we've already seen some incredible surfing. Like I said, the likes of Faith, Liv, Roberto, already those turns that they've demonstrated in these clean morning conditions will get any highlights reel at any event around the world. Great start to the day, Todd.
Yeah, and it's interesting because as you identified the 3 heat winners, the majority of those scores came on the lefts this morning, but 2 of those surfers were goofy footers, and then Roberto got out here in this heat being a regular footer. He took off on a left on the first one, beautiful surfing, and then his second score, 9.5, was on a right. Here we go, dying seconds. That was our Italian Jacopo. Unfortunately goes down, but a great performance for him. A 5.5 and a 1.70 does increase his score line. He potentially could be booking a spot into that grand final.
Absolutely great performance from the Italian. Fantastic performance from Ian Solar, but Roberto Pino out of Brazil, that man on fire. But stay with us, surf fans, because we will be continuing this stand 1 classification. We got Australia, Japan and France coming up as we feast on that backside re-entry, that aggressive surfing from our Brazilian, and we will continue the live action at the 2020 Pismo Beach ISA World Parasurfing Champs.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
Keep pushing,
and competition expenses, because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Welcome back to the action on another beautiful morning here in Pismo Beach, California for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And straight away with a quick paddle up and standing, Kentaro Kondo from Japan on a nice looking face. The wave's going really soft for him though, and he's not going to be able to make the connection because there really is no connection to be made. Quick paddle now from our second surfer in the lineup, John Wheel of Australia. Great wrap back into the section to start. Nice low and composed, and he'll kick out. And this is going to be another great heat. We are in heat number 2 for men's stand 1 with Shannon and Ben Way in the booth.
Yeah, we've seen some amazing conditions. We had a little bit more offshore than yesterday. Yesterday was really glassy and calm. It's a little bit colder this morning. And John Wheel just up and riding. We're going to see that score for his last ride. Clément Claveau for France, and Kentaro Kondo, we just saw him up as well. So we got 2 scores on their way in.
Great way to start things off. And it looks like Clément is riding a long board out there, or a longer board, which I think is a great call for the conditions this morning. We know that that swell is on the rise, Ben, but it hasn't really picked up as significant as we thought it would by this morning.
Yeah, it's really under control, but it's actually really good shape, and we've seen some of the longest, like, peaky walls. Not too fast, not too slow, just right for these guys, and that was an earlier wave that we had missed. And there is Clément on his front side, and yeah, just as you were saying, it looks like about an 8 to 9 foot soft board, as we have white Kondo-san on this really high performance equipment. And so we have those scores coming in. I like this. John Wheel lays it in, really holds that rail, and the judge is going to reward that. Whenever you really change direction, you can see the board going the opposite way momentarily. That is just such a sign of control over your equipment, and also the commitment to the turn, really, really sticking it in and being able to come out of that with a lot of spray. And here we have those scores.
Couple of great scores to start off for John Wheel. 6.83 was his opening ride, backed it up and improved with a 7.83 for a second. Kentaro has a 3.5 on the board, now in a combination situation, which means, Ben, that he'll need 2 fresh scores on the board to take away that first place position.
Yes, so Red's holding such high scores that it will take 2 waves, and it's going to take 2 good waves right now, but he has no backup score, so as he starts to build on his backup score, that requirement will be reduced drastically, depending on what that backup score is, and he could possibly replace that 3.50, which will chip away even better.
And there you can see the definition for our parasurfing stand 1 division, which includes any surfer, any rider who rides a wave in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, or short in stature. So we're talking paralysis, maybe on a single side, arm amputation, double arm amputation, or short stature for our competitors. And there you can, kind of start to work out difficulty in maybe paddling into waves with a lot of speed. But then once they're up and riding, having full use and mobility of their legs, really able to lay that board on the rail.
Yeah, that's a great point. And with our classification, Dr. Maureen Johnson always making sure that each of these competitors have the same amount of challenge depending on what their diverse physical challenge or condition is. And so no one really has an unfair advantage. Everyone has to deal with one part of either their feeling, their strength in their legs, their strength in their upper body, and so it's a nice even field, which is really cool.
In that last heat, we saw an outstanding start from Roberto, the Brazilian, locking himself into the finals and looking really solid.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shannon. So we're here with Roberto Pino. We're going to have Bridget also to help with translation. Roberto, you're going to replace both of your waves coming from this heat. 2 excellent scores. Go ahead and talk us through the 9.5.
Te congratulou, falou que você trocou as suas 2 notas, e o que você pode falar da sua nota 9,5?
Primeiramente, boa tarde aí no Brasil. O objetivo foi cumprido. A minha esquerda foi uma onda curta, mas com 2 manobras perfeitas. E a direita eu dei uma rasgada invertendo e depois uma junção. E sabia que ia vir nota boa. Então, o objetivo foi cumprido, trocar as 2 notas. 7 e pouco, 5 e pouco.
Yes, he just say hello to everybody in Brazil, and he think that the left one was a very small one, and then when he got the right one, he know this was a good wave, and he just made 2 great maneuvers, and the goal was been made that substitute the 2 waves total.
You're now solid into the final. You're looking to be like the man to beat. Who do you think would be a potential threat for your world title?
Você está sólido indo para a final. O que você acha quais são os seus adversários para a final e qual é o seu gol?
Bom, eu treinei muito, me dediquei muito, me dedico. Eu treino bastante para chegar à perfeição. Ninguém é perfeito, mas eu tento chegar à minha perfeição. Eu estou bem preparado fisicamente, mentalmente e não importa o adversário. Meu objetivo é levar uma medalha para casa, de ouro, de prata, de bronze, de cobre, mas o principal que eu quero é ouro. Então não importa o adversário para mim.
Well, he said that he is well prepared. He's been training a lot, and his goal is to go to the goal. So that's the point. And no matter the medal, and as well, and he's very happy to be representing our country.
Lastly, Roberto, we know it's the birthday of your son. Would you like to say something back home to him?
A gente sabe que é o aniversário do seu filho. Se você quer mandar uma mensagem lá para ele.
Filho, papai te ama muito. Você sabe disso. Você e Lara foi uma das coisas mais lindas da minha vida. Você fazendo 16 anos, um adulto hoje. Você queria muito estar aqui. Eu dedico essa bateria para você. Eu não dormi essa noite pensando em você. Amo você. Muito, 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 você sabe disso. E vou levar uma medalha para você, beleza? Tamo junto. E também quero agradecer a Deslube por tudo que tem feito na minha vida, me apoiando em todas as competições, me dedicado aí um carinho enorme aí para mim. Valeu, Deslube. Sérgio, Rossini e Doca. Valeu.
Obrigado, hermano. Thank you so much. Back to the booth, guys.
Thanks so much.
Parabéns.
Great interview, Axel, and happy birthday to Roberto's son. And what a way for him to be celebrating that, you know, taking out some big wins. And I'm sure so sad to be away from the family. But Ben, you speak a bit of Portuguese. What was he saying there?
Yeah, it's funny. I've been hanging out with the Brazilian team a little by little. I'm starting to understand Portuguese a little bit more. I think it's a 6-year-old birthday, so his son's turning 6. And one thing that I did hear him is say he loves him a lot, and he knows that. And yeah. Cool stuff.
Very sweet. Happy 6th birthday. And we've got 10 minutes on the clock in our current heat. Now, John Wheel locked himself into 2 great scores to start things off. John from the far New South Wales coastline in Tara Beach. And we've got a paddle here from our French competitor, Clement. Nice open face behind him and kind of cuts back into the foam. Now he's redirecting again on his backhand for a long stretched out right, and I'm loving that style, the use of that front arm up and over his head. Bit of a soul arch being thrown in the mix. Yeah. He's got a 3.77 on the board as his high score and looking to build from there.
Yeah, I really like that wave. His first wave that we had seen, or the last one that we had seen, was a little bit more of a direct line. Nice long wave, but not as much change in direction. This one, he was pointed a little bit down that right, pointed down the line, showing a little bit more board control on that one, I think, than the previous one. So we're going to see how the judges reward that. But, yeah, we have seen some amazing rides in this heat. And we're going to take a look here. I think this is Kondo-san's second wave. And we saw him kind of get into that little pier nook. And he's just navigating through the pilings. Luckily, that one worked out safely. And this is that last wave. We could just see him digging in. He could see this open shoulder that was going to give him a chance to kind of start pointing down the line. And I like how he kind of did a cut back there, started building that speed again down the line as we're bringing it through the inside. And that was the end of the ride, so we'll see another score for that one. And here's John on the backside.
Nice couple of whips to start things off. Live action, 2 strong turns on his backhand, Ben.
Yeah, he is so connected with his equipment. You can see a very, very seasoned surfer. He knows his way around the wave incredibly, and also his wave selection. It's reflecting in the scores with a 7.83 and a 6.83. He knows how to pick them, and he's also waited to strike once that priority comes around. And so, yeah, we've seen some really, really impressive turns by John.
Well, judges rewarding it. He goes excellent with a 9.00 to improve on the 7.83. And taking a look at the entire score line, he's dropping another 6.83, which was his third wave. His first was also a 6.83, so he's got 2 great scores that he doesn't even need to worry about. Great consistency and proving to be one of those threats for that gold medal conversation. He's also replacing both of his scores now from his opening heat, from his qualification round 1. So he's in a good position to be qualifying for the finals. And the second score has dropped through, or that last score for Kentaro of Japan, a 4.2, and it was a 4.07 for Clement, as we take another look at the 9-point ride.
All right, I like this. He gets right up, digs back in, makes enough room to get up on top of that second one. And the second hit, he's really watching this section. He gets a nice vertical attack. You see him pivot right in the pocket right there. And we've seen that maneuver pay off for a number of our competitors, as we have another look of that. And so early on, we'd seen a couple of our competitors in those closed out conditions making a nice score from one single hit. And he had a nice direction change going into that one, so it explains how that one was rewarded.
Yeah, great reward from the judging panel. Love that 2-turn combination, and could be looking excellent if he's able to maybe get a wave that even just has a little bit more of that lip line, because even that wave was a bit soft, right? It had that real lump to it rather than that stand-up wall for that first section. And you could see him really try and hit that first section, and it just didn't offer too much for him. Now, he put in all the effort that he needed to and really surfed it seamlessly. But could imagine those scores going excellent if they get a wave that also offers that real perfect opportunity.
Yeah, and I like how you pointed that out, because in these high tide conditions, you don't have as much lip standing up, and it just shows his wave knowledge of knowing how to buy time and let that wave build up and stand up in that one section, as we have Kondo-san taking off again on his front hand.
Nice snap to start off the top. Bit of climbing and dropping. Now cuts back into the section, and he's looking towards the pier, deciding, is he going to shoot it? He'll kick out instead right before going through the pilings, and that means he'll be right there in a perfect position to paddle out again. Clement getting that weight on the back of the board, the tail, just to make sure he doesn't nosedive, so great positioning on the takeoff. And now angling again off to the left. He's been putting together some consistency within this heat, building on that score line. Started with a 2.17, built to a 2.77, then a 4.07. We'll see where this score lands within the mix of that. You can see him there checking back to the beach, maybe wanting to check the time on the clock, as well as to see any pointers from coaches for Team France down on the beach.
Yeah, and so he's really improving, as he had a 0.5 and a 0 on his early rounds, and now he is definitely bumping things up at his total score right now of 8.30. We also had that other score come in for Kentaro Kondo, and I believe he was rewarded the 4.20 for that last one. And so he is sticking with his guns. He likes his front side. There's also the factor of a lot of these competitors, due to their physical challenge, sometimes it caters more to take off on your front side than your back side. And if the power in the wave isn't there, especially on high performance and thin equipment, you can see he's down just above to about his belly button in the water. And so there's our favorite thing about Pismo Beach is we get to see seals, whales, dolphins, occasional Bigfoot sighting, and and then we've got Kondo-san
Plenty of wildlife
shooting the
out there.
pier as well. Yeah, there's
That's
a lot
right.
of entertainment out here, even on the downtime.
Now that score that came through for the last of Kentaro was actually a 6.10, so he's jumped himself into a significant position with that 6.10 to be taking that second over Clement. Clement has dropped in a 4.23 for his last wave, so he's again that consistency building score after score, as the seal is just swimming through the lineup.
Yeah, I was just going to say, luckily the California Harbor Seal doesn't have a blue jersey on, because he might be facing a priority interference on that one.
So good. One of nature's best surfers, so he could definitely be taking away the top scores as well. Down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And nice looking peak starting to roll through here, Ben.
Yeah, I think the seal's kind of curious about our water photographer here. I think that's an otter, actually. So we've got otters, we've got seals. I think, yep, that's an otter looking for
Yeah, you're right,
those
huh?
Pismo clams, and you can see him getting the Pismo clam and opening it up right there.
Having a little snack on the inside section.
He's really giving it his all to open those clams. I know he can go to Splash and get clam chowder and save himself some work right now.
Save himself some effort.
We're getting too loose here, but we always have a great time. The weather is great. The vibes are high. And just beautiful, beautiful, clean ocean water here in Pismo, explaining why they have some of the best seafood on the Central Coast. And you can see him kind of relocating and finding a new spot to pick out some Pismo clams. This is Pismo, the clam capital of the world. And so he's got a lot of things to feed on here.
Yeah, there's plenty of snacks for him under the sand. And it's been a great week being down here, being able to check out the local wildlife. We've had whales, you know, in the afternoons that have been breaching just outside where the surfers are competing at, just kind of off the end of the pier. As we see Clement on a beautiful right-hander. Incredible wave selection, nice green face, maintains lots of control and speed as he rolls through the section. And there we go, taking side of him again, just using that front arm to give him a little extra momentum to ride off into the sand. And he is going to feel so stoked with that wave. Again, that consistency coming from the 35-year-old, the vice champion of French parasurfing for this year. As we take a look now at Kentaro on his forehand. Nice snap under the lip before he goes down.
Yeah, hit that one a little bit too high. The wave didn't stand up and stick out as we did see with John Wheels earlier. Had he had a little bit more of a critical section, that wave power would have helped push him back in and fight that offshore wind, pushing him in the other direction. But yeah, everyone's having a great time here. We got our water photographers getting those shots. You can see all of these great highlight pictures. We also have Sean Evans, our other water photographer, out. And yeah, we've got guys getting some really, really up and close pictures of the smiles, the vibes, the shakas out in the water. And yeah, we have a really, really strong media team, both with drone, water photographers, and beach photographers, as well as video. And don't forget Action Sports Productions, who are bringing you all of this live action, this high-quality graphics, and always bumping up their equipment for an extra crystal clear quality vision. We have this beautiful HD, all these colors and clarity, and it just adds to the action and the quality of the production.
Well, down to 20 seconds on the clock for our current heat in the lineup. John Wheel of New South Wales, Australia, has walked away with a 7.83 and a 9.00 as his top two scores. Clement now with a paddle, and he won't be able to get into that one, but again, that consistency he's built on the scoreline, a 4.80 for his last wave ridden. Last of white, Kentaro was a 3.07, does not factor into his top two. So as the buzzer sounds, it will be Australia taking away first, Japan taking away second, and France taking away third, all with surfers improving those scores as we try and whittle down to the top four for qualification into the final. John Wheel on one last victory lap on the way in. And we'll be right back with more action. Stay tuned for more of Men's Stand 1 coming right up after this.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
Keep pushing.
and competition expenses. Because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Welcome back to the action as we track with a pod of dolphins swimming their way up north here in Pismo Beach, California. Part of the action, part of the surfing contingency here for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And they've been getting a lot of great waves along the way, Ben.
Yeah, and there you have them sort of heading their way to, I believe it's Shell Beach, just north of our pier. And yeah, so this is about 3 city blocks north of what you've been seeing. And out in the back, the beautiful hills here in Pismo Beach, known for wine country. There's the rich wine region up the mountains right there, and you can go up there and experience just everything, mountain biking. Great view from the top of those hills down on the ocean.
And a huge thanks once again to Pismo Beach for being our title sponsor for the event. It's been incredible to have Pismo behind the World Parasurfing Championships as we see that first wave of our surfer in white, Saguro for Japan. And he gets a quick in and out to start things off as we take a look at the rest of the lineup.
Yeah, so that was Suguru Nara for Team Japan in white. For Team Portugal in red, Camila Abdullah. And for Czechoslovakia in yellow, we have Miloslav Brzak.
Love having you read out those names and help me with pronunciation along the way, Ben. It's always great, and it's so cool getting to meet different surfers from around the world and be able to chat and hear, those team dynamics in different languages as well. Now, in the last heat, we had an Australian take out a significant lead in John Will, and he's with Axel down at the glass.
Cheers, Shannon. Right, John, so both of your top scores will come from this round.
Yep.
Go ahead and talk us through that 9.0 that puts you in the final.
Yeah, I was just waiting for one of those lefts. I've been spotting them all morning and just waited for the right one to come along, and it did, and lucky enough to get 2 nice turns in and gave me the score. It was good.
We have Roberto Pino being the top seed. Do you reckon that puts the pressure on him and maybe takes a little bit off of you?
I think, like, Roberto rips. He's an amazing surfer, and I think it's going to be a fantastic final. I can't wait, to be honest. I hope there's a bit more swell and a little bit more consistent so we get a really good go at it together. It'll be fun.
Do you reckon pumping surf will favor your surfing, or how are you going to approach that final?
Just see what comes tomorrow. There's no point getting ahead of ourselves. Just see what's there and do our best. And with the team's support behind, and everyone at home watching as well, it's fantastic. So I just appreciate everything and can't wait for tomorrow.
No worries, mate. Solid surfing. Congrats on the win.
Thank you very much.
Back to the booth.
Thanks so much. Another Irkunji taking away a heat win here, Ben.
Yeah, and this Sam Bleakley and Todd Klein's dad jokes are really getting contagious, and I'm just going to keep telling them to rock until the wheels fall off. All right, I'm done.
All right, so let's take a look at scores that have rolled through. Just a 2.33 and a 1.33 on the board for Seguro, but even with that, you can tell his intention in paddling out is to get that quick and early start. Now looking for first waves as we're about 5 minutes into the heat. No priority established yet between yellow and between red. Red has that inside position, though, so he's able to take off on the left and force yellow out of the way.
Yeah, Camilo's a very experienced and seasoned competitor, and although he did have the option of going front side, he decided to go backside just to keep yellow from getting that first score. You always want to have a score on the board as early as you can, and within that first 5 minutes, red's been able to put that first score on and also keep yellow from getting a score. However, yellow ends up with first priority now, so yellow will be able to sit back, and even though he doesn't have that score on the board, whatever set comes through, we know they're a little bit farther apart today, whatever set comes through, if he acts wisely with that priority, he'll be able to keep these other 2 riders from getting another good scoring wave.
That's right, and it's really been about wave selection, especially the last couple of days. While the swell has tapered off, it hasn't been quite as big as what we had on the first couple days of competition. And to be able to be in the right position on a wave that really opens up and allows that solid wall for these surfers to really lay into the rail to get up into the lip, those have been the waves that have facilitated really solid scores.
Yeah, and as our viewers that are less familiar with how surfing is judged, the judges are watching every part of that board movement, where they're doing their maneuvers on the wave, and of course on the big open, wide open waves, there's less chance of you getting knocked over and falling. That's the easier part of the wave, and the part that really stands up where you see the curl and that whitewash, if you're doing the maneuvers closer to that power point, you're going to get rewarded a little bit higher because there is a higher degree of difficulty and a little bit of a risk factor in getting taken out by the wave.
That's right, and judges are paying really close attention to that, commitment to a critical section or for the risk involved in any maneuver. As we can see our surfer in yellow deciding he's going to paddle his way in. He's holding on to that priority and recognizing that maybe at the start of the heat or right at the end of the last heat, we did see a little flurry of action. So it could be a while before we see another one of those sets. And he wants to make sure to just get a score on the board, positioning himself on the inside and then be able to maybe after that sit out a little bit deeper and wait for one of those sets to roll through.
Yeah, I like that you pointed that out. And out where White was sitting, you could see he kind of stood out there. He's got the longboard. He's able to take off farther out in the wave. He'll be able to take off on a much flatter wave before it's broken, as these other two competitors on their smaller high-performance equipment are going to need a little bit more gusto in the wave to get up to their feet. And as we see where White and Yellow are positioned, it's probably about a foot to two difference in depth. So right where Yellow is, what a great move in moving to that inside. This is going to give him a chance.
And strong, dedicated paddle, just can't quite get into it. But you can see where that thought process was from moving on the outside to the inside. And even right now, he's going to be in position for this wave, which will allow him a much better opportunity to catch it. Nice, strong paddle, and he is nearly up and standing to his feet. Nice and patient. I like that patience rather than forcing the stand too early to be able to make sure that board was really caught by that wave.
Yeah, that's well spot out, Shannon, because had he tried to pop up a little bit earlier, he would have really pushed that board into the water, displacing water and actually kind of slowing down the flow of speed. And since he kept that center of gravity nice and low, the board was able to pick up enough speed for him to get that other leg up and get the score. Had he not gotten to his feet, that wave would not have been scored.
So small score, just a 1.7, but it puts him on the clock, and he is now going to be putting himself back into a great position. We do have a 2.67 that dropped through for that first wave of Camilo of Portugal. He's kind of checking around as well now. You can see this little line starting to roll through and form. The 43-year-old sitting under second priority from Portugal. White with first priority, but he's not going to be in a spot in the lineup where he could actually get into that wave. And a strong paddle here from Camilo, but he goes down on the takeoff. And that was such a bummer because that was a great-looking wave.
And that was exactly the opposite of what you'd explain it about Yellow, is he overcooked it. He tried to get up too fast. And had he just relaxed a little bit, he would have been able to keep that speed and get down the face a bit more before getting to his feet.
Now, back last year in 2021, we saw Camilo take away a fourth-place finish at the World Parasurfing Championships. So he's made it into that finals conversation before, which has been really exceptional. And he'd be looking hungry to be able to get himself back into that conversation. Surfer in White having a really strong paddle now, and he's just not going to be able to get into it. As we're down to 10 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, you can sense that frustration coming through from Seguro, wanting to get himself a better score on the line and really start to improve the waves that he has caught in his first round.
So it sounds that we have a non-priority interference. We're going to check this out. And so, all right, so just as we were saying, Red had the opportunity to go right. It was sort of more of a front-side wave for him, but since he saw Yellow on the left, he went and tried to put the block, and all the judges and the priority judges are deeming that Yellow was in the position for that left, so they gave him a non-priority interference, which is going to take away half of the second score for Red. So that's gotten chopped down. Now he's got a 2.67 and sitting on a 0.60 instead of that 1.20.
So that is going to be quite a shock to be starting the heat off that way, as we see Red now racing down the line. He'll kick out of that section for the start of the wave. And it's always difficult when something like that happens early on because you really need to reset, and especially if it takes the judges a while to kind of make that call. As we see a beautiful wave here from Seguro. Nice off the top to start things off. Beautiful style as well. That board's got a nice trim line to it.
Yeah, really, really nice and smooth. And as you were saying, the longboard definitely, the waves today definitely cater to the longboard when you have that nice open face, those long stretching rides, and you have just a little bit less energy than you need to carry those really thin, high-performance boards down the line. And so you can see him getting that glide, some direction changes. I think the judges are going to like that score. And so one thing I wanted to say is with Camilo, had it been farther into the heat and had he been holding higher scores, And that second score, had it been perhaps a 6 or a 7 and got cut in half, it would be much more detrimental. Luckily, early on, he was only holding a small backup score. So if you're going to get a non-priority interference, that was the time that you would do it. It's really not going to affect his game too much.
Yeah, and he's got plenty of time still, even from that happening, to be able to reset for both of our competitors, you know, that mental side of things coming through. And we got a good score of 4.07 that's just rocked through for Seguro as we take another look at last of Camilo.
And this was right after him getting notice of the Camilo going the other way. And here we have Miloslav on a nice frontside wave, able to produce a little bit more speed, a lot more speed actually than his previous waves, as we saw Nadas on the outside and Camilo. So he had that 1.20, got that second score chopped off. Here we go. So that explains, we saw Nadasan almost get pushed out the back from that back angle, and it was because he was trying not to run over red, and he was able to get back into that. So great navigation on the wave for white.
Good paddle here for Camilo once again on his forehand. Nice off the top to start, and that's the sort of section that he's been wanting this entire heat. That's the sort of surfing that's going to get him that qualification into the finals.
Yeah, and we can guess that 3.0 is going to be his backup score after that one. We also saw that he quickly replaced that backup that had gotten chopped in half with a 2.67. Here we go. Camilo Abdullah quickly in 5.83 for this ride. So he moves to the lead. That 3.0 is his backup now, as Suguru Nada got a 4.07 for his. He's in second, and everyone is kind of inching up their score line.
Yeah, that's right. So for Camilo to get into the high fives, that meant that he improved on his 2 high scores, which were both 4.33s from his round 1 heat. So he's now increasing his potential to qualify for the final. Seguro as well was sitting on a 2 and a 1.9. Now for him to have a higher 2 and a 4.07 is going to be great for that conversation. As we see Miloslav on a great looking left heading towards the pier, the iconic Pismo Beach. And a nice section to start off with, and he goes for the twirl to finish.
Yeah, it's there's a lot to be said when you see the dismounts and the body language at the end of the ride. You can tell if they feel really confident and the ride felt good. Usually if it felt good, the judges are going to reflect on that, and you can see sometimes people shaking their heads, sometimes hitting their boards, they're splashing some water, and definitely did not do that, as we have Camilo really picking up his momentum.
Yeah, his wave selection's getting better and better. He's putting himself into a good section. Now I'll be curious to see where that goes, Ben. Your thoughts in comparison to the 5.83, which was just that single quicker maneuver.
Yeah, with this one, he didn't get up in that critical section. You did not see the board completely change direction. He wasn't able to change rails. He stayed on that toe side rail the whole time. So wow, they're giving him a 5.
A 5.67, so it does come in just shy, which is kind of exactly what you were saying. It shouldn't be as high as his last wave, because that was a really proper turn, where this one there was a good connection kind of up into the lip, and he maintained a lot of control with that green face. So judges keeping it in check just a little bit, but still going into that high 5 range.
Yeah, so sometimes when you see these competitors get called out with an interference call, something like that, they just want to get into kind of get back into position. They hear that interference, and it's like, I need to work a little bit harder. And sometimes it just kind of gives you that little, not an anger, but a little bit more fire behind you. And sometimes you come back even stronger than you would if you hadn't gotten the interference.
Yeah, that's right. So down to 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Surfer in red has first priority, white with second priority, and yellow with third priority. Nice little set starting to roll through here. You can see our surfer in white having a spin, trying to decide if he's going to get into it. He won't make the effort.
Yeah, now you see him kind of repositioning here. And as we got a good piece of good piece of intel from Axel, the interference affects this heat only, not the second score for both rounds. And so it's not as detrimental. It's just in the heat. And now we have red out in the lead, white having second priority, but red is able to control the peak out there, as I like how yellow just sits farther in and kind of takes whatever is thrown his way. Whatever they don't choose, he's in a position to pick up. sort of like an alley-oop in basketball. And so here we have red with first priority, second priority with white. And it looks like white is kind of looking back, possibly the team members up on the pier, giving them signals. We do have that that benefit of the that luxury of having your managers, your coaches right up above you, where you have a very easy verbal communication between them, telling you to move forward, move back, watch out for red. In this case, they might be calling out directions in Japanese, which I'm pretty sure Camilo and Miloslav don't understand. So you can kind of have a secret code in your own language as well, and you can be giving them all the secrets you need without having them actually understand what you're saying.
So true. Now I've just gotten more clarification from Axel. So the non-priority interference was yellow on red for that first wave that rolled through because red was on the inside. So it's our surfer in yellow who's going to have his second best score halved. Which explains where he's sitting with those couple of 2s on the board and where Camilo's scores have been sitting in that high 5 range without getting half of that score taken away. So for Camilo, he's been in a good position throughout the heat, able to build on that score line. That wave probably won't factor into his top 2 without being able to get that full change of direction or actual like punch through the lip like we saw in his best 2 waves. And we're down to 2 minutes on the clock, so things are starting to get a little bit more pressure filled for Seguro to be able to see, will he improve on that 2.33? He's been working hard at it to try and get a better score on the line, and it is just going to be our top 4 surfers qualifying for our finals out of the 9 in the round. Nice looking wave here for Seguro, but what went wrong there is he got caught up at the top of the wave.
Yeah, he was sort of in a point where he might have benefited from being a little bit farther up on the board. He was in a kind of in a turning position, and that wave just didn't have enough guts to push the wave back in against that offshore wind. And so as we were explaining how that priority interference might have happened, or non-priority interference, so it actually was more of a left than a right.
Exactly.
And so I was thinking Camilo kind of changed his idea and tried to kind of keep yellow off, but it was actually more of a left, and yellow was out on the shoulder impeding his ride.
That's right. As we see Seguro here, one last opportunity, but again, a small wave on the inside to be able to get into that 4-point range is unlikely. He is chasing a 7.43 to take the lead away, but consistently increasing that backup score, so 2.43 is better than the 2.33 that he had before. Down to 30 seconds, and there now you can see our surfer in red moving himself to the inside, keeping a tight eye on where our surfer in yellow is at. Yellow does have first priority though, so he's in that controlling seat for the moment.
Yeah, and you just saw red check his watch. I think he knows that there's hardly any time left, and yellow has the opportunity of blocking him from getting this wave. However, I don't think either of them will get into this. Yeah, it's a little bit too deep on that inside section, so that's the way it's going to sit, it seems.
But it's going to give a chance for our surfer in white up and riding before the clock runs out. Nice quick hop up to his feet, and we'll see if that factors into his top 2 waves. Great heat for Seguro, increasing on that backup score, got a 2.77 for his previous wave. Camilo takes away the win, and we'll have those results for who will be qualifying into the men's finals shortly. And we'll be right back with more action as we have our men's visually impaired 2 round 2 qualifying heats coming up right after this.
Adaptive surfing is when somebody with a physical disability gets out in the ocean and figures out how to ride a wave. It's basically all that's going on there. Every type of ability, from a single leg amputee to a visual impairment to somebody with paralysis like myself, figures out how to get on a board and ride a wave. It's pretty simple.
It's competing against other people that have some kind of physical problem.
To be an adaptive surfer, you've got to be resilient. You've got to have a little bit of ingenuity. You've kind of got to deal with the cards you've been dealt with. It's just a way of surfing differently with your own skill set and I guess just what life is giving you.
A couple of modifications, maybe a prosthetic leg, maybe a special board. Doesn't mean there's any less stoke, just you know, maybe a little more thought goes into it.
Well, for me, adaptive surfing is like surfing like everybody else, but doing it as you can.
It's all about fun, adaptive fun. You know, we used to have fun on a normal surfing, able-bodied surfing, but when you got hurt or you got any kind of disability, you gotta still having fun. So that's adapt to fun, I think.
Straight into the action for the South African. Up and riding in the blue, goes down on that first section. And we are into the men's visually impaired 2 division, which means we will have a coach in the lineup to give communication and tips to our surfers, which is why you see so many people sitting on the peak right now in a 4-man heat. And this is going to be really exciting to see it get underway, Ben. And before we set the heat, we're going to go straight down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last one, because they're already ready to go on the glass.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. I was running to catch Camilo, so you will be replacing both of your waves. You're guaranteeing a spot in the final. Congrats on the win.
Yeah, thank you. It's my second year in the finals. I'm very, very happy. It was difficult. The wave is not easy, but I'm in the final again. Let's see.
Yeah, so we have Roberto from Brazil, John from Australia, looking very sharp. How are you gonna approach this final?
With calm and see what the wave's gonna give to us, and let go. Let's go.
No worries, friend. And any words to people watching back home in Portugal that want to tune in and support you in the final?
Can I speak in Portuguese? Obrigado pessoal por me estarem a apoiarem em casa. Dedico esta vitória ao meu amigo Dani, cujo pai faleceu esta semana, e obrigado a todos.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Back to the booth, guys.
Thanks so much. I love that approach, just to keep calm and to just not try and really think about it too hard, the fact that he's in the final against some really excellent competitors. As we see Jack Jackson of Australia get going on his opening ride, and well, actually, he's had a couple rides already. He's already got a 3.67 on the board. Now Pierre for France, getting a nice backhand hit to start, but feeling frustrated as he can't complete the maneuver.
Yeah, we're seeing some amazing surfing right off the bat here, as we have Roy Calderon for Costa Rica in red, Pierre Gagliano for Team France in white, Jack Jackson just up and riding for Team Australia, and Sabelo Ngema, who is about to try and paddle in the second wave. First wave was a 2.90. Blue did have priority. We'll see how that gets affected. I'm not sure if they count that as a paddle. So right now, 15 minutes on the heat, and Roy Calderon, 7.0 for Costa Rica. He's always been a really solid competitor, and he's got to be happy about that. So let's watch this one of Roy. Boom. Quick hit right there, and great improvisation as he sees an opportunity to fade back, and he hit it out of the park. As we have Yellow on his front hand, and Yellow almost turning in front of the pylons, and I hope that the volunteer knows that this is the visually impaired division. Make sure that they know that they can't see the pier. These guys have moderate vision, moderate to very little vision. So with this morning sun and the light, they can probably see the shadows of the pier, knowing that that pylon is there. But it did look a little dangerous from our camera angle. I really like that drawback that he does here.
Yeah, great wave here from Pierre, as we've got a little music playing in our ears. And another wave here from Roy. So we'll give us full situation update once we take a look at this last wave, with a great carve and snap through that middle.
Yeah, and real nice direction. does that cut back and is able to pick up. It looks like he's having more fun than anyone. As I watch him on that board, that's been his magic board for, I think that's the same board he's been riding since last year. And it's sort of it's one of those Channel Islands, I believe it was a sperm whale model that Dane Reynolds came up with a big round nose, almost a fun board nose, but with a short board tail, and the thing is working out really well for him in these conditions.
Jack Jackson, once again, just loving the lefts. You can see him really favoring that forehand and not afraid of the fact that there is a pier in the equation, but he would rather get the best waves that he possibly can find, as we see Team Japan with a cheer on the beach for our competitors in that last heat.
Yeah, and we also have coming up next Shigeru Fujisaki. That is the guy in yellow with the glasses that you see there. So they're doing the Japanese washoi, like let's get it going. And it looks like Suguro-san. Oh, I guess so. Suguro-san, who just was in the last heat, he's probably going to be paddling out as Fujisaki-san's spotter. So he just got out of the water. They have a great advantage having him just coming out of the water and knowing where to pick off those waves. So that's going to be a small advantage on how they position themselves as he just got out of the water in a very similar tide with similar conditions.
Yeah, great advantage for sure. As we take a look at our current situation. So we're down to 12 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Roy Calderon, for his first two waves, dropped through as a 7 and a 7.03. You can see Coach there clapping as the beach announcer was announcing those scores and positioning, so he's currently sitting in the lead. Pierre, for France, opened up with a 6.17, backed it up straight away with a 6.63, and then a 2.67 and a 3.07 on the board after that. Jack Jackson now has a 3.67 on the board, as well as a 5.77. As we take a look at the requirements for competing in our Parasurfing Vision Impairment 2 division, which includes surfers that have low to partial vision in the vision impairment category.
Yeah, so low to partial vision, they are able to see shapes, spot out shadows, and unlike our other division where they are completely blind and can't see anything, it's probably a little bit easier as far as the communication. The spotter's job's not quite as hard for this division, as they can also see the waves coming. And another surfer that we're going to be seeing, Matt Formston, 4-time champions, coming up in our third heat. As I was working with him, he is at the right light. He can see the waves coming, and there was times where spotting for him, he said, well, should I go on this one? And I go, okay, so you can actually see this wave coming. But as the light changes, and the reflections and the sunlight, the direction changes, that visibility can be changed. And so it's amazing how these guys do it. And even if you were to put an eye patch and just try to surf with one eye, you're not going to be able to have that peripheral vision to where you're going to be able to see the other options on the wave. And so with their very, very low amount of visibility, things are definitely not easy for them at all.
That's so true, and I was talking to Melissa Reed the other day. She described her vision as being completely blind in one eye, and from the other, it's as if we have flipped a pair of binoculars backwards, where you're looking at and you have that tiny little like pinhole piercing of perfect vision, but it's so difficult to see through because it's just such a small channel, or like you're looking through a straw and just seeing what's at the end of the straw. And so there is this little advantage because they can see something that's out in the water and have different versions of low vision, but extremely challenging nonetheless. As we see Jack Jackson now up and riding on his backhand. Nice snap off the top of the wave, and can't find that projection to continue forward, but he's already got that 5.77 on the board, chasing a 7.03 to take himself into that second place position. Sabelo of South Africa, he looks like he's riding a ride soft top board, typically likes to ride a short board, but I think in the conditions today, taking on the fact that it's a lot smaller, there's not as much energy, and being able to watch the first few heats of the morning and see the surfers on smaller equipment are sometimes struggling to stay with a wave. He's opted to ride a board that's just a little bit bigger out there, and so far it's put him with a 2.9 on the board.
I love that. And as you mentioned, that ride company, so happy to see that grow. One of our commentators before, Brad Bricknell, is part of that company, I believe. And yeah, they've really stuck it out and put out some great equipment. So here we have the South African support team here talking about the heat, probably communicating back and forth with home So 9 minutes remaining. Red, our heat leader, holding priority, and as he is a really smart competitor, as far as any kind of priority moves, those are usually narrated by the spotter. And so his spotter is probably very conscious that they're right in the middle. If a set comes on that right pier bowl, they can easily maneuver over there. And if there's also the odd left, they're pretty much right in position to get that towards the pier. And so it looks like they're ready to strike, although everything looks nice and calm out there. And not too many aggressive moves between our competitors out there.
Yeah, it's looking pretty calm, pretty relaxed between everyone at the moment. You can see Team South Africa coach there swimming instead of riding a surfboard, positioning Sabelo farther over to where that left has been rolling through. And we'll see if he's going to have a paddle for this one. Doesn't look like he will. They're going to let that wave go. Surfer in red with a paddle, though, for Roy. And he is up and riding. Looking to improve on a couple of sevens that he already has on the board. Great snap. Oh, what a shame that he wasn't able to project through, because that was a really solid turn. And now Pierre on his forehand races around the section. Nice hit in that critical pocket. Wraps it back into the foam. And you've got that AMP surf crew there ready to communicate that there's a pier piling. With his low vision, he would have possibly been able to at least notice that was there. You could see him carve sort of around it and finishes off on the inside.
Yeah, I really like that wave. Really critical, really on rail. And as we saw previously, Roy Calderon just trying to push it that much harder. He knows he's got 2 good scores, so there's no point in taking a wave that's going to give him less of a score than he's got. He's already got 7.03 and a 7.0. He knows if he really pushes it, gets that little extra amount of difficulty in the maneuver, then he will get rewarded for that. If that wave had a little bit more punch, he was in the perfect positioning to come out of that. But looking forward to seeing that wave by White again, as he's really, really hooked it in the pocket. Very, very tight, dynamic direction change. And just as you were saying, right before that piling, it did look like that he could tell that there was that piling there. He might have heard some verbal communication from the volunteer there, but he was able to fit actually another turn, which was functional to avoid the piling as well.
And you can tell that he's an accomplished board rider, loves skateboarding, loves snowboarding as well. And for so many of these competitors, I heard Sam mention it earlier on this morning, that theme, that common theme of so many of this crew loving snowboarding, loving being in the snow, being on that board equipment, and that translation into surfing as well is just so similar. Obviously, you're in the ocean instead of being in the snow. Today, it might feel just as cold as being in the mountains out there because the water's so cold in the air. But it's been really cool to hear more of the stories about these competitors across all the divisions that have that love of board sports, that are able to translate their skating, their snowboarding, or maybe their skiing, sit skiing specifically, and to be able to translate that across multiple sports, whether it's in the summer or the winter.
Yeah, and there's been so much amazing skateboarding by the visually impaired on Instagram, where you can see them using their cane to feel out the obstacle, feel how far they are away from the obstacle, use that to place themselves perfectly into these technical grinds and kickflips, and it's really, really amazing. But as you mentioned, snowboarding is one of the most free. Let's watch Australia. They are charged up right now as they're cheering on Jack Jackson. He's doing really well. There's Sam and Cam Bloom right in front, and Samantha Bloom, who is has reclassified into a different prone division, the non-assist this year. They have a documentary called Penguin Bloom that's all about her story, and her accident happened in Bali, and they were all on a surfing vacation, and everyone was, I think, either watching a sunset. They were on a big outside patio that collapsed, and that's how she had her accident. And if you check that out on Netflix or look on the web for Penguin Bloom, it's got their story, which is very cool. And Cam Bloom is a very, very talented photographer. There's Mono Stewart. Shared a beer with him last night, and he was really stoked because he seemed unnerved that he was going to have to surf in that low tide conditions. And he told me the night before, he was kind of like, what are they doing with the scheduling for us? And we're not going to be able to get any scores, and I need 2 6s. And he ended up stepping away with 7 something. So
yeah, he was smashing
He
it.
had a very different attitude from the night before and last night, and he's charged up. And he's staying with Jocelyn Mueller's, Mueller's crew, which is right up above our boardroom bar. So he basically has to go through the bar just to get home.
Well, it's been great to see him find a couple of good waves yesterday afternoon. And we'll see Sam Bloom continuing to compete. She had a great heat yesterday as well. Challenging conditions for the Prone 1 division. when it is low tide, it's just that really steep takeoff. And I mean, that's the case for surfers in any discipline. Surfing on low tide, it doesn't matter what event you're in. If you're looking at, the hour that your heat's going to run, and then you're matching it up with the conditions for the day, and you're taking a look at those tide calendars, it is always the worst when you draw a heat that is within an hour off the tide, like off low tide on either side, because you know that it's going to be sucky, that it's probably just going to be super shallow, whether it's a beach break, it's a reef break. It's just going to be really challenging in comparison to being able to surf during that pushing tide or that dropping tide, but still in the middle to the high tide zone. So it's been really fun to kind of hear that banter and to be able to see the schedule switches up every day and every division's kind of had to deal with those conditions. Now, as we head into the weekend, that high tide is getting pushed later and later in the day, which is a great thing because then we're going to be able to see that low tide getting farther in the evening, which means we won't even be able to touch it come finals day. As we take a look now at Sabelo, he is an amazing surfer coming out of Durban in South Africa. He was voted in Sportsman of the Year with a disability, and he has a huge influence in his society in the mental health department. He provides mental health counseling and does counseling sessions with anybody that needs it. He started an initiative to help matric students apply for university, which in South Africa, matric is the final year of high school, that grade 12 year, and to be able to help more students from underdeveloped areas apply and get into universities. And so Sabelo's doing so much cool work behind the scenes. He's only 23 years old, but pouring back in a really positive way into the rural areas and helping to shape social issues with people's mindset and having a mental positivity to the approach in their lives.
I love that. And we know how healthy surfing is for you, not only just ocean therapy and the healing properties of water that are so important for these people who probably have a lot going on in their mind, either reflecting on their pre-injury life or just on their current situation and the difficulties of day-to-day life. And when you're stoked to throw on your wetsuit when it's freezing cold like this, and it's just so amazing to go to the beach, see the waves. As a completely able-bodied surfer, if I've been stuck inland for more than a week and I get out to the beach, it's just as soon as you see the ocean, you have such a flush of happiness and such a positive feeling. And a lot of our people who come down here, probably from anywhere here in Central California, Pismo Beach is that place where they can come and refresh on the weekend, have great food, and then also see all of this action out in the water up close and personal as they can actually stand directly over the surfers, which is a very cool thing.
That's so true. Well, we're down to 50 seconds on the clock. Jack Jackson looking to improve on the 3.67. Great looking wave for him, opening up in front. He's done well to stick with this wave through the section all the way, and he'll kick out of the finish. He's got a 5.77 with a massive smile from the Woi Woi surfer from New South Wales in Australia. And he is a passionate football fan, so he'll be loving the World Cup that's been happening, and just a huge fan of surfing, sports all around. So we'll see how that score drops through. It's a 3.83 on the board, which is one of his top two scores, and it's getting him closer to that higher heat total. That 5.77 is going to really help his campaign from his opening round heats. As we are in our qualifying round 2, and we're down to 3 seconds on the clock. And a great result for Roy Calderon. Another solid performance from Pierre of France as well, and nearly tied in their heat totals, walking away with a couple of 7s on the board.
Yeah, that was an amazing heat, and Roy Calderon's always been one to watch, and he just keeps kind of placing himself on the map, as we saw Jack Jackson and our other surfers all doing an amazing job in that heat. And I think we're going to have someone very special coming in next.
Very special guest to join the Brit and Sam Bleakley. We will have Melissa Reed, the 3-time world champion, joining in the booth. So stay tuned for more action right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue the visually impaired 2 classification here, live from Pismo Beach. Up and riding now, it's our surfer from Hawaii in red, Aaron Polk. Beautiful re-entry, top turn combination, attacking this long, fast, silky right-hander. Aggressive, powerful, speedy approach, and taps that big re-entry on the end. Rebounds, roundhouse, cut back through the inside. Phenomenal start for our Hawaiian. And joining me in the booth, special guest in this classification, I'm with Melissa Reed, who is 3 times women's world champion. Melissa, thanks for coming in the booth and going for that 4th world title and getting the opportunity to share your insight on the classification that you've excelled in.
Yeah, it's super exciting to give people a little bit of an insight to what the guys are doing out there and how they're going to be communicating to get the best wave scores possible.
Absolutely. And tell us a little bit about your visual impairment and the degree of vision that you have.
Yeah, so I'm totally blind in my right eye and have 5 degrees of peripheral against the standard 140 degrees. And my visual acuity is limited to about 6 meters. So when I'm on the wave, I can't see it, and I have no depth perception or speed awareness.
So the men that are out there in the water right now, they surf in the same classification, so similar visual impairment. Tell us, for all our surf fans tuning in around the world, the relationship between you as the athlete competing and your teammate, your spotter, who's helping you catch the waves.
Yeah, it's super important. So your spotter, or as we nickname them, the eyes, it's a relationship that you have to have. It's almost like a marriage, that you have to be so in tune and be able to communicate with such limited communication so that no one else knows what you're about to do.
Absolutely, that's the key, because you don't want to give your secrets away if a good set's coming and you're in the prime
yeah,
spot.
So a lot of us have code words, and between you and your partner out there, you discuss what they're going to be. And then they obviously have to give you all of the detail to how steep the wave is, if it's going left or right, if you need to angle your board more, if it's going to be like a quick takeoff. So anything that you're processing in your head as a surfer, you're then having to verbalize before that person catches the wave.
Absolutely. And right now, one of your teammates, David Lewis, who is he partnered up with out there?
I think Dave is out there with Matty, one of the head coaches for the wave. So they've been working together at the wave, and they've been working together out here all week. So they've pretty much nailed how they're going to take the heat strategy.
And Aaron Polk kicks off with a score well up into the 9s, a 9.6. Phenomenal start. David, he captains the Surrey visually impaired cricket team. So like you, bringing other sports into this event. We'll talk about that soon, but right now our surfer from Japan, up and riding, opting to go for the longboard, Shiguri Fujisaki. What do you think of this, Melissa?
Yeah, he had a really, really nice takeoff. Sadly, the wave just closed out a little bit in front of him.
And option to ride the longboard there, in contrast with other surfers going with the shortboard. But we'll move on to analyze that score very soon, because right now we're going to go down to the sand with the winner of our last heat, hoping to book himself a spot in the semi-finals. Axel, take it away.
Yeah, cheers, Sammy. Thank you so much. We're here with Roy, so I'm first going to ask him about improving one of his scores and potentially continuing in that first position. Roy, consigues un 7, que iguala una de tus mejores calificaciones, y consigues un segundo 7. Te mantiene en la primera posición, bastante sólido para avanzar a la siguiente ronda.
Sí, bueno, muy agradecido una vez más, ¿verdad? Una vez más, Pismo nos da el solcito a la mañana para calentarnos. Y me levanté muy motivado, fui a correr también, ¿verdad? Para liberar un poco de tensión. Sin embargo, ya venía mentalizado igual. Las condiciones del agua muy bien para mí.
Very motivated. He had a beautiful early morning in the sunrise. He went for a run just to get those nerves out. And he was just focused, and luckily Pismo delivered and conditions ideal for him. So he's feeling really, really good. Para la siguiente ronda, I'm going to ask him about the next round and his focus. Para la siguiente ronda, Roy, ¿cómo vas a enfrentar esto? El nivel sigue subiendo y cada vez vas a tener mayor dificultad para posicionarte, pero se te ve sólido igual, bro.
Sí, vengo con ese pensamiento fuerte de ganar, y eso me da mucha solidez. Entonces, no, que venga, la estoy esperando.
He's feeling really, really confident. He's really looking forward for the next round, and he's just ready to keep ripping. So, muchas gracias, Roy.
Gracias.
Nos vemos la siguiente ronda. See you. Back to you, boys, in the booth.
Pura vida. Muchas gracias, Costa Rica. Saludos por allá.
Pura vida. Muchas gracias,
Gracias,
Roy.
Roy.
Looking really good, Melissa. What do you think of Roy's approach so far in the event?
I mean, Roy is a phenomenal surfer. He always looks so fluid and in control. he's definitely pushing it to the next level.
And pushing it to the next level, kicking off with a 9.70. Near excellent score, Aaron Polk. Tell me a little bit about the Hawaiian, Melissa.
Yeah, so myself and Aaron actually got a really good opportunity to go out to Indo with Matt Formston, the other visually impaired person, to do a documentary. So we managed to surf for 3 weeks constantly. He's a great surfer, super aggressive turns. These are his perfect conditions, so he'll be absolutely frothing.
Oscar Perez up and riding, the Spaniard, the regular footer, nice open face section, and a couple of turns on the inside as that wave becomes more foamy, attacking that section with style, but it's Aaron Polk on the backside there, the Hawaiian with a 9.7, big backside re-entry, throwing spray, in control and at the elite level of performance. Because Melissa Reed, you're just sharing the fact that you've been out to Indo with Aaron and Matt, and of course Matt recently charging Nazare, as has your good friend Pegleg Bennett, another person at the forefront of parasurfing. And you know, what's the difference for a surfer without a visual impairment to yourself experiencing that ride? Are there other sensations that come into play beyond your sight?
Oh, 100%. So you have to go for the feel of the wave a lot more and have a little bit more intuition. As I said, I personally can't see the wave once I'm on it. And if you were to use Aaron and Matt, they have peripheral vision but no central vision, so they can see to the side but not straight ahead. So you kind of go with how fast you're going down the wave. When it slows down, you kind of figured you have to kind of do a top turn, and it's all about the feel of the ocean.
David Lewis up and riding, Melissa there. Great right-hander for David, who also plays visually impaired cricket from Fleet in Hampshire, captains the Surrey cricket team. He is going to be absolutely delighted about that. I talked to him on the sand before this heat, and he was just so proud to be here. Good ride, good score to drop. Backing up his first wave, a 3.77, our surfer from Japan, Shioguri. What will be the advantages of the longboard today, Melissa, as opposed to the shortboard?
The longboard today is going to give people a little bit more speed to get down the line. The break is fairly quick, especially if you can't really see what's coming along. But the advantage on the shortboard is obviously the more radical manoeuvres.
And if we compare David's situation, he started to experience sight loss in 2017 to your situation. When did visual impairment become a part of your life?
So mine was congenital, so I was born with it. I don't really know any difference. And Dave has had to adapt in adulthood. They're both very different. There's benefits and negatives to both areas. But Dave took up surfing, I think, after he lost his sight.
Absolutely. And also, you're a triathlete yourself, and you have competed at the Olympic level. And how is this push to get surfing in the Paralympics for Los Angeles 2028?
Oh, it'd be amazing if surfing went into LA. Personally, from a Paralympic sport, it would be great to have an extreme sport in there to show that it doesn't need to be a mainstream sport, that those with a disability can actually do any sport in the world as long as you think outside of the box.
And what was the experience for you competing in the Rio Paralympics in 2016?
Oh, yeah, it was definitely one of the best experiences of my life. You bring all of the nations and all of the sports together under one roof. It very much turns it into kind of like a family situation as opposed to a competitive situation where everyone gets to meet and just enjoy the atmosphere. And obviously everyone's going out there to win and perform at their best on the biggest stage in the world.
Absolutely. So how much of a difference do you think it would make for the young generations coming up if parasurfing was included in the schedule for Los Angeles 2028?
I think you're going to have a huge influx of grums coming through. You already have in a couple of the divisions, and I'd actually say more the women's divisions this year. A lot of the young girls are coming up between like the age of 10, 16, and we haven't had that in the past, and it's actually amazing to just have so many youngsters coming through.
Absolutely, and we've had the likes of Jay Edwards from Scotland, age 10, and we've still got Mark Mono-Stewart, age 60, still at the cutting edge. So that broad spectrum of ages, and 181 surfers, that is record participation, and of course, like you have said, Melissa, that growth of women's parasurfing. That's very exciting. And of course, you've been a trendsetter. How does it feel to be a 3-times world champion?
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Like, I never came into surfing thinking that I'd be a world champion. For me, surfing was a rehab after an injury, and I wanted to do it for fun. And I'm still doing it for fun at the moment, but obviously, you know, you go away, you want to perform, and if it goes into LA, it would definitely be one of my main focuses in life to get there.
And you're from a vibrant Cornish surfing community, Porthtown, you know, one of the epicenters of cool Cornish surfing. You know, how does it feel to have the Cornish community behind you here at Pismo, going for your 4th world title?
Yeah, it's super cool. Coming from just such a small little village, having the support and not necessarily having the best waves, and yet we're still one of the nations that are really, really performing.
Absolutely, and that's been largely thanks to the likes of you and Pegleg Bennett, who's unfortunately not here. How important is the role of surf lakes and wave gardens in the progression of parasurfing?
I mean, if you just look at Zoe, who's made a final after surfing for, 14 months. She's been surfing at the wave constantly for the past year.
Zoe Smith in a final later today from England.
And there's no way she'd have been able to perform at that standard if she hadn't had perfect waves every day from the wave garden.
And how do you find it when you get the opportunity to train in a inland surfing facility?
For me, it's just insane how much of a benefit it has, being able to figure out where you need to be on the wave and where you need to be on the board and your body positioning to then take it into the ocean. If I had unlimited access to the wave for a year, it'd be insane. I think I'd definitely improve.
Well, you're already surfing at an elite level, and right now what will be going through the mind in the communication pattern as we have a lull, Melissa, and we've got our surfer David Lewis with a 3.0 looking for a second score. We got Oscar Perez out of Spain with a 4 looking for a second score. We got our Japanese surfer in second with that 4.40 and a 3.77. Out there in lead, Aaron Polk with a 9.70 and a 6.83. In that lull situation, what's the communication happening now between the athlete and the spotter?
So whoever's got priority will be sat waiting, feeling really quite content at the moment. I'm assuming Aaron is feeling pretty safe and will not push for another wave if he doesn't have to, especially if there's a possibility of an infringement. And Dave will be a little bit more anxious, wanting to get that second wave under his belt to try and improve his score. As much as the athlete trying to remain calm, the spotter has to remain calm as well. Essentially, they're the ones picking the waves, and if they pick a dud wave, that ruins your heat.
It's a real team effort.
It does. It takes surfing from a solo event to a team event, and that's a lot of pressure on people.
And you've had Matt Harewood from the Isle of Wight spotting for your 3 world titles. How strong is that relationship and bond that you've had over these events over the last 4 years?
Yeah, we are super, super lucky that we get along, and generally how we would approach a heat would be very similar. I have used other people in smaller events, which I'm like, nope, that is not how it's going to work. This is how it works. But myself and Matt, we communicate really, really well. We can have open and honest conversations before and after. If I feel like there's something that he's not done to the best of his potential, or if we've had feedback, we can feed it back to each other without any hard feelings, because at the end of the day, we both want to be the best out there. It's just doing it tactfully.
Absolutely. And where do you see the boundary breakers at the moment in parasurfing? Who is currently inspiring you, and who's really pushing the boundaries with regards to equipment and performance?
It's super interesting. I actually genuinely think that the VI women are going to be the ones to watch, and also the Stand 2 women, because it's where all the youngsters are coming through. And again, the VI men and the VI and the Stand 2 men are really pushing surfing to the next level of making it look able-bodied. Like, if you watch them free surf, you wouldn't know that they have a disability. And then you look at the kneelers, who are just absolutely insane to watch. Like, the guys on the knee boards are just, it's insane. Like, it's probably one of my favorite things to watch out here.
Absolutely. We saw Llewellyn Williams, nicknamed Sponge, on fire. We saw the great Mark Mono Stewart. We had him in the booth earlier in the week. He pulled it out of the bag yesterday at low tide and got some big scores.
Yeah, they did. And then you've got the women again, who are really pushing it. You've got Victoria, who's also a 3-time world champion, pushing for her 4th title.
Victoria Fagey out of Canada.
Yep.
Brilliant. So much athleticism, and also bringing that Paralympic experience, like yourself having competed in Rio. And so triathlete was the discipline that you competed as a Paralympian.
Yeah, so I competed in Rio and Tokyo in triathlon, and I would quite like to make the debut in surfing if it goes through.
And what kind of training schedule do you bring from your experience as a para-athlete into surfing?
Yeah, it's commitment, it's the nutrition as well. It's all of the things that people forget about when you're at the highest level. The physical attributes are obviously extremely important, the training's important, but the mental health the nutrition, the psychology around it, your heat strategy, your preparation, all of that is 10 times more important than what people think.
Yeah, Ben Skinner, a good friend of mine, says that you need to be able to control the controllable. That's his biggest advice before competitions, is because we can't control the waves that are going to come through, but there are many things we can control, like nutrition, like sleep, like equipment, like teamwork, like communication. And once you start to get a harness on those things, then the unpredictable elements are more easy to engage with positively.
100%. And in triathlon, that was always one of the things that my dad, who was my coach, would always say. He was like, control the controllable. You can't control what everyone else is doing out there. The only thing you can control is what you're doing. And that's been my biggest advice to Zoe, who I've been working with all week.
And what about Aaron? Absolutely on fire here. Our surfer out of Hawaii. Is this the type of surfing that's going to take him to a gold medal, Melissa?
If Aaron continues performing the way he is, it's going to be such an incredible final. I think it will be one of the closest finals of the whole contest with him and Roy at the moment.
So him and Roy, and what about Matt? Matt Formston, of course, we know Matt's been pushing boundaries in big wave surfing. And can Matt, in these smaller conditions, keep up with the performances we're seeing from Aaron Polk and Roy Calderon?
I feel like that today Matt's going to be pushed to his limits of performance. I think this is one of the types of conditions he really does quite struggle in. He's definitely much better in bigger surf, so I think he's probably hoping that there'll be a final on Sunday.
Well, absolutely. We have got the forecast saying that we get an increase overnight and big stormy surf likely tomorrow and Sunday. So you're saying that you already recognize Matt's increased ability and size. And how about yourself? Are you looking forward to bigger waves, or you prefer what we're getting today?
I'm looking forward to Saturday and Sunday. I mean, Sunday's definitely going to be a brutal one if we go out, but I would definitely prefer a little bit more size than what there is today.
Oscar Pears up and riding. He's looking to get his second score on the board. He's got a 4.0, nice fast right-hander, one solid maneuver, but now it's David Lewis adding to that 3.0. He's got a nice bowly section, good spot from his team spotter Matt on a nice fast right-hander, good posture, low, aggressive attack there, and stylishly engaging that rail with one readjustment through the inside. He had sight loss, retinitis, diagnosed in 2017. He got into visually impaired cricket as his first sporting platform, but he said to me that he'd always been a seasonal surfer, and with his visual impairment, he really decided to embrace himself into surfing and use it as not only an opportunity to compete at an elite level, but also a positive form of therapy to feel good, to be empowered.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard not to feel empowered when you're in the water, isn't it? It's one of those sports which I think this event shows everybody can take part no matter what. And I think that's one of the magical things about surfing.
And there's your man, Matt. So that guy in the glasses next to Spike Kane, he's the guy that's been with you for your world titles.
It is, yes. And I genuinely would not have been able to get the world titles without him. Like, it is a pure team effort. It's
great to hear from you, Melissa. It's so interesting to get that deeper insight from an elite athlete. And, all I can say is massive luck going for that 4th world title. I know my daughter, who's a surfer, she looks up to you. You're a role model to surfers all over the world, and a lot to play for. It's it's a big couple of days coming up, but are you excited about it?
I'm super excited, and I'm so thrilled that we've got more people coming that are absolutely shredding.
Well, this is Melissa Reid, 3-time world champion, going for that 4th world title. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be right back for the continuation of the visually impaired 2 classification.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
keep pushing,
and competition expenses, because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
See Miguel Flavio from Brazil with a beautiful, big, powerful re-entry. The goofy footer out of Brazil on fire, surfing against Matt Formston, one of the superstars of parasurfing out of Australia. He'll be in the white vest. And watch out for Asande Sabisi from South Africa in the yellow vest, and Alexander Shub from Israel in the blue vest. Kleiny, the mighty TK Todd Klein, best goofy footer out of Florida, former elite competitor, and up and riding right now. A second wave already for the Brazilian. Back in the booth, Todd, how was that to just hear from Melissa there and get that deeper insight from the athlete's perspective? Absolutely fascinating, and I really learned a lot on that 20-minute journey with her.
Yeah, it's awesome. Anytime we can get these elite athletes in here, but especially a 3-time gold medalist like Melissa, she really gave us and provided us some great insight.
Miguel Flavio, he is in the red singlet there. 2 scores to drop for the Brazilian, but looking forward to seeing Matt Formston. However, what I just heard from Melissa was that Matt doesn't favor the small conditions. He wants a bit more juice. So she thinks currently if the surf stays small, Aaron Polk and Roy Calderon are the people to beat. But if the surf increases, then Matt Formston can really come alive.
Yeah, I heard that, and I think a lot of athletes, for the most part that compete here at this event at this level would prefer a little bit more swell. But again, these events, a lot of it's won or lost between the ears. So hopefully his mindset is that he's excited about the conditions, because if he goes into it with a negative mindset, it's not going to. It'll end up, in his surfing, it'll show.
Well, talking of somebody who showed up and flared on fire, Aaron Polk books himself a spot in the semi-finals. He's on the beach with Axel.
Cheers, guys. All right, Aaron. So massive score, man. Who's going to go into your top 2? Talk us through that 9.7.
Yeah, we started the heat off strong. Duran just called us into the that wave, and it just kind of stayed open and just had a nice flow. And the bottom line, it was super fun. It was long lasting, just stayed on the face and in the pocket, and it just put me further down the beach, and all of a sudden a high score was produced, man. It's just that easy. No, I'm joking. No, it was it's challenging out there. A lot of us surf are used to a little bit more power in waves, but it's all about dialing in the equipment when the waves get smaller, and I feel like we got the right piece right now. So it was all the support here with the local community to dial in the boards and Duran to get me on the right waves, and then it's just push go. So yeah, super fun.
Yeah, for sure. We've been talking about how traditional surfing is an individual sport. In Parasurfing Championship, we see the team. So talk about your connection with your spotter, and how is that for you?
Yeah, Duran is from Oceanside. He's my spotter for the U.S. Open, and just have full trust in his ability to get me in the right place. And our communication is it's super easy and perfect. And I just have full confidence and trust, and that allows me to relax and not second guess anything and just go. And I mean, without that, it'd be totally different out there for me. I have a good support crew back home too. My girlfriend Emily spots for me, and it's super sick.
Yeah. No worries. Guys from the booth, questions for Aaron?
Yeah. I think Todd, you got a question.
Yeah, I've got a question for Aaron there. He mentions Duran's, his eyes out there, if you will, and I want to know. Obviously, Aaron is a regular footer. Is Duran a regular footer as well? Because they'd obviously be looking at similar waves if that's the case.
Can you just repeat the question, the last part, please?
Is Duran a regular or a goofy footer?
Is Duran a regular or a goofy footer?
Duran's a goofy.
So how is the perspective, you guys, like, how does that like affect you being regular and being goofy?
Maybe usually someone likes their front side or back side, but just trying to look for the best waves. If there's a good left or a good right, just got to surf it well. So I'm just not changing up the perspective too much, but just trying to have fun, get them on the best waves, whether goofy or regular, just the best wave.
No worries. Thank you so much, guys. Cheers on that win. Back to the booth.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, what you were trying to get at, Todd, there was the fact that does that change if they're both regulars or both goofies? They're looking for the same arcs and same lines. Interestingly, they're
Yeah.
different stances.
Yeah, they're different stances, but that right-hander that Aaron found and that Duran got him into was brilliant. And it's one thing to find the waveform, but Aaron performed on it and performed brilliantly. Some nice down the line driving snaps all the way to the end. Some great surfing all the way up into the 9-point range.
Yeah, we've had a lot of excellent level surfing. You know, we've had Faith, we've had Liv, we've had Roberto, we've had Aaron, all getting textbook excellent scores, you know, show real quality surfing.
Which, again, especially in these conditions, is a true testament to the athleticism of our surfers here at this year's event because, again, it's smaller conditions out there. And when it's smaller like this, it really comes down to the athlete to generate their speed because you don't have the raw power of the swell. So, you know, a testament to the athleticism and the equipment for this year, this year's competitors, especially the ones that are rising up and posting those excellent scores.
So it seems like, you know, in this classification, Roy and Aaron have been the standouts. They performed very well in qualifying round 1 and also performing well in heats 1 and heats 2. As we see that lovely illustration with that, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with IBSA classification level B2 and level B3 vision impairment. So it's low and partial vision in contrast to the visual impairment 1 classification, which is no vision, so blind surfers. So these surfers do have some vision. So Melissa there, she's unable to drive. However, she can see enough to be able to look at the screen and have some idea, but she does need a spotter when surfing.
So I was actually on break when you had her in here. I did catch a little bit of it. I did hear she said, I think it was her right eye she was completely blind in.
Correct.
And then her left, she had partial vision. Did she say that, you know, again, especially in this division, you knowing that sometimes some of these athletes have more vision in one eye than the other, does that change anything as far as her approach? Does she prefer going left or right over the other?
We didn't really get into that, but she talked about the difference between having peripheral vision and non-peripheral vision. She has about 5 meters of partial vision in one eye, so that legally she's unable to drive, so she's dependent for that need for transportation. And obviously she can surf alone, but at this level, she needs the spotter to really know what wave to choose. But live action right now, it's Matt Formston up and riding, the legendary Australian, showing why he is one of the greats, attacking that section with powerful, smooth surfing, climbing and dropping, 4 maneuvers performed. Matt Formston gets a score on the board as we see Miguel Flavio out of Brazil, comes unstuck on that wave, so he won't replace that 4.0, but I'm looking forward to analyzing what we saw from Matt because it seemed pretty special.
Yeah, he was able to generate a lot of speed, and, you know, we were talking about potentially him not really favoring these smaller conditions. You wouldn't know it by the performance on that wave there as he's able to get up and really drive down the line and put an emphasis on one big turn on that wave as we see Miguel, current heat leader, turning around once again here on the backhand.
Up and riding, Miguel Flavio, as you said, the heat leader, nice fast attacking approach here. Is he going to get an opportunity to hit that section? That is brilliant, the feel of it. You know, this, you have to really respect the impairment that these surfers are experiencing. And Melissa Reed was telling how what it does is it emphasizes sound and feel. You have to feel the angles and the curves to know exactly when to put that board on rail and ride out of the critical turns.
And one thing, you know, I went out there during some of the earlier rounds in this division, and I was able to, you know, kind of just assess the conditions, the communications a little bit coming down from the pier. But also one thing I noticed that's unique to our VI divisions is that you've got another volunteer out there and a lifeguard in an orange jersey on a soft top with a whistle. And he's sitting right by the first pole on that pier. So if he sees an athlete that's coming his way, he blows that whistle so they know immediately they're starting to get into that zone.
That's Sam Bloom. She's going to be coming up in Women Prone 1 semis. We have finals later today. We got Prone 2 women's final, V1 women's final, which is the visual impairment, but the blind surfers, we've got Women Stand 2 final and Women Stand 3 final. So there will be champions crowned. Matt Formston on his second wave. Nice attacking approach. Gets those 2 beautiful re-entry combinations coming smooth and hard, stylish with his Dylan Longbottom surfboard there. What a beautiful bit of surfing from Matt Formston, adding to that score of a 7.43 that he dropped for that opening ride.
Yeah, beautiful opener and carrying that momentum right into his second wave there. And it looks like he's identified, you know, that he wants to go on those rights on the forehand. And right now it's paying off with a couple of solid rides here to open up in this heat. And, semi-final on the line here. They want to get into those semifinals and then one more step and they're into the grand final. So, we would normally refer to this as a quarterfinal, if you will, but this is actually the qualification round 2, and it's all on the line here to make it and advance into those semifinals.
Matt, 44 years of age, born in 1978, but look at this surfing there. What do you think of this, Todd?
Well, this was the 7-point ride, his first one, and you can see nice top to bottom, and then that was the big turn right there. That's where the bulk of the score came from, was the commitment to that rail and really driving on it and pulling out cleanly. That was his opener and a beautiful start to the heat. Different angle, looking down, you can see how cleaned and groomed the face is. Top to bottom, generating the speed. As soon as he felt the speed and he knew the pocket was right there, that's the most critical section of the wave, he laid it down. Big carve. Current heat leader, Miguel. It might have changed, though. We haven't seen the latest scores drop, but Miguel started out the heat the strongest. He's been on the backhand here, the goofy footer, and he takes it vertical there on that final maneuver on the inside. This was wave number 2 here for Matt.
Yeah, he drops a 5.57 for this one, so he does go into first place, Todd.
Yep, and that's what I was, I anticipated that it probably would take him up to first, but since I hadn't seen that score yet, I didn't want to put myself out there yet. But again, a solid backup to the 7, getting a 5, now has him in that first place position. The Australian looking strong.
And of course, beyond his 3 world titles in surfing in 2017, 18, and 2020, Matt has been a world champion in paracycling, winning both gold and silver. And interestingly, his story, his vision impairment happened when he was age 5. He lost 95% of his vision, but his parents chose to keep him in mainstream school, and that gave him a huge platform to really push boundaries, to not be stigmatized or sidelined, to be at the forefront of competing with all other able-bodied athletes. And now this Lennox Head legend is taking surfing to new levels, because if you engage with his social media, riding his Dylan long-bottom surfboards, you'll see some incredible footage of him riding Nazare recently, which is mind-blowing.
Well, it's interesting. You mentioned his cycling background in one of his posted interviews. He said, well, the water is much more forgiving. So for me to go to a place like Nazare, sure, it's giant, sure, it's, it's dangerous, but it's a lot safer, he felt, in his mind, being out in those big waves than it was cycling, and hitting a tree, hitting a car, etc. So this guy, he definitely loves the adrenaline rush, whether it's cycling or riding giant surf in Nazare down in Portugal.
Wow, big news for Brazil here. They just lost on penalties to Croatia in the quarterfinals of the Qatar 2020 FIFA World Cup. So Modric, the mighty Croatian player, has that opportunity to fulfill his dream and take Croatia all the way to a World Cup win. That is massive news in sport, because Brazil were the favourites coming into the World Soccer FIFA Championships.
Well, our co-commentator Axel just came in and gave us that news. It was about 2 minutes ago. The entire area erupted, and I'm looking at the screen going, "Hey, are we missing something?" And I believe it was because that news just came through, and everybody went ballistic. So we are all sports fans. First and foremost, we're surfers, but we are sports fans as well. And big news right there, breaking.
Absolutely. And so Brazilian Miguel Flavio, he's not going to be happy to hear that, but he's in second position with a 5.67 and a 4.23. But Matt Formston out of Australia, 3 times parasurfing world champion in the visual impaired classification, is out there in the lead, surpassing his performance in the qualifying heat, round 1 heat, where he got a 7.67 total score of 2 waves combined, now getting a 13.0 and looking good for a semi-final berth.
Again, I know there was so much to cover with Melissa, but was there any chance you had an opportunity to talk to her about how her and her team work with the priority?
No, we didn't get onto the priority, but we did talk about the key with the communication being very bespoke to the competitors, as we see our Israeli surfer Alexander Shub on a nice left-hander in the pocket, engaged, certainly going to be the highest score of the heat for him. Nice reconnection with the speed line, accelerating through the inside, gets a 1.67 for his highest scoring wave, but that will go way past that and put him in the mix, and he's pumped up and feeling it. And look at that joy. That is brilliant to see sport at its best.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel sometimes claims, after a ride, it's kind of you don't feel it when you see one like that after a ride like that. It's for real. And it's just passion coming out, and Alexander is going to be psyched. That last wave dropping already a 4.5. This man led the heat for quite a while, but finds himself in second right now. The Brazilian getting busy once again on the backhand.
And Alexander, he's just age 14, so we've seen a number of young competitors here, and what a great experience moving forward, because they will still be very young in LA 2028.
And that's something, Melissa identified as well. Just she's really excited to see the influx of the youth coming into the sport as we see current heat leader up and riding, Matt.
One of the things about the Lennox Head legend, Matt, is his takeoff is so snappy and clean, and that really favors his immediate engagement from lying prone to popping up and attacking the wave and never slowing down on takeoff.
Yeah, that's important. If you are a little bit slow getting to your feet, a lot of times, you're going to find yourself going up and over, or you're going to find yourself behind a section, and not the case. Matt's very quick to get to his feet, as you identified, and what that does is allows him to get up and engage the rail, which is basically your rail to some extent is your accelerator on the board, and as soon as you engage it, it starts to shoot you down the line. And so Matt generally jumping up super quick, engaging the rail, and making sure he gets out in front of that whitewater.
Absolutely, and works alongside his athletic life as a professional surfer and a paracyclist in sustainability and corporate social responsibility. So he's got this multifaceted life where he's working in business and working in sport, and he's just become such a trendsetter for how far we can push parasurfing. But Alexander, the 14-year-old from Israel, looking to add to that 4.50, might well replace that 1.67, Todd.
Yeah, there's a good chance. I noticed as we had a little pulled back vision there, he's sitting a little bit further on the inside from the other competitors. That's, going to give him an opportunity to get more waves, not having to worry about where the other surfers are. But unfortunately, because it's what we refer to as on the inside, the waves are smaller, so the degree of difficulty is not as critical as the bigger sets that will come throughout the back. So, he's going to have to really have dynamite moves in order to get solid scores on the smaller waves. And it's also harder to pull off those big moves on the smaller waves. So interesting to see where he's sitting in the lineup with 140 to go.
Miguel Flavio, the 24-year-old from Praia Branca, up and riding the goofy footer. Big sweeping turn, that was incredible. Engaging that rail once again, really near the pylons. Dangerous surfing close to the pier, and you can hear the whistles from the lifeguard safety water unit there. But wow, Todd, how about that rail turn?
So again, let's go back and compare the big 7.43 for Matt, for one big turn. And I'm going to have to say Miguel's was a little bit more powerful, a little bit more engaged on the rail. Again, we've got the 5 best judges on the panel. We'll take the high score and the low score and average out the remaining 3, and they agree with exactly how I felt. It's an 8.00.
Taking out some of the aggressions after Brazil losing in the World Cup, because this guy loves soccer. But how was that rail turn, Todd?
Massive. I mean, when you see that much water displacement on the face of the wave, it's a testament to the power of the athlete and the timing. Watch this. Just lays right into it, really pushing on the back foot, and just throws a lot of spray, really driving off that rail. Judges see the degree of difficulty and how critical that section was where he performed the maneuver. We're going in the excellent range, and that's where they took the score.
Absolutely. Wham, bam, slam turn. That was one of the best turns we've seen of the day from our Brazilian surfer, who's sadly going to be absolutely heartbroken when he comes in as a soccer lover to find out that Brazil are out of the World Cup, that the great Neymar won't.
Well, if I'm Axel in this posted interview, I'm not going to be the one to tell him because, might not be the thing to do.
Absolutely. It's going to be a heartbreaker.
Maybe a close friend is better to deliver that one. Be careful out there, Axel.
Yeah. So we move into the dying seconds, and there it is. The heat is over. So did we get a change of situation? Did the
Yes,
Brazilian,
Miguel went to first.
He did move up into first. So, wow, what a performance. 14.13 heat total. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because after this, we are going to be moving into another classification, the semi-finals of Women Prone 1. And, of course, we've got the brilliant, wonderful, on your screen, icon of parasurfing, Sam Bloom. She's coming up next. Stay tuned for the World Parasurfing Championship hosted by AmSurf.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
keep pushing,
and competition expenses. Because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the elite of parasurfing in the elite push to get surfing in the Paralympics for Los Angeles 2028 with Sam Bloom, an icon of the sport out in the water. One of my favorite surfers. I've loved the way she's performed all events. She's surfing against Paloma Onate from Spain and Tracy McKay from South Africa. This is knockout semi-finals. 3 women. We've got 2 semi-finals to come, and only spots for 4 women to get to that grand final and fight for parasurfing gold. Todd Klein still in the booth with me, Sam Bleakley, Sam Bloom in the surf. I have to say, Todd, that Sam squared. But for me, Sam's surfing has just been absolutely incredible. But what about the comeback then from our Brazilian surfer who just booked himself an incredible spot in the progression round? Miguel Flavio, on fire, is on the sand with Axel.
Cheers, guys. Miguel, we're going to, in English, translate to Portuguese. So he will be replacing both of his scores, doing an amazing comeback in this heat. So what did he do different from the previous round that gave him the success in this round?
Você conseguiu melhorar suas 2 notas. E o que você fez para poder melhorar essas suas notas? Qual foi a sua estratégia?
A minha estratégia foi ficar um pouco mais para cá do pier, um pouco mais para direita, para esquerda do pier. Tava rolando umas direitas boas, consegui pegar uma direita que aumentei minha nota, que era um 5,37. Depois, no final, quase no final, veio a esquerda, que é para onde eu sou frontside, né? Então, consegui mandar uma boa rasgada e tirar um 8. E hoje as condições do mar estavam boas também e ajudou bastante.
Yeah, so today the strategy was stay a little bit far from the pier, and he found a right, and he improved his last score, and after that he found a front side wave, and that's the wave that he liked, and he would make another great score. So now we are waiting for the semifinals. And is that just thanks for all the support that we are having about the Brazilian Surf Confederation and all the sponsors, and also the staff from the contest. Thank you, guys.
Axel.
Yes, we have a question from the booth.
They mentioned the Brazilian Surfing Federation. They have a new president now, a fantastic surfer, used to be on the championship tour, Flavio Paderatz, nicknamed Teco. You know, how has that been having him as the new president?
How has it been to have Teco Paderatz now as the new president of the federation?
Como você compara agora essa nova gestão da confederação, se é boa ou não?
Essa nova gestão aqui da CB Surf, só tenho a agradecer a eles, né, por todo o suporte que estão dando pra gente aqui nesse campeonato, ao decorrer da viagem, né. Se não fosse eles, eu acho que a maioria dos atletas não estariam aqui disputando esse campeonato. Então, só tenho a agradecer a todo o apoio que eles estão nos dando, todo o suporte. E tenho a agradecer e espero que futuramente, eu tenho certeza que vai ter muito mais campeonato. E eles vão estar sempre com a gente, sempre apoiando e dando esse suporte. Muito obrigado, Federação Brasileira de Surf.
Yeah, we are so glad about this changing of directions because if it hasn't changed, probably we will not be here now. And we are really glad and thankful about all the support and all this new crew that are doing the direction now, and we are just thankful, really thankful about all this happening. Thank you, Brazilian Surf Confederation.
Thank you, guys. Parabéns. Parabéns.
Axel,
Yeah, one more
last
question,
thing.
sorry,
Yeah,
from Sammy.
I got to go there with this because I know
Yes.
that these boys love their football, their soccer.
Go ahead,
now
Sam.
that Brazil are out the World Cup, is this going to fire the flame to inspire these Brazilian surfers to win team gold here in Pismo Beach?
Unfortunately, Brazil lost in penalties to Croatia. How is this going to fire you guys representing the nation and trying to push for that gold medal?
Brasil perdeu e como isso vai te incentivar a ganhar agora?
O Brasil infelizmente perdeu na Copa, né? Mas a gente atleta tá aqui do Parasurf e a gente vai tentar fazer o possível para levar essa medalha de ouro para casa.
Yeah, Brazil is the country of surfing, not the soccer anymore. Now it's just surfing. Yeah, we're gonna take the win and we're gonna take this gold medal to home. Yeah.
Obrigado. Back to the booth, guys.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, now Brazil becomes the country of surfing, no longer soccer. Their team will no longer be able to win that FIFA World Cup in Qatar in 2022. So right now it's that Paralympic push to get surfing in the Paralympic Games for Los Angeles 2028. And hearing that transition there and that drive for that Brazilian team to go all the way to team gold. But they got some hot competition. They've got the likes of South Africa, Tracy McKay up and riding on your screen out of Durban right now. We got France, who've been leading the team standings this morning. We've also got USA, we got Spain, and we've of course got the brilliant Japan. Watch out. But I haven't even mentioned Australia. Sam Bloom kicking off with a 5.50. This is our Spaniard, Paloma Anate. She's got a 3.67, and she'll add that second score on the board. But it's Sam who gets the highest score of the heat so far. Tracy waiting for a score to drop. Todd, good exchange from all the surfers. Interesting kind of feedback about that transition, that drive. You know, you lose in one sport, you excel in another. Brazil famously, you know, in surfing, have always been a powerhouse. I mean, I'm sure in your competitive days, you exchanged many heats with Flavio Paderitz.
Yeah, I actually got to stay at his house back in the day when I was traveling with a longtime friend and somebody you might have heard of, Kelly Slater, which, you know, when you travel with that guy, the red carpet's rolled out everywhere. But to stay with a legend like, you know, Teco, as he's known by many surfers, but his real name, Flavio Paderitz, you know, he's a goofy footer as well. I was a big fan of his surfing. You know, back in the day, he was one of the early surfers coming out of Brazil that paved the way on the championship tour, you know.
Absolutely.
And now look where it's at.
Yeah.
So, you know, you look at the likes of Miguel Flavio in the last one, you know, we'll look back 5 years from now and he's one of the one blazing the trail here at the you know, para level. So it's beautiful to see the sport of surfing as a whole coming out of the country in all these different classifications now here at, you know, the world's best para surfers as well. So, you know, now having Teco giving back and really elevating, you know, especially from a, you know, a financial standpoint as well as just insight, you know, for the team here this year. You know, we've heard it multiple times in the post-season interviews from the athletes. They are very appreciative, and we're seeing it in their performances.
Sam Bloom gets a 5.50 for her opening wave, looking for a backup ride. Tracy McKay, she's got a 4.40 and going to add one more score there, so that might change the situation. Paloma from Spain has got a 3.67. She is also looking to get a second score. Looked to be a nice wave of Paloma's. Might well change the situation, put her up into second position. Of course, top two surfers advance to the final, so this is knockout situation. Sam Bloom and Sarah Betancourt have been standouts, but look out for Catherine Beattie. She is surfing in the second semi-final. It feels as though the gold medal challenge is going to be between Bloom from Australia, Betancourt from USA, and Beattie from USA. I love the contrast in styles between Bloom and Betancourt. Bloom, the Jerry Lopez approach, zen, trim, glide, speed. Betancourt, the more aggressive rail-to-rail approach. These women won't have their final today, but this semi-final is crunch. Todd,
Yeah, well, I think they somewhat have a similar approach. You know, they both are able to go rail to rail, but I think one thing that I really I know about Sarah coming up, she tends to really bend her back and lift off the board when she's riding down the wave and performing maneuvers, whereas we see, you know, more in a lower prone position for Sam. So just different approaches to the wave, both of them very dynamic.
Yeah, you'll find Sarah riding a Benway built board there, more of a kind of rounded shape, whereas you find with Sam, she's got more of a kind of trim-based shape there. And of course, it's led to her becoming a 2-times world champion, author of the beautiful book Penguin Bloom, which is her best-selling life story, also turned into a Hollywood film starring Naomi Watts and Andrew Lincoln. If you don't know Sam's story, you should follow it because it's extremely inspiring, and she has been absolutely the front line of prone performance, already dropping that 5.50, but the situation has changed. Sam Bloom now down into third, looking for a second scoring ride, because Tracy McKay out of Durban, South Africa, has moved up into first with that 4.40 and that 3.87. Paloma Anate out of Spain has got a 4.17 and a 3.67. So, Todd Klein, the pressure is on Sam with 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I loved your delivery. You got me out on the edge of the couch, but then I realized who it was that we're talking about. Sam Bloom from Australia. She's got a 5.5. That's a really solid score. She doesn't need much to move up. She's got 8 minutes on the clock. So as much as you got me out there on the edge of the couch, I'm leaning back. I'm as confident as she is right now. She'll be able to get that score out there. Keep an eye on this. She has first priority, so White is going to have to give way and not impede the scoring potential. Already a couple big turns here for our surfer in red.
Absolutely. Answering back, Sam Bloom had priority. A beautiful bowling section comes hard off the bottom, hard off the top. Big rail engagement, readjustment, and that's a strong bit of surfing.
And that's why I was relaxed. I knew she was going to be able to do that.
And with that, we'll wait for the scores. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Be entertained, because very soon as well, after this short segue, we've got Jessie Bilauer coming into the booth.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, you know, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
The truth is the truth, bro. It'll set you free. Come on. Sam, you're gonna put your neck on the line for me, dude. You're putting your head on the line, I got the score. Got good eyes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I've got chicken skin right now because in the booth is one of the great legends of parasurfing, Jessie Bilauer, multiple world champion. All I can say is thank you for coming into the booth. And I just got to say, last night I was on Instagram and I was watching your edit of your waves at the surf ranch. Oh my God, that is some of the best surf ranch footage I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was a good time for sure. I mean, that one wave I fell on the beginning, I probably have never been more beat up than that right there.
I mean, that was radical
destroyed.
in the barrel section.
Woo.
You had the line, it was just sucking up, and then whoo, caught that red. What happened in that situation?
I don't know. Like the photographer said that there was a weird ripple in that wave, and I just caught its outside edge and went down. And later on in the clip, you'll see me under the water get just turned over, and it was straight up whiplash, just destroyed. I didn't even think I was coming up. I thought I was literally going to drown.
But, I mean, the rest of the edit demonstrates that you had some Zen rides. And I've been describing you, Jesse, this event as the Zen master. It's amazing the way people talk about the nuances of your approach. And, you know, but what I've noticed at this event is your equipment. I mean, it is stealth. You know, you've been pushing the boundaries using carbon fiber. That board, absolutely beautiful. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Bob Hurley made me a few boards. Last year I rode this green one. This year I rode that black one, and for some reason it just catches a lot of speed, goes down pretty well. You know, I mean, moved the fins up, made it a twin fin, can turn pretty fast. Just trying to do what I can, you know, and surf and have a good time. Yeah, when you say Zen Master, it's like I just like nice carbs and nothing too jerky, just like smooth.
Smooth. Well, as a longboarder myself, smooth is an adjective that I
come
kind
from
of swear
Malibu,
by.
so you got to be kind of smooth.
Well, I had the great pleasure of being at Malibu earlier in the year. Of course, smooth and Malibu go hand in hand. But right now, it's Tracy McKay who slipped down into third position. So, Jesse, this is the semifinals, as you know. Sam Bloom, she gets an 8.33. There was that little moment there where she was in the difficult place of not being in the top two, but she answers back with an 8.33. Tell me a little bit about Sam and how important she's been for women's prone parasurfing.
Yeah, I mean, you can never count out Sam. She's solid. She's always got big scores just coming up, you know. Just give her the right wave, and it's kind of a wrap.
But what about this rivalry here, Jesse, between Sam Bloom, Sarah Betancourt, and Catherine Beattie? You know, that's a big one. There's some, you know, I love the different styles. Like, Sam, like you, has that elegance. You know, it's that Zen approach. It's that pocket riding. It's that intrinsic historical wave riding knowledge. Whereas Sarah is much more rail to rail on smaller boards. How do you think that Sarah, Catherine, and Sam are going to show up in that final?
Well, Catherine came through like Life Rolls On. You know, like she kind of first started surfing with us at Life Rolls On, and then we're like, hey, you should enter some contest. And now she's loving it, so it's pretty cool. But
first woman to do a backflip on wheelchair BMX.
I mean, that's just crazy, you know?
Nuts.
Anything in a wheelchair flipping over backwards on concrete or anywhere it is, yeah, I'd rather watch.
And tell us about what's happening at the moment with Life Rolls On. I mean, an extremely inspiring movement that you founded. And you know, where are you at with Life Rolls On?
Well, we just celebrated our 20th year anniversary of doing Life Rolls On, where we take people with disabilities surfing and skateboarding around the country, and it's just cool to be able to give back, help out people with, you know, different disabilities to get out there. And, you know, surfing is just like, it's like the excuse to bring them together. And the community comes together, and it's super inspiring, and it's rewarding. It doesn't feel like a job.
And there's a lot of youth talent coming through the ranks here. That push for para surfing inclusion, LA 2028. How much would that mean to you, Jesse, to see surfing in the Paralympics in 2028, Los Angeles, your home state of California?
I mean, look, I'm 43 years old. I'll be like 47 when that happens. I would love to represent the United States and win a gold medal at that event. Hopefully it comes through, because, I mean, look, adaptive surfing is very, very inspiring and very mainstream. You could be using all these athletes because inspiration sells. And I think all these athletes should be sponsored, just like your John Johns, just like your Kellys, Gabriel Medinas. All these guys and women should be sponsored and getting paid.
Absolutely, and we're 100% behind that movement, Jesse, as we see Tracy McKay. Looks like the South Africans booked herself a spot in the grand final because she's in second position with just 40 seconds remaining. Jesse, how cool has it been to see this 14-strong South Africa team right here?
Yeah, team up. South Africa came in strong. I mean, during the award, like the opening ceremony, they were all looking fresh. They had some great outfits. I love the team camaraderie, but if you want to go with style, they look good.
And talking of style, this was an 8-point ride for Sam Bloom. What do you think of this, Jesse?
Yeah, see how she takes her hand off the rail and kind of assists her with the turning? It's kind of why I think she used to be in the Prone 2, and then since she was able to kind of paddle, she moved in the Prone 1, which is good for her.
Brilliant stuff, Jesse. Well, you're going to stay with us for the next heat as well, but Sam Bloom and Tracy McKay have just booked themselves a spot in the grand final. But coming up next, we have got an absolute smoker on our hands. We got Sarah Betancourt and Catherine Beattie out of Team US of A, and a Luthulu Miss Lulu Shoba out of South Africa. Young Miss Lulu looking to book her spot, her place in the grand final, but already there, it's Sam Bloom and Tracy McKay. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back very soon, and the mighty Jesse Bilal will stay in the booth as Shannon Hughes comes in to host the show.
Hey.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
keep pushing,
and competition expenses. Because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Shannon hasn't come into the booth. I just couldn't resist the opportunity to do 20 more minutes with the Zen Master here. By my side, Jesse Bilal, multiple world champion, founder of Life Rolls On. And right now in the water, we have got the second semi-final of Women's Prone 1 classification. Sarah Betancourt out of USA, Catherine Beattie also out of USA, and Miss Lulu, the young South African on your screen. Sarah there riding a Benway built board. She's got that more rail-to-rail aggressive approach, and she's up and riding. Jesse Bilal, what do you think of that takeoff?
Yeah, I mean, it's buttery out there. It's still pretty clean, pretty nice. Here goes Catherine. Nice redirect to hold the rail, going on the inside. Team USA, ooh, going back and forth.
And I'm immediately noticing Catherine's opted to ride a slightly longer board. Is that a quiver change based on equipment, Jesse, or is that her normal board?
I don't know. I don't really know how many boards she has, but it looks pretty cool. You know, it looks nice.
Catherine Beattie, of course, like you said, Jesse, is someone who got into surfing through her engagement with Life Rolls On. Tell me a little bit about when you first met her and when you first recognized she had potential as a parasurfer.
I mean, several years ago, I mean, she's been a part of the skateboarding, been a part of the surfing. And then as soon as she got, like, off of the normal boards that we usually use, which are long and tandem, she had her own board, and she was doing pretty well. And we're like, oh, you guys should enter in a contest. And I think she just caught that bug, and it was pretty cool, you know?
And, you know, that great claim we see on the screen right now, that's Sarah waiting to drop a score. That great claim to be the first woman to do a backflip in wheelchair MX. I mean, how radical is that to take the wheelchair into the skate park?
I mean, look, it's commitment, you know. She dedicated so much time and effort into that, and she was inspired by Aaron Wheels Fotheringham, who's the guy who's done a double backflip and a backflip with a twist, all this kind of stuff. But it's just about commitment and putting time.
Miss Lulu paddling for a wave. The young South African gave a beautiful post-heat interview yesterday. And Sarah Betancourt, also has that background in para ice hockey. The 39-year-old Captain Sarah Betancourt. I mean, what does she bring, Jesse, to the USA team?
She brings energy. She's very vibrant. She's super committed to being a team player. She loves rooting on the whole team. She's on the beach like all day. I mean, straight up, that's what you say is a team captain leader, you know?
Absolutely, full energy. She's San Diego. You know, let's talk about the different parasurfing scenes along the Californian coast. You know, which area is probably at the cutting edge of parasurfing in California? Which surf scene?
I don't know. You know, I mean, it's all up and down the coast.
And you all come together for these events.
Yeah, that's just how it happens.
Up and riding right now.
Right here. Catherine, you know, if she can find some open face is where you're really going to get the scores. You know, when you do get into the whitewater, going left, going right is a lot better than just one direction. But you have to find that open face.
Absolutely. And that's one of the skills that you have. And, you know, let's talk a little bit about, you know, that rail-to-rail surfing versus that trim line. You know, are you looking to put that board on rail and take risks, or are you looking to find that open face?
I mean, look, in my division, someone who's paralyzed, you know, I'm a C6 quadriplegic. I don't have a lot of movement, don't really have a lot of balance. So for me, it really comes down to speed, open face, those nice bottom turns, a little carve, getting out to the open face and cutting back. Like, I need a lot of space. It's really difficult in a beach break condition to make quick maneuvers in a position like myself. It's hard. So we go down the line. We have a lot of speed. We're looking for maybe an end section for a floater. Or if the wave does peter out, you can cut back. So for me, it's a lot about that fluid, just, you said, the Zen master
flow. Absolutely. We'll talk more about those maneuvers after a post-heat interview with Sam Bloom, who has just booked herself a spot in the grand final, and she's on the sand with Axel.
Yeah, that's right, Sam. Thank you so much. And now with Sam on the beach. So Sam, you'll be moving into the final, and when it's a new class for you. So how's that?
It's exhausting. I know. I need to get my paddle fitness up because I'm so used to having Cam, my husband, push me. So yeah, I do find it extremely challenging. So yeah, that was tough out there.
Yeah, but you did a great job, and we saw a few waves that went unridden, but you secured the scores and you'll be advancing. So how are you going to approach the final?
Oh man, I just need to be in the right spot just to pick off a couple of waves. Just hope for the best, to be honest.
Well, it looks like we might get a little more power in the water, which will help you get those early waves. And we're so excited to see you rip out there.
Yeah, no, thanks heaps, Axel. Yeah, no,
let's just see.
Feel good.
Yeah, let's see if we have some questions from the booth, Sammy or Jesse.
Oh well, my question is, you know, you got to keep warm, Sam, because you've been inspiring all of us. But what I do notice post the interview, you're normally shivering. So how about a thicker wetsuit for the final?
You might consider a thicker wetsuit for the final since you've been a bit cold.
Oh no, I'm not as cold. I'm not as cold as 2 mornings ago. That was cold. I was freezing. I could hardly talk to you. I was so cold. But no, it's not too bad today. Sun's out, so it's all good.
All right, I'm going to let you enjoy the rest of your day and see the Aussie team. Good on you.
Thanks, heaps. Thanks. Thank you.
Back to the booth, guys.
Positive vibes for Sam Bloom. But talking about performance, Jesse, what I was loving in your rounds and your performance is that, you know, those fin slides that you do. You had, I think it was in the first qualifying heat where you got those long right-handers. You got that board on rail, up on the lip, float, and then the fin slide. You know, what's the difference between like getting that board on rail versus allowing those fins to slide?
Honestly, it's more comfortable to not let your fin slide. I like to be more in control. Hey, here comes Red. Sarah's paddling for this wave. Let's see what she could do. Heading down to the right. Ooh, a little floater, a little bounce, a little turn. Getting right around. Okay, looking both directions. She's doing a couple push-ups right here. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, she's active, she's busy. So she's got that more rail-to-rail approach. I almost like to compare it. Sam is almost like got that kind of longer board approach, whereas Catherine, it's like someone riding a fish, you know, that kind of rail-to-rail kind of twin fin vibe.
Yeah, Sarah definitely is like, you know, like that short boarder who just wants to rip and do a quick turn. And then, you know, Catherine has that little more drawn out turns.
As we see Catherine paddling for this wave. So is it going to be an opportunity for Catherine to answer back? She's got a 5.17 and a 3.0. Sarah Betancourt got a 4.17 and a 1.83. Jesse, how is it having Sean as your team manager for Team USA?
Yeah, Sean's a great guy. I mean, he's super dedicated. He's on the pier trying to help you out, sending down some messages, the scores, seeing what you need, seeing if there's an outside set. It's always nice to have that support out there and just to make you feel at ease and to know what you need. Yeah, I mean, our division is huge. There's 22 people in our division. Everyone has their own different styles, and it's really cool to see the growth of the sport. And yeah, it's really cool. I'm really excited to see what's coming up in the semifinals. And I was unfortunate. I really wish I could have made it. I thought that my last wave, I thought I got the score, and I just want to say thank you to you for believing in me and wanting to put your head and your neck on the line for my score.
You were ripping. I was loving it.
You know, usually I might say that and I don't know, but I went back and I watched the whole heat and I thought that was my best score. But, you know, it is what it is, and we'll come back next year.
And, you know, you've got those world titles. You've been here from the beginning of the inaugural 2015 event. And how have you seen the event evolve in the last 10 years?
Just the amount of people. Actually, not just the amount of people, but the skills. These people are putting in time.
Training.
They're training, you know, like I said in my interviews, like, I don't train as much as I used to. I still have fun. It's still cool, but it's not like I'm frothing like I was when I'm a younger kid. It's just cool to see, like, everyone training and really, really want this.
Absolutely. And talking about equipment, I'm very interested in the helmet that you use. You know, where do you get these helmets and the particular shape? They seem to have like a kind of hydrodynamic shape just near the eyes there. Any insight into where we can get them if we are parasurfers wanting to find them?
Yeah, somebody just came to one of the events, I think in Oceanside, and was like, hey, you should try these out. And I was like, okay. And it was pretty rad. I mean, I didn't feel like it hindered anything.
Terry Sims, it sounds like, just got Ben Way next to me there, just giving a little bit of...
Yeah, the Simba with Terry Sims and stuff. Yeah, I was sick. I mean, they're light. They look like you're going into battle, so you just get in that mental, that state of mind, you know? You're just like, I'm going to go in there. I'm going into battle. Check me out.
Absolutely. And what about Pismo? You know, this is the second year.
I do get a lot of compliments.
Yeah, look, great. This is the second year we've hosted the event, and Sarah Betancourt drops a 7.0, so moving out into front spot there. 7 and a 4.17. Catherine Beatty's got a 5.17 and a 3.0.
I do like your analysis yesterday where you were saying that the lefts weren't scoring high. You might get a diamond in the rough, but the rights lately definitely had a lot more scoring potential.
Longer rights.
And that's why I stayed away from the pier and was waiting for those rights. Yes, the lefts once in a while could come through.
Sure. Well,
but they just weren't doing well.
Well, today, Jesse, the lefts have actually been quite important. We saw Liv and we saw Faith both looking really solid on the lefts.
I think that's something that's only good at the super high tide.
Yeah, exactly. So the tide a big factor, and Pismo as a place. You know, how important is Pismo being and the role of Amp Surf and Dana Cummings in hosting these events?
I mean, look, Dana Cummings is coming through with, you know, a big sponsorship and support, and this is where he's from, you know, so it's pretty cool for him to have this event in his backyard. You know, it's kind of chilly up here. Yeah, it's cool though. It's all good. Wherever the events are, we're gonna be.
So a little set rolling in there. Sarah Betancourt with that 7.0 and that 4.17. Looks like Miss Lulu from South Africa having a paddle. Catherine Beatty misses that wave, so she won't catch that wave, but it looks like Sarah Betancourt might get that from the outside. Miss Lulu is going for this as well. She's just 15, Jesse. I mean, it's great to see some of the youth here, and you got the hoot on that. I love that drop. I mean, how does that feel when you get those big drops?
Look at that smile. Like, you got to love it, you know. You got to love the flags right there and all the support. You know, South Africa is coming through. That looks like a good ride.
And South Africa have been, I'm not sure if you noticed, but they've been
15 years old?
Yeah, she's 15 years old. And check the spray. I mean, as a surfer who knows that transition between 80s and 90s surfboard design, does that not evoke late 80s surfboards?
Oh my God, dude, for sure. I remember having some boards like that.
And
in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, absolutely. That really evokes that time.
That's some flair.
And of course, you're working with Bob Hurley on your boards. How much is Bob behind parasurfing?
Bob's been supportive of me since I was 12 years old. I was pretty much one of the longest sponsored athletes of Billabong when he was running that, and then with Hurley, and maybe one day he'll re-sponsor me with Florence. You never know.
There we go. You said it, Jesse, as we see Catherine Beattie looking to replace that 3.0. Nice turn through the inside, accelerating. I like from Catherine just the nuances, the subtle use, and then that big direction change.
Yeah, I mean, going different directions, just showing that is really good. You don't want to just go one direction in the whitewater. You kind of have to pivot and go each way, because you never know. I mean, it could reform. It could an opportunity might open. You could do a little floater.
And let's talk about technique, Jesse. So what is the technique, the use of the elbows, the arms, the shoulders in that opportunity to pivot and get that rail engaged?
Yeah, everything. Being paralyzed, my movements are coming from just leaning. So I have to lean, and I'm not able to take my hand off the board and put it in the water to be able to turn. So my turns are drawn out. So I have to have those fins placed up as high as they can so the board can pivot as quick as possible. Without that, you'll just tip over every time.
Sarah Betancourt. She's got a 7, looking to replace a 4-1-7. Here she is in trim. Sarah Betancourt engaging that rail-to-rail technique that we begin to recognize as her approach. More of an attacking line, and then she lifts herself up to just generate and pump that speed. She's got that unique approach actually in the way she just lifts her upper body up to just get that pump attack.
Yeah, you can see that every time that she's putting her hands on the rail and pushing up, it's engaging her outside rail, and you could see the water coming off of it and kind of helping her do like little bottom turns to try to get up on the face of the wave.
Do you think that she will prefer the bigger forecast we've got for waves this weekend?
I mean, how could she not? She's so strong. I think one thing that if she could improve on in this heat to up those scores is just stay out a little further and get on the open face instead of taking off in the whitewater.
2 times.
She's strong, and she could do it.
She's strong, 2 times gold medalist, but with Sam Bloom having moved now from the Prone 2 classification into the Prone 1, it's going to be very interesting. I feel like Catherine, yes, she's going to be a medal contender, but my call is that Sarah and Sam will be fighting for that gold in the final of this classification.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you right now, out of those 2 women, whoever finds the open face is going to win, because they're both very talented. But at the end of the day, it's whoever can find that open face, that blue spot of the wave, and do those turns is going to win.
And you've been such an incredible motivational speaker, and all the work you're doing for Life Rolls On. What advice do you have, Jesse, for all potential para-athletes tuning in, people who want to get the opportunity to get into parasurfing but haven't had the chance yet?
Gosh, there's so much opportunity. You could do it. Any country, anywhere in the world. If you have a disability, get out there, start talking to people that are in these events. They would love to help you. Everyone in these events would love for you to be a part of it. It's so easy. It's like, I mean, these guys are accessible. It's not like these big sports where you could never talk to a world champion. You could talk to all these people, whether it's through social media or find someone in your country. You could talk to people not even in your country. People email me from all over the country, all over the world. And I give them insight and help them with building boards or whatever it is, and that's what's so cool.
And we've got increased participation of women this year as well. We got a lot of fresh talent coming through the women's ranks.
Yeah, I mean, that's what helps things grow, and it's awesome. It's great. It's like, this is for everybody. It's inclusion. It doesn't matter.
You get the chance to surf with a lot of really great people. Who do you like surfing with best? I know Rob Machado is a great friend of yours.
Well, my idol forever is always Shane Dorian.
There we go.
So they always called me Little Dorian. So Shane Dorian's always going to be number 1 in my eyes. And, yeah. Here you go.
Moving down into the last 2 minutes, 15 seconds, Sarah Betancourt with a 7.0 and a 5.5. Catherine Beattie, she's got a 5.17 and a 4.33. 15-year-old Miss Lulu from South Africa. She's got a pretty good hope of getting in the final if she can replace that 3.67 with just under 2 minutes remaining. What does Miss Lulu need to do to get in that final?
Look, she's in third priority right now, so what she has to do is get away. She has to get away from yellow, or sorry, get away from white, get away from red. She has to find her own little area. When you're in third priority, you can't sit next to the people who have priority over you because you're just not going to get a wave. So she's going to have to, to be honest with you, she should paddle south and get like 50 to 100 feet away from red. It's the only way that she's going to have a chance.
So she's got...
And even if she has no chance, that's her chance.
Yep, she's got 1 minute 20 seconds remaining. So
hey, going back to what you said with regards to like other people with disabilities around the world trying to get into this stuff, like whether you're really good or just a beginner, it's okay. Like even if you were to be in this event and finish last, it's a great experience. And you're going to learn a lot. You don't have to win to learn.
Absolutely. Wise words and inspirational. 45 seconds remaining. Is Miss Lulu going to get a chance, or is Catherine going to join Sam Bloom, Tracy McKay, and Sarah Betancourt in the grand final going for gold? And team standings today, Jesse. France were on top of the team standings this morning. Look at this. France, USA was second, Spain were third. What do you think of that?
I thought Brazil was going to be in first, but wow, they weren't.
Well, it'll all change today because people are getting eliminated, and but that was this morning's team standing. So I was surprised to see France up there at numero uno, but good for them.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad that I could help USA get extra points. Sorry about that, USA.
Well, you got a lot of great surfers to look forward to.
That's sick. Oh well, we only got 2 seconds left. Doesn't look like. Nope, nobody's going to get a wave.
Well,
No, it's over.
It's over. So, unfortunately, Miss Lulu, but what a great performance. Sarah Betancourt books herself a spot in the final with Catherine Beattie. And
coming up next, dude, is my division. I love it, dude.
Yeah.
This is going to be a good one.
We will be moving on to another division. So, it has been an absolute joy to have you in the booth, Jesse. We're going to take a quick break, and I'd love to just get a little summary, Jesse, on I've been following you for a long time. You like I said, anybody who hasn't tuned in to watch your edit of the Surf Ranch, you are the Zen master of parasurfing. And let's just reflect one more time on this Paralympic push for Los Angeles. What can we do to help?
Well, first of all, you're too kind. I really appreciate it. What we could do is just get behind all these athletes. I think all the professional surfers should be pushing this as well. To get the adaptive surfing into the Olympics is only beneficial for everybody. Everyone around the world, everyone should be pushing this and sending messages saying that surfing should be a part of it, because this is inspiring and it's a great fit for United States. It's a great fit for the world stage in 2028.
Absolutely.
Come on, how could you not add surfing? It's already in the Olympics.
Absolutely.
Already in there.
Absolutely. Jesse Bilauer, multiple world champion, legend. There it is, this push to get surfing in the Paralympics, Los Angeles 2028. Thanks for coming in the booth, Jesse. We look forward to hanging around you, being inspired by all your incredible work. It's been an absolute pleasure. And Team USA, they're going for Team Gold. You've still got an option to get that gold as part of your team, Jesse.
Yeah. Well, I'll be back next year. Good luck to everyone in my division. It's going to be a good one. Check out these heats coming up.
Woo!
It's going to be going off.
He says it. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
All right. Hi to my kids.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in. providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
keep pushing,
and competition expenses, because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Well, it is one of our multiple finals days here for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We've got semifinals for a couple of divisions. We've also got finals coming up in our Women's Prone 2, Women's Visually Impaired 1, and Women's Stand 2 and Stand 3 divisions in just over an hour, which will be exciting to see. But before we get into those, we're going to run through our Men's Prone 2 semifinals. These are elimination heats. So once we're into that quarterfinal or semifinal format, we're going with top 2 surfers advancing through into the respective heats. As we take a look at some replays from action for for semifinal number 1.
Yeah, here we have Costa Rica's Matthew Vander Hoog in red. Very nice wave, and yeah, just as they were saying on the live, the left's not so much of an option. As the tide changes, things change as well, and it looks like that that left may produce a very nice score. And here we have white, you can see, and this is Lee Ferrier for Australia. And it looks like also, okay, so that was the end of the line on that one. So that was the wave that we came in on, I believe. And here was Claudio Morales for Team Chile, banking it off the top there and looking to redirect. He's definitely going to be rewarded for that above the lip line maneuver. And he's always been a force to reckon with, riding those Bob Pearson shapes, and he has the local knowledge because he lives right up the road in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, that was a really solid start for Claudio. As we've got some scores now, haven't quite come through from the judging panel. They're just assessing things. They've now changed divisions. And throughout today and tomorrow, because we're down to just having a couple heats per round, whether it's the semis or the finals, for a lot of these rounds, we're going to be going quickly into another division. So those judges are constantly reassessing their scale for the current division that's hitting the lineup. And that's where we're seeing that little pause before we get those scores that are dropping through for the first waves of our men's semifinals. And it looks like the Costa Rican with a solid start of a 7.17 for Matthew. We've got a 0.67 on the board for Claudio. From a first wave, we are waiting for the score from that one that we checked the great replay on. That was actually a second wave. And a score to come through for Lee Ferrer of Australia as well. As we wait for those, let's go down to the beach and catch up with Sarah Betancourt after another astounding heat.
At the booth, here we go. All right, Sarah. Yesterday you had one of the best interviews we had in all the event. No pressure. Just go ahead and walk us through what just happened in the water.
Oh, it was a really great heat. Super thankful to have high tide. It's soft and mushy, but there are waves and shoulders to be had out there. A couple of them I was a little too far inside. I got a little anxious. I saw it coming. I was like, oh, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. And then I was a little too far inside. But I was able to hold on and get some maneuvers on in the whitewater. But the one that was open face was just super awesome. That was my 7 score. And I just felt it. I felt the power. I felt the flow. I was able to hit what I wanted to hit. It was absolutely incredible. But it was amazing to be out there surfing with my teammate, Catherine, who ripped. And it was super cool to do that. And then as well as Lulu from South Africa, super awesome to have her here. She worked really hard. We were cheering each other on. Even though we were competing, we were still like, hey, that was a cool wave. Let's do it again. So just great energy and great stoke at this event. Super thankful for everyone who's out here supporting us. And yeah, we're showing the world that this is an incredible sport.
Let's talk about the final. You're getting closer to that 3rd gold medal, which would put you in that club with only 2 other surfers that have achieved that. We're going to have Tracy, Sam, Catherine, and yourself in the final. How's that going to be for you?
What an incredible lineup. I mean, right off the bat, those are 4 powerhouse women that are just going to rip out there no matter what. I am feeling a little bit of the pressure, but really I'm going into it with an ultimate calm and really laser focused on knowing what my plan's going to be, how I'm going to surf. But all these girls are incredible. I mean, I'm so thankful to be out there surfing with them in finals. It's going to be incredible, and I'm really excited. Who knows what's going to happen? Obviously, I'm going to do my best to win, but it's going to be tight. So everyone, stay tuned because it's going to be awesome.
This board is looking amazing under you. Is that going to be the board you'll be using in the final?
It's all based on conditions. We have that storm coming in. So if it gets more powerful, I'm going to switch boards. If it stays a little soft, and it's also based on tides. Tides, wind, and the size all depend on what board I have. I have 2 other boards, but right now this guy's working for me. Thanks, Ben.
No worries. Thank you so much, Sarah. I'm going to let you go. Congratulations.
Woo!
Woo!
Back to the booth, guys.
Thanks so much, Axel. We got some high energy coming from Sarah after another solid win. She's into the finals, and she's going to have a lot to deal with when it comes up to the other 3 women she's competing against to try and get herself a 3rd gold medal here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. But equipment's looking good underneath her, and you can feel that energy and the excitement for her, too, with those changing conditions that we have coming up for finals day.
Yeah, and I've told her early on that if the conditions are feeling more comfortable on the other board, don't feel pressure that I'm here. We don't need these shameless plugs. I really appreciate it, man. I'm blushing. But the board that she's riding is really made for making speed on gutless waves. And the different types of equipment that you have kind of in the short board class is what they call a small wave groveler, something that builds speed and creates its own momentum. And then the high performance short boards are actually made to control the wave speed and slow down actually in complete contrary. So you definitely need to know what equipment to use when. We have some people that only didn't have the luxury of having more than one board, like the wave skiers, because it's so difficult to travel. That wave ski design is really good in a variety of conditions, whereas these prone divisions are a lot more touchy with picking the right equipment to get yourself into the wave, keep that speed, also to fit in maneuvers. But when the waves start pumping, you're actually not going to want to blow past the sections, and you want to give yourself that chance to stay in the pocket where the judges reward you the most.
Yeah, great breakdown, and it's been cool to see the changes of conditions. The high tide, like Sarah was mentioning, getting to surf on that now, means that those waves are a little bit slopier. They don't have as critical of a takeoff, and so you do need just maybe a little bit of extra meat in that board in order to easily keep that trim line. Where on those lower tide conditions, or possibly the bigger conditions we have coming through this afternoon and tomorrow, we could see some smaller, thinner equipment being really useful. Matthew Vanderberg up into the lip. Great opening section. He's already got a 717 for his opening ride. And this heat is so extremely tight for men's semifinal number 1. We have 7s on the board for every single competitor. So now it's going to be the battle of the backup score, seeing who can go even higher, if someone can reach into that excellent range possibly. Lee Ferrer there on his 2nd ride for Team Australia. He's got a 757 that he opened up with, and he is going to be dropping in a 2nd score. Now we have transitioned from Women's Prone 1, which was in our last 2 semifinals that Sarah was competing in, that we had Jessie Blauer in here calling some of the action on. They are surfers that ride in a prone position but don't require assistance in the water for safety or for paddling into waves. Now this crew, they need help out in the lineup. So they've got a pusher in the water. They've also got a catcher on the inside. And Claudio Morales is locked into such a perfect ride. Nice top to bottom action, and he's got a good lip line to finish with here. Goes up for one more float, and that was really solid competing. And what the judges are paying attention to, Ben, in that conversation of wanting to be out on the open face and also break through that lip line wherever possible.
Yeah, and I love how that's his go-to board. We've seen him do his best performance. It's a Bob Pearson shaped Pearson Aero surfboards from Santa Cruz, and we're going to watch this. As he takes off, you see him driving down the line. And the one thing different about Claudio's equipment is he's using a single fin, which keeps that stability, helps him kind of return to zero between the turns. And it also, having that extra size, that extra surface on the fin, just gives him that much motor down the line. And because of the placement, it's still maneuverable, but he has that big motor on his board.
Yeah, having that big fin, that huge single fin, is such an interesting one when it comes to the, the shapes and the fin selection specifically that we're seeing from so many of the crew. Like you were talking about, a lot of them riding twin fins over that single fin. But for Claudio, that equipment is really working out well. And we've got a lot of spectators here on the pier. It's a perfect venue to be running surf contests at. And there's just such a great space here for everyone to take a look down over the water, to be able to get that bird's eye view. And a great spot to stash some boards about a quarter of the way out on the pier.
Yeah, the amount of spectators that have showed up today is immense. And looking like the FIFA World Cup up there with all of these local people coming out to check it out. A lot of them, we heard that parasurfing was on the local news on the prime spots. And so a lot of the locals have been able to kind of know from we're in the 5 cities area here in Central Coast. We're next to Morro Bay, Grover Beach, all these spots that are kind of pressed up against each other. And so everyone may have not known that there was a world championship going on, and most of these people probably didn't even know that there is a world championship for parasurfing.
That's right. It's been great to see these events grow over the last decade. As we take a look at some replays here, our surfer in white, Lee, he's currently sitting in third with his backup score being a 5.57. And we've got 2 other scores that have dropped through. Matthew in the red for Costa Rica backed up his 717 with a 6.27. And Claudio improved his 717 with a 7.73 for his last wave with those 2 punches through the lip.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be Davi Teixeira's either his pusher or his catcher getting all warmed up. They have a lot of physical exertion as far as swimming, getting these surfers through waves. Here we have red, Costa Rica.
Matthew, nice up into the lip to start things off. So he's looking to do something similar to that first score. He needs, at the moment, a 7.74 to be able to take the lead away from Claudio. And he's just doing a great job as he comes through the inside, really engaging those rails and just getting as much weight shifted over those shoulders as he possibly can to really be able to get those turns thrown in the mix.
Yeah, I've really liked his quick direction changes, and especially on the left, not as much on the right. The right, you've got this long stretching wall. It's kind of spelled out for you. Once you take off, you know where you're going. On the left, you got all these little changes and deep spots that open up and pinch on you, and you have to constantly be improvising your line and watching out for those open spots where you can fit in a maneuver, and I think the judges are really rewarding him for that.
This is so tight. We're nearly at that 5-minute mark. Top 2 surfers will be making it into the men's Prone 2 final. Bottom surfer knocked out of competition. Now a semifinal result at the World Parasurfing Championships is massive, but getting into that final means that they'll be walking away with a medal this week.
Yeah, this is really, really exciting stuff, and it's also a little bit more stressful than our earlier rounds where everyone was kind of cheering and happy to see each other, and now it's starting to get on the business side of things.
All right, so scores in for last of Matthew in red, a 6.57, which is higher than the 6.27 he had before that. That now increases the requirement on the Australian in Lee Ferrer up to a 6.17 as we see the Aussie contingency down on the shoreline. And they have been one of those teams that is down there sunrise to sun up. Everyone's cheering on. They've got the flags down there and just everything ready to go for their crew.
There's Joshy Bogle down there, and that is Forrest. Forrest did a great job. Forrest Weinberg was riding for Team USA, and on his longboard, even winning the heat, he had buckled the board in the heat.
As we see a huge down car from Matthew, the Costa Rican, just avoiding that piling and putting that board on rail in a really critical outside section. That would have just felt so good. And then alone to be able to do it in an actual contest in a heat that really matters, to find a wave like that and to really be able to lay into that pocket section was just one of the coolest things. As we see Lee now charging down the line, this is a great looking wave for him as well. Nice open face, and he's back out into that shoulder as he shoots towards the pier. Nice redirect here on his inside rail to carve back towards the right to finish. And Claudio with an opportunity up into the lip for that first maneuver. Not sure what happened right at the start of that wave on the push-in. We'll have to check that out on the replay because there's been so much action. But we'll see if it's anything that's able to increase on his 7s. I would say my gut feeling, his first 2 waves may be better than that, depending on if he got any green face out the back.
Yeah, I would have to agree. We didn't see a small portion of that ride, but he had linked up a series of maneuvers on his highest score, that 7.73. And the 7.17 for Matthew, that last ride may have been an even more critical maneuver, as you did mention, that hard down carve where he did hold the rail. The longer you hold it on rail, the more you get rewarded by the judges. And I don't think we've seen a maneuver like that by him just yet. One thing I did notice is Roy Calderon in their visually impaired heat earlier, who won the heat. He was on a very, very similar board.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So we're down to 3 minutes on the clock. And Matthews dropped in a 6.60. So giving him a good score. It does come through as his top 2. It just barely increases Lee's requirement now from a 6.17 to a 6.20. I think the weight of that score really going to that big turn out the back, had he been able to connect it with something better on the inside, because it was just that straight wall of whitewater, not really anything dynamic, no reform, we could have seen that score go into the excellent range if Matthew had been able to get a second maneuver thrown in. And he's probably thinking about that right now as he sees another set rolling in, Ben.
Yeah, and then definitely now as we're starting to hear that we're down to the dying moments, 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes remaining. And now if anyone's going to make a move, they're really going to have to strategize of when and where, as we're seeing these sets give them multiple options, but you don't want to act too fast.
Now Lee's just taken the advancing position. A 6.30 has dropped in for the Australian in white, and he's jumped ahead of the Costa Rican. Costa Rica now chasing a 6.71. That information will just be getting to him from the beach announcer as the team duck dives underneath that wave. That was great to see there as well, to see that dynamic, that teamwork, and that he's riding a small enough board, he's on small enough equipment that they're able to properly duck dive to get under that set rather than needing to be pushed over the top of it.
Yeah, a lot of these pushers, just as Claudio Morales, right now it's Quinn Waitley's dad, David Waitley, who's a very tall guy, nice and heavy, and they're able to kind of cross over the torso, over the back of the riders to sink them under with the board. And it is such a physical challenge to get that board sunk and try and use the rider's weight as well to help to get the board under. But we usually see a lot of these pushers kind of being kind of big-framed, big-bodied people.
All right, the opportunity now. 1 minute on the clock for Matthew. Up into the lip for a huge re-entry. He's chasing a 6.71 to get the spot in the finals. Driving down the line, will he have any more opportunity here to get those points up, to put in a big change of direction? He's going to catch up to that double up in front as we lose him behind the Costa Rican flags, and they cheer him on as he rolls through to the sand. Now that is going to be close on the requirement.
Yeah, and as there is 30 seconds, they're still going to throw him on there. Yeah, they see that they haven't got time to get back out into position down the last 20 seconds as we see yellow at the top of the peak. And had there been a set, they're in position. But let's watch this from this angle. So he's really looking down, eyes up this first section. Definitely, that was the main maneuver of this ride. He got that big bank floater off that section. Now he's just looking for another place to change direction. So we're going to see how the judges reward this ride, and it's a very, very important ride for Costa Rica.
So scores are in, and it's real similar to the types of waves that we saw in those 7s drop through earlier on, with a big outside maneuver and that clean line, that good length of ride all the way to the sand. It's a 7.5 for the Costa Rican, Ben, and Matthew jumps into second, knocks the Australian Lee down into third, and that will do it for the heat officially, with our surfer in red taking second, with Claudio Morales of Chile in yellow taking third, and Lee from Australia dropping out in third place position. So a great heat. We've got more action to come. We'll go to a quick break and bring you back more from the semifinals right after this. Welcome back to the action. We are in semi-final number 2 for our men's prone 2 division, which means that these surfers in the prone position will require assistance out in the lineup. So you'll see a pusher alongside of them. And up and riding on his first wave is Tomoki Fujihara of Japan with a great looking section that he was able to hit for the start. He'll now carve back, angle towards his team on the sand, and his catcher is going to grab him right there on the finish of that wave.
Yeah, I love that. And we're going to see Davi. It looks like this will be his first wave. BB his pusher. And redirects right off the takeoff, eyeing up anywhere he's got space to hit. Gets that nice hit right there after a cutback. And now he's driving. And I love this aggressive, angry face. He's just always searching and hungry for that speed as he puts everything, every ounce of energy into every turn. One thing I really, really respect about Davi is it's 150% or nothing.
Yeah, it is true determination on his face, and you can really sense that hunger wanting to qualify himself for the finals now.
And so, yeah, out in the water we just saw Tomoki Fujihara for Team Japan in red opening it up. Davi Teixeira de Aguilar just with that other one. And we haven't seen Eric Lazar from Hawaii take off yet. He had won his previous heat, and these are very, very seasoned competitors, a lot of excitement. And this is going to be a lot of fun. I love the commercial break. We saw the Hangar Clinic, which is run by Mo Johnson's husband, Corey, where they have, not run by, but he does the California division in Encinitas, where they work on prosthetics and knee braces. And they showed Cameron Clapp, who is a local that had an accident with the train here just down the road. And he's their main spokesman with a series of prosthetics going around the world, doing tours, and being one of their main representatives. Of course, Access Tracks. We couldn't get these surfers down to the beach without them. They add to the accessibility, the great accessibility that we have here in Pismo. But for all of those beaches where you don't have Access Tracks with those, showing how you can do it with just 3 pads and rotate the motion. That video in Japan with the Access Tracks used to be my front yard of Taito Beach in Chiba.
Amazing. Well, we've got 15 minutes on the clock. We're waiting for scores to come through for that first exchange between Tomoki and between Davi. Davi gets the better of it with a 6.50 for the Brazilian. Japan walks away with a 5.67 out of the opening equation. And we're now waiting for Eric Lazar of Hawaii to get his opening ride for our men's prone 2 division as we take a look at the replay here for first of Tomoki.
Yeah, I love how they really send him in with that down-the-line projection. He's already got a nice amount of speed off the push, and always keeping that rail exchange nice and smooth. I love how he's drawing it back, and he always has such a really calm and relaxed expression, but when you watch what the board's doing, there's so much more going on.
There is so much more going on. Every little movement that's possible through those shoulders, through the head and the neck as well, shifts that weight and allows that board to engage the rail. As we see Davi here, great S-turns to start, nice control of his equipment. You can see how fast he's going from that outside section. Now really working hard to angle to try and find that open face again. It's not going to give it to him on the right, but he's still going to get that board up to hit the section. And redirects off to the left for one last hit as he comes through to the inside. His catcher now running hard across the sand to get to him, and he's already out at backline again with a second score to drop through.
Yeah, so that's BB, his pusher. We've shared some words, and also his shaper. We spent an afternoon speaking with them, and his shaper Edgar of Edgo Surfboards. They've come up with a new piece of equipment with a flatter deck and pinched rails, and they're still discovering what's the best go-to equipment, as he has had to switch classifications within the last year. But I believe we've got a winner down the beach.
We've got Claudio Morales ready to go with Axel. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks so much, Shannon. So we're here with stoked Claudio Morales. I'm going to ask him about moving into the final. Claudio, acabas de garantizar una medalla para tu país. ¿Cómo estás mentalmente para llegar a la final?
La verdad estoy súper feliz. Increíblemente stoked. O sea, más feliz no puedo estar, y en verdad es un honor poder llegar a la final representando a Chile, y sobre todo con el equipo con el que estoy surfeando, que se han en verdad portado muy bien, reemplazando a mi equipo original.
He's just super stoked, really honored to be able to move into the final, to put Chile once again in the podium, and very happy with his team, which is my next question. It's an international team, catcher and pusher, not from Chile. Platícanos, Claudio, ¿cómo es tu nuevo equipo internacional? ¿Cómo fue esa conexión?
Yeah, and so, yeah, like you were saying, my pushers, yeah, American, my catcher's German, and so my team it couldn't make it this year. They're stuck at work. And the other one has his arm injured, and I want to take this chance also to send him my love. My brother Kyle, Marty, Rob Jarvis, Rob Crompton, Jason, the rest of the crew that's in Santa Cruz. Yeah, sending much love to them all, and also to this guys, Dave and Florian, that have stepped up and done an amazing, incredible job.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. So your best result has been third position. What would be a successful result in this year?
Well, it's always been my dream to get the world championship. So for my country and all my people and everything. So and the people in Santa Cruz and all my crew up there. So yeah, that'll be a dream and an honor.
Actually,
yeah, we have a question from Ben in the booth. Yes, Ben.
I wanted to have you ask about his board. That's his go-to Bob Pearson board, and ask him why he's chose a single fin over all of the other options.
Why did you choose a single fin over all your other options?
So that's been that's one thing that we have in mind for a board that we have coming up that board Pearson's working on, and that's actually we are going for a 20 on the next board. 20 with an optional center fin for the bigger waves. So definitely 20 20 Ben.
Well, looking solid, my friend. It would be great to see you in the final. Best so you can get that gold medal.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you everyone out there. Un saludo a Chile, a mi familia que me está viendo, y my friends in Santa Cruz, the High Fives crew, that's in Tahoe, and all the beautiful people that are out here and out there. Love you all.
Gracias, Claudio. Back to the booth.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Claudio. Love that he's thinking of changing up that equipment, but it's working so well for him this year that I think he should stick with the single fin for now at least. As we see Davi drive into the lip, 2-turn combo to start things off. How much spray is coming off the board is one of the things that the judges will pay close attention to. They can really sense the power. You can see that power by that spray flying off the bottom rails. Nice up into the lip, and Davi getting a lot of good work done on this wave. Had that open face out the back as well. And getting into that open face, we heard Jesse Belauer, Ben, talking about it in that last women's heat with Sam Bleakley in the booth. Getting into that open face is really going to be the major point of difference to see which surfers will be walking away with the biggest scores today.
Yes, it's true, and especially in this prone division where you can't compress and extend with your legs to fit into the transition of the wave. The only way that board can fit in a turn and a big rail exchange is by having that big open shoulder that allows all of that rail line, which is so much more engaged than a stand-up surfer, as you're constantly using 1/3 of the rail or 1/4 of the rail in turns, and then as you get a long rail turn, more of the length of rail is in contact. These guys are always pressed up against the board, so they're having to deal with all of that rail line, and they're unable to really keep parts of the board clear the way that a stand-up surfer can.
Well, scores in so quickly. Davi Teixeira with an 8.33 from the panel. Went excellent just as soon as he kicked out of that wave. And that set him up with a significant lead. That now means that Tomoki, last year's copper medalist in this division, needs an excellent score of a 9.16 to take the win. And Eric Lazar has been super picky within this heat, has yet to take off on his opening ride, which means he's currently in a combination situation, Ben. He needs 2 waves to total that 10.67 requirement on him to get into the advancing position for the finals.
Yeah, we did see an attempt by his pusher to get him into 1 wave, and unfortunately that caused him to lose priority. And so I think they've waited for red and white to kind of rotate, get their waves in, regain that top priority. So now they're sitting out the back as Eric's one of the heavier riders out here. Of course, his equipment is set up to give that extra flotation. But let's watch this one of Davi. I love this. This is the first one where he fit in a cutback before that bash off the section. A lower skilled rider would have just basically been worried about that one floater section. He fit in a turn before that, and then constantly searching where he can rebound, change direction, and really maximize and cash in on all the little power spots all the way to the sand, and you see him so aggressively heading back out. This one, he gets that nice under the lip turn. This is an 8.0. This is the 8-point ride, and here he is getting all these little bashes. You see this nice big double up underneath him, which gave him that open space to really redirect and basically making that board hit up on any section that he can to fit in the most amount of turns that he can.
Yeah, I love that comparison. His first wave was a 6.5, second wave an 8.33. Now, the only difference really within that was the size of the wave. Similar first turn, second turn combination on the outside section, both in that green water, but the size of the second wave was significantly bigger.
Yeah, and in all reality, I mean, the first wave, he'd fit almost a full cutback before he came up to that floater, which is significantly difficult. More difficult than that under the lip setup, but it was on a bigger wave with finally more of a critical section, and that's the part that they're rewarding, is doing that turn. Even though it's not as difficult of as a maneuver, it's where he did it on the wave.
That's exactly it. Being able to really be locked in the pocket in that critical section, and that's the risk that you were talking about earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, if you place a maneuver in a place that you could either make it or break it, it's kind of a 50-50, and you come out of it, you're going to get rewarded. And now I'm seeing yellow perk up, and I think this could be a great opening wave for Eric Lazar.
So
his pusher gives him that good shove.
He's been sitting with that priority for a while now, sets himself up down the line, nice green face, and you can see him just moving his body up and down with that bit of strength from his arms. Now moving farther forward to be able to execute on this finishing section. That's the lip line that he was wanting to hit, and that's going to be a great way for him to start his campaign. Nice end section in here as well for Eric, and that was solid. Now he's going to need to chase another score down to get himself a potential to advance, but great wave selection from the team.
I love that ride, and with 5 minutes left, it's still plenty of time to get him back out in a position. It also gives time for red and white to use those priorities, and he'll basically end up out in the lineup with that first priority should these two competitors get some waves. What I want to point out is Tomoki-san, Tomoki Fujihara, he's got a 5.67, a 5.0. Eric Lazar's maneuvers were a little bit more aggressive. He got above the lip line twice on the wave, and so I think as we see 6.0, it comes in a little bit higher. Now he has greatly reduced that requirement to something just underneath. If he gets a ride that's not as good as that, he's still going to advance into that second position.
That's right. He could take off on something slightly smaller. He's still going to need that green face to get into that near 5, a 4.67 requirement sitting on him now. But to chip away at more than half of the score line that he needed was really great for that first wave. Davi now up and riding. He's got that 8.33 for his highest wave, bounces in underneath the lip for that first big maneuver after a redirect at the start. Can't make that connection through to the inside, so he'll wait for his team to get back to him. And we're down to about 4 minutes on the clock, red with first priority. It's crew there getting to Davi to get him out the back just as this wave rolls through over his head. And this has been a really intense semifinal, especially now that Eric's caught that wave and it came through as a decent score, because it's now really opened up that conversation for who will be advancing through into that second place spot between Tomoki and Eric and who will be walking away a finalist.
Yeah, it's definitely evened out the field right now and gives a little bit more chance for yellow or red to push through the advancing position as we see beautiful sea life here from our drone shot. And got some swimming lessons going on here, which is very cool.
Couple of baby dolphins, so beautiful. Pismo Beach, it's been amazing to have them as our title sponsor for this year's event. It is a true classic California beach town, world famous pier, miles of beautiful white sand beaches, and so many cool places to stay, great food to eat, and a whole lot of wildlife in the water.
Yeah, and the amazing wine country up above where you would be well out of the vision of seeing the whales and the dolphins. You're definitely better off in the pier as far as seeing that stuff, but here we go.
As we see Eric now, he's chasing a 4.67 for his second ride. Gets that weight forward, and it looks like he's not going to pull it off, but he manages to make that transition back down to the flats. And this is going to be a great answer back after sitting quiet for at least 3/4 of the heat. He's now caught 2 waves in about 3 minutes, and he's right back in that conversation. As we see Davi now looking to hold on to the lead and get a little warm-up in before he heads into the finals, goes for some body surfing as well.
Just putting on a little bit of flair there. Wow, Eric. So Eric did not get the score he needed, 3.93. Now he's only got 2 more minutes to get him back out into position and give him a chance to get that score. And just as you were saying, it looked like he was going to get pushed out of the wave, and that definitely reflects on the judging as there's a little break in that flow. And he didn't get the fit in the maneuvers that he did on that 6. So getting just above half of what he got on that earlier wave. Although at the time that they have allotted, we still have 2 minutes. I think they can still get out there and get one more chance.
We'll see, though, if Tomoki's going to allow him an easy opportunity. He's looking to increase on a couple of 5s. If he gets anything above that 5.00, it's going to make it harder for Eric Lazar to get there. And I think he could have been on his way, except that he wasn't able to make that transition through the turn.
Yeah, a little bit softer wave than his earlier waves. And so he was not able to come off of that and have that forward momentum to keep him in the wave. I'm curious to see where Eric is in the lineup as we see these sets, which is going to take a lot more time for the pushers to get him into position. As this is the first good-sized set that we've seen all day, which is a great sign that that swell is on its way. We're going to see more action and probably a lot more punch in the waves as that swell starts to fill in. And it's got to be a strong swell to be fighting that outgoing ocean energy as we have the tide receding now. So this is a good sign.
Yeah, this is going to be, there's going to be some good waves coming through over the next couple of days of competition as we're wrapping things up. But it's also going to make it more challenging, especially for those surfers that have more difficulty paddling. That's why we've got assistance in the water for this division, for the Prone 2, to be able to give this crew that extra push that they need to get out the back through that wall of whitewater, as well as to get into those waves. Now we're down to 30 seconds on the clock. Last score of Tomoki, just a 3.5, so that doesn't factor into his 2. Last of Eric, a 3.93. We know didn't get him the requirement. Last 2 waves of Davey, just a 6.23 and a 4.23, so great scores, but not high enough to factor into his score line as he's sitting in the lead.
Yeah, and unfortunately the timing of that set was completely wrong for our competitors. As they were heading out, no one was in position for it, and now we have run out of time without a chance for another wave, unfortunately for Eric Lazar, narrowly reaching that requirement that he needed for the advancing position.
Well, David Teixeira and Tomoki Fujihara have made it into the finals, so they will be walking home with a medal. And now we're going to roll into our women's final for the Pro 2 division. We've got Sarah Almagro, Emma Dieters, Jocelyn Newmaller, and Celine Rouleau hitting the lineup right after this for some finals day action.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
And welcome back to the action for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It is finals time. Ben, we are officially into the first of our 4 women's finals that we will be rolling through today, kicking off with our Prone 2 division. And we'll take a look at the lineup of women.
Yes, we have in red, Sara Almagro for Team Spain, Emma Dieters for Team Australia in white, Jocelyn Neumuller for Australia in yellow, and Céline Rouillard for France in blue.
Great 4 competitors that have battled their way through so many heats this week. The qualifying rounds had 4 heats of about 4 surfers each. So to make their way through 2 qualifying rounds and the semifinals, now knowing that one of them will walk away a gold medalist and everybody will be taking home medals of some sort after today's competition. Great opening ride from our surfer in white, flying down the line for Emma, the Australian, and she's going to get that first score on the board.
Yeah, and we are
push there for Jocelyn Neumuller. She's unable to get into that wave. It did close out really quickly, though, so it would have been a challenge for her to stay balanced.
Yeah, and as you see her push her, do you see him sink the board so that she's able to slide up on top of that? And we will see Emma Dieters getting 8.33 for that opening ride.
We'll have to get a different angle on it so we can really see how dynamic her turns were. But what a way to start things off for Emma, to be able to walk through with a super high score to start things off in her first final here for the World Parasurfing Championships. Jocelyn Neumuller on a second wave that doesn't connect through, and that's a shock for the multiple world champion, who I'm sure would like to go out there and really start things strong.
Yeah, I'm noticing that Jocelyn has used her second choice of board. It's got this kind of like bubblegum ice cream looking nose paint on it, and they said that that was not the other board that she's usually been using, and so they're testing out some different equipment. I'm wondering why, due to the conditions, but I think we have the winner of that last heat.
Let's go down to the beach and check up with Davey.
Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. Debbie, from last round, you were very close of elimination. We were all shocked watching. You managed to pull that last-minute result. Completely different story in this heat. You got a good score from the beginning, backed it up with that 8. You're now in the final.
Yeah, in the last round, I just, like, in 30 seconds remaining, I just praying, oh, God, if you want me to win, send me the wave, send me the wave. And until just 10 seconds to remaining, the wave comes and I got to pass. And in this heat, it's totally different, like you just said. And I'm just grateful. I'm just very happy. And now at the final.
You're looking really solid, Davi. Really, really solid. You're probably the man to beat in this final. How are you going to approach potentially another gold medal for you?
Sorry?
You're the surfer that everyone wants to beat in this final. How is that pressure for you, and how are you going to approach that final?
Yeah, that's it. It's okay for me because I compete since I was 10 years old, and it's my routine. I like it. It's my life. I love to surf. I love to compete. And victory, of course I want to win. Victory, of course I want to win always, but win isn't the most important. I think we here aren't rivals. We here are brothers in Christ. So my first mission here, before I am be at Team Brazil, I'm Team Jesus, and I'm here to tell everyone about him, about his doing in my life, and that's it, man. The pressure is okay for me.
Well, Beautiful, very mature words. Thank you so much, Davi. It's a pleasure to have you in the event, and everyone's super stoked to watch you back home. Thank you so much.
Valeu, galera. Tamo na final. Vambora, hein?
Back to the booth, guys.
Another heartfelt win from Davi, and we'll see him through to the finals as we take a look at some live action. There's been a flurry of waves caught. Jocelyn now on her way to the inside for our reigning gold medalist from last year's World Parasurfing Championships here in Pismo Beach. She's looking to go back-to-back for a second gold medal, but she's got some ground to catch up to now that we've got an 8.33 on the board for the opener of Emma Dieters, her Australian teammate.
Look at her catcher, Maddie, and getting into action. He is at top athletic ability, great swimmer, and she sticks with the same team throughout all of her competitions, which shows a big difference in the connection and the teamwork, and I love that. Hands off to the other Matt. There's two Matts in her team, pusher and the catcher, and we saw her get that nice opening ride. The first one didn't work out, but that was her second one that she did connect all the way through the inside with a series of turns. So I'm looking forward to see how that score works out.
You can see Jocelyn nearly out to backline once again. She is a Paralympian, competed in Rio 2016 for the sprint kayak at the Paralympics, and then unfortunately in 2017 had an accident during a training session where she paralyzed her left arm. Now that's forced her to retire from sprint kayaking, but it also opened up this world for her in the surfing world. And there you could see her paddling with her coach pulling her out there for her pusher. She can have the full mobility of her right arm, which allows her that little bit of extra paddle power. But now to see the journey that she's been on as a surfer has been really special for her to walk away a world champion last year and to find a new refreshing sport as somebody who just loved water sports from the start.
Yeah, and speaking with her early on, I believe that she's actually had a surgery since the last contest, and so she's coming out of a surgery, and she'd actually competed with the doctors, kind of trying to assess her condition previously, and competing in not her perfect physical condition. Just shows what a strong competitor she is.
Yeah, super strong competitor. In our Prone 2 division, this includes any surfer that rides in a prone position who also requires assistance in the water, paddling into waves, and getting back on the boards safely. As we take a look now at Celine from France. Great takeoff to start, drives through the section, and she's looking to make that connection all the way through to the shoreline. Nice redirect as we now track with live action of Jocelyn Neumiller. And we're still waiting for Jocelyn's first wave to drop through as she's now quickly spun, gotten into a second wave as soon as she got out to backline once again. Heaps of spray coming off of the board and great redirects on the inside, showing why she's the current gold medalist. A 717 comes through for first of Jocelyn, so we're now going to have a second score to drop. Celine drops in a 6-point ride to improve on her 4.83. And now Emma already has 2 8s on the board. She dropped in an 8.93 for her second ride, and she is now flying through the section on the inside to try and improve on yet another great wave, and redirecting here to the inside, pointing as well for her catcher on the inside for where she wants him to be positioned.
And just noticing Emma's board there, that's the LSD Luke Short Designs. He's the shaper of Sam Bloom, her teammate. And I don't know if that might be one of Sam's hand-me-down boards, possibly. She always goes for those nice, round, kind of fishy-style boards. And previously, Sam was in that assist division. And so now that she's not in the assist division, she may not be using those boards in competition and hand it over to Emma. But Luke Short, very amazing shaper from Australia. Those LSD designs are really well known in the surfing world and the professional world.
Great to see the equipment underneath everyone. Sarah Amalgo now having a look at this wave. Now, Sarah had dropped in some really consistent high scores in her first few heats. She's struggling a little bit here in the finals, though. That pressure starting to get for her for our Spanish competitor. Down to 15 minutes on the clock. We did start out with 25 minutes on the clock for these finals. We'll be back down to 20 when we get back into our semifinals through the rest of the day. But that extra 5 minutes does allow a little bit of wiggle room for our surfers in the water. But for Sarah, she's really got some ground to gain after walking away with some of the highest scores we've seen throughout the event.
Yeah, and one thing that you're saying is all the effort that Sarah's pushers putting forth That's a very small board, and as we mentioned earlier on, you can see the light shining through it. It's that interesting hexagon pattern 3D printed surfboard, which I haven't got to take a great look, but here we have Marta Passo, our visually impaired surfer for Portugal. You're going to see here in the next one, along Valentin Moscotoic and Barbie Pacheco for Team USA.
That's going to be a great heat for our women's visually impaired one final. Those three competing for a gold medal. Marta walked away the gold medalist last year, and we'll see if she's able to go back-to-back against some fierce competition.
Yeah, and I like seeing how Jocelyn has gotten back into that first position and the first priority, and it looks like they're kind of hanging out. Her and Maddie are probably waiting to hear what that last score was. We still don't have it on the board visually for you guys. We still have that 7.17 for her first wave, and she did put together quite a nice ride on that second wave, and so we will see what happens here as far as the positions go when that score comes in.
So scores to drop for both Jocelyn for her second ride and for Celine. We've got a 3-4-3 on the board for Sarah Almagro. And Jocelyn's second score will start to change things up a little bit. But at the moment, Emma Dieters has opened so strong with her first two waves, the 8-3-3 and the 8-9-3, that she has the rest of the field comboed to take away the gold medal as we take a look at the replays for last of Emma.
Yeah, there you have Emma just banking it off and just ping-ponging around on this wave. You see that very, very small eggy-shaped little board, which may be either a Sam Bloom's previous design or it could even be one of her previous boards. But I don't remember this color board last year, so Emma's just working it around and probably using that knowledge of equipment from her teammate Sam Bloom to point her in the right direction. It sure looks like it's working out as she has been leading the heat.
Yeah, wild to hear her story as well. She went in for routine neck surgery, and it was a failed attempt, unfortunately, and left her a quadriplegic, something now that's led her into a world of surfing. She was somebody who was a passionate sports fan, loved being active, playing touch footy, soccer, riding her motocross bike with her kids and her family. As we take a look at Celine with a solid outside section, our French competitor trying to go for gold now with a huge smile on her face. And what an incredible outside wave that was with the single fin underneath her.
Yeah, we were just saying how she was almost in trouble getting kind of lateral on that wave, and she was able to slide on out as they used that first priority. We still haven't seen that second score, but they're not waiting around, and they're going to keep stacking on as she's able to fit 3 maneuvers under the lip. There it is. It's a 6.17 for her previous wave. She's moved into second before this ride, and now let's see if she can improve on that.
All right, so the 6.17 for her last wave. She's now got a score to come through for this one. And we're coming down to that back half of the heat. Still chasing a combination situation, though, for Jocelyn, meaning even if she got a perfect 10 right now, she'd only be at a 17.17 heat total to take away the gold medal. Sarah Malgro from Spain has been on fire. Great looking wave. Multiple turns already. Nice engagement top to bottom. Shifts that weight forward as well to make sure she can make it down to the bottom of that wave and find that projection coming through. This is going to be a great score for her. It's been a slow start. She's only got that 3-4-3 on the board. Took her a while to find some rhythm, but this wave's going to start to change that equation for her.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that. I've been waiting to see her kind of strike and get into action. Get the right, look at this. This is a great technique for her catcher. Turns the board backwards so the nose can kind of skim on the sand as they flip the fins forward, and he runs over back into position in that very, very shallow water. Of course, as the catcher, you want to try and run in the most shallow water you can and keep that resistance against your legs. It is very, very tiring what these guys are doing right here.
It is so true. Great switch around as well now to be able to push from the back to get her into those waves. Now, Sarah learned how to swim as just an 18-month-old little baby. Her parents said she has always loved being in the water, practiced sports, and as a child, she dreamt of being a professional athlete. Now, 3 years ago, she came down sick and became so ill that she was forced into a coma for about 10 days, and it was a fully life-threatening situation. Due to the sickness, she suffered a triple amputation to her hands and her feet. And here we can see some of that action from her last wave as she rolls through the inside.
Yeah, I liked how she was really able to get up under the critical section of that wave And where she almost got stuck up above, she's really conscious of her placement on her board. She was able to kind of inch up over the nose, get over that for another opportunity, and also to kind of head her towards her catcher to speed things up in getting out into position for the next one.
So scores to roll through for that last wave of Sarah. After undergoing that quadruple amputation, she was really struggling with what life would look like past that. Now, fast forward 3 years, seeing what surfing has done for her life, for her to be able to compete as national champion for Spain over multiple years. She's also in her 3rd year of studying law, super sharp student, and wanting to pursue more in that field as well behind the scenes.
Well, someone who's definitely showing, knowing the rules and the laws of a surfboard contest, surfing professional championship. She is stacking up those scores, and she's not far behind the rest of the pack now.
She's now dropped in a 7.30 for her last score, which means she's out of the combination situation and requires a near-perfect 9.96 to take the win. Now, Jocelyn Newmuller has just flipped the situation. Her 3rd wave that we were waiting for dropped in for Australia as a 9-point ride, which breaks her combination and means she is chasing a score smaller than that as an 8.26 to be able to walk away a back-to-back gold medalist.
Yeah, but you look at White with 2 really solid scores and that nice balanced score line with 2 waves that are very, very similar in scoring. Jocelyn Newmuller, we know that she's very, very able to get another score a lot higher than that. She's got a 9. She knows how that she got the 9 now, and also her pusher Maddie knows what kind of wave they're looking for to pick her out the right one. She's in 3rd priority right now. And with 7 minutes and 30 seconds, they got plenty of time to kind of let the rest of the pack get moving and then move into position to the chosen spot in the lineup.
That's right. Now it's our French competitor, Celine, who is the only one still sitting in a combination situation, looking for 2 fresh scores. She's riding that 8-foot single fin, and it's been looking really great underneath her throughout this week. Exceptional for her to have made it into the finals, and a big smile on her face as she cruises through the inside here, really engaging that rail. Nice sharp turns. She's now going to redirect, but goes a little bit too hard on that left rail and goes down.
Yeah, and you can see our staff photographer, Sean Evans, getting the shot right there. Got that amazing zoomable water housing to really get those beautiful shots that you'll see on the highlights. And here we have 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Our riders are really clustered together, so it's starting to look as on the contrary from this morning, we had everyone kind of spread out, taking lefts, taking rights. Everyone started to kind of figure out that I think that right is the high-scoring ride. We saw one of Celine's best waves on the left. However, that 9-point ride by Jocelyn and those high 8s were all done on rights. So we still have that kind of predominant north direction in this west-northwest swell.
Yeah, that's a great thing to identify in the lineup right now, especially for the heats coming up for the next few. We'll see if that right stays prominent for our women's finals. Coming up after this heat, we're going to go into our women's visually impaired 1 final, which is surfers who are completely blind with no vision at all. Following that, we're going to our women's stand 2 and stand 3 divisions for their finals. After that, we're going to be back into the semifinals for a few different men's categories. But before we get there, we've got to see if Sarah Almagro, one of the favorites coming into finals day, will be able to put herself in the equation to chase away that 9-point ride she's requiring in order to take the winning position. Great wave so far, multiple turns, hits the in section but goes down. And that was going to hurt the score, and you can feel it from her right there.
Yeah, she had gotten a series of maneuvers done before that last hit, but you always want to show the judges that you're in control all the way to the end of the ride. Just the fact that she didn't cleanly finish that ride will delete a little bit off of that score.
And for Sarah being one that's unable to hold on to paddles or handles on her board, that makes those in sections a lot harder to hit. Where for Jocelyn, for Emma, they've got that use of an arm where they can grab into those handles to be able to hold themselves steady on those finishing sections. So making it that much more challenging and incredible to be able to see the speed that she comes into this section with, but there where she just gets bounced off at the end.
Yeah, that is a great point, Shannon, because having those handles is what allows you to really put that torque into the board and apply that pressure from one rail to the other. And without that, you're strictly pressing on one side or the other, which is not going to affect the board nearly as much in the maneuvers.
Down to 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Surfer in white sitting with first priority at a 17.26 heat total off of her first 2 waves for Emma.
So we did see another score come in for Sarah, where she has jumped into the 3rd place position now. So she is improving on her situation and gaining momentum. We saw that little bobble on the first wave that was probably a little shake-up, and it really seems like she's kind of getting her rhythm, getting her bearings going as those scores are coming up. And Aussie's giving the Aussie oi, and we don't want to blast out our earphones or your ears at home, so I think we're starting to kind of cut down the audio down on the beach as the excitement gets so much larger.
Yeah, the excitement is high. 2 Australians currently sitting in gold and silver positions, both with excellent scores on the board. The only 3 excellent scores to be found in the finals, as a matter of fact, go to the Australians. Emma with 2 of them, Jocelyn with 1 just better in her 9-point ride. She's chasing that 8.26 to be able to take gold away from Emma. And for Sarah, like you said, that 7.6 for her last wave has increased the score line. She's up into 3rd, but she's still chasing that 9.66 to take gold.
Yeah, and I mean, the finals crept up on us so quickly. I've been giving these need scores. Of course, you don't really think about that in the finals. Everybody wants that gold medal, but yes, we have Australia in the gold and silver positions, Reds in copper, and Reds in the bronze, and we have blue in the copper position at the moment. So everyone is trying to push up into that top spot. So that need score is not just to get an advancing position, that's to get the gold.
And an opportunity here for Jocelyn flying down the line. That was a really sizey wave, adding in that level of critical commitment and risk as she's flying through the inside now. You can check that handle on the front of her board where she's able to place that front hand inside. And we'll see if she's able to get herself that 8.26. That outside section was pretty dynamic, Ben.
Yeah, I think she looks quite comfortable there. There with Maddie in the Simba helmet helping her out. As we see Celine, she's predominantly been going left in this heat. Now we're testing out the right. I think the pusher's hearing that all of these rides, of course you're watching what the other riders are doing. He's hearing that these rights are dishing out these scores, and I think he's going to try something else out and send her on a different direction.
And she's racing her way to the inside, trying to find that gold medal. Now, it will be a challenge for Celine because she's still in the combination situation, meaning she needs 2 new scores to equal the heat total of our current leader with that 17.26. Emma Dieter's currently sitting in gold position with Jocelyn Newmiller behind in 2nd. We are waiting for scores to roll through, though, and it's coming down to this final minute.
Yeah, and in this final minute, just as we saw Blue getting back into action, the one good thing that they have on their side is that it's not pumping surf, not a bunch of huge sets pushing through. So even with 1 minute, they're still able to get out quite quickly. But as soon as they get in a position, they're probably going to have to spin right around and take whatever there is, as there's only 1 minute remaining. And we're seeing red and white with priority. No position to do a block for red. So red, this is going to be her last chance. She really needs to give it her all to go for the gold.
Yeah, she's going to need a 9.66, which will also be the highest wave of this final so far. She's doing a great job with it. Nice control as she comes through to the inside. But sitting with those couple of 7s has kept her in a pretty challenging position to be able to get to that near perfect 9.66 that she requires. Now it's our surfer with white who has first priority over blue. So white's going to hold on to that corner section. And Emma Dieter is getting another great wave. Multiple turns, snaps up into the lip. And her kids, her family back at home, who are the inspiration and the reason why Emma got into surfing in the first place, to show them that she was okay post-injury, are going to be so proud of the performance that she has put together for this year's World Parasurfing Championships. Now the buzzer has sounded, Ben, and we are waiting for scores across the field.
Yeah, and I think Yellow's still waiting on her last score. We can see them waving for information from the beach announcer, and it's so crucial in those last dying seconds to know exactly how much time you have left. especially when you have a chance to get another wave, and you need to have everything spelled out verbally.
Now scores in for last of blue, a 3.67 for Celine is not enough to move her out of that 4th place position, so France will be walking away with that copper medal. Scores still to come in for Sarah, for Jocelyn, and for Emma. For Sarah, she's chasing a 9.66 to take gold. For Jocelyn, she's chasing an 8.26 to take gold. And for Emma Dieters, if she can improve on an 8.33 or an 8.93, she's going to be increasing the requirements on the other 2 in the field to get that gold. And scores are in for Jocelyn Newmuller. It's a 7.4 for last of yellow. Not enough to move her into 1st. She's in 2nd at the moment as we have scores coming through now. Last of Sarah, a 6.03. And she will remain in 3rd place, which means the gold medal is going to Emma Dieters of Australia.
Yeah, so Australia's got to be over the moon. And, boy, that boardroom bar is really going to go large tonight as Jocelyn's their upstairs neighbor. And, yeah, they're going to be very, very pleased to get that gold and silver. A little bit of a disappointment for Spain, who she was a very, very fierce contender, which people are expecting to definitely have a chance at that gold.
That's so true. An incredible performance throughout, but it was Emma Dieters who comboed the field with her first 2 waves and made it unreachable for anybody to catch up. She will be walking away your gold medalist. We've got more action to come with our women's visually impaired 1 final coming up after this. We're going to have Sam Bleakley and Todd Klein that will be jumping in the booth to call the action.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Massive moment for Team Australia there. Emma Dieters has just won the first gold medal of the event. She is the Women's Prone 2 gold medalist from Australia. Absolutely sensational performance there. 3 rides out there into the excellent range. It was those first 2 waves. She just set the field ablaze. A brilliant silver for Jocelyn Newmiller. So the Australians going gold and silver in the first final of the event. Todd Klein, what do you think of that?
That was awesome. I mean, that's all the training coming together in a final right there, and coming out with the gold, and then also a teammate getting a silver. That is a massive boost in the quest for the gold for the team of Australia. But a big congratulations to our first gold medalist here in 2022, Emma Dieters.
Absolutely. It was just an incredible final, blow for blow. All 4 of the women, Sarah for Spain gets the bronze medal, Jocelyn gets the silver, but Emma Dieters walks away with that gold. She's going to be absolutely delighted with that. Team Australia looking good, but we move on to our second grand final of the day. This is the women's visually impaired 1 category. Marta Paco from Portugal, Valentine Moscotek from France, and Barbie Pacheco from the USA. So bronze will be going for silver, will be going for gold. Who will it be? Performances would favour the high scores of the Portuguese woman Marta from the qualifying round, but all can happen in the finals. We go for gold, Todd.
Yes, yeah, no, this is another. Obviously, once you get to this point in the event, every one of these ladies in the lineup could be our gold medalist, but only one is going to be our gold medalist. So a lot on the line here. Let's look at the classification.
So these are blind surfers who ride waves in a standing position with the IBSA classification level B1, essentially blind. So very different to our V2 classification, which is a visual impairment with some vision. So this is absolutely incredible to have the performances that we're seeing out here as these women go for gold. Conditions still pretty good out there, Todd.
Actually, we're starting to see that swell increase. We've got that storm, a low pressure that's starting to push upon us. It'll start to arrive tomorrow. We'll start to see inclemental weather. We'll see the winds really start to pick up out of that southerly direction. But we're seeing the front-running swell from that storm right now. We've had a couple solid sets coming through. Opening up here in this final, we've got our surfer Marta in the red. She's able to jump up there, and just a quick wave for her, but she's on the board.
So she's the favorite coming into this with the highest score. She got a 16.5 there. So we'll find out what she got for that first wave. Yes, it comes in at a 5.5. This is the second final, but winning the first final, we're going to go down to our first world champion out of Australia. Big it up for Emma Dieters, our 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Gold Medalist.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Thanks so much. Emma, the past is gone. Tomorrow, who knows? Right now, you're the Women's Pro 2 World Champion.
Oh my God, I can't even believe that's happened. It's a surreal feeling, but I'm really stoked. I wanted to do it for my kids, my family, and everyone that's got me here. It's been amazing. Yeah.
The Aussie team is always a threat. You are the first gold medalist of the event. What was the key factor that allowed you to reach this gold medal?
I think just the support from the whole group of people here. I've got champions who are right by my side, helping me, giving me direction, and I just want to thank them for all the encouragement and support, and just a good vibe with the crew here. It really lifts people up. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna let you celebrate. The Aussies are about to go crazy. You got gold and silver. It's a beautiful day.
Axel?
Yeah, and we also have another question from the booth. Yes, guys.
Yeah, sorry, I want to give her space, but I also have one quick question. I think it's very special for the team Australia, and especially for her to share this moment with a silver medalist, Jocelyn, also in that heat representing Australia. How special is it for her to share with that moment with her her surfer, also for the team of Australia?
How special was for you to be able to share this moment with Jocelyn?
Oh my God, amazing! Because I know she's really, really a great competitor. Yeah, she's did an amazing job out there, and we always have, good little battles. So it helps to push us and get, I hope she feels the same, but, push to get better and better each time that we're out in the water. And I want to thank the other two competitors that were out in that final today as well. They really dug deep as well for themselves and their country. And I just want to say a quick thank you to families, friends, and everyone that got me here from back home. Volcom, who came on board and helped me out with everything. And I think I'm forgetting people. But, my crew that helped me in the water. My husband, Chook. Seb, that got me to the final. And then Cam, that helped me in the final. Thank you.
Yeah. Congrats, Emma. You can celebrate now. Back to the booth, guys.
Wow, congratulations, Emma Dieters, gold medalist. And look at that, the support from the Aussie team, absolutely red hot.
I love that chant, and imagine that chant being for you. You just got the first gold medal for not only yourself, but as well, probably even bigger, your country. And to have your team right behind you like that, chanting for you, there is no better feeling.
And Emma, mother of two, so her kids will be absolutely over the moon. But let's turn to the final in the water right now. This is Barbie for the USA. She's looking to drop her first score. Marta has got a 5.50. Great start for the Portuguese woman. Barbie looking to get that first score on the board, recognizing, of course, ladies and gentlemen, that these women are blind. This is the V1 classification.
Yeah, a big start with that 5.5 for Marta, and that gives her a little bit more opportunity to be a little bit more patient with her helper out there in the lineup to identify the next wave that's going to give them the opportunity to get that solid score for Marta on her next wave. That wave we went to just before we went to the post interview was the wave that Marta got the 5.5 on, and a great way to start this final.
And Marta is the reigning gold medalist. She won here at Pismo in 2021. She's 17 years of age. She's also the reigning European champion from Viana do Castelo in Portugal. She started surfing age 4, and here's the replay of that 5.5 with a brilliant takeoff there, Todd Klein.
Well, I mean, we talk about the degree of difficulty. How critical was that takeoff right there? The degree of difficulty was redlining as that thing was vertical, and she's somehow able to apply the pressure to the tail to keep it from purling. And pulls it off, gets out onto the open face. Beautiful surfing there for Marta. Judges really liked what they saw. 5.5, great start.
Barbie is from Waco, Texas. She's 46 there. So we've got a score waiting to drop for Barbie. It's a 1.83. Wow. Marta takes a nosedive on that wave. So that will be a not going to be a score because she didn't get to her feet. But we've got a really strong start for the woman who has been the standout there. But Barbie from Waco there. Tell me a little bit about that Texan community. Of course, it's the center of the Waco Surf Park.
Yeah, it's funny because before the wave park, you didn't hear a lot about Waco, and now it's a destination for surfing. They've got a great wave pool out there, and so yeah, I mean, you'd have to think she probably does quite a bit of surfing maybe in that wave pool.
So Valentine from France, from Ile-Biarritz, actually to be specific, Bidar. She's also a keen musician, loves classical music, plays the flute, and she is one of the youngest competitors in the event, age 12. We've seen our young Scottish woman, age 10, in the prone 2 category. She's the youngest. Next in line will be Valentine at age 12. She's been surfing since the age of 7, finding herself here in the final, searching for that opportunity to get a gold or a silver or a bronze. 30 minutes remaining. It's 20-minute finals. Those top 2 waves will be combined. Each wave scored out of 10. That panel of 5 judges dropping those scores out of 10. The highest and the lowest scores eliminated, and an average taken from the remaining 3. Degree of difficulty heavily rewarded, and outback surfing on the open face rewarded over inside surfing on the broken whitewater.
Yeah, because there's a lot more things that can go wrong on a real steep face as opposed to the whitewater. Much more forgiving, not quite as difficult to get out on that wave. And so the surfers that are out the back, like we're seeing Marta, are going to get rewarded. We saw her open up with a beautiful late drop, getting that 5.5. And she's going to go back to that well once again, committing to the outside in hopes of getting one of those solid scores. As you mentioned, she is our defending gold medalist from last year. Also out there last year on the podium was Barbie, who came in with copper last year. So, bronze. So she'll want to go better this year.
Yeah, and Barbie from Waco learned to surf in Hawaii and is aiming for gold this year. She says that in some of her pre-event media that she's really hunting for that gold. And there is a vibrant Texan surf community. Have you got good friends from Texas who have been on the map surfing?
So back in the day, we used to go over there for surf lessons for Quicksilver and Roxy, and we used to go to Galveston. And they've got a pretty solid little surf culture down there. It's really reliant, most of the surf in the Gulf of Mexico there, reliant on wind swell versus, big ground swells, but nonetheless a thriving surf culture.
Barbie gets the second score on the board. She's adding to that 1.83 as we see Valentine, the 12-year-old from Bidart in southwest France on the Basque Coast, close to Biarritz. She is going to add to that 3.0, but it's Marta out there in the lead from Portugal, currently in gold medal position with one wave score to 5.50.
Yeah, and just watching there, it looked like Barbie was maybe receiving some sort of direction from the beach. Someone there, she was, her body was directed towards the beach, like she was receiving some sort of information. Now she's getting the guidance there from her assistants on the inside. Meanwhile, out the back, current heat leader, look at this.
Live action going for gold. Marta Paco from Portugal paddling for that wave, not able to catch it, so won't add to that 5.50. On the inside, Valentine from Bidart in France, up and riding on a right-hander. Good posture, good style. I can hear the French team hooting. Beautiful redirect there. You could just see the way she just applied that upper body rotation and got that board swinging on the rail. But out back, it's Marta, our heat leader, in gold medal position, adding to that 5.5. Two phenomenal bits of surfing from two Europeans on fire here, going for gold.
So exciting. Again, I say this probably every division, and people are probably going, you said that last division. This is one of my favorite divisions. I mean, think about it. Try and find yourself in the lineup. You know, these surfers are completely blind. They cannot see anything. Try and close your eyes and find yourself out there. Not going to happen. Not only do they find themselves out there, they find themselves on waves and then perform like they're doing right now. It's truly unbelievable. I love watching this.
Of course, feel, sound, texture,
everything.
Wave shape, they come to heighten awareness in this situation, and we saw a fantastic bit of surfing from both our Europeans, Marta and Valentine. Valentine, part of a big, vibrant surf community. Bidart, close to Biarritz, southwest France, is the birthplace of European surfing, and wave riding there is filled with all types of approaches. It's one of those regions where you're going to find bodyboarders, wave skiers, SUP riders, longboarders, shortboarders, and parasurfers. Everybody pushing boundaries, pushing performances, because it's a convoluted coastline with a real variety of waves, beach breaks, points, and reefs.
Yeah, that's what I was going to add there. If you didn't get to that, it's very wave rich down there. There's all kinds of beautiful surf as we see beautiful surfing for Marta on wave number 2 here, getting up, and I love how she finally finds that stability there and just nice style all the way through to the inside. Wave number 2 there for Marta. And have a look at this takeoff. Super late out the back. We said this earlier in one of the heats, a bit of a sunset roll in with the whitewater behind her, finds the open face, and then gets that nice stance. Bending the knees, low center of gravity, staying right over that board so that she has the stability to ride through that wave, and beautiful surfing.
So it comes out, Todd, at a 6.0, so it puts her in a commanding situation going for gold with that 5.5 to get an 11.50 total. Barbie's got a 183 and a 177, currently in silver. Valentine's got a 3 and a score waiting to drop, currently in the bronze medal position. But as I said, waiting for a score to drop for Valentine, who's just got her third wave. So it'll be 2 scores waiting to drop from Valentine, and I imagine that second score could put her up into silver.
Yeah, she's been very impressive. You said she's only 12 years of age.
Yeah, it's incredible to have somebody of 12 years of age going for a gold medal here at Pismo.
Yeah, well, and the way that she's applying her technique to these waves out there is very impressive. I don't care if she's 30 years of age, but the fact that she's 12 is even more impressive. So groundbreaking stuff happening right here in 2022. As you mentioned, she's got that 3.0, and if she can just get a little bit more, she will definitely be up into that silver position. And with 8 minutes on the clock, you'd have to think she's got a real good shot to do it. Meanwhile, look out the back.
And she does go into silver, but as you said, opportunity for a third wave to be ridden by Marta. She doesn't catch that wave, but Valentine drops a 4.23, pushing her up into silver, needing a 7.27 to get into the gold medal position, while Barbie from Waco, Texas, on the inside with a 183 and a 177, looking like she is in that bronze medal positioning, needing a really big score, a near perfect 9.67 to shift her way up into gold, as we see a fourth wave ridden for Valentine. Will this replace one of those 4s? Nice, beautiful approach there. Really great use of the upper body and arms. You take that chest and arms in the direction you want to go, and the board will steer.
Yeah, so beautiful to watch. Now we see Red out the back really trying to get in this one. Marta. Valentine, though, as you said, getting up into that silver position now and needing a pretty solid score if she wants to get the gold, which obviously she does. She needs a 6.77. Is it possible on the inside with the whitewater? Yes. But the odds really increase to get a score of that size more out the back on the open face and then coming down the transition of an open face wave. So it'll be interesting to see if she does roll the dice to go out the back for a bigger wave, or she's going to stick with what's gotten her to this point and stay on the inside.
Well, it's worth going for one of those bigger ones outside because she's dropped a 4.27 and a 4.73. So her spotter will recognize that, you know, they may as well go for it. You know, they're going for gold here. Why not go out back, commit to a set, recognize that that could give you the opportunity to get the 6.77 she needs to get the gold medal here?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You know, the blueprint is out there for those big scores. And it is obtainable on the inside, but you're really going to have to do something dynamic to get a score up in that, 6 to 7 point range, which she currently needs the 6.77. If she gets out the back, just one of those big drops in the transition, it could easily go in the 7+ range. So it'll be interesting to see if she sticks with what's gotten her to this point or she moves out the back.
There's the tricolore, allez le bleu, as they say in France. Of course, the tricolore flying proud from this morning as we saw the team standings this morning. France were at the top of the team standings, going for team gold, the team trophy. But after Australia securing that gold and silver, you would imagine that those team standings will have Australia at the top of the list.
We'll get the update tonight, and we'll be able to see it on isasurf.org. And then, it was, initially we were planning on having all the finals on Sunday, but with the weather we've got coming and the strong winds and the giant swell, some of these classifications, it's much better for them to be in these types of conditions because the element of danger is really going to come into play around this pier on some of those bigger days. So, it was a great call for the ISA to hold this final out here today, and we're seeing some dynamic surfing.
Here's Barbie paddling for a wave, looking to replace that 1.77. She wants to get something in the 5s to get up into silver. She needs to get 9.67 to get herself into the gold medal position. The judges will recognize the difference between Marta taking off out back and Barbie taking off on the inside. But look at Valentine. She's creeping her way out onto the peak, searching for a 6.77 to get gold.
Yeah, slowly but surely now she is back, on the outside peak. And it will, if she does get a wave now, most likely she will be on open face, and that's where she'll really have a lot of potential to get those big scores. We talk about it in able-bodied sports. If you catch an inside wave, you're going to have to manufacture a score because it's so hard to get a big score on an inside wave. If you get out the back, it gets much more critical, so it's easier to get scores in that higher range. She's gone out there now, and she's going to have a great opportunity. 4 minutes on the clock, and we'll see if she'll be able to find herself on one of those set waves.
So we've seen our first gold medal delivered today to Australia. Emma Dieters won the Prone 2 classification for the women, and silver went to Jocelyn, her teammate, also from Australia. Will France get a gold? Will Valentine get the 6.77 she needs to move into that gold medal position? Right now it's Marta out there in gold with a 6 and a 5.5, and Barbie needing a 9.67 as we see live action. Valentine paddling for that wave, doesn't catch that wave, not really committing to that wave, but it looks possible that she might be able to get this. You can see that momentum she's got. It's going to be a steep takeoff, Todd. It's going to be a radical one. Is she going to make the drop? Unfortunately not.
No, but I love what she did and having the knowledge to get back on the tail to really keep that nose from piercing. And even with all her weight, that wave was so steep she still went over, but you could see she could feel what was going on with that face of that wave. And just like an able-bodied surfer would stand on the tail and stomp on it to keep the nose up, she pushed her body way back on the tail to make sure that thing wouldn't pearl. Unfortunately, it was so steep it still did, but I love the go for it attitude.
So chasing a big score from Texas there, our surfer Barbie, she didn't quite make it to her feet there, so she's not going to replace one of those ones. If she wants to get into silver, she's going to need something in the 6 range. You can see Sean Brody, the team manager there. He's out there with Barbie, communicating with her and bringing so much positive energy to the USA team. He is everywhere at once. This guy has been behind parasurfing since its inception. He used to work for the ISA, and he was at the desk in the ISA team when they first inaugurally brought the 2015 event to life in La Jolla.
Well, again, you see a lot of the icons, not only in the water but as well on the land, that are a big part of parasurfing, and he is one of those icons that's really, let his passion, play out in his work. And he's doing some great things with Team USA, and now even out there in the lineup doing a bit of coaching. So it's great to have him. Look at the cross up here and a little bit of a wedge going on. It's kind of the first time we're not seeing those long walls. So you wonder, tomorrow is supposed to be real strong southerly winds. Maybe starting to see a little bit of breakup out there in the swell, making it a little bit more peaky.
Absolutely. Some of the more peaky conditions we've seen very groomed, clean conditions, but is this going to be an opportunity for Marta to increase her gold medal situation? What a brilliant takeoff there. Power, control, commitment, poise, aggression, and then accelerating beautifully with great posture there, looking to replace that 5.50, and that was absolutely breathtaking.
It's going in the excellent range.
I completely agree. That
it's
was
going in the excellent
mind-blowing.
range.
Marta going for gold, looking to defend her world title here at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, as we see Valentine chasing a now combination score because Marta just drops a 9.0, so she is in that untouchable situation with 50 seconds remaining. It looks pretty certain that she has secured the gold medal, Todd.
And you mentioned Valentine in that combination situation. What does that mean? Well, the best you can do out there is a 10, and she needs 15 points total. So, she needs a 10 and a 5, basically. She needs 2 new waves because currently in her scoreline is a pair of 4s. So she needs a perfect 10 in a 5 to overtake. But I tell you what, unbelievable performance for Valentine. 12 years of age, pushing the limits out there. That wave that she got, she made that transition down the face and then fell after the fact. But again, I am blown away by the 12-year-old's performance.
Absolutely. Sean Evans there getting some beautiful shots of the silver and gold medalist. 12-year-old Valentine gets silver, but 17-year-old Marta gets gold with an absolutely breathtaking performance, a 9.0 and a 6.0, and Portugal win the second gold of the day, Todd Klein.
Yeah, the youth movement is strong here in 2022. We've seen some of the icons of the sport fall out early, and we're seeing the youth pull up and start to get some medals. It's a beautiful thing as the sport continues to grow.
There we see on your screen, this is the gold medalist. Twice in a row now she has been the gold medalist in the women's visually impaired 1 category. Marta Paco from Portugal is your 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing champion. Incredible performance, rising to the occasion, and what a proud moment for Team Portugal, looking absolutely breathtaking. And that 9.0, that is really something to cherish.
Yeah, and she'll be getting shared up right now, and what a great moment for her. And to go back-to-back, I have no idea what that's like. Only she would, and the other surfers out here who have multiple medals. But you always hear them say, this one is really special. You know why? Because they know how good the talent is each year, and to get back to the top, oh man, that's not easy.
Wow, what a special moment there. And this drop, Todd, this was just breathtaking. A solid drop, quick to her feet, beautiful low center of gravity, great positioning, and all about feel.
Well, we talked about it. That's what, in order to get the scores up in that excellent range, you're going to have to get out the back and get one of those critical late drops, steep transition all the way down the face. I love the fact that we had the pier angle because it really gave us that perspective to see how vertical that face was that she transitioned down, and she did it so smoothly with style, with grace. 9-point ride.
Europe gets its first gold of the event. Australia kicks off with a gold earlier today, and now Portugal answers back with Marta taking gold for that great European surfing nation. Portugal, a powerhouse of international surfing, and Marta demonstrating that they have the best parasurfers in the world.
Yeah, it's awesome, and again, for me, we had a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old, gold, silver. To me, that just shows the youth movement. The future is bright for parasurfing.
Well, that's your world champion, and we'll be crowning another world champion very soon because, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We will be moving on to the grand final of the women stand to classification.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
keep pushing,
and competition expenses. Because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Costa Rica, Malu Mendez from Brazil, Zoe Smith from England, and Laurie Phipps from France. This is the final. This is the category of women's stand 2, 25 minutes, best two waves combined. Out of England, we got Zoe Smith. Out of France, we got Laurie Phipps. Out of Brazil, we got Malu Mendez. And out of Costa Rica, we got Hermina Ruiz. Who do you think the favorite in this one is, Todd?
Well, we'll find out. You know, these conditions changing a little bit, and I also understand that, you know, this is it. This is the final, and the pressure that these athletes feel is a lot different than the qualifying rounds and even the semifinals. Now in the final, they know there's a lot on the line. There's a gold medal for them individually. There's a gold medal on the line for their countries, and the champions will rise up.
Hermina Ruiz, the 16-year-old from Nazara. She is the reigning gold medalist. She is the hot favorite. This is parasurfing stand 2. Any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or leg length difference. Hermina, 16 years of age, reigning world champion, born in 2006 with a malformation of her left leg that forced an amputation, but scoring a 17.93 combination of two rides in qualifying round 2. And on your screen right now, having a look at this wave, she doesn't catch it, so she's no scores to be dropped for any of the surfers as yet. But it looks like there are two waves that we just missed from Zoe Smith and Laurie Phipps, so we look forward to getting those scores very soon. But while there's a lull in the action in this grand final, let's go down to the winner of our last final. Marta from Portugal is your 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Champion.
That's right, Sammy. Thanks so much. Marta, one of the youngest competitors in the event. You're taking your second gold medal. This should be in the top news of Portugal. You're at right now the most important thing happening in Portugal. How does that feel?
God, I have no words. It's just so special. Okay, it's my second title, but I think this one is really special because we've been through some things in the last month, and this is so special, me and my coach getting this gold medal.
Who would you like to dedicate this victory?
I would like to dedicate it to my coach, of course, because he's always with me, and also to my grandparents, because even though if they don't know what surfing is really, they are supporting me always.
What's next for you? You already reached the top of the world twice. How are you going to focus for next year? What are your goals?
I will try to do some more events. I'd like to travel a little bit more too. But the main thing I want to do is improve my surfing.
Wow. Guys at the booth, questions for Marta?
Oh, well, just love to hear how behind parasurfing is Portugal. How excited is she to see Portugal behind, and how much is the Portuguese surf community behind her?
How big is the parasurfing community back in Portugal, and how is this also motivating you?
The parasurfing community is growing a lot in Portugal. We've had some new athletes that are getting ready to someday reach the gold medals too. And I'm really proud of them all, and I think Portugal will be a good country in the future.
Congratulations, Marta. We're going to let you celebrate. Good on ya. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being at this event.
Thank you.
Back to you guys at the booth.
Wow, brilliant stuff, Axel. Congratulations, Marta. World champion, back-to-back gold medals. What an achievement, Todd.
Yeah, I can only imagine, surfers, when they first hit the water for the first time, they fall in love with it, right? Just that feeling. And now to be at the pinnacle of that sport that they've always looked up to and thought, wow, that would be awesome to be at the best, the number one in the world. And now she is. She's got a 2-time gold medal. She's got a gold medal for Portugal. I mean, in those posted interviews, we get a little bit, but once it really sinks in, when she gets back to her room later this afternoon and she realizes the magnitude of what she's just done, it's going to be that feeling of just rushing through her body, of all the work and then getting the ultimate achievement of that gold medal. It's beautiful.
So kicking off with a 6.0, Jimena Ruiz, the 16-year-old from Nazara, Costa Rica. She's out there in the lead, and this is that 6.0. Todd, what do you think of this?
Well, a great late takeoff. Unfortunately, the wave shuts down on her. It doesn't give her the open face like we saw in some of the earlier rounds. But again, you see how quickly she can get up and get that prosthetic in front of her to get, down that face. And so a great start there on the drop, but she wants some open face.
But this was an interference call. Zoe Smith on Laurie Phipps. So Zoe Smith unfortunately gets the interference because the deepest surfer closest to the pocket was Laurie Phipps.
So a non-priority interference.
Absolutely. So penalized will be Zoe Smith there. So that's a big blow for Zoe's campaign here in the final. However, she is extremely proud here to still be battling for a place on the podium as we see live action. Jimena Ruiz from Costa Rica backing up that 6.0.
Yeah, Jimena continuing to go on the forehand there. Once again, similar to the wave we saw a moment ago, very late takeoff, but it shuts down on her. And now we see Malu Mendes, Brazil, having a look, trying to get into this left. She's going to go on the backhand.
Malu Mendes up and riding. Nice big section. Going left there. Big drop. Good engagement of the rail at the bottom of that wave. So it will be an important score. It might not rival Jimena Ruiz's 6.0, but it'll certainly be important and maybe push her up into the silver medal position for now.
Well, and that's what she was last year here in 2021, was our silver medalist, Malu, and Jimena being, our current gold medalist, looking to go back-to-back like we just saw in the heat prior. So, again, the old cliche, the cream continues to rise to the top, and we're seeing that once again here in 2021, but we're also seeing a lot of new faces, and that just shows how this sport is growing. Live action surfer in yellow, Zoe.
Zoe Smith out of Bournemouth, up and riding, brilliant right-hander there. Great control, good speed, good poise, looking nice and fast, nice and lively. Zoe competes on the AASP, the Association of Adaptive Surfing Professionals, and she knows a lot of these women because they've been competing together this season. But Laurie Phipps on a nice heavy section on that left-hander, good quick pop-up takeoff, bottom turns, engages the rail, then that wave closes out, but she will get rewarded for that big drop and that good control and rail engagement, riding the beautifully built Phipps boards shaped by her dad, of course, one of the icons of surfboard shaping.
And as you're starting to see a little bit more consistency and a little bit more size out there in the lineup. So timing couldn't be better for these finals to start to see an increase in that swell. First thing this morning, consistency was a little bit of a challenge, as well as some of the waves just a little bit smaller, not a lot of power. The tide's starting to swing now, starting to pull out, so it's starting to get a little bit shallower over that sand, starting to allow a little bit more vertical face, and we're also seeing a little bit of an increase in the swell. So a welcome sign.
So, of course, Zoe's second scoring ride will be affected by that paddle interference there, that drop in. But I think she's still going to be proud to be here. Yes, it's a frustrating way to start a heat, but Zoe is performed incredibly well to get to the grand final. But Laurie Phipps there, getting a 4.40 to add to that 2.17, slips back up into the silver medal position, while Malu Mendes slips down into bronze with that 3.23, and Zoe gets a 4.67. So the frustration of knowing that second score will infringe her chances of fighting for gold.
Well, it's going to make it challenging. It's not out of the question. She could still win the gold, which would be a massive story. But when it's a non-priority, that second score is going to be halved. You won't lose your entire score. If it was a priority interference, you lose your entire second score. So the best you could get would be a 10-point. And that would be that. But hypothetically, let's say she gets an 8 and a 4, or let's say she gets an 8 and a 5. She's currently leading this heat, so it's not out of the question.
Absolutely good point, because Jimena has got a 12.127, a 6.27 and a 6.0. What a hotly contested final this is. Going for gold, Laurie Phipps is in silver medal position. Malu Mendes, son of the great Paulo Mendes, fantastic surfer, great career as a Brazilian competitor. She is from Brazil, and she is the gold medalist in this category, not last year, but in 2020. And then, of course, it's Jimena, the young Costa Rican 16-year-old who's out there in the lead, out of Nazara, a fantastic surf community behind her. She is got that 6.27 and that's 6.0. Both of the women opting to paddle in a little bit. It looked like that set lured them further out. Now all recognizing that they might need to come in just a little bit. What's the priority situation, Todd?
Currently, right now, the graphic there on the bottom of the underneath of the scores shows that red has first priority, second priority is with white, and third priority is with blue. And what that means, red has first right away, and if she doesn't want it and white is close and she has a shot at it, she can go. The last thing you want to do is be one of those colors that's behind red and take off on the wave in front of red, because if you impede the scoring potential on a surfer that holds a higher priority, you will also get an interference. But that one is the one you definitely do not want. That's the worst you can get. You'll lose your entire second wave. So you want to use priority as your friend and not let it work against you.
So 13 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. You can see the movement of the surfer in white, Malu Mendes, looking to add to that 3.23, despite that non-priority interference, meaning she'll lose half of her second scoring ride. Zoe Smith is in bronze medal position with a 4.67. Out there in silver is Laurie Phipps. Her dad, Mark Phipps, is a legendary surfer. They lived their life shared between southwest France and the Point Lonsdale community in Victoria, Australia, and they're based in Senyos when they're in Europe. And she sadly had a scooter accident in the past, but her dad, Mark's Phipps boards are just absolutely sizzling. I mean, one of the great international shapers, and you can really see the shape of that board that Laurie's got under her feet, the way it just connected with that bowly left-hand takeoff on that last ride. So don't rule out Laurie. She's a really beautiful surfer with a great style.
Well,
could challenge Jimena.
And we talk about the relationship between a surfer and a shaper and how important that relationship is. Well, there is no better relationship than having your shaper as your father. So talk about really knowing the athlete would be her shaper. And that definitely has to come into play when it, her approach on the wave. So, and we're starting to see as the growth of the sport gets more and more people involved, more and more shapers are paying attention to the parasurfing side of things, and we're starting to see them really work closely, like our co-commentator Ben Way starting to shape a lot of boards for these athletes. And you're seeing it in the performance because of having a board that's made specifically for that surfer's style. It's one thing to get a set of clubs off the rack, but when you have a set of golf clubs that are made for your swing, you're going to be that much better, and that's what we're seeing now in our sport with these shapers working with these athletes.
Live action, Malu Mendes, a nice solid left-hander. We'll add to that 3.23. We just saw a wave from Jimena. It probably won't go into her top two, but it was a good drop. She didn't land the re-entry off the lip. Malu now might well move up into the bronze medal situation when those scores drop. But interestingly, Todd, three of these surfers come from really big surfing families. Jimena, her parents Mary Cruz Helbeth, of course I've already talked about Laurie, and of course I've talked about Malu Mendes. But Zoe, new to surfing, in 2015 she was a passenger in a car accident that meant that she lost her leg in that accident, and so she's more recently got into the parasurfing community, although she's always been a keen bodyboarder. But there's a big movement behind parasurfing in England and in Wales with the likes of Surfability, with the work that Sponge Llewellyn Williams is doing at Snowdonia at the surf park there, and the likes of the community around the wave in Bristol, Nick Hounsfield, for example, really supporting this English parasurfing team. And Zoe has been competing on the AASP, Association of Adaptive Surfing Professionals, which is led by Dana Cummings through the Parasurfing League. And all of this emerging platform of world tours is really helping push for this Paralympic inclusion.
Yeah, and I think something else that's growing the that's growing the overall sport of surfing as a whole is the artificial technology now for surf that's taking surfing off the coast to so many others that would have never had the opportunity to surf. So it's growing the overall sport, which also I think is helping with our parasurfing, because with the top athletes that we're showcasing here on the grand stage here at the Pismo Beach ISA World Parasurfing Championship, then others that are out there watching go, oh, okay, I thought surfing was just for able-bodied athletes. I can do the same thing. That individual right there has the same, challenges that I face, and look at what they're doing. Daddy, can we surf? And next thing you know, that individual is here just a couple years later on the quest for gold for the individual and for the country. So it's a beautiful thing what's happening with our sport, how it's growing as a whole with that artificial technology, but really coming back to our parasurfing.
Live action, Laurie Phipps chasing a really good score. She needs something in the 8 range to move into the gold medal position. She opted for that front side left-hander bowly section, good takeoff, but do you think that can go high to shift her from silver up into gold, Todd?
No, I don't think it'll shift her up to gold on that particular wave. It probably will better the 217, though, which will help solidify her position in the silver at the moment, which scores already drop. It's a 3-2-3. So it puts a little more pressure on Malu as well as Zoe. But Lori's going to have to really push it out there. She needs to start getting up into that 6 and even 7-point range in order to really contend with the Costa Rican out there, our current world champion, and get that gold from her. She's got time. She's got 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And, she just needs to get out there now, be patient, find herself in the priority system there, and get on one of those better waves that's going to allow the open face. That one kind of shut down on her. She needs the open face to get up into the lip multiple times right there in the pocket.
Interesting board choice here. We've got Jimena has opted for the same egg that she performed on very well yesterday. We've also got Zoe Smith opting for a slightly bigger, more rounded egg-shaped board, while we've still got Malu Mendez and Laurie Phipps opting for the slightly smaller boards. But you can see by the way those boards are gliding, they've got flotation. They're very well designed, and that progression to push performance and push equipment has been a real kind of key element in performances here at this event.
Well, I think based on the conditions we're seeing right now, each one of the surfers' equipment out there is conducive for what we're seeing. So I don't think it's, anyone's got the upper hand when it comes to equipment, because they've obviously brought what they feel is best for their style and their approach in these conditions. So I like what I'm seeing. I don't think anyone really has the upper hand as far as equipment goes. I think they each brought what they feel is best for their style.
Big takeoff for Zoe Smith from Bournemouth, surfing for Team England. Pops up, makes that drop. Excellent takeoff there for Zoe. Will go into her second scoring ride. Zoe's got a 4.67, but unfortunately an interference call means that second score will be halved. But this is your gold medal position. This is your Costa Rican looking absolutely red hot, and I can see you, Todd, thinking that could well go into the excellent range.
Yeah, I can't control my hand right now. I'm throwing fist pumps in here because I don't want to interrupt you with a big cheer or anything, but that's beautiful surfing right there. Multiple turns underneath the lip. You can see the applause down there from the Costa Ricans. Multiple turns, being able to drive off the bottom up into the pocket, drive off the bottom up into the pocket on the backhand too, which is even more difficult, I believe. Usually we favor our forehand attack because it's easier to get the drive out of those maneuvers. Beautiful surfing there for our Costa Rican.
And goes in at a 9.33, Todd Klein. I mean, wow. As you said, you got excited, and sure enough, the judges too. And take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Red hot surfing going for gold.
Yeah, I mean, immediately you can just see the difference there from what we've seen in this heat. She had some sixes. It was decent surfing. This is excellent surfing. Those turns out the back and driving down the line, a lot of times you'll see one big move, but they lose their speed. She carries the speed. Watch this. First bottom turn, bang, little off the top. There's a better one, deeper underneath the pocket. And again, two really critical snaps out the back. Redirects now coming back on the inside reform, but the damage was all on the outside. And a nice transition from one turn to another. Even a little bit of walking across the board there on the inside. Is you being a professional longboarder yourself, you would have liked that.
Oh, yeah, and really recognizing the value in those egg shapes there. In these waves, you could just see the trim and the speed and the flow that board allowed. But answering back is Malu Mendez, currently in the copper medal position, in the bronze medal position now, because she's up into third. She wants to drop that 3.20 as Jimena drops that 9.33. 3-3, and Laurie Phipps in silver has that 4-4 and that 3-2-3. So will we see a third continent winning gold so far? We've seen Australia for Oceania, we've seen Portugal for Europe. Will we see Costa Rica for South America winning our third gold of the day, Todd?
Yeah, Laurie or Malu are going to have to do something really dynamic. As we see Laurie here, she's going to have a shot.
Brilliant takeoff from Laurie Phipps, surfing for France. Spends half the year in Australia, half the year in France. Beautiful surfing there. I love her style, her flow, her control. Redirected there, but again, not the speed and the length of ride that we've seen from our Costa Rican, who's way out in that gold medal position with a 9.33 and a 6.27.
Well, one thing that's important in our sport is getting up as quick as you can because of how fast a wave moves, and she had a little bit of a bobble on the takeoff there. It took her a little bit to get to her feet. I think that was kind of holding her back from driving up into that first section. By the time she was able to get to her feet, she'd missed a couple of opportunities, so I don't see that coming through as a big score. But going back with 4 minutes on the clock, right now Hamina looking very, very strong to get another gold medal. And Laurie and Malu, again, you look at the current score lines, they're going to have to do something dynamic.
So you can see that 0.5 for the second score of Zoe. The reason that has that little icon next to it is because she had an interference at the beginning, so that score is halved. Right now we got live action, a beautiful set. Our gold medal position surfer Hermina Rui is up and riding. Nice bottom turn, top turn combination. 2 strong turns already. Look at the acceleration and the speed on that egg board, and then cuts back, readjusts, heads back towards the north side and recognizes that it's time to dismount and jump off, looking to increase that gold medal position by replacing a 6.27.
Yeah, and you mentioned the egg-shaped board there. You know, not having all of that length in front of her, she's got a lot of talent, and so she can really maneuver that board around where, you know, as some of the athletes in this competition, they need the length, they need more foam. Hamina, she has just the right amount, but then having that shorter board really allows her to make critical turns. And I used this analogy yesterday. You know, the longer board's like trying to drive a limo on a racetrack, and then you get into a Porsche, you can really take the corners a lot sharper, and she's riding a Porsche out there.
Zoe Smith shooting the pier there from Bournemouth. Really good opening takeoff. Got that low stance, engaged that rail, put that board on an arc. She's looking to add to that 4.67, but with an interference, it will be difficult, but she might well move up into the bronze medal situation, which will be a huge achievement to carry an interference call and move out of copper into bronze.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of pressure at this point for the other three ladies outside looking at Hamina with those big scores. They'd be hearing the beach announcer announce those scores. And Zoe, you know, she's got to be happy making the final here. You know, it's unfortunate she got the non-priority interference at the beginning of the heat. But, again, all 4 of these ladies, when they leave here, you know, they got to the top. That was it, but only one is going to be at the very top of that mountain, and it looks like it's going to be Hamina.
Absolutely. Malu Mendez, the 29-year-old who has cerebral palsy, here as part of that big, dynamic Brazilian team. And she's brought a lot of beautiful energy to the occasion. We were talking to her yesterday. She's just full of gusto, full of spirit. So stoked to be here and so stoked to be celebrated and recognized at the elite level.
Yeah, it was exciting talking to her yesterday. You know, I've seen her around. And you know, I try and give the athletes space. You don't want to, you know, bother them, but, you know, she actually approached us and just beautiful. You know, she was excited to, you know, hear the commentary and just excited, you know, to see where the sport of surfing is going with para-athletes. And the future looks so bright. We also talked a little bit about how cool it was to see surfing get into the 2020 Tokyo Olympics for the first time, and that big influx of youth tuning in to watch the Olympics really for the first time. And now we are that close to getting, you know, surfing into the Paralympics, and she was really excited knowing that she could one day be representing the country of, you know, Brazil in those Olympics.
And representing Brazil, Malu Mendez moves up into the silver medal position. She's got a 5.93 dropped. Add to that 3.23. But it's our Costa Rican from literally the rich coast. Costa Rica looking like it's almost certain that she's going to be the gold medalist. Jimena Ruiz has just been absolutely unstoppable in this final. What a performance, Todd.
And this is one of those moments that, you know, whether it's somebody on the pier or anywhere, they have to just tell Hamina, you're good, stop. don't go anywhere near anybody, don't get a priority interference. That's the only way she could lose at the moment.
What a victory. Gold medal surely guaranteed with just 10 seconds remaining. A 9.3 and a 6.27. Hermina Ruiz, the graphic artist and designer, the 16-year-old from Nazara, who is our reigning world champion, backing that up with back-to-back wins. She wins the gold medal here at the 2022 Pismo Beach ISA World Para Surfing Championship, and she can be absolutely delighted. And now 3 different continents have won gold medals today.
Yeah, I can tell you, it obviously feels unbelievable for any of these athletes to obtain a gold, but when you've done it with nearly a perfect ride like she did, getting a score in that 9-point range, it's even better. Showing the world the talent that you've got and just putting it all on the line, taking home a gold back-to-back for Team Costa Rica.
And this is real testament to the strength of Costa Rican surfing. We're seeing that across all categories in surfing at the moment. Costa Rica, of course, a hothouse of incredible waves, but producing world champions.
Well, Carlos Munoz, who was on the championship tour, he just got the breaking news, I think it was a day or two ago, that he will get the call-up as an injury wild card. Anytime someone can't make it to the event due to something, he will be right back in there, and he was excited to have that opportunity. He was the first Costa Rican to make it to the grand stage on the championship tour level. This young lady, she's getting gold medals.
And what a beautiful ambassador for women's parasurfing. Our world champion, there she is for Costa Rica, Hermina Ruiz. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we got another final to come. Very soon we'll be moving into the Women Stand 3 Grand Final here live from Pismo Beach.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
keep pushing,
and competition expenses, because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Welcome back to the 4th final of the day. It's the Women's Stand 3 final, going for gold. 2 Spaniards will face off against one another here in Pismo Beach as we continue to get clean conditions. Bowley rights, bowley lefts, a lot of variety on option as our 2 Spanish surfers are competing for gold and silver. Early takeoff there. This is the Women Stand 3 categorization. I'm Sam Bligley, still in the booth with Todd Klein. We've witnessed an amazing final for the women's Stand 2. The difference with Stand 3 is these 2 Spanish women face off is that these are surfers who ride waves in a standing position with a lower body impairment above the knee. So we will see a slightly different approach, and that above the knee amputation could also have an equivalent double knee amputation, and it's also a possibility that these surfers might have a lower extremity or congenital or impairment equivalent to these above the knee single or double amputations. So just 2 Spanish women fighting for gold and silver. 25 minutes, top 2 waves combined, and we know now that we're definitely going to get another European winning a gold after seeing already an Australian, Portuguese surfer, and a Costa Rican.
Yeah, there's no doubt in this final. My money's on Spain to get a gold.
Live action Our surfer Maria in red, up and riding there. Doesn't quite get to her feet. Scores won't count because the judges will be looking to see both of those feet on the board to then start scoring that ride out of 10, Todd.
Well, the scoring starts. The scoring starts in the stand division once these ladies' hands leave the rail. That will be deemed a ride.
And talking of deemed a ride, somebody who has ridden her way now to 2 gold medals, our world gold medalist, our world champion from Costa Rica, Jimena, is on the sand with Axel.
Cheers, Sammy. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Jimena about her dominance in the final, pretty much comboing the entire field for most of the final, and then what it feels like for this second medal. Jimé, una final muy sólida. Tenías a todas las demás competidoras en situación de combinación prácticamente hasta el final y tienes una otra medalla de oro. ¿Qué se siente?
Primero que todo, gracias al Señor por permitirme aquí porque casi no vengo, la verdad. Y agradezco mucho eso, que todo se pudo salir y muy bien. Y estoy muy feliz por llevar otra medalla de oro para Costa Rica y para poner en alto a mi país. Entonces estoy muy agradecida por eso.
She says that she was almost not going to show up to this event, so she wants to thank the Lord for allowing her to show up and participate, and she wants, of course, to take this back to Costa Rica. I'm going to ask her about what's next for her and how is she going to take the rest of the year. Jimena, estás hasta arriba nuevamente, lo más alto del mundo. ¿Qué esperas para ti en este próximo año y cómo quieres seguir en la evolución de tu surfing?
Primero que todo quiero mejorar la parte de mi surfing también, pero me siento muy agradecida por todos los logros que he logrado y por el esfuerzo que he puesto, por el esfuerzo de mis padres, por mi papá, que es mi coach, que esta vez no pudo venir, pero sé que me está viendo desde la casa. Le agradezco mucho a mi mamá que pudo venir, al equipo que me estuvo ayudando todos estos días que he estado aquí y a toda la familia y personas que me han ayudado en Nosara.
She says that she still has a lot more to learn, much more to improve, that she's going to go back and continue to train as hard as she can. She wants to thank her dad, she wants to thank her mom, and she wants to just thank everyone back in Costa Rica who's made this. Un último agradecimiento, Jimé, para toda la gente que te está viendo. Just some last regards for people watching back home.
Muchas gracias a las personas que me apoyaron, que me ayudaron para poder estar aquí. Y sí, y agradezco a mi familia que me estuvo apoyando y a mis amigos.
There you have it, guys. Our 2-time gold medalist, Jimena Ruiz from Costa Rica. Back to you guys.
Wow, fantastic. And great to see Channel Islands behind her there, of course. She's bringing that Nazara Costa Rican culture, but riding a Californian-built surfboard, and that couldn't fit together better than these beautiful waves here at Pismo.
Yeah, again, we see Tim Stamps shaping for Liv Stone, and a lot of big-name, shapers. Ben Way, who's working with us on the broadcast crew. A lot of big-name shapers around the world getting behind these athletes, to make sure they have the best craft out there in the lineup. And again, that's why we're seeing the sport really start to elevate. In the early days, we didn't see the maneuverability that we're seeing now in these different classifications, and it continues to elevate every year that we come here.
So going for gold, Miria with a 4.33, surfing against Maria, who's got a 0.67. So we've got a slightly younger surfer from Leon, the 16-year-old, surfing against a slightly older surfer, the 38-year-old. So in the lead, it's Maria with that 4.33. So just 2 women in this classification. And in the early days of the para surfing event, of course, you would have seen some of these smaller divisions, but we've seen them grow. And this is an opportunity to encourage all surfers that could be in this Stand 3 classification to get on board with your federations, field a team, and turn up and fight for the medals.
Yeah, to add a little bit of analytics and paint the picture for what you just said, you look back in 2016, the entire event, all the classifications, 7 women. 2022 here, this event right now, 59 women, almost 33% of all entire athletes. So the push with the ISA for that gender equality, and as well seeing these ladies perform out there in the lineup and inspire others out there to get on a board and to get involved and represent their nations, that's why we're seeing the growth. And again, with the equipment getting better and the federations getting behind these athletes to give them the means to get here, it's just getting better and better with the ultimate goal to make it into the Paralympics. And we know that, just like we saw the ISA work with the IOC, And once again, now the ISA is working with the IPC to get surfing into the Paralympics, and it's obviously it's just a matter of time in my eyes.
So scores to drop, it looks like Maria in red is going to drop a couple of scores there. Maria with the MI, she is up and riding on his screen right now, adding to that 4.33. So this is going to be a good score, the second score for her. So this could well put her in a commanding position for that gold medal as we wait for more scores to drop. As I say, 5 judges delivering those scores out of 10, and the highest and the lowest being eliminated to create that average score, Todd.
And something that's really hasn't been talked about at this event that is totally different from any of the other surf events around the world. There is a head judge up there, but the role of the head judge at this event is nothing like the role of the head judge at the other events. The head judge at the other events will sit behind the panel, and if you start to see 1 or 2 really out of whack, he will tell them to some extent, not necessarily just straight out, you got to change it, but basically, in other words, that you do have to change it. Here, the head judge will just say, guys, have a look once again. Just make sure you feel comfortable with those scores. And if they do, then they just go ahead and put them in. And if they really have any question, they can ask for the rewind to go back and watch that footage to make sure that they saw everything that took place on that wave and then apply the scores. And that's also why, as you've pointed out, you've got the 5 judges. You take the high score and the low score, and you're going to get the average from those other 3. And it's a fantastic system that they employed a few years ago here with the ISA.
Big opportunity for Spain to rise up the team standings here. And looking at that judging criteria, judges analyze the following major elements when scoring a ride: commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers, variety of maneuvers, speed, power, flow, and open face waves scoring higher than the whitewater waves. So getting on that open face, getting in trim, committing to maneuvers is key to get those bigger scores.
And to add to that, you and I, we've had breakfast, a couple times with the judges and have had conversation with them, and they said, hey, we are going to reward the athlete who is pushing the elements, who is taking that, that big drop. And even if they don't make it, you might see a higher score for an incomplete, but it was a critical maneuver or a critical takeoff, and they, almost made it, but they didn't, versus someone who takes off going sideways on a very, flat-faced wave or taking off on the whitewater. They might make the drop. They might ride it way inside, but they want to see surfing getting pushed out there in those sections, in the most critical sections. And so sometimes, even though they rode the wave and made it all the way through, someone who really pushed it out the back and fell might get a higher score. So at the end of the day, the ones that you've seen pushing the elements here are the ones that are getting those big scores.
So we can see some whale action. There's a humpback. Wow, sensational stuff there. Beautiful. This is just such an incredible scene as we see the humpback whale blowing spray there. And that is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, that I could watch that all day long, Sam. I love that stuff. I'm a huge fan of the marine life. I love being around water as a whole, being a surfer my whole life. And now, I do a ton of fishing. I just love being out there amongst the water, whether it's fresh water on a lake or a river or being out here in the ocean with all this marine life. It's such a beautiful thing.
So we get the humpbacks and the grey whales. We get the porpoises, the bottlenose dolphins, the harbour seals. We get all the bird life, all the marine life feeding on this bait fish. The anchovies will be, they'll be what that's what they'll be.
Yeah, they're not happy. The anchovies are running for their lives out there right now.
Absolutely.
If it's not a bird that's going to pluck you from the sky, it's a whale that's going to put you in its stomach.
So surfer Miria with the MIR, she is in the lead with a 4.33 and a 3.17. Maria is a 38-year-old, age 7. She lost her leg due to Ewing sarcoma, which forced a leg amputation, and she is from Valencia. But live action right now, Maria, who's the younger surfer, 16, from Leon, up and riding. Nice open face wave there. This is a really good opportunity to go for that gold medal. Accelerates, attacks that section. This is one of the more open face waves we have seen, so this could really make a massive difference, Todd.
Yeah, that is definitely going to make a massive difference for her. Will it be enough to overtake that first position from her fellow country surfer out there in the lineup? We'll wait and see. But as you indicate, a little bit more of an open face there, not taking off directly in the whitewater as we see a whale up on the right-hand corner of your screen there breaching. It's all happening here at Pismo Beach.
I mean, how special to be going for a gold medal, looking out back for a set and seeing a whale breach. Right now, though, this is our gold medal position surfer, waiting for a score to drop for Maria, but Miria decides not to take that. And the fact that both of these women have got such similar sounding Christian names is one of the best tongue twisters ever.
I was waiting to see where you were going with it. I was wondering if it was like a Maria. Maria.
30 minutes remaining. So silver is with our surfer in red. Gold is with our surfer in white. This is the last final of the day, the women's stand 3 classification. After this, we've still got a lot of action to come. We've got the men's visual impairment 1 classification semi-finals. Then we'll be moving on to the men's kneel semi-finals. Then the men's visual impairment 2 classification semi-finals, and then to round up the day, if the schedule doesn't change, we'll be moving to the men prone 1 semis. So lots of finalists will be coming through later today, and of course we'll have a little bit more flexibility to work with the potentially more challenging conditions we've got on Saturday and Sunday. And Todd, just briefly, what have we got to expect wave-wise on those days, unless we don't see a rider up and riding? Let's come on to that just now, Todd, because we've got our surfer in gold medal position looking for this ride. She's up and riding. Nice takeoff there. You can see the leash is on her front foot, so that's obviously a technique that she prefers stance-wise. Solid wave, bigger wave than Red's last wave, but what I loved about Red's last wave was the open face surfing.
White goofy foot. There's 2 other goofy foots that immediately came to mind. There's not many people that wear the leash on the front foot. Any chance you know either of the names for the goofy footers that used to wear the leash on the front foot?
Goofy footers that used to wear the leash on the front foot.
Correct.
Okay, so this is interesting. We're talking 80s or 90s?
I'm not going to give you eras. There's only been a few, but I'm going to just throw it out there. I don't want to waste too much time on it. But, you know, most surfers like the leash on the back foot because they feel it keeps the leash from getting up caught on, across the deck of the board.
Honolulu Bloomfield, our 3-time women's world longboard champion, when she's forced to wear a leash, which she doesn't like to, she likes to wear the leash on the front foot.
But she's a regular footer, isn't she?
She's a regular footer, yes. I got that wrong.
So, Guilherme Herde.
Yep.
Former Championship Tour competitor out of Brazil, and then a longtime friend of mine, also a Championship Tour competitor from the East Coast, Matt Keckley.
There we go. You said it. So, front foot leash does get worn by some surfers.
Only on occasion.
There we go. 10 minutes, 42 seconds remaining. Did the situation change? We had a 5.23 for Maria. That nice open face wave. I really like that. I like the fact that she got in the pocket, she got in trim, but we're waiting for a score to drop for our surfer in white. It was a bigger wave. It didn't allow that kind of trim-based opportunity, but it'll be interesting to look at a couple of waves back and analyze the difference between these 2 rides, Todd.
Yeah, let's look back at some of the earlier waves for White as we stand by for her last wave being ridden, as we think it could increase her scoreline. She's the current heat leader right now with a 2-wave total of 7.5. She's got a 4.33 and a 3.17 currently.
Kicked off with that 4.33, but the biggest score of the heat so far is the last right-hander we saw from Red, and live action right now on your screen. Maria is going to catch this wave. Is she going to make it through the drop? Big takeoff opportunity there. Unfortunately, she's not able to add to that 5.23, so she will stay in the silver medal position because our surfer in white has dropped to 3.40. So Maria in red has got the highest score of that 5.23, but Miria in white has got that 4.33. So very, very close. But the fact that Spain are fielding both of these women is really good for their standings, as we see a bowly right-hander wedging up. Is this going to be an opportunity for our surfer in white, Todd?
No, I think both surfers are going to get caught on the inside. Have a look, though, at the opportunity on that right-hander for some of these heats coming up later today. You know, the waves improving as that tide's pulling out, swells increasing, wind's still at bay. So really nice conditions out here today. And these 2 ladies out there in a final right now, gold medals on the line. And I tell you right now, I almost like where Red is at, sitting on the 5.23. She needs to get out the back. She only requires a 2.5 to take that gold medal from her fellow country surfer out there in white. So this heat right now is up for the taking by all means.
Absolutely, and she needs to really recalculate and get herself out back for that opportunity.
Yes.
Because these inside
No.
waves are not going to make a difference.
No, and that's where your coaching and your teammates really come into play. They need to, at this point, say, hey, you know what, you're in the final. You know, these waves on the inside might have gotten you to the final, but in order to win this final, you need to get out the back. That's where the scoring potential is. That's where you're going to be able to get a wave up in that 6+ range. Even though she only needs a 2.5, I think right now that's the challenge. She's surfing for a 2.5. She needs to be surfing for a 5+ to put it out of reach.
Yeah, very good point, Todd. And of course, this is where the rest of the team, either on the pier or on the beach, come into play with giving that advice. But when sometimes you're in the heat of the moment, it's sometimes difficult to take on board that extra assistance because you're in that zone, that tunnel vision. You have your eyes on the prize.
Well, you know, for some, things start to go really fast and you start to get nerves. And the ones that are our true champions are the ones that things slow down. It's those moments where literally there's 10 seconds on the clock and they want the ball to get that last shot. Others, everything's spinning because the clock's going so fast. The beach commentator, the last score, they just start spinning. You need to slow things down. You need to regroup, get out the back, be patient. 7 minutes on the clock, needing a 2.5. Don't surf for the 2.5. Surf for the 5 and up.
Absolutely, that's key. That's really great advice about recognizing that there's the need to push the boundaries. To play it too safe is too much of a risk. All to play for. 7 minutes remaining. Looks like the FIFA quarterfinal between the Netherlands and Argentina is still going. It's currently 2-1 to Argentina. They're moving into the dying seconds, but this is moving into the last minutes. Live action now. Chasing that 2.5 is our surfer Maria. She goes for that big steep takeoff, unable to add to that score with a replacement potential of that 1.27, but it looks like our surfer Maria, who's out there in gold, is just going to abandon ship for that set. So it's still extremely close, like a game of chess, moving to those final moments. And like you say, it's about going out back, being patient, resting, relaxing, and looking to get that 2.5 for our surfer in red.
Yeah, again, even watching right now as White takes off, you know, she's looking to better a 3.4. So she's in a position where she should also be showing some patience to get an open face clean wave to better the 3.4. The whitewater, it's going to be hard to do that. So she needs to do what she's done so far, getting the outside open face waves. Once again here, red on the inside, taking off on the whitewater. So if they continue to both surf the same, and you know what, it's probably not a bad thing for White to start riding the whitewater because it's going to throw her game off the surfer in red. She's like, oh, I need to do the same thing she's doing. She's the heat leader. So maybe it's a tactical thing. Who knows? But the scores that are really on offer out there are on the open face waves.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see those conditions have really kind of started to kind of give a bit more of a bowly section for some of those waves as we continue into the last 5 minutes of this parasurfing stand. 3 surfers riding in a standing position with an above the knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. And those graphic illustrations, if you're tuning in as a young para-athlete anywhere around the world, get on board with your local federation and bring yourself to this event next year, but also attend some of your national titles and some of the regional events and some of the tour events that are really taking parasurfing in a new direction in that push for Paralympic inclusion in Los Angeles 2028.
As we've seen these surfers out there with the prosthetics in this stand-up division, you know, you mentioned some of the ways to get involved in surfing. You know, and this event is hosted by Amp Surf, and we had Dana Cummings in here the other day. And during that interview that you had him in here, you know, he was able to take off his prosthetic and talk to us a little bit about it. And for the surfers that have means to get an additional prosthetic, they have what they call a surf foot. And it has a lot more mobility to, you know, get up onto the board and also have a, you know, a little bit of a joint in the ankle, if you will, that allows them to do really good turns. And so it's real interesting for me as an able-bodied athlete, not only to pay attention to what's going on with the surfboards, but also what's happening with the different prosthetics that's allowing these surfers to reach their full potential. And that's another thing that the surfers have talked about here, aside from the competition, it's basically a big expo. They get together and they communicate about what's working for them. And, at the end of it, so much great stuff comes out of it that each year just gets better and better.
Absolutely. You see new techniques, you get new inspiration from new equipment, new approaches. But right now, from Valencia, our 38-year-old Miria is out there in gold medal position with a 4.33 and a 3.40, chasing a 2.5. Maria, the younger of the two competitors from Leon, the 16-year-old, she is there in silver medal position. She has to get herself out back to really push for that bigger score to go into that gold medal position, and I really hope she gets a chance in the last 3 minutes, Todd.
Well, both of them are on the outside now, so they'll have the opportunity. And, I hope they have the opportunity. They've got 3 minutes on the clock. Mother Nature's going to determine if they're going to have the opportunity or not at the end of the day. But the good thing is now at least they're in position for if a set does come through that they will have that opportunity. One thing to keep an eye on now that they're very close in proximity in the lineup is the priority. And the graphic there on the left of your screen indicating that white does have first priority. So red's going to have to make sure that she does not take off on the same wave. But if she does, more importantly, she does not hinder the scoring potential for that surfer holding the highest priority in white there. So, I like to see that the surfers did make the adjustment. They're no longer on the inside with the white water, getting the 1s and the 2s and the 2.5s. They're out the back. And now, our surfer in red only needing a 2.5. So, if I'm her, I want to get away from the surfer that's in white, even though they're friends, they're from the same country. A lot on the line here between a silver and a gold. It's a major difference, and she has a shot only needing a 2.5, but she needs some space.
Absolutely, Todd. A lot on the line, and I can see a decent set there. So the scoring potential coming up. Our surfer out of priority, Maria from Leon. She needs a 2.50. It's a low score, but in priority is Miria from Valencia, and it looks like Miria is going to try to replace that 3.4. She's got this wave. She's paddling hard. She's digging deep. She takes a nosedive there, so she won't replace that 3.40. And with
the door is wide open.
Yeah, absolutely, Todd. With 1 minute, the door is wide open for Maria to get the opportunity. Our surfer from Leon, can she strike at that 2.5?
It's all-you-can-eat buffet right now. All she needs to do is put it on the plate, a 2.5. Will she be able to? 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. She has priority. She has the entire lineup to herself. She's out the back. I just want to make sure she might need to get a little bit further out so she doesn't find herself in a position like we just saw White taking off too late, catching the nose and purling. If she can get out the back, get an angle on the wave, and take off on the open face, it's a victory lap.
It's no clam sandwich. It's tapas for lunch for these Spaniards. It's Miria in silver, but it's Maria looking for that 2.50 with just 47 seconds remaining. Todd, is there going to be a chance for her to get a go to shift gears from silver to gold?
Well, we've only got a few more grains of sand in that hourglass, so until it's bare, she does have a shot. She's paddling for that, not going to get it. 30 seconds to go.
There's something behind. Is it going to give her a scoring potential? She really needs to get a move on here. This is an opportunity, Todd. Massive moment for our young
This is
Span
it, Sam. It's a little bit of a late takeoff. Too late. She's underneath it. She's going to have to turn and maybe have one more shot. 15 seconds to go. White turning on the inside.
So looking to replace that 3.5. Our current gold medalist, Miria, she falls. There's still seconds remaining.
Here we go.
There's an opportunity for an open face here. Can Miria from Leon? She's up and riding.
1.
This is a chance to get a 2.5. Full engagement, both feet. This will count. She needs to really commit to this wave. There's some real engagement. There's a possibility that could be the score. Needing a 2.5 to go from silver to gold. Todd, what do you think? It's so close.
Well, the thing in these types of moments, just like that, Sam, these are tough for me because at the end of the day, our sport is subjective. There's no ribbon there with a clean winner that you run across or come through with your car, etc. It's a score. There's 5 judges on the panel. Will it be enough?
You know what? Am I allowed to put my neck on the line?
You can do whatever you want. You're the big dog.
I'm not the big dog, but I'm going to put my neck on the line. I think she just about got that. I think it's going to be
just about means you still got a couple ears. Are you putting the whole neck out there or what?
I'm going whole neck all the way. So fingers crossed, we'll see. But either way, what a fantastic
great performance by both ladies. You know, pushing it out there. As you can see her making her way in. She's waiting on that score from the judges. Also red out the back, waiting as well because she's the one that needs the score, needing a 2.5. White's hoping that she holds on to that gold medal.
And in my whole history of broadcast commentary, I've never had two Christian names so similar fighting for gold. Maria and Miria. So we got our woman from Valencia and our woman from Leon. We got the 16-year-old and the 38-year-old. Currently, it's Miria in white in the gold medal situation, but we're waiting for a score to drop, looking for a 2.50. Beautiful moment. They're both proud to be here, definitely guaranteeing silver and gold for Spain. Europe take the 4th medal here, so 2 medals for Europe today so far, 1 for Portugal, now 1 for Spain. But will it be our surfer in red or will it be our surfer in white? Stay tuned, because it's going to be dropped very soon.
Well, some might wonder, why is it taking so long to get the score? It's either the score or it isn't. Well, keep in mind, this is such a big moment right here. Again, 5 judges on the panel. They're going to watch the replay, and they're going to go back and reflect on the other scores that the other surfer got and compare it so that they make sure they get it right in line with what took place in that final, and then that score will drop and there'll be no question.
Absolutely. There is that comparative score, and knowing that, if something like a 2.5 has already been dropped, if they're able to reference that video replay, they know that if it was worse than that, it's not going to be a 2.5.
Correct.
But if there was a higher degree of difficulty, there was some open face trimming, yet it was more of an inside based wave. But some of the scoring rides, they were bigger waves, but not all of them had that open face. So the thing that the judges are really going to get involved with here is how much they reward that little bit of open face trim.
And something else to keep in mind, Red had the highest single wave score, so technically she had the best performance in that heat on one wave. And so, we knew that she had the talent, and only needing a 2.5, I mean, that's such a small score to obtain. And did they announce the scores down there? I'm not sure if that's a celebration or nerves and just waiting on the scores.
Still waiting for it. And, I put my neck on the line. I felt like it was just enough to get there. We'll find out. I might be wrong. I'm not a judge, but I'm allowed to have an opinion on this. And we're obviously sharing.
You might feel like a turkey on Thanksgiving.
Opportunity here to just put the platform on these women, because they have been phenomenal in this final. Our 4th gold medal to be crowned today. We've already seen Australia, Costa Rica, Portugal win golds. We know, because both women are Spanish, that Spain are going to win a gold. But will it be gold for our surfer in red, or will it be gold for our surfer in white?
Both ladies
it's got to be dropped any soon.
Oh, man. The air only gets thicker as they wait on that score. You could cut it with a knife down there, the tension in the air. And gold medal on the line. A silver is beautiful, but I'm telling you, a gold there, you're at the top of the mountain. There's no one ahead of you.
So there's our surfer from Leon, 16 years. Maria there, waiting for that score, needing a 2.5. Will it change the situation? It is clearly going to be extremely close, Todd.
Yeah, the 2.5s, it's such an easy score to obtain. But like we said, they're going to go back and they're going to watch the replays. They're going to compare it to the other scores that took place in that score line. And once it's pretty clear to them, they're going to drop those scores, and we'll bring them to you as soon as we can. And the beach commentator right there up on the pier underneath the white tent, he'll deliver it to the athletes, and you'll be able to see who ends up winning it. But no doubt, both of these ladies are going to be proud of one another, and only one, though, is going to be able to take home the gold and be our world champion.
And this is such a great sporting moment. This is what it's all about for Paralympic push, Paralympic inclusion. It's this down-to-the-wire opportunity. This is sport at its best, when you have to wait for that final decision to make the difference, and you're waiting to hear that call, the butterflies, the anticipation, and it sounds like the score is starting to be dropped, and it comes in and it's enough, and she takes the gold medal. The 16-year-old from Leon takes the gold medal with a 3.17. So she shifts from silver to gold, and she gets to get cheered up the beach. And Todd, that was absolutely brilliant.
More importantly, you still have your neck.
I still have my neck. I put my neck on the line on multiple occasions since day one, and it is
what a
still
beautiful moment, man. So much on the
go.
line right there. Imagine, what's running through the mind of both of the athletes, and then to get the score needed, I mean, just boom, there goes everything, all the emotion, gold medal.
Wow, congratulations, Maria Martin Granizo from Spain. You are our world champion, our gold medalist. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because we will be continuing the action, moving into the men's visually impaired 1 classification semi-finals as Shannon and Ben come back into the booth.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
keep pushing,
and competition expenses. Because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Welcome back to the action. That was an absolutely nail-biting finish for the final of our Stand 3 women's division. Watching the two Spanish women battle it out, and the young one gets the win and walks away with the gold medal. Absolutely exceptional performance, and coming down to almost on the buzzer, getting herself into that last wave, Ben, was really great to see that fight all the way till the finish, because you never know if you're going to be able to get the score, even with 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and we had that nail biter at the end there for one of the competitors as we were waiting for that last score. We almost ended up with a necklace Sam Bleakley. That would have been interesting as him being my roommate. So here we have our VI1 men's semifinal out in the water right now. And it looks like we've yet to get a wave, but we have seen some great conditions. Slight texture on the face now as that afternoon kind of hits in. Light wind conditions, and we have a lot more swell than we expected, I think, as going into the morning with really small 1 to 2 foot waves. Now we have some 3 foot sets here and there.
Yeah, it's nice to see those conditions holding off pretty well. We know that that big storm is rolling through tomorrow, and you've heard it from so many of the interviews. You know, outside of the last 4, where we've been crowning our gold medalists, the rest of the crew earlier this morning and now, they're all preparing for finals day tomorrow and Sunday. As we take a look at the surfers competing for our men's semifinals.
All right, in red for Team Brazil, we have Elias Figueiredo, Ricardo Deal, Ben Newman for Germany in white, and Matteo Salandri for Italy in yellow.
So 3 great competitors. We've got 3 more coming up in our second semifinal, which will include Tomas de Silva from France, Kirk Watson of Australia, and Pablo Martinez of Argentina. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through into the final. No more round-robin format for them. They completed that yesterday, and now it is top 2 advancing through. As we've got a paddle here from our first competitor, Matteo Salandre tries to get into that one and is unable to. He'll work with his coach to get him straight back into position for that next set to roll through. And as we wait for another great wave, let's go down to the beach to catch up with our brand new gold medalist, Maria Martin Granazo of Spain.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. I'm here with Maria, who's still shaking. That was probably the most stressful ending of the entire event. I'm going to ask in Spanish, how was that heat for her? And then I'll translate. María, esa final un poco lenta. Tuvimos que esperar a que llegaran esas olas y literalmente de último segundo te llega esa olita, la llevas y eres medalla de oro.
La manga más estresante de toda mi vida. No me he pasado peor en mi vida. Pero bueno, estoy súper contenta, súper orgullosa. Me he entrenado mucho para esto y estaba en el agua súper angustiada, digo, ¡ay, que no llego! Y al final en el último segundo ha sido como, luego la espera para que me dijesen el ranking de la hora no ha sido, súper estresante, pero al final todos contentos, así que genial.
It's definitely the most stressing heat of her entire life. She was just waiting, and then when we were waiting for the beach announcer to give the score, it was even more stressful, and then luckily she got that score last minute and she was able to take the win. María, ¿a quién quieres? I'm going to ask who she wants to dedicate this victory and what's up next for her. ¿A quién quieres dedicarle esta medalla de oro y qué sigue en tu vida?
Pues a mis padres y a mis abuelos, que son los más importantes de mi... Bueno, a mis hermanos también, que no se ofendan. A toda mi familia, ¿no? Que son los que siempre me apoyan en todo, en lo bueno y en lo malo. Y a mis amigos, obviamente, también, pero a mi familia y, bueno, al equipo español también. A todos los españoles, a todo el mundo.
She wants to dedicate this win to her family, parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters, and of course everyone in Spain that's been backing her up and supporting her all her journey. And just lastly, what's next for you, María? ¿Qué sigue en tu vida ahora con esta medalla de oro?
Pues yo también esquío, así que estaré entrenando esquí y surf, mezclando ahí un poco, y hacer carreras de esquí internacionales, pero luego seguir entrenando surf y ver si voy a alguna competición más, ¿no? El circuito español y algo más. Y nada, pasármelo bien, disfrutar y aprender mucho.
She will continue to ski as well. She also skis. She will continue to surf, train on both sports, and then just going to enjoy the moment and continue to travel as well to try to be in more events, both on skiing and on surfing. María, muchísimas gracias, muchísimas felicidades. Disfruta este momento.
Gracias a vosotros.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
That was great. Congratulations to Maria. Incredible performance and really tight between those two, between Mireia and Maria, who ended up taking away the win. Great to hear from her on another successful year as a surfer, but also knowing that the Spanish Paralympic Committee has their eyes on young Maria as a future skier for the Winter Paralympic Games.
Yeah, and that is amazing. And I love how she said in Spanish, most importantly, my parents and my grandparents. And she said, wait a second, I better mention my sisters as well.
As we take a look at some replays now, out in the water, we are in the semifinals. We've got about 13 minutes left on the clock, so 7 minutes down from the start, and we've had a few waves ridden.
Yeah, just up and riding, we had Figgy Deal for Brazil, and now we have Matteo Salandri for Team Italy opening this heat up. We see that a little bit more texture, a little more bump on the face, not those smooth conditions that we saw in the morning, so making things a bit more challenging as we have Ben Newman for Team Germany in white.
Great live action, taking that low stance, getting that feeling of the waves on his hand as well as on his feet. And nice back and forth there to really just cut through, add in that change of direction that the judges will be paying close attention to and getting even more work done as he comes through to the shallows.
Yeah, and this is just amazing because we saw him last year as sort of a newcomer to this parasurfing world and community, and it looks like he's made leaps and bounds. The board that he's riding is made in Switzerland by a Swiss shaper, and it says made in Alaya Bay, which is their wave pool right there by the Olympics Museum in Switzerland. And so we actually have boards being made in Switzerland at a wave pool. That is so cool.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's been great to see Ben's journey to competing in the ocean because, like you said, you know, he learned how to stand up surf in a city wave, and then in those wave pools eventually graduated to surfing in the ocean for the first time right before last year's World Championships here in Pismo Beach. He got in the water in Lanzarote. Now, in the last 12 months in the lead up to this event, after having a great first experience, has been spending more and more time traveling to the coastline, traveling back to Lanzarote and other areas around the world, bit of time in Canada as well, to be able to now get that feeling for what it's like surfing in the ocean. And when we're talking about our visually impaired 1 category, we are talking about surfers that are completely blind with no vision at all, which would be the most similar to paddling out in the lineup, blindfolding yourself with a thick piece of fabric, that full black, and not being able to see anything, where our visually impaired 2 division, which we've seen in the water earlier today, they have the slightest bit of vision. They can see colors, shapes, a bit of light. So for this crew, really important that communication is really sharp from their teammate that they're in the water with, as well as that full feeling that they get from the board being connected to the surface of the water, that wind on their face, and even using their hands the way that Ben was on the deck of their board, or to be able to feel if they're in the white water or on that green face.
Yeah, it's amazing all of the little tools that they use, and having that most important factor of your vision. For most of us surfers, if you ever try to close your eyes and ride a wave, or you've stayed out way too long waiting for that last wave and the sun goes down, even with a little bit of vision, it's still very, very difficult. And so we are starting to see a little bit of action here. 6.50 for Ben Newman's last wave. Very nice wave. He was able to do a number of direction changes on that one. And Figgy Deal has a 6.33. We just saw the end of his ride on that during that interview, and yellow 3.33. So just getting things started, and keeping us entertained while we wait for those sets are those whales on the outside. So look at the top of the screen, and this is just amazing here in Pismo Beach. We had sea otters, seals. Now we have whales, dolphins. We had some dolphins out there getting swimming lessons, these newborn dolphins.
As we take a look at some live action from Elias Figgy Deal, our reigning gold medalist from last year's championships. He's looking to go back-to-back for a world title here once again, and a great kickoff for him to start things off. Great drop in and getting a lot of work done through the inside.
Yeah, and the feeling that he has on the board is just amazing, and just instinctually knew when to redirect. And as you mentioned, all of those facets, everything they use as far as the feeling from the energy of the water through their feet, the wind blowing by them, and also all of the audio aspects when they can hear the wave breaking, or they can feel the energy of the water sucking them towards the wave to know when to duck dive. It's just unbelievable, and this is definitely the most impressive classification that we have.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job. Matteo, the Italian, now up and riding. I love that quick pop up to his feet. He's got a really low posture. We've noticed this throughout the week, really getting that movement in the knees and being able to feel for where that wave is at in front of him.
Yeah, and thinking about that, I mean, you can actually gauge the speed that you're moving along by feeling how much the water's running along your fingers, and then you also can kind of paint yourself the picture of where the face of the wave is and where the whitewash is. So just watching these guys, we're starting to learn technique every heat that we see.
It's so true, and it's been great to see the journey so far for each of them to graduate into the semifinals. But now we're just going to be taking those top two surfers into the final round tomorrow. Taking a look at some scores that have dropped through here, we've seen Elias increase his heat total. He's now taken the lead. He's got that 6.33, and his last wave drops through as a 7.23 to take him into first. Matteo, the Italian, has now a 3.33 and a 4.33 sitting in second. Ben Newman, however, in that third place position is in a great spot because he already has the second highest score of the heat, chasing a minor score to get himself that second place position, and this wave will definitely be getting him at least bumped into second momentarily.
Yeah, I love right as you called his name, he came into action. Just a quick ride, ended up sinking the nose at the end, but his requirement was so little that he could basically get scored on just taking off alone, so we can predict that he will take over that second place position.
Some great surfing going down here. 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. I loved how we could also see that trajectory of Ben's paddling kind of sideways, more like out to sea, but in that horizontal pathway along the beach. And then you could tell that moment where that communication from the coach got to him, and he was then able to turn his trajectory straight back out to sea and has landed himself straight back next to his coach, with all that communication being important as we check this last wave of Figgy.
Yeah, Figgy just jamming down the line, and he knew right where to draw it back, got that quick snap, and then was able to regain his composure to pump through this inside section. You see he goes for one more tap on the whitewash right there. Figgy Deal riding his own signature shape by Laura Shapes. That's the Figgy Deal model. It's a stringerless EPS with a kind of a carbon frame around it. And the last couple days have definitely fed to the surfers that have more buoyancy. And the one thing about the EPS, when we say EPS, that's an extruded polystyrene, just like your Igloo cooler or the packing on your stereo equipment. And that foam alone is not very strong, but it's extremely lightweight and very, very buoyant. The thing that strengthens it up is the fiberglass that's surrounding it and the epoxy resin, which is considerably stronger and a little bit more flexible than the regular polyester resin and the regular construction. So he's got the advantage of a lighter weight board with extra float.
Now we've got scores that have dropped through. Ben Newman backs up the 6.5 with a 4.67 for that solid takeoff. Commitment to a critical section off the start. So he's now put himself into second, as we were predicting. That now means that Matteo in yellow is chasing a bigger score than he has on the board so far. A 6.84 would have to be the second best wave of the heat to get Matteo that advancing position into the semifinals. Now Matteo, coming out of Rome in Italy, loves surfing beach breaks, so he's been feeling really comfortable in the conditions that we've had throughout the competition this week, which is why we've seen him make one of his best appearances here at the World Championships. He also works for the Italian Railway Company and is legally responsible for accessibility in the national station, so making sure that it is fully accessible for all different types of needs. And he does that job with his very cute black dog named Yashi.
We love all the mascots that we have for all the different teams. We've got Maya Joshi Bogle's dog that's always around with Team Hawaii. We've got buttons for Team England. And, yeah, it's always a lot of fun. And I got to meet one of the mascots for Team USA, Tanji, which is Jose Martinez's cat.
Well, there's a few other pets out in the lineup. The whales have been going crazy this entire week. The birds as well, feasting on the fish that are out there, out to sea. And we've got a little action here on the inside. We could see that Elias started going for that wave. His coach would have told him it was starting to come through. And then as the coach could see down the line that wave was going to close out, he actually called Elias off of that wave. Now Mateo with a strong paddle and a great takeoff. That is the degree of difficulty and the commitment he's going to need to get into that 6-point range. Now he's going to need to do a little more work through the inside here. Great bit of pumping and engaging that rail as he cuts across the face of the wave but falls. His coach behind him was just riding through to get back to Mateo. And we see a quick in and out from Elias. Now coach for yellow alongside of Mateo there. And a big fall from Ben Newman as that wave stands up a little quicker than they would have been anticipating.
Yeah, and as we were looking out the back, Figueiredo went down. That changed the priority over to White to allow Ben Newman to take off. And I think they just kind of jumped into action a little bit too quickly. And one thing that I've experienced personally from working with Matt Formston is that communication is very, very important. Sending them off on the wave, letting them know what's coming. And here we go. That is that big drop. And they had been holding on to that first priority, which was so necessary, needing a 6.84 going into this ride.
So he was chasing a high 6. He doesn't get the 6, but he does get a 5.7, and that chips away at his requirement, meaning now to take the advancing position over the German, Ben Newman, he only needs a 5.48, and that's a big change. I mean, to chip away at least 1 point from your requirement, always a successful effort.
Definitely. And, yes, as long as he keeps bumping up those scores, he's going to make it that much easier of a road to try and get into that advancing position. Now we're starting to see those scores come on through. Ben Newman for 6.50 and 4.67. So no scores that changed anything in the situation in that last exchange.
A 2.3 2 minutes 34 seconds on the clock, not 2.34 points out there, but 2.5 minutes to go. Team Brazil sitting in the lead, fairly comfortable at the moment. Ben Newman would be chasing down a 7.07, and that was a great takeoff. Angles down the line. If that wave hadn't closed out, he would have had green face for ages. Nice bottom turn as well, and holds on to that control as the team and the family go wild on the beach.
I love this. This is Rob Powers. He's in charge of the El Salvadorian one team from the Colgan Foundation, where they have gotten their parasurfing project and the parasurfing team funded by the government, and now they have a training center down there where we have the likes of world champions like Bruno Hansen for Denmark, various riders going down there sharing their experience and their knowledge, helping them out with learning how to swim in their pool. They have a beautiful point break out front in El Cocal Beach, and it's just cool to see El Salvador that excited for Brazil, Germany, and Italy, and that's how much of a family we are here.
Now scores in for Ben Newman. That was an important wave, a 6.23. Comes in as his second highest score, improves on the 4.67, and that now means Mateo's gone from chasing a mid-range 5 to chasing a 7.03, which is significantly higher than that 5.48 requirement. We're down to 1 minute on the clock. Mateo, the Italian, is sitting with first priority. And Ben, we can just see a little bit of a line starting to roll through. We'll see if it grows enough as it gets to the inside to actually produce some waves with some scoring potential.
Yeah, and as we've gotten out of those glassy conditions in the morning, when you have a little bit of texture on it, it makes it more visual and makes it more visible that a wave is coming. And so we see a yellow needing that score as Figueiredo with the second priority just sneaks in another one, always trying to see if they can get another wave without losing that top priority spot. Right now, yellow, this is very, unfortunately, he paddled. He's going to lose that first priority, and white is going to regain first priority.
Yeah, so white's going to go back to first priority. Yellow with the paddle, unfortunately, digs the nose in. But actually, because Figgy was paddling through in the shallows, kind of a good thing that Mateo didn't catch that wave, because we could have seen a collision on the inside. As we're down to 5 seconds on the clock, and we will not see another wave ridden. It's going to be our returning gold medalist from the 2021 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, Elias Figge Deal, who advances through to the finals once again, alongside the German in Ben Newman with a final appearance. Matteo Salandri putting together a really incredible fight in this heat, dropped a couple great scores, but the Italian will bow out of competition. And we've got more action to come after this with semi-final 2 for our visually impaired 1 division right after this.
When we started the campaign, like 20-some years ago, over a course center, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, hosted by AMP Surf in the beautiful Pismo Beach, California. That tide has continued to sink out through the afternoon. That wind has started to come up just a little bit, but we don't have those proper white caps coming through yet, so it's still really fun and really contestable for all of the divisions paddling out. Now, we've just finished out our first semifinal and officially have our two of our 4 finalists heading into the finals for the men's visually impaired 1 division in Elias Figge Deal of Brazil and Ben Newman of Germany. We'll now be finding out our last 2 qualifiers for the finals out of 3 surfers in the water. These 3 had just finished competing, but coming up now, we've got Thomas De Silva of France, Kirk Watson of Australia, and Pablo Martinez of Argentina.
Yeah, and I love during the commercial break, they showed the advertisement for Impossible Wave, which is a documentary of how our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, brought the impossible task of getting surfing into the Olympics. And we're going to have a viewing of that tonight here in the square at 5 o'clock, as well as any minute. We've got our local surf band, the Lot Boys. They have brought a 1946 Woody into the lot for photo opportunities for everyone. And we heard them ripping with sounds from the Ventures, Dick Dale, all the traditional surf music that you would expect to hear. And they are a top quality band. They said they all met in the water from being surfers here in Pismo. And I always talk with the musicians because I'm always excited about their equipment and everything else. And I met Terry, the bass player. All of these guys are all longboarders from here in Pismo. And they used to just get together at the end of the surf in the lot that used to be dirt right here in Pismo, and that's how they started their band.
Well, so much fun that's been going down on the beach here. It's been great to have Pismo behind us again as a major sponsor and to be able to facilitate so many cool things happening behind the scenes. There's a whole festival sort of feeling here where you've got the Jumbotron there with the live broadcast playing. We've got videos that have been playing in the evenings as well as the live music. And we've got lots of great booths set up from different partners within the adaptive surfing community. Like AMP Surf's got a booth down there. We've got the Challenge Athletes Foundation that's set up as well. And lots of different things going on for this community to be able to get together as one of the biggest gatherings, or the biggest gathering, for surfers of all divisions in the entire year.
Yeah, this is the hugest platform that these people have. And yeah, as you mentioned, Challenge Athletes Foundation set up their booth today, and throughout the rest of the competition daily, they're going to give us free stuff out. And now we have Thomas De Silva opening it up.
All right, so getting going on the very first wave for semifinal number 2. Thomas with a great backhand attack to start. His coach now paddling back in to meet to him. And surfer in yellow, Pablo Martinez, now putting himself in the position where Thomas was starting for that first takeoff. So Pablo now identifying, and his coach identifying, that's the peak. They want to be sitting right there off of that farthest little T zone of the Pismo Beach Pier here. And that's the takeoff zone that they're going to be looking for.
Yeah, and we saw red repositioning after Thomas's wave. We have often talked about the communication between the spotter and the rider. One thing that's going to be nice with this onshore wind is their verbal audio will carry out to the rider that much easier, so you didn't have to go all the way in to let him know exactly where he's positioned in the lineup to return out there. So
we
now
saw a quick in and out there from Pablo Martinez of Argentina, and now Kirk Watson, who was the silver medalist last year, the World Parasurfing Championships. He's on the hunt for gold if he can make it through to the finals once again.
Yeah, and the way he stuck down that drop, really difficult drop with very shallow water, and he was not letting himself go down by any means. And so great job by Kirk Watson on that one, and we're still yet to see some opening scores here.
Scores to drop through, 15 minutes on the clock. We did jump back down to 20-minute heats from the 25-minute heats that were on the times for the finals, for those 4 women's finals. And we'll be seeing those longer heats again when we get back into the finals tomorrow and Sunday. But back down to 20 minutes, which is still plenty of time. And especially before we have that increase in the swell that's sort of starting to trickle through but hasn't come through too much. That 20 minutes allows plenty of time for these surfers to get themselves back in position and catch multiple waves. Let's go down to the beach now and catch up with the winner of that last heat. Elias is with Axel.
Thanks so much up there in the booth. Over here with Figgy, who's super pumped. You're looking very solid, Figgy. You're already on the final, looking for another world championship.
Yeah, man. I think what I come in here, I need to go to step by step, hit by hit, and now I'm ready to the final tomorrow. I'm very happy, I feel good, and now relax and enjoy this moment.
Absolutely. We were talking before the interview, Figgy, you like those rides, you like those open faces. Yeah. You were in Las Flores, when in Salvador, you've been inside the barrels. Yeah. What are your favorite waves?
Yeah, my favorite waves is Ollis Point and Las Flores. The long rides, have a nice barrels, perfect barrels. I like down the line, I like perfect waves, man. I love.
Go ahead and describe what you described to me. How is it for you when we're inside those barrels? How do you know when you're inside the tube?
Inside the barrel, I feel the silence, man. The mom silence and just connection. Yeah. The perfect moment, yeah. The surf perfect.
That's beautiful, Figgy. Thank you so much for describing it. We'll be seeing you in the final. You're looking very solid, my friend.
Go to relax in final tomorrow. Guys, in Brazil, valeu, galera. Obrigado aí, a força aí direto do Brasil, da minha cidade, de toda a região, de todas as nossas praias. E é isso aí, mais uma final e espero levar aí mais ouro para casa. Valeu, galera.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thanks so much, Axel. And frothing, Elias looking to be pretty strong to defend that gold medal from last year. And Ben, I can see you frothing as he was describing the types of waves that he loves surfing.
I was just going to try to communicate with Axel to have him ask, how do you know that you're in the barrel? And man, what a great question. Axel's on it always. And anyone who has experienced the barrel, people explain it as being like a time machine. Once you're inside there, everything goes silent, everything stops. And I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. But yeah, it's such an amazing feeling. And to know that you're completely engulfed in the ocean. You're inside the ocean going over the top of you. And I can't believe someone who's visually impaired being able to navigate themselves through this, what they used to call it the tube, the barrel, whatever you want to call it. You're inside the ocean for a moment, and that's got to be amazing.
Yeah, it is incredible. I mean, to think of navigating something like that without the ability to see anything. All coming down to that feeling, even the way he's describing the silence that you experience getting barreled. I mean, all of those little things being cues for him that would be so different from the sorts of things that we're paying attention to when we're surfing and we're on a wave. Now down to 12 minutes on the clock, and Thomas da Silva of France has unleashed a 7.67 for his opening ride. Thomas has a second score to come through for the 21-year-old from Bayonne, and he is having a great time here. He's a 3-time champion in French parasurfing, so he's really been a dominant figure in that contingency from his teenage years.
Well, you can see with the drop on that first one, and wow, a 9-point ride up on the score for him, and it just shows that experience, his communication with his spotter, and also that team effort between the two of them as you see them repositioning They're in third priority, and they're well away from the other two competitors. However, Yellow, who's holding first priority, is trying to communicate with his surfer that they're kind of shifting over, and they're probably moving out of a blocked a position where they're able to block or use a priority interference threat, as White is way out in no man's land.
He is way out in no man's land, but Thomas De Silva is in no man's land in this heat total because he's dropped in a 9.00 for the wave that we got to see while we were listening to that interview with Elias. That was a really solid left straight into the pier, had a couple of really good turns with it and lots of control. So the judges going into the nines now for Thomas De Silva of France. Kirk Watson, the Australian silver medalist from last year's World Parasurfing Championships, he opened up with a 6.73. Like you said, he's sitting well away from the back from the other surfers in the pack. And Pablo Martinez of Argentina, he's had a couple of paddles, but he hasn't actually stood up on his first wave yet.
Yeah, so Kirk also, he's got another spotter, Steve, that he works with, who wasn't able to make it. Hi to Steve. How you doing, mate? Now, right now, we have Kirk Watson in second, just one score, 10 minutes in, and Yellow is yet to take a wave. So they've been very, very patient. They're holding that first priority, but this is going to be that 9-point ride. Look how he really navigated under that first section and got two really nice direction changes in a critical part of the wave, and the judges definitely rewarded that.
Yeah, that was some really solid surfing, that two-turn combination straight in the pocket in that critical section, and nice and controlled as well. So he's looking very favorable to be advancing through into the finals. Pablo Martinez from Argentina, he's got a bit of work to do. From Mar del Plata, 32 years old, and went blind at just 4 years old. Has a lovely partner and a child as well back at home. And we see Kirk Watson there with a quick up and down, looking to increase his scoreline as we still wait to see Pablo get his opening ride.
Yeah, and just as we were talking about that positioning, there's Vance and all the boys for Team Australia. And Michael Foti was making some really fun jokes in the bar with his prosthetic yesterday, pretending to answer his foot as a phone. And we always have the fun banter. But as we were watching where Kirk Watson was sitting, that's not where most of our surfers have picked off the lefts. The lefts basically just snuggled up next to the pier, and we saw that choice didn't really work out for him. And they're basically just trying to keep busy while the priority changes around in their favor. We know that Yellow took a wave, moves Red back into position, and I'm sure White will start to kind of nudge their way back as they gain priority.
So scores in. Yellow did catch a wave during that explanation, and we just saw him kind of go in and out. He wasn't able to get that projection down that white water to the bottom of the wave, and so he caught a little bit hung up there with a 1.67. Kirk's score, we're waiting for his second score to drop through. He's got that 6.73 on the board. And there it is with a 3.33. So that puts him in a stronger second place position. And we've got the crew for Argentina down on the beach, and I'm loving the bright pink shoes.
Those are very cool. So right as I came back from the break, we were in the middle of a heat between scores, between rides, and those three just burst out and screamed, and everyone was like, what's going on? And they were watching the FIFA World Cup where Argentina had scored a goal.
Yeah, really exciting stuff going on with the World Cup this week. It's been fun to see behind the scenes, all the teams getting behind their national teams for soccer, for football, as well as for surfing. And to be able to see that crossover of really solid weeks, really momentous weeks within each individual sport around the world. As we see our surfers getting themselves in position. Now, Red has first priority. Thomas, he's sitting in the lead. And he would have felt so good kicking out of that 9-point ride that I reckon they're trying to find him exactly the same thing again. He's also in such a significant lead that there's not much of a risk right now that he wouldn't be advancing through this heat. It would take a lot for our surfer in Yellow to get 2 scores on the board in that excellent to near excellent range to match up to that 16.67 heat total.
Yeah, and there we have Joshy Bogle. We'll be seeing him a little bit later in our Neil Heat number 2 for Team Hawaii. And getting into that zen, feeling that ocean energy, that onshore breeze in his face, and just connecting. We've got that nice, bright, warm sunshine. As I watched Kirk Watson's team start to kind of nudge over, I'm sure sitting over there, they're able to communicate between each other and maybe change a strategy, as he has a one great score, 6.73 on the board as we watch red, again, our heat leader.
Great backhand attack from Thomas. Trying to increase that 7.67. We'll see where the judges go with it. I have a feeling that his top two waves at the moment will stay the same, but nice to see him getting some of that consistency. And even at this stage, Ben, you know, when you get a high heat total like that, when you've already got 9s or high 7s on the board, he's sitting with an excellent heat total as well, which means his heat total is higher than 16 points, so 16.67. He's now freed up to start filling out the lineup and even pushing his surfing a little bit more, knowing that he's got finals coming up with a really solid competitor like Figgy that will be in the mix.
Yeah, that's a great point. And then also, the more waves you get at the different tides, the more you're getting to know the feeling of the sandbar, what waves can do. And the more you take chances, the more you learn about the possibilities of what you might see in a later heat, depending on when your draw is at the low tide, the high tide, onshore, glassy conditions. And what I was saying about Kirk is now he is back in first priority. They sat over to the side, and this could be a great wave.
That's right. So they're in a perfect position right now. Nice, solid set standing up in front of him. Great takeoff. Nice snap under the lip to start. And now we'll see if he can get that momentum. Falls down after that second or third pump. But that was a really difficult takeoff for Kirk.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of some fun body language as a kick out at the end. And, yeah, that was very, very smart for them to kind of sit off to the side, try out a different part in the different place in the sandbar, and that worked out with him. I have a feeling he's going to get rid of that 3.33 backup and also chisel away at that 9.94 requirement.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Now, scores in for last of red, a 6.73. Doesn't factor into his top two, but again, just getting a feeling of the lineup, nice and consistent. Waiting for last of white to drop through for the Australian. And when Kirk became blind a little bit later in life in his teen years, due to a degenerative condition that he gradually lost his sight and got worse and worse to the point where it's at now with completely no vision. It was a really challenging time in his life where he lost the ability to participate in all of the things that he loved, from sports like bike riding and surfing to losing out on that real feeling of independence, of driving his own car, of the confidence and everything. And at that stage, he got into sailing, and sailing's really given him this new breath in life. It taught him the importance of working together with a team, and I have a feeling that that's so much of what's brought him success in the surfing aspect as well, because he has that team dynamic coming out of sailing, which was allowing him to get back on the ocean for the first time and work with a whole team on a sailboat. Now when he's in the ocean here, he's working with his coach, with his team out in the water, and that communication dynamic that he would have had to learn from learning how to sail again would bring so much success into his surfing path.
Yes, definitely. And we saw Team Japan lined up ready to root on their surfer, Masafumi Kobayashi, in the Neil class, which we'll see coming up next. And that looks like Pablo Martinez, another wave. He's got a 1.67, just trying to get those scores on there as he's in a combination situation, needing 14.30 points. And Kirk Watson, I've forgotten what his previous score was. I think he
was sitting on just a 3.33 before that. The 7.57 now puts Pablo Martinez into a combination situation.
All right, so it didn't chisel away at the requirement, but it did raise the requirement of yellow. So kind of distancing second and third at the moment.
So chasing that 9.10 to be able to take away the leading position. We will be taking our top two surfers through to the final. And like you were saying, great to be able to get a feeling for the beach here for this wave on the south side of the Pismo Beach Pier at all different types and conditions, different tides, different winds. Because we don't know what that final day schedule will look like yet. We don't know what time each of these categories will be surfing.
Yeah, and the more experience that they can get under their feet, both for the spotter and understanding how to pick out the waves, these spotters are able to learn from the other teams as they send off their surfers, and they can also see where they're sitting and how that's paying off when they hear the communication from the beach announcer, which is directly information from our judges.
Our surfer in red paddling himself really close to that pier and getting in position for this wave. He is sitting with first priority, and he's going to have a go on this one. Nice strong paddle for Thomas. Setting himself up at an angle, but just a little bit deep on that one. And it's going to be Pablo, the Argentinian, up and riding. Nice composed. Love that style with his hands held high next to his side. And the claim, he's been waiting for that moment this entire heat, gets that second score, grabs that board, and he is going to rush back to the top of the lineup because he really wants to get another wave before that buzzer sounds.
Yeah, so that was great. It hadn't worked out for Red on that first wave. And I think one thing I noticed is if Red had taken off on that wave, there was a chance, since Yellow was sitting in a lower priority, that there could have been an interference call. So it's very lucky that Red's wave didn't work out for Yellow, so that he had the clearance to really ride that wave freely. Bumps it up big with a 4.17.
Yeah, great call on that. It could have been detrimental for Pablo with an interference. But Thomas wasn't able to get in that wave. Now the 4.17 is great. It's building some good scores for him. And Pablo had a couple of really solid heats between his round 1 and round 2, which gave him that advancement through the qualifying rounds into the semifinals, dropping in some solid heat totals in that 11 to 12 point range. But in this heat, it's just been a little bit outside of his grasp. And it's been Thomas and Kirk that found that early momentum with solid scores. They were able to walk themselves through in those advancing positions. Huge takeoff here for Thomas da Silva of France. Nice composure as he kicks out the back of that wave, and he's looking to increase his lead. Pablo Martinez still in a combination situation, which means he would need 2 fresh scores to take away the win, so he won't be able to achieve that. But a great performance from the Argentinian, and we're going to have France and Australia joining up with Brazil and Germany for the men's final in the visually impaired one come tomorrow or the next day. So a great heat. We've got more action to come. We'll be heading into our men's kneeling semifinals right after this, so stay tuned, and we will be right back to call the action.
When we started the campaign, like 20-some years ago, over a course center, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
It's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Pismo Beach has proved to be another incredible location for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, originally hosted down south in La Jolla, California, in San Diego, and now for a few years in a row here at Pismo Beach, we've been able to see some excellent surfing, and these men coming up in the semifinals are so stoked to be here once again, Ben.
Yep, in red for Team Australia, Mark Mono Stewart. Team Japan's Masafumi Kobayashi in white. Ismael Araya for Costa Rica in yellow, and Alter Olivares for Team Chile in blue.
And we are into the men's kneeling division. We've got 2 heats. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through into the final. We've got 4 surfers in each of these heats. So we've got a Spaniard, a Welshman, an American, and a Hawaiian that will be coming up in that second semifinal. A few different countries still with that opportunity to get even more points towards those team medals come the end of finals day. As we take a look at the classifications for our parasurfing kneel category, which includes any surfers that are riding a wave in a kneeling position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower limb amputations or congenital impairment. As we see the first wave being ridden for Masafumi, just a quick one to start things off. He's going to get himself right back out there in the lineup and look for another good set and actually swing to go on this one. Perfect positioning, and now he's going to have that open face for Masafumi, and what a great call for him to swing and go on this, as he's got another great section opening up, and he comes swinging close to the pier. Great use of those arms as well to engage the face of that wave, and he just goes down with that excitement, but a solid start from the Japanese competitor.
I really love that. So whenever you make a mistake and you're in the inside, you're definitely in the best position to grab up on something else, and he just happened to be in perfect position to swing around and get a nice scoring wave. I'm sure we saw some nice direction changes there, and I'm sure we'll see a score for him as Mark Mono Stewart was stuck behind the top of that one. He couldn't get into that. Right now we haven't established that priority situation, so he's still free to kind of go for whatever. Everyone should really be trying their best to just get that first wave.
Yeah, just getting a score on the board early on helps out, and that's what we saw go wrong for our surfer in yellow in that last heat. It was just a slow start to things. Started building throughout, but it took a while for Pablo to get that first score on the board, which then just makes things that much more hectic and chaotic. When there's only 20 minutes on the clock, you really want to get a good score on the board if you can in that first half of the heat, so that you're a little bit more relaxed in the back half. You can wait for that good wave selection to put another solid score together. As we see a great looking set rolling in, 16 minutes on the clock, and everyone's going to let that one go through unridden, jockeying for position now. Now the interesting thing here will be if it's going to be a left or a right being ridden. You can see Mono putting himself in a position there and really wanting to take control of the lineup right now. And in that last heat, we saw some great surfing. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner, Thomas Da Silva and Axel.
Thanks so much, guys. We're here with the winner, Happy Camper. Tomas, judges really like that score. You got an excellent on that top wave, that 9.0. Go ahead and talk us through that.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm really happy. It's a Binom job because we are two. Me, I'm the surfer, and Binom Rubens, it's my guide. So it's a win for us. Good wave.
Yeah, for sure. What can we expect from you in the final? We already have a really pumped Figgy taking the win on the last heat, but you were showing also some solid surfing. What can we see for you in the final?
For the final, we will to win, for sure. But for that, we will see this tomorrow.
Some last words in French to your fellow countrymen watching back home.
We live with ribbons in Basqueland, Pays Basco, in Biarritz. And all years we learn to be ready for the World Para Championship and all competitions in the world. So we are really happy to be here and to win today.
Congratulations. See you in the final.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Back to the booth.
Another speaker blowing scream. I know it's hard to listen to, but it's probably one of my favorite things this week is just to hear the audible levels of the excitement coming through round after round, and that team support down there with the screams.
Yeah, our eardrums are getting a little stronger heat by heat. I'm perfectly fine with that. And Masafumi Kobayashi, so this is really interesting. 2.17 for what was slightly a mistake of that takeoff. Swings around within 4 feet. He's able to get a score of a 4.67 by just lucking out on a second opportunity.
Yeah, that was really smart decision making. And in this Neil category, just, you know, they're able to paddle so quickly that having that swing around is what they're capable of for this specific category. Nice takeoff from Ishmael, solid set, but that wall and doesn't allow him to get to that open face, really outside of the takeoff. So judges will take note of that, but also rewarding the level of commitment and difficulty. Altair goes down on a solid takeoff as well and isn't able to execute the way that Ishmael was.
Yeah, that was a really solid takeoff. Pretty difficult takeoff. As you can see the bottom drop out on that wave. Ishmael Araya's surf instructor and surf coach in Costa Rica. And from some of the pictures that I've seen him charging big barrels, he's used to those late drops. And also, as we were talking about barrels earlier with Figgy, you've got that faster water moving up the face, and you have to get into action that much quicker. Luckily for the Neil class, they don't have to stand all the way up, so they're able to pop up that much quicker.
Yeah, the pop-up for the Neil division is lightning fast, straight up to the knees to that kneeling position. As we see Mark Mono Stewart getting going on his first wave, he had a great takeoff, a little bit closer to the pier, and now finding in that green face, that little pocket opening up, and he's going to shoot straight through the pier with all of that confidence and control. Another set starting to roll through behind, and Mono, your world champion, is going to be dropping in some more scores as we take a look here at live action from Masafumi, who takes off just over the back foot of Ismail.
Yeah, so I love seeing that. Mono Stewart is looking so on his game, and he has also been battling, I think, a lung tumor. I'm going to check. He sent me a mail about that, what he's dealing with. He's not in his perfect physical condition, but he is looking like a teenager out there, zapping out turns. And Masafumi Kobayashi, on his way over, he had his boards damaged. And that board that he's riding there, I repaired 2 big dings in the rail and what was possibly going to be a crease in the nose that could have broken the nose off. But as I was kind of observing the equipment that Masa rides, he's followed in suit with Mono with the quad fin, nice high position fin, and that big round teardrop shape that we're used to seeing.
Ismail now up and riding. Great looking section that he started off with. Wave goes really frothy really quickly, but he's going to be putting a score on the board. Now, our surfer in red, we're still waiting for his first score for the 3-time world champion in Mark Mono Stewart, holding the Guinness World Book of Records in parasurfing for being the oldest world champion. When he took out the win last year on December 11th in 2021, he was 59 years old.
All right, so we're going to be celebrating his birthday on finals day, I think. Well, actually, finals day is starting today. What would originally be the end of the competition will be his birthday. So there will be a big birthday blast as we already have a gold medal for Australia. And look at this ride so the first part, he's basically just waiting for that open face. And then in here, all of this energy flowing through the pier against him was allowing him to really dig his fins in, get all of that projection. I love this turn right here as he really zaps it in true Mono style right there. And he's riding that Parks Friar Tuck design from Australia that he's been so involved in the design as we have Ishmael. Is this Ishmael in the yellow?
Ishmael in the yellow.
Okay. So
dropping down his second score.
Finally, he finds some open face where he's able to really kind of get some direction and not just a big elevator drop as we're starting to see some scores come in.
So 10 minutes on the clock. We've got a 3.57 for Ishmael and a 3.33 on the board. Masafumi has a 2.17. Improved with a 4.67 and has one more score to drop. First Mono has just dropped through for the Australian as a 6.33, the highest wave of the heat so far, and a 1.17 on the board for the Chilean in blue, Altair. So still waiting for that last score of our surfer in white, Masafumi, to drop through to see if he can improve on that 2.17 he has on the board. But at the moment, it's pretty tight among that entire pack.
Yeah, and we got that score in 6.33 for Mark Mono Stewart, so he has the highest score right now. One single wave, almost matching the total scores of yellow and white. So as soon as he gets a backup, we could expect him to pop up in one of those lead positions.
Now, when he took out that win last year, it was on December 11th, but his birthday is actually on December 25th, so he is a Christmas baby, December 25th, 1961, and in winning it just before that birthday, he was 59 years old, just going on 60 before winning his last world title.
He's an amazing character and such a great icon of the sport, and he's also kind of the big brother for all of these guys, leading them in on giving them information on what kind of equipment, what kind of preparation, because they are in a certain style of riding. And we're going to have another score, I believe. Okay, here we go. This is Masafumi Kobayashi from Aichi-ken, which is just about 3 hours south of Tokyo. Almost gets stuck up on the top. This is that same line that we saw Mono Stewart get a 6.33 on, and doing a very close line through there. Wasn't able to fit the same amount of turns, but I think we could expect something in the 4 range and possibly get rid of that 2.17.
Well, you nailed it, because that actually was the replay of his 4.67. So excellent judging there, Ben, assuming that that was a new wave. Masafumi, that was that wave where he'd taken off really quickly on that first one and then swung around as he saw the second wave in the set rolling through. Got those 2 turns. Now, the problem with that was that he wasn't able to complete that third maneuver on the inside section. Had he done that, he would have been looking at a score really similar to Mono Stewart.
Yeah, and not to repeat ourselves, but earlier on we were talking about how if you finish that ride, get a nice smooth kick out, it shows how much control you have over the board. And also, it's just that cleanliness of completing your ride that the judges really reward.
Yeah, judges are always paying attention to those little finite details, as well as commitment to the critical section. The level of risk involved, which means taking off in that deep critical section, is going to increase the level of risk, or surfing and staying right there in the pocket. As we see a strong takeoff from Masafumi, but he'll go down incomplete. Has a 1.17 for his previous wave. Now priority is sitting with Altair, the Chilean. Great paddle and a nice section up in front of him. Great takeoff. I love that style as well, with his arms held out so strong like birds on, wings on a bird, and just able to really keep that balance and control over the center of his body.
Yeah, and your arms are a huge help in shifting your weight and keeping that balance. And sometimes people think it's cool to keep your arms by your side and be relaxed, but you don't understand how much they help you in direction changes. And as far as performance goes, you need those arms.
Especially in stand-up surfing, and the same thing would apply in the kneeling division, is how much those arms come into play when you're going in to do turns. You're following your opening arm and your opening shoulder all the way around, and your whole body follows what your arms do if you're opening up those arms and those shoulders really well. So great to see that technique coming through from our Chilean.
Yes, there we have Llewellyn's Sponge Williams. Also, a Neil class competitor winning his heat yesterday and just going for a cruise with his better half, Sarah Gibbons, with the Wales flag there. And she's got whistles on the beach, and she is his biggest fan, and we're fans of both of them.
Yeah, another enthusiastic supporter down there. Mark Mono Stewart now straight up into the lip on a massive re-entry. That was a solid section, and the moment that we've been waiting for. Team Australia knows that this is what Mark Mono Stewart is capable of, finding those right waves that have a critical section and charging with above the lip surfing.
I love that, and that was definitely my favorite maneuver of this heat, as we're going to see.
Our surfer in yellow now, Ishmael, on the answer back, looking to increase on a 3.57. Scores in from the panel so fast, Ben, a 9.33 for last of Mark Mono Stewart.
That was insane, and it was just completely spelled out for the judges. Above the lip, very critical attack, a lot of board control, and a lot of commitment coming out of that lip line where the bottom dropped out, could have easily wiped out, and he stuck it.
All right, an opportunity here for the Chilean. Now his last wave, a 4.40, and he's got a great ride opening up in front of him. Just gets a little bit hung up there. You can see with that low tide draining how much water is pushing against that wave now. It's almost like surfing a river current as you come in closer to the pier.
Yeah, that's true. As we have that outgoing tide, anytime you have a pier, you have that outgoing rip current. But look at this one. This is an earlier wave where... Oh, no, this is that same wave. I forgot that he dropped in, right? Oh,
yep.
No, that's a different wave. I'm sorry.
So let's take a look here at our last of white for Masafumi. Nearly hangs on to the finish. That would have been a solid score, but this is the one for Mark Mono Stewart.
Yeah, off the bottom. And you saw how his bottom turn was halfway down the face. Never went to the bottom. It wasn't even a bottom turn. It was more of a mid-face setup. And that's with those quad fins. You can really hang high on the lip. And I love that. He just drives off that. And had that have been a tri-fin, he wouldn't have gotten that drive on that one side of that wide board to get up there.
And here was that last wave of Altair.
And I love this. He sticks with it, and then he's kind of going for that same direction as he's seen Massa get a score there. He's seen Mono get a really good opening score. They're trying to take that line, but as we start to see this outgoing tide speed up, they're starting to get that opposite force pushing against them as that rip current speeds up.
All right, so we're down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Mark Mono Stewart out in front, open with a 6.33, backs it up with a single maneuver that drops him a 9.33. Masafumi Kabayashi sitting in second for Japan with a 4.67 and has struggled to find the backup score. He's got a 2.27 as his second highest, but in 4 attempts, that's the best that he's been able to do. So quite a few falls without being able to put himself in the right position of the wave. And I think that would be eating at him, really wanting to secure himself in that top 2 position to be able to put a lot more pressure on both Ishmael and Altair to get them to have higher requirements than the 3.38 and the 2.55 that they're currently chasing, which are very small scores.
Yeah, and I like as you say that is he's kind of gone at it with that urgency, trying to get a bunch of waves. the one thing to say in that aspect is that he is learning what waves he does not want to take off on, and he's also kind of found a little bit of experience in different parts of the sandbar, and it looks like he's definitely moving back to that pure bowl left option. And so the safest bet is that wave that's caused the shoulder has to open up as it hits that rip current. So you're guaranteed an open space on the wave, or you're going to be able to redirect, whereas the right option, you're going to have the bottom drop out. Unless you take a great line as Mono Stewart did, you're never going to make it to the bottom to get any open face for a maneuver.
It's so true. You really need that wave to hold open a little bit longer, and the judges are very heavily rewarding that open face surfing as opposed to that whitewater surfing. As nice as it is to see that control and that dynamic of being able to turn that board a bit in the whitewater, it's the open face surfing that's going to facilitate really solid scores. We got plenty of whales out at backline. So many spouting. You can see their fins flipping up as well. As we're down to 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock, and we are in day 5 of competition for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We got a paddle there with nobody getting into this last wave as we're down to the last 90 seconds, Ben.
Yeah, yellow was in second priority, and after that paddle, we may see blue get the second priority, and his priority will drop, so he will lose that choice. Anytime the surfer goes for a paddle and doesn't get the wave, whether they get it or not, they lose that priority. We're going to see what happens as far as what the priority judges see there. They may not have seen a paddle. They may, if the surfer gets carried forward, doesn't paddle, they retain that priority position. We're going to see what happens as far as the priority judges go here.
So white with first priority and a deep takeoff from Masafumi. Now with the last score, he's actually fallen into third place as Altair has jumped him. He now needs a score. He's chasing a 4.47 to get himself into the finals. He wasn't safe with that 2.27 as the backup score. He knew it the whole time. Now this could be the score that makes a difference. It was a highly committed takeoff, but he hasn't been able to find that open face very well. Nice control all the way through, but we'll be curious to see if the judges will go into that 4-point range in the requirement. The last of our surfer in blue, the Chilean Altair, drops through as a 4.73, and that just jumped him ahead of Masafumi and puts the requirement now as a 4.47. We'll see now how this last score rolls through.
Yeah, we're running out of time there. It's been so entertaining. We haven't been watching the clock, but we are in the dying seconds.
Yeah, that clock has now finished and scores are coming through. Judges deeming the last of Masafumi not enough to get in the score. It falls shy by about 1.5 points as a 3.1, which is shy of the 4.5 requirement for the Japanese competitor, which means that Altair, in trying wave after wave, has found himself into the finals. That Chilean and the Australian will be matching up in the next in the final rounds come tomorrow or Sunday in a great result. Now we've got more action to come. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more right after this.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second semi-final of the Neil classification as we see Ibon Origu from Spain, Llewellyn Williams from Wales, Aaron Loy from the US of A, Josh Bogle from Hawaii. Two surfers looking to book those last two spots in the grand final. We've just seen Altair Olivares from Chile get second and Mark Mono-Stewart from Australia get first in that first semi-final. So who will it be who gets themselves that opportunity to go for gold? Llewellyn, of course, is an absolute icon of the parasurfing movement, but watch out for this young man, Ibon, from northern Spain, the Basque Country set out. He has been posting some really high scores all competition, but live action is Aaron Loy out of US of A, a nice left-hander, grabbing that outside rail, attacking that section, looking to get on the open face. Nice snap back re-entry turn again, getting close to the pier, but still on that open bowly left-hander. Nice busy up and down engagement of the rail, sweeping direction again, using that outside hand to then dag that last turn and then spin out cleanly, dropping a big score surely. We'll have to wait to see what the judges deliver, but we've missed a couple of waves already because it looks like Llewellyn Williams has kicked off with an 8.33. Aaron Loy kicks off with that 5.77. Josh has got that 4.33, and Ibon still a wave to catch. Back in the booth, Sam Bleakley, joined by the silky surfing, silky talking, smooth moving Todd.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best to keep it silky, but a solid start there for Aaron. We didn't get to see the 8.33 for Sponge, and again, reflecting back on last year, Sponge all but took the gold medal. Unfortunately, found himself up against an interference that dropped him down into the bronze position last year, and it stewed on him all year. We talked to him about that, and he's ready to go for gold this year. He saw that last heat. He knows the two surfers he's hoping to match up into that final with, and two surfers already in that final waiting on who's ever going to come out of this semifinal number 2.
Absolutely. Stewed on him all year, but he's looking to cook up a feast to win a gold medal, and he knows he's got his work cut out against Mark Mono-Stewart, the 60-year-old multiple world champion. But Ibon from Spain has been posting some of the highest scores and surely looks like someone who can really enjoy the potential for bigger waves if the swell does increase tomorrow and Sunday. But let's have a look at this 8.33 from Sponge. Llewellyn Williams, beautiful attack here, Todd.
Yeah, I mean, two really quick pumps to generate the speed, and then he saw the opportunity in the pocket to engage the rail and drove around on it. Beautiful carve, and that's why it went up into that 8.33, and this is Bogle here on his backhand, heading towards the pier, the Hawaiian redirecting, coming back at us here. Keeping it rail to rail, but you're just not seeing that opportunity with the wave on offer, with the critical pocket that we saw our surfer get that 8.33 being Sponge. And then this right here, this was our surfer representing the United States, Aaron on the left, and looking for the open face. Quick snap off the top, a little bit of a double up here. Staying right next to the power source. That's your best opportunity to keep your power, but more importantly, that's where the judges want you to perform those maneuvers. So reading that wave well, even though it was smaller, he read it well and made the most of it. Here we go, wave number 2 for Sponge.
Live action, the Welshman, Llewellyn Williams. Sponge, the 27-year-old, engages that rail, kicks out of that wave, recognizes it's not going to add to that 8.33 up on riding right now. It's our surfer from Saraut, the Basque Country, climbing and dropping. He's got a little bit of a wall to work with here, speeding, accelerating, grabbing that outside rail, performing a beautiful strong re-entry, just sliding that tail to kick out. So he'll drop his first score as we see our Hawaiian Josh answering back to add to his this will be his third wave, Todd. So he's had a busy start, but already you get the feeling that Llewellyn and Ibon are going to be the front runners as far as performative impact goes. Critical surfing in the pocket.
Yeah, it's interesting. I went back and looked, and and you can see coming into this, the number 2 seed in the semifinals, to your point, was Ibon. With two of the highest scores we saw in the qualifiers to get into these semifinals. And so, yeah, to your point, he is arguably one of the ones to beat, even though we know Mono has multiple gold medals to his name. Ibon is looking like he's been the one in form in this event so far.
And talking of the majestic, the mighty Mono, he has just booked himself a spot in the grand final, going for gold once again. Mark Mono-Stewart from Australia is on the sound with Axel.
Cheers, guys. That's right. Already forgot of round number 1, Mono. That's back in history.
Oh, that was like weeks ago, wasn't it?
That was weeks ago, mate. Yeah, that's right. And, well, let's talk about this one, the semi-final right now. You start with the 6. and then you put the nail in the coffin with that 933. You combo the entire field. You're now in the final.
Oh, really? Yeah, no, it's good. You know, I was stoked. Pretty tough conditions out there today, actually. It was a little bit bigger, but it's sort of not a lot of corners there, you know, so just lucky I, got a score on the board and then found that nice right-hander, and board felt great through that turn, so it's good. It's a great feeling. That's what we do it for, you know.
Yeah, totally. So we're going to wait about see what happens in semi-final number 2. Altair is already from Chile joining you in the final. Yep. Who else would you like to compete against?
Oh, I'd love to see the regulars there. Spongy, it'd be awesome to see him in the final, and anyone really, you know. We're all going to have fun out there. That's the main thing. So it's all supposed to come up too, which will be great. Yeah.
Congratulations. I know you want to say hi to someone special back home.
Yeah, I really want to say hello to my wife and kids. Sorry. Miss everyone, so it's good. Their support's always, beneficial, and my wife's normally here with me at these events, and she's my rock sort of thing. So yeah, sorry, just been a big week. So yeah, no, I'm stoked. So sending love to home, and the support's been amazing too online. I'm just sort of blown away, and I just want to say thanks to everyone at home and around the world that's been sending wishes, and thank you. Appreciate it. I'll see if I can go one further.
Guys at the booth, we have questions for Mono.
Oh, well, that's just very powerful to hear that emotion. Just tell us how important it was to see that first gold medal go to Emma Dieters for Australia earlier today.
How was that first gold medal go down for Emma?
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? It's just like we have so many new team members this year, and for Emma and Jocelyn to make that final, and they both ripped it up. It was super tight, and we've still got a lot of guys left too. It's amazing, and considering some of our surfers haven't been surfing very long, so it's the future for the sport's looking really bright. I'm stoked. Yeah, as team captain, I'm really proud of what they're doing. It's a real achievement.
Yeah, you really opened the doors for everyone there, Mono. Good on you, mate. Congrats. We'll see you in the final.
No worries. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Thanks to the ISA and AmpSurf for putting on another good gig. Thank you.
No worries. We're gonna let you take rest. Back to the booth, guys.
Sammy, nothing like the captain, letting his actions speak for themselves. It's one thing to be a coach or the captain and have your speech and that type of thing, but leading by example, that's what it's all about. And a true champion is Mono.
Absolutely a legend. He looks forward to having a showdown with this man, another legend for Wales. It's Llewellyn Williams Sponge, adding to that 8.33, looking to replace that 3.5. Nice opening right hand, and then re-engages, gets the bottle section now on the left. Likes those left sections. Look at him looking for one more chance to re-eject, re-hit that lip, but decides to kick out. It won't go anywhere near that 8.33, but it might come close to replacing that 3.5 and increase the pressure on Josh, on Ibon, on Aaron.
Yeah, Ibon is the one that's got the second highest single wave score with the 6.23, so he's not going to need much to move up get into that second advancing position, so the Hawaiian's going to want to stay busy out there. Aaron Loy currently at the bottom of the pack, but a massive move right there, and that's going to change things right there. Most critical section, big lip, throwing over. He drove on the rail, got right up underneath it, free falls down, rides out of it cleanly. Great answer there for our surfer in yellow, trying to battle back into this one, knowing he heard that 8.33 for Sponge out there in the white. What a battle here in Semi 2.
Absolutely. He read that so well. He found that steep radical section, went vert, went off the top. Look at this wave here now for our surfer from Spain, Ibon Origi, the Zarutz surfer. He is looking to add to his 6.23. An Ironman, a former triathlete, competed all over the world, has had to readjust after losing his leg in an accident, and now bringing a new level of flair to the Neo category, because Mark Mono Stewart and Llewellyn Sponge Williams are used to going head to head in the final, but they've got a new threat on the cards. This young Spaniard, Ibon Origi, is looking red hot.
Yeah, there's someone new at the dinner table, and there's only so much food, and that's the gold medal. So who's gonna get it? And like he said, I love, we continue to hear it from the different athletes that are winning medals so far here today. We only had a few of the finals, but they continue to say how the sport is growing and the influx of youth, and the future looks bright. And again, Ibon up and riding right now. He has come out of nowhere and really shown the world that he's here to contend for that gold medal.
Absolutely. Nice jam on the rail, gets the re-entry. That wave doesn't connect. So at the moment, Aaron Loy is really putting the pressure on. Aaron Loy surfing out of his skin. It's going to be tricky for Ibon and Josh to really keep up with the front runners, Llewellyn and Aaron, because there's only 2 spots here to join Mark Mono-Stewart, who we just heard from, and Alta Olivares. As we see the fiance of Sponge, there's Sarah. She is absolutely behind him 100%, and after this they are traveling off to Hawaii to surf Pipeline. So watch this space, keep your eyes on this brilliant surfer, Llewellyn Sponge Williams.
Yeah, and every year they rent a camper, and they cruise around in that, and it's always a great support system there to have his lady. She's always right there blowing the whistle, keeping the psych. And I see you pointing. What are you pointing at?
Well, I'm just saying that Ibon, he's crept up the rankings there. He's got himself into 2nd position, and that was incredible. A 6.27 and a 6.23. So now the pressure's on Aaron Loy chasing a 5.67 and Josh chasing a rather large 8.13.
Yeah, so really the pressure right now is on the Hawaiian because all the surfers in this heat have a 6 or better. And so in order to stay in the conversation of advancement in that top 2 position with 7 minutes on the clock, Josh is going to have to get something 6 or better as well to keep the pace, because an 8.13, is it out there? Absolutely. We've already seen an 8.33, but I think it's much more obtainable to go ahead and get a couple of, mid 6s, and that would solidify the 2nd position right now. But I tell you what, this is a very, very highly contested semifinal, and I can't wait to see who's going to end up making it through into that final.
There's Liv Stone holding the Stars and Stripes. Of course, those that know Aaron will know he's a San Diego man. He's local at Carlsbad. His favorite break is Cardiff Reef, and he is with the Stars and Stripes USA team looking strong, chasing a 5.67. So certainly in the mix, wanting to get a spot in that grand final, as we see a right-hander here for Ibon from the Basque Country. Takes off, kicks out, recognizes he's not going to replace one of those 6s.
Well, one thing to point out there for Ibon, he's the surfer in 4th priority, so he's trying to just stay busy underneath the other 3 surfers that hold a higher priority in the lineup. And if he can capitalize on a score when he doesn't have priority, that's even better for him. But if he wants to have his opportunity on the best wave that comes through, he'll probably have to get out the back and establish that first priority, as we see our current heat leader Sponge up and riding.
Nice left-hander for Sponge, ramps that, wedges that off the top there, gets that back into the bowl section, stays nice and tight in the pocket, staying busy. Again, he's got one more section to put that board on rail, sweep that turn around, and looking to add to his 5.17. Will it come close? We'll have to see. He's got an 8.33, and he's looking to increase that opportunity to book that spot in the grand final and go for gold.
Aside from being a fantastic surfer, Sponge, he's recently launched his own clothing line, right?
Hop along, and look at the nerves of his fiancée,
She's
Sarah.
not nervous. She's just excited.
Oh, that's the worst thing. When you've got a family member or a close friend in a heat or a team member, the nerves, they can just be overwhelming.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to get close because she's taking all the oxygen in that area right now. She is definitely pacing because she wants to see Sponge into the final. She knows how close he was last year. She was right there front row on the pier watching it as it took place when he got that interference. So, what's crazy is our loved ones almost and generally want it more than we want it, because they want to see you reach your full potential, and Sponge looks like he's going to have another chance to go after that gold. Currently with 5 minutes to go, he leads this heat, an 8.33 and a 5.17. And you notice when he's up on the waves, Sam, he's able to really move that board around a bit more than some of the other competitors, especially in this division and even here in this semifinal. And if he finds himself on a nice vertical face, he's going to let loose. Speaking of letting loose, this guy right here, Abon's ready to do so.
Loosen the juice, attacking this right-hander, looking like he's comfortable on those open face waves as a regular as the routes in the Basque Country in Spain. That's not going to go into his top 2, but Aaron Loy still chasing a 5.67, and we just saw Josh out of Hawaii there, the quad amputee, chasing a fairly big score, but we'll wait to see what the judges drop for that score. Unlikely to change the situation, but the window of opportunity is still open for Aaron and Josh.
Yes, it is. Again, as it gets closer down towards the tail end, the dying minutes of the heat, that's when priority really begins to start to play a larger factor. The surfers who are usually in that first position, if they are up in that top 2 with priority, they'll start to make their way over to the competitors needing scores in the 2nd and 3rd position to just make sure that if a wave comes, they take off and don't allow the competitor that needs the score to take off. So it becomes a little bit of a defensive move, holding that higher priority if they are already in that advancing position. We'll see if that happens to come into play here. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And once again, as we look out on the horizon, a little bit of miss there as another whale coming up and letting loose a little bit of oxygen, or not oxygen, but blowing out through the spout.
Absolutely, and blowing out through the spout is Llewellyn Sponge Williams dropping a 7.0. There's that Welsh flag flown with pride by his fiancée, Sarah. He's got great support behind him. Sponge, he's got his teammate, Isaac, and he's got the likes of Ben and Toby right behind the parasurfing movement. I have to have a big shout out to the work that Sponge does. You know, he hosted the first parasurfing event in a wave pool in Snowdonia a number of years ago. He now has an annual event there, and his team manager, Ben Clifford, is doing a lot of work with the ISA about bringing adaptive surf coaching to the forefront and having a legitimate high-end course sanctioned by the International Surfing Association in partnership with AmpSurf, and they really are, as a community, able to be at the forefront of this push for Paralympic inclusion of surfing in Los Angeles 2028, and how important that would be for Llewellyn to have the opportunity to represent his home nation in the Olympics, in the Paralympics in the future, Todd.
Yeah, as we continue to set records, you know, with the participation as well as seeing the level of talent go through the roof, we're on a fast track to those Paralympics.
Big opportunity for Aaron Loy. Needed a 5.67, just didn't quite get that ramping turn to climb out and keep moving.
So for me, that was one of those movements or moments where you saw the surfer kind of in between, maybe in his mind wanting to drive up and hit the lip, and also thinking maybe I need to do a floater, found himself in between and just catches the edge and goes over. And so you always have to be on point with your thought and then engaging it and actually implementing it on the rail. Found himself in between there, maybe in between thoughts, and goes down.
So this is a big opportunity for Llewellyn now, taking the win if the situation doesn't change. And then how's the psychological advantage going into the final, knowing you've already broken you've already beaten the new kid on the block, you've already beaten the scores of Ibon, who's the unknown, who's the wild card in all of this, who hasn't been in this classification before?
I think it definitely can't hurt, to your point, but also, you know, most likely when this final runs for them, probably going to be a lot different conditions, as we're on a pretty low tide out here and a little bit challenging, smaller face conditions. And once we get a solid swell, you know, we haven't seen Ebon perform in that, and for that matter, depending on how big it gets, we might not have seen Sponge perform in those conditions. So part of it mentally, yes, it's not going to hurt him because he already has the upper hand. But on the flip side, if I'm Ebon, it's a clean slate. We're going into a whole new heat. We're not carrying any points over. It's all on the line. Let's go.
Absolutely. I don't know Ebon's credentials in size, but I know the action mad from Abersock, Sponge, Llewellyn Williams, he loves a bit of juice. So when that swell increases, if he gets some big, heavy, bowly left-handers, he will be in his element.
So just keeping an eye there on, looks like red and yellow. So it's red sitting on Aaron, making sure that, as we talked about, that priority coming into effect in the dying seconds here of this heat. Aaron only needing a 5.67, and Ebon with a higher priority says, nah, we're not going to give you an opportunity. You're a great dude, but unfortunately, I need to make the finals. I need to go get me a gold medal.
Well, there's 5 seconds remaining, and it looks like Aaron Loy might well get the opportunity to go for this.
And he
does.
will.
He's up and riding. He's chasing a 5.67. I'm not sure if that was just in time. I imagine it was, but even if it was, clearly it's not going to be the score that he needs, and it's not going to change the situation. Llewellyn Williams, Sponge taking the win, booking himself a spot in the grand final, and Ibon Origi out of Spain. The Zarut slider from the Basque Country also booking himself a spot in the final.
Yeah, so about 3 minutes ago, Sarah was very short for oxygen, and now she can breathe freely knowing that her boy is into the finals and looking really strong on his way into that final. Great surfing there by Sponge.
Brilliant stuff, entertaining, right to the wire. They're now going to be contending for those gold medals, hopefully tomorrow. But stay with us, surf fans, because coming up, we've got more semi-final action. We've got the men's visually impaired 2 classification right here, live on your screen from Pismo Beach at the 2022 ISA World Para Surfing Championship, hosted by AmpSurf.
We've all experienced obstacles and setbacks, but what if you never even got a chance to get in the game? That's where the Challenge Athletes Foundation comes in, providing individuals with physical disabilities adaptive sports equipment, coaching,
keep pushing,
and competition expenses. Because everyone deserves to run, bike, swim, play, compete, and move. The Challenge Athletes Foundation is empowering lives through sport.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to semi-final number 1 of the visually impaired 2 classification, live from Pismo Beach, as we see Aaron Polk out of Hawaii against Pierre Gagalano out of France and Jack Jackson, otherwise known in the fraternity of the Aussie camp as Jack Johnson, but officially it's Jack Jackson, and he has been absolutely on fire in this event. So both of all of these 3 surfers looking to book themselves a spot in the grand final. 3 surfers in the first semi-final, 2 in the second semi-final. We've got Hawaii, France, Australia. Who's it going to be? A little scramble for action as we kick things off here, and it seems like we've got our surfer in red, Aaron Polk out of Hawaii, up and riding. Nice takeoff, bottom turn, top turn combination. Good start for Aaron Polk, who had a really strong performance earlier in this round today in qualifying round 2, so he'll wait to drop a score, and the rest of the surfers will wait for the next set.
Yeah, Aaron also making it to the finals last year and receiving a medal. He was getting a bronze medal last year, and as you mentioned, one of the standouts. He was our number 1 seed coming into these semifinals, so once again looking very strong and wanting to book a spot, though. He's not there yet. This is the semifinals. We're only going to take 2 surfers from this heat into that final. So he wants to start out quickly and put some pressure on his competitors out there in the lineup, the Hawaiian.
He had a great performance, 16.653 in his 2-wave combination in the last qualifying round. Again, gets that second wave. Busy start, so already a couple of scores on the board for the Hawaiian. You can see Jack Jackson, he is sitting deepest there. Jack Jackson, the 20-year-old, a core member of the Urakanji's team. And talking of core members, Abasok Action Man, this man from Wales, he has just booked himself a spot in the grand final. Llewellyn Sponge Williams is on the sound with Axel.
Yeah, guys, thanks so much. Sponge, so 2 solid scores. We felt you were confident. You felt you were flowing in the ocean. Is that how you felt outside?
Yeah, the last-minute board change. I've surfed this a lot more at home, so I was like, if it gets a bit bigger than what I was using yesterday, I thought this would hold a bit more and have more control. So yeah, that first one, the 8-point something I called, it just doubled up right in front of it, and I was like, finally I got that one turn in. I was like, finally got something.
Yeah. Okay, in the final you're going to be with Ibon, Altair, and Mono. Okay. So we all remember that situation from last year, unfortunate priority situation. But this year, how are you going to look into the final?
Oh, I've been having nightmares about that the whole year. So yeah, I'm definitely not going to do a priority interference again. So, well, I hope I don't anyway. So yeah, feeling ready, feeling strong, and yeah, I'm just super stoked to be here and everyone here again. It's just the whole community. It just livens everything up.
Guys at the booth, questions for Sponge?
Yeah, Axel, he made mention that he made a change in his board, and I was just curious, what was that change? Is it fins? Is it length? What was the difference?
Can you comment what was the change in the board? Was it fins? Was it the size? What was it?
So there's not as much volume. It's a bit wider in the nose. So yeah, it's a bit thinner in the nose and tail, and then the fins are a bit further back again. So yeah, it just holds the flow and holds the rail a bit better. Where Ben Way's board, on the smaller waves, it'll hold. It's a lot looser and it goes up and down and holds. It's just looser. Yeah. Ben Way's board's looser. This one's got more hold. So yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah, and it's a Canadian from home that shaped me this. So yeah, super stoked.
All right, man. Well, congrats on the win. See you in the final, bro. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Back to you guys at the booth.
Congratulations, Llewellyn. That was an incredible performance. And like we said, just coming up against the new person in the classification, Ibon Origi from Zarauz in the Basque Country, but still beating him, but recognizing that the real head-to-head is with Mark Mono-Stewart in the final.
Yeah, I think one thing that, the surfers that have been here in those big finals before, sure, they see the other surfers that are in the lineup, but, we've heard it in some of the posting interviews, and, control the uncontrollable, and that's what you can do. Make sure you've got the right board that he indicated he just had for the semifinal. Make sure you got, wax if you need wax on the board. Make sure you're mentally in the place you need to be. But all the hard work over the last year is what needed to really take place. At this point, you've already done all the hard work. Now it's the execution, and he's made it to the final. He's thought about what took place last year with that, interference, and he knows that at this point he's not going to let that happen again. He's going to let his surfing do the talking. He's going to stay out of the way of the others, and he's on a serious quest for that gold medal.
So Pierre is up and riding for France there. The surfer from Hortin-Plage, the 22-year-old, as we see back on your screen, the fact that he's opted for the twin fin. Wonderful moment there. His fiancée really proud of his performance, but of course it's the gold that he's aiming for. So this is just ticking the boxes, getting through a semi-final. His horizons are on that gold medal, Todd.
Yeah, no doubt. You see it in all the sports. The true champions don't celebrate until they've won. Some teams or individuals that make it to a semi, that's a big deal for them. For someone of the magnitude of Sponge, it's not really a big deal. It's a big deal if he can get the gold.
And a big deal on your screen just then, the man holding his board, that's Ben Clifford, the founder of Surfability UK. And I must emphasize how important the collaboration between Surfability, AmpSurf, and the ISA is being with writing and certifying the adaptive surf coaching qualification. And that's groundbreaking, because it means that people running parasurfing schools all around the world can do this safely, as we see a set coming through, and our heat leader Aaron Polk up and riding from Hawaii, looking to replace a 3.67. Nice, smooth, fast attacking approach, demonstrating the big scores that he's been getting all event. Looking smooth, looking lively. Most likely that's going to go into his top two and improve his chances of booking a spot in the grand final, Todd.
Yeah, and you mentioned the coaching and the certifications. If you are interested, I encourage you to go to isasurf.org, and you can find out, how to get involved, how to get certified, and there's all kinds of things there on isasurf.org. So, while you're on there watching the broadcast tonight, when we shut the lights down on the live broadcast, go ahead and jump into some of the other rooms. There's a lot of information there that will educate you, and as well, doors that can open for you to launch your career, whether it be judging, instructing, or surfing. It's up to you.
So Pierre looking to replace a 1.93. He's up and riding on his WEBCAST boards from Hortin-Plage there. Probably not going to replace that 193. A second score needed for JJ, Jack Jackson. He's riding the D-Burge surfboards. And we've seen quite a lot of the Australian camp riding these D-Burge surfboards, and it's really interesting to see the collaborations existing in the way that these athletes are working with their surfboard shapers to really push performances and embrace the opportunity to take parasurfing to the Paralympics. But adaptation is going to really come into the equation as we move into tomorrow, Todd, because I've just been delivered the potential running order for tomorrow, as we are expected to have bigger, windier conditions, and it looks like we're going to be kicking off at 7 a.m. with the men's stand 2 semis, and then moving into men's stand 3 semis, and then we have a whole list of finals. This schedule may well change, but at the moment it is proposed to be back-to-back finals from 8:20 a.m. local time, with the women prone 1, then the men visual impairment 1, men prone 2, women visual impairment 2, men visual impairment 2, and the finals go on and on and on.
So that's the entire competition remaining, correct?
Well, that's on the schedule right here. It'll be raining medals tomorrow, but of course that is so...
It'll be raining. Yeah. I don't know if it'll be medals, but it'll be raining for sure. That's the unknown, but that's our goal right there with the schedule.
Yeah, well, that's where I was also going with having looked together with you in our break at the forecast. We do know that around 10 o'clock we got some pretty heavy onshores blowing and chance of some really heavy rain. So of course we have the opportunity to use Sunday as well, but this is the provisional schedule to have our usual 7 a.m. local time start, kicking off with men stand 2 semis. Right now, Aaron Polk Wow, that was fast. That was smooth, Todd. Is he going to replace that 517?
Well, I love it when you throw me out there. And I don't know if I want the tires of the bus on me at the moment, so I'm going to just squirm off to the sidewalk real quick. But, just a quick one there, up and down. I'd have to go back and reflect on how that compares to the 677 and the 517. But nonetheless, a nice drop out the back. I think it could go north of the 517 as I'm digesting it slowly but surely. But we'll see. There's still plenty of time on the clock. The good news is for him, he's leading the heat. The Hawaiian out there in red. He's getting right back out into the lineup, and he's still got 8 minutes on the clock.
Absolutely. Jack Jackson in second, looking to drop that 1-2-3. So he's got that 6-5. When you're carrying that low score, what's the psychology?
Which surfer are you referencing?
Jack Jackson. Carrying that 1-2-3, knowing that he really wants something else to add to that 6.5.
Well, I think he's in a great position. He's got the second highest single wave score of a 6.5. So even though he's got a 1-2-3 in the score line, he's probably pretty relaxed and pretty confident that he's going to be able to back that up with the amount of time that still is on the clock, 7:20. If he finds himself in the same situation, let's say with 1 minute to go, well, then it's a whole different story, and then you start to hit the panic button. But with 7 minutes on the clock and already with a 6.5, a solid foundation, the Australian looks pretty good. He's up and riding.
Here we go. JJ doesn't quite commit to that wave. So that 1-2-3 probably not going to be replaced.
Well, the unfortunate thing there for Jay or Jackson, you got me going with the JJ, but for Jack on that particular situation, he the surfer in yellow had first priority. He paddled for it, even though he didn't get up onto his feet on that one. He will lose first priority. Now it swings to the surfer in white, so now he won't have first right away on the perfect wave should it come in. White now holds that position, and then red has second position. So yellow, working with his partner out there, his coach, he's going to have to make sure that he stays out of the way of the other surfers holding the higher priority.
Interestingly, as we move into this second semi-final, Todd, we've got some of the highest performers surfers of the event so far. Miguel Flavio out of Brazil, Roy Calderon out of Costa Rica, and Matt Formson out of Australia. All of those surfers have performed exceptionally well, so there's only going to be space for 2 surfers out of that second semi to progress into the grand final. 3 surfers in each semi. 6 minutes remaining in this at the moment. It's Aaron Polk out there in the lead with a 6.77 and a 5.17, and it's Jack Jackson in second position, but he needs to drop that 1.23 to put the pressure on the Frenchman, who's currently chasing a 3.47, to book his spot in the grand final.
Well, you mentioned those names coming up in semi-final number 2, and 2 of the biggest standouts in 2021 are coming up in that next heat. We got our defending gold medalist Roy Calderon in that heat, and also our silver medalist, our defending silver medalist from 2021, Miguel Flavio. And as you look, number 2 and number 3 seeds coming into this semi-final based on their qualification rounds earlier this year, and Aaron Polk being our number 1 seed. So really, that's kind of how it looks from 50,000 feet right now based on this year's performance. Those are our top 3 seeds.
Absolutely, and if you look back at the scores, there's been some really high-performing surfing that's happened in both qualifying round 1 and round 2, but live action, it's Jack Jackson looking to replace a 1-2-3. Opts to go left. Climbing and dropping on this section. Will he get the chance to really get that last section? He won't, but might well improve on his 1-2-3 with just under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and it was a good decision there for White, our surfer Pierre, on the inside, as he started to have a look, have a go at that wave, and then felt the change that he didn't like. It was getting too steep for him, and he made a great decision to punch through that wave and get out the back. Did not lose his priority, and now it looks like he's repositioning in the lineup as he still maintains that first priority. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Our surfer from France needing a score, needs a 3.47 to move up into advancement. And in a decent spot, though, with that much time on the clock and first priority, 3.47, very obtainable. He's already got a 4.27 in this heat, so he knows he can do it. He just needs to be patient and wait for that wave.
He's based in Hortin Plage, beautiful area, north of Lacanau. So you've got the Hossegor further south, then you've got Lacanau as another big important coastal area, and then Hortin further north than that. Up and riding now, chasing a 3.47. And would you say, Todd, that he rode out of that maneuver?
I'm going to say no, because the judges, first thing for me is I go back to when we see a big aerial on waves and they land it, but they don't carry the momentum in front of the whitewater, and so that's when the judges will deem it incomplete. So similar situation, he went up vertically on the backhand, did the hard yards, banged it, connected with the lip, but just got hung up and didn't carry the momentum to keep it out in front of the whitewater and just slowly kind of went out the back of the wave. So I think they're going to deem that incomplete.
He was only chasing a 3.47, so he did have a big opportunity if he had completed that maneuver to get up into second position.
And remember, we've had the conversation throughout this event. You know, if the judges see something critical, which that maneuver was, it could potentially go still up in that range. We'll see. But, you know, it's much stronger of a maneuver than someone who gets up and just rides down the line and never performed a maneuver. So keep that in mind. Even though he did not pull it off, it could potentially still go in the score line.
Moving into that afternoon light is approaching 3 p.m. local time here at Pismo Beach. We got that tide dropping out. What time's low tide approximately today, Todd?
Low tide is late today. It's 5:14 p.m. So we still have, you know, two hours and change until we're on that dead low tide mark.
And at 5 p.m. at the Pier Plaza here at Pismo Beach, we've got not only grey whales spouting water out back, but we've also got the premiere in the local area of the Impossible Wave, the story of how Fernando Aguirre brought surfing to the Olympics.
Yeah, such an amazing story on so many levels, and I was very fortunate to be a part of a lot of that process and see it unfold with Fernando's passion and the team that he compiled to work tirelessly with the IOC to first and foremost get recognized as the governing body for the sport, and then more importantly to work together as a team with the IOC to bring the sport of surfing to the Olympics. We saw it take place, we saw it unfold in 2020 in Japan. And we also saw a major influx of youth tuning in to watch that new additional sport coming to the Olympics. And now I think we're definitely going to see the sport of surfing also going into the Paralympics. And it's been fantastic. And a big shout out to all of the crew at the ISA, and first and foremost to our president, Fernando Aguirre.
And a big shout out to the beautiful marine life here. You can see those grey whales spouting water, different to the humpbacks that we saw earlier. Those grey whales heading from the Arctic down to Mexico at the moment, feasting on all the bait fish out there. And look at that beautiful set as we see Jack Jackson, our heat leader, attacks that section, but probably won't replace that 517.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to for me to pull it back in as, you know, so quickly there. I was enjoying the marine life out the back. Every afternoon we've been seeing this. So, again, you know, whether you want to come and have some fun waves or enjoy the great food on offer here in Pismo Beach, there is some beautiful marine life. Every afternoon it seems like it's clockwork that takes place right outside of the pier as we see another whale there on the left of your screen just underneath the graphics there. It's been beautiful.
Nice re-entry from Jack Jackson. He's looking to replace that 2.97 now to improve his chances of booking a spot in the grand final. He stays in second position and he might well replace that 2.97.
And with that said, you know, bringing this beautiful imagery worldwide has been the crew at Action Sports here behind the scenes, you know, behind the cameras, behind all the electronics and screens that we see out there, our director, and, you know, so many people behind the scenes. We can't go through the entire list, but just thanks to that crew as well, you know, every day bringing this great imagery around the world.
Absolutely. You can meet Jay, the producer director of the Impossible Wave, at the showing at 5.
He's the president and founder of Action Sports.
Absolutely. So come on down 5 p.m. to watch the Impossible Wave here at Pier Plaza, Pismo Beach, as we move in to the last seconds. Possible chance for Pierre to go for a 5.44. He's up and riding, attacking this section. This is looking good. If he can get a clean finishing maneuver, he comes unstuck, and I think there was real potential to go big on that score, and you can see by his frustration, he thinks he hasn't got the score.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and also I'm wondering, was it up before the sound of the horn that we heard in the ambient sound? So either way, unfortunately, he fell.
Yep, he fell, and it looks likely that it's Aaron Polk and Jack Jackson who booked themselves a spot in the final. Stay with us for the second Visual Impairment 2 classification semi-final coming up right after this. Welcome back to the Parasurfing action live from Pismo Beach for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship hosted by AMP Surf. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by Todd Klein. As we move into the second semi-final, Todd, we've got Miguel Flavio out of Brazil, Roy Calderon out of Costa Rica, and the mighty Matt Formston out of Australia.
You know what's mind-blowing, Sam, as you call out all three of those names? Every one of those surfers were in last year's final.
Wow. And
so unfortunately, we only have 2 spots. One of those surfers that was in last year's final will not be there this year. It's unfortunate that the way the seeding went down after the qualification, that we've got those 3 surfers all matched up in the same, whereas in the last heat, it was just Aaron Polk who was in that final with them.
Well, there's the list. Miguel, Roy, Matt. So we got Miguel in red. We got Roy in white. We got Matt in yellow. And we've just seen Aaron Polk out of Hawaii and Jack Jackson out of Australia, but their spots in the grand final. Only 2 of these men will make it through to the final.
So a lot of pressure in this one, I believe, more so than even that last heat.
Absolutely. This is the crunch semi-final. This is the one that you didn't want to be in. And, of course, we see 2 sets of vests for each surfer, 2 whites, 2 reds, and 2 yellows. And that is because this is the V2 visually impaired 2 classification. So the surfers in the same colored vests are the spotters who are communicating with the athletes with regards to when to catch a wave. So this category allows any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an IBSA classification level B2 and level B3. So it's low or partial vision in comparison to V1, which is the blind surfers that we saw earlier today. And talking of that, someone who's just booked their spot in the final, Aaron Polk out of Hawaii, on fire, great surfing, and he's on the beach with Axel.
Guys, that's right. All right, Aaron. So we usually don't talk about the conditions because it's the same for everyone, but it was tricky out there. You managed to find the 2 scores that really gave you separation from the rest of the competitors. How was that for you?
Yeah, you know, it was tricky out there. That was definitely different than the first heat. A little less scoring potential. A little more kind of closing out, but just, you know, you got to milk whatever you can and, you know, just go with it. I wasn't even sure if I won, white won, yellow won. It was kind of some last-minute scores, so now I'm just happy to move on. I'm not sure who got second, but stoked for whoever got second, and stoked for these guys that are out right now, too, and I think we're going to put on a good show in the finals, and I'm just stoked. Such a brotherhood of competitors out here, all the VI2s, all the VI2 women and men. We kind of joined in this amazing community, so I'm happy to be a part of that, and that's what's most special for me inside all this competition. Of course, winning's awesome and important, and but I mean the biggest mission here is to gather together and to inspire the youth and see all the young people coming out. Israel, South Africa, all these guys coming up, you know, follow on Instagram and Facebook and like inspiring. I mean that's the most important thing for me. So yeah.
Well, back to competition. You have already 2 bronze medals. How are you going to approach the final, and what's going to take for you to take gold back home?
Yeah, you know, if I keep on the same routine, the same, you know, positive attitude, good vibes, jam out to some music before the heat, you know, just get into a flow and a rhythm, and then just carry that into the ocean. Have Duran here, so we have the best boards, best spotter, best mindset, so whatever comes of it, gold is sweet, so ready to taste it.
Guys at the booth.
Yeah, Axel, I got a question. 2 things. What Firewire model is that, and what music will Aaron be listening to before the final?
2 questions. They want to know about the Firewire model that you're using, and what type of music do you like to get you pumped up?
You know, the Firewire model is the secret model they just shaped an hour ago. No, I'm just joking. No, I'm riding a Seaside. It's cherry out here. I've ridden a Seaside, but actually this is my second time I've ever surfed this board. It's actually a locals board. And I just knew the Seasides weren't good in these conditions, so I just asked around and said if anyone had a Seaside, and luckily enough, someone lended one. And so I just started surfing this board, but it works well, you know, and music, hip-hop, reggae, Bob Marley, something to just get me into the rhythm of the ocean. So,
All right, man. Congrats on the win. See you in the final. Back to the booth, guys.
Brilliant stuff. And, of course, we've had the musical narrative with South Africa, and now Hawaii, demonstrating that music will bring your surfing to life if you listen to the right thing before the final.
Yeah, there's some beautiful musicians coming out of the islands over there. And, you know, one thing I looked at while we were listening to Aaron in that post-seed interview was, you know, he was the #1 seed in the qualifier. So, you know, that's in the back of his mind, knowing that he's already outperformed his competitors thus far in the current conditions. And he also knows that that swell is forecast to come up. He's from the islands. He's no stranger to power. So he would have to be confident going into those finals.
Yeah, and it was a great post-heat interview talking about being inspired by the youth, about the cultural gathering here, about the para surfing community coming together. That was really great to hear.
Well, you know, we've heard that from a lot of the surfers since day one when we started these, you know, this world gathering with our para surfing championship down in 2015 in La Jolla, and since then the numbers continue to grow because people are tuning in, the media is tuning in, and the message is getting out. And, you know, let's face it, you know, a lot of these athletes were in very dark spots in their lives after their incident that changed them from being able-bodied. Many of them weren't born like this, and they had accidents that changed them from being able-bodied individuals to now, you know, into the para world and adaptive world. And surfing opened up a whole new life for them, and they want to do the same thing for others, and they want to pass that message on. And, you know, that's one thing I've also noticed here at this event. I've seen a lot of other individuals coming out in wheelchairs and with prosthetics that are not competing but want to come down and interact and have conversation because maybe they do want to get involved. And one of the moments that was really special for me that I happened to be, you know, walking by and watching was, you know, Christian Bailey was actually racing another little kid in his wheelchair, and he let the little kid obviously beat him, and the stoke on that kid's face was unbelievable. And again, that's what it's all about, the community, raising awareness, and getting others involved and opening doors to surfing.
That was Matt Formston. He's got 2 waves waiting to be scored, riding the quad, the Dylan surfboards. Dylan Longbottom, one of the great shapers. Matt Formston, one of the mighty powerhouses of parasurfing, looking to book a spot in the grand final. Miguel Flavio out of Brazil has dropped to 1.83. Roy Calderon out of Costa Rica, he's got a 1.50. All those top 2 surfers waiting to get that second score, but Matt has 2 waves ridden, and it looks like actually Miguel has a second score waiting to drop as well. So this is going to be interesting because with that dropping tide, some of these lower scores might factor in because the waves are closing out a little bit more, harder to find the peeling open face rides.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. That tide really pulling out right now as we see Aaron there on the screen getting his board and going to make his way up the path here. I'll talk a little bit more about what we were just talking about a moment ago. One thing, again, I want to shout out Pismo Beach. You know, they did a fantastic job by making this beach accessible in the wheelchairs with the ramp that they have that comes down. They also, you know, have worked with Amp Surf to put out the axe tracks that goes across the sand there to allow the chairs to get right down there to the water's edge. And so, again, for those of you out there watching around the world and you have the opportunity to make a difference at your local beach, to make it more accessible to individuals in a wheelchair, please do what you can because it could change someone's life in a big way.
I've got a question for you, Todd. As a California-based surfer who would surf a lot around the piers, are you a north sider or a south sider?
Depends on the winds, depends on the swell, you know, because it can be, you know, let's jump down to, say, like Huntington Beach. In the summertime, you know, a lot of the big southerly swells, the best rights are on the north side, peeling right into the pier. And then on the big north swells, you can get a real steep vertical left going into the pier. So, you know, it just depends, and obviously the wind is obviously blocked a little bit from this pier, which we'll see over these next couple of days. It's going to help us, not tomorrow because I think we're supposed to have a strong southerly wind, but hopefully on Sunday when it swings more to the northerly direction, it'll be much cleaner on the south side where we're at for competition versus the other side on the north.
Live action, Roy Calderon up and riding. You could just see him going left. It gets one turn in the section there, and then we'll be waiting for a score to drop, and Miguel Flavio drops a 5.50. Added to that 1.83. He's out there in the lead. Matt Formston still waiting 2 scores to drop for the Australian there. 2.67 is his first score. That changes the situation. And then a 2.6 is his second score. Puts him up into second. So now the pressure is on Roy Calderon, who's going to drop a score. He's got 3 waves ridden. So I would imagine that he's going to oust that 1.5. Might even get better than his 2.5. 2-9-3. So this feels like it's going to be quite a scrappy, more of a kind of dogfight kind of heat, Todd.
Well, we knew it would be. You know, the biggest challenge is the conditions out there right now. That's probably the biggest factor playing in, because we know the talent amongst these three. Any one of them could be in the final. They were our 3 finalists last year. But unfortunately, we talked about only 2 can come through. So unfortunately, we will lose one of the top names, one of the top surfers, one of the top athletes in this event will not be going into the final, and it's going to be a dogfight until the end. The 2.93 for Roy is a pretty solid score there for him, but you look at the 5.5 for Miguel, much more solid foundation to build upon.
Absolutely. That set the benchmark, and now he can be patient, wait out back, but Roy and Matt are carrying scores in the mid to high 2s. So you would see the more favorable situation being with Miguel, able to now be a little bit more patient, but certainly the pressure is on Roy and Matt for that spot in second, or maybe that spot in first.
Well, watch this. This is going to be a late drop, and wisely pulls back on that one. Miguel, our current heat leader, as that wave hit the bank and really lurched up. But unfortunately, there was no corner on the left, no corner on the right. We call that, a closeout, or, even kind of jokingly around a straight hander. There's nowhere to go on that one.
Or for Pismo Beach, a clam sandwich.
Okay.
If you get that nosedive.
Yeah, it's shallow out there, Sam, and all kidding aside, you're looking at probably 2 foot of water over that sand. And with our visually impaired, they want to make sure that they time everything right so that they can get out onto that open face and perform some maneuvers.
Roy making a move here. Our surfer in white, just moving to the middle of the peak. So, of course, you can see our surfer in yellow, Matt Formston, in the south side there. Our surfer in red, Miguel, he's got that 5.50. He's deepest, closest to the pier, but what's the priority situation, Todd?
Well, it's funny. I was just about to say that, in the visually impaired, it's really important that your coach that's out there in the lineup with you is right across the ruling, and has to know, who has that priority, because he's the one that's going to tell you paddle, paddle, paddle. And if he's not watching and he tells you to paddle on a wave that already has a surfer that holds a higher priority, you're going to get the interference. So it's really important, that teamwork that's going on out there, to be across that priority. Right now, holding the first priority is our surfer in white, Roy, out there representing Costa Rica. Second priority is red, our current heat leader, Miguel, representing Brazil. And then Matt, who needs a score right now, he's our surfer. If the heat was to end, that would not be going into that final, representing Australia in the yellow. He has third priority, looking for a 2.84 to move up into advancement.
Well, now this is a real tight one as we move down into the last 6 minutes. A bit of movement happening. As you say, Roy Calderon is in priority. He's got that 2.93 and that 2.57. The surfers just grouping, packing together right now, all in each other's space.
Yeah, which could be a little bit dangerous, especially with our visually impaired. If I'm one of the guys out there assisting, unless my guy has number one priority, if I'm Matt, I'm going to move a little bit away from these guys, because the last thing I want to do is impede the scoring potential.
So there's Roy Calderon. He's just caught that wave, so it's probably not going to go into that top 2, but now he's going to go to the bottom of the priority list. So his strategy might well be to move away from the pack, to perhaps give him the opportunity to get something decent out of priority, because if he wants to really be sure that he's going to get that spot in the final, he needs to keep up with those 5s that Miguel Flavio has got.
Yeah, he's got to continue to increase on that score line to stay in front of Matt. Time winding down, 5 minutes to go, and as that tide pulls out, it's getting more and more challenging out there, Sam. We've seen it each afternoon. The wind, not as clean as what we saw yesterday, but not too bad. Here we go. Our surfer in second place, Roy, gets up and immediately hits the lip one time. That's going to go into the score line.
Absolutely, and that was out of priority, Todd. So he did well to shift himself away from the waves that Miguel and Matt were choosing, and out of priority gets what could well be an absolutely essential score for him, chasing that spot in the grand final.
Yeah, brilliant decision there, him and his team out there, to make the decision to move away from the other surfers. He's going to turn and burn once again, this time going on the backhand.
Staying nice and busy, Roy Calderon waiting now for 2 scores to drop, gets that left, turns right. That doesn't seem as good as that last wave. You get the feeling that that last wave, his third wave, not the last wave ridden, the one before that will make a big difference to those combined scores.
I do believe it's going to replace at least the 2.57 currently in the score line. Will it be a 4.41 that will overtake first? I don't know if it's going to go that far north, but the good news is he's building on his score line. He's going to put more pressure on the Australian out there in yellow, who currently needs a 2.84 now.
So, waiting for scores still to drop. Of course, second position crucial here because it's about surfers in first and second who will advance into the grand final. So the pressure is on Matt Formston, and priority sitting with red with Miguel Flavio out there with a 5.50, looking to not carry that 183. You don't want to be carrying a 183 in this situation, do you, Todd?
Well, you know, if he's got the 5.5, so that's what he's got going for him. You know, I'll use the analogy. He's got a solid foundation, but he's got a straw roof. He needs to put something up there to weather the storm, and the storm being Roy and Matt that are chasing him right now. And I'm still waiting on scores and anticipating scores for Roy, last of white, because I think it will go into the score line. Have we seen anything yet?
No, nothing come through yet. Waiting for those scores. Up and riding, Miguel Flavio, a heat leader, looking to replace that 183. Big, powerful re-entry off the top, and that really is going to change the situation for him because he's really going to reinforce that lead and reinforce that spot in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, you can pretty much lock it in for Miguel. He's on to the final, I believe, representing Brazil. 2:40 on the clock. You saw the commitment. As soon as he got up on the backhand, driving down the line, gets up into the lip, bangs it, and, you know, commits on that backhand snap. So yeah, I think for sure he is throwing away the 183. How far will it go past that? How much more pressure will it put on second and third? We'll find out. But the good news is he's heading in the right direction, lifting his score line.
So keep your eyes on the screen now. Don't lose sight of Matt Formston's team because they're in priority and they need the score. He needs a 2.84 to move up into second.
And for Matt, you know, a 2.84 normally, you know, that would be nothing. You know, he's got the talent. There's no question. We know that already. But in the deteriorating conditions, getting more and more difficult, it will be a challenge out there. He does have first priority. That's a great thing for him as well. The time that, is not on his side right now. 1:55 to go. That's probably the most negative part of the equation currently, needing that score of a 5.26, time not on his side.
Absolutely. 1 minute 43 seconds remaining.
Why? Because scores just dropped for last of Roy, a 5.00.
Wow, so now Matt Formston out of Australia to stay in the mix, to stay in the hunt for medals. He now needs a 5.26. The situation is tense, the situation is tight, but playing into Matt's advantage, he has priority. So he has first pickings of the next set.
He does, you know, and that's what I identified a moment ago. But the challenge is the 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock. This man continues to get stronger and stronger, representing Costa Rica on the forehand, getting right up into it, Roy Calderon.
And the interesting thing is he got that 5 out of priority. He was first priority, got a fairly bad wave, moved down the beach to the south side there and got a 5, the second highest score of the heat. But Miguel Flavio drops a 7.33. With that 5.50, it looks pretty certain as we go into the last 40 seconds that he's going to book himself a spot in the grand final. And the body language of Matt Formston and his spotter, for me, looks like they don't think there's going to be a set wave in time with 35 seconds remaining.
And as we looked out there on the horizon, it didn't look like it. And Team Australia there on the beach trying to will a wave in for Matt. But unfortunately, with 25 seconds to go, I think it might be all she wrote.
Heartbreak for Matt, going for that 4th world title. The 44-year-old just been surfing Nazare, an absolute icon of parasurfing. He's now got 14 seconds remaining to get a 5.26 to book himself a spot in the grand final. And Todd, it looks like there's an opportunity. It's a small wave. Will he get it? We're down into the last seconds. It's a very, very small wave, and he's not going to stand up in time. So Matt Formston from Australia, our 3 times world champion, has been eliminated, and Miguel Flavio from Brazil and Roy Calderon from Costa Rica have booked themselves a spot in the grand final.
And Roberto Pino celebrating his teammate out there. Miguel Flavio taking down the win in that one and booking a spot into the final along with Roy Calderon. Congratulations to both of those surfers and fantastic surfing, especially Miguel.
Incredible action, ladies and gentlemen, but stay tuned because we have got 2 more heats to come. We've got the men's Pro 1 semi-finals, and coming into the booth, we've got a very, very, very special guest. The wonderful Sam Bloom will be joining Shannon Hughes to call the action. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. We'll now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here on day 5 of competition for the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. It's been a great day of competition, and it's getting so much better because I now get to sit alongside the lovely Sam Bloom to call the action for our men's semifinals in the Prone 1 division. Sam, how are you doing today? How's it been out on the beach?
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, the energy here is unbelievable. Everybody's just so excited, and yeah, it's amazing.
And you got the irukandjis
I
repping
do.
What is the irukandji?
It's like a box jellyfish. So they're found in far north Queensland, and they're pretty deadly in the water.
It makes a lot of sense for why the Aussie team has that name. Well, now you're here to defend a gold medal from last year, but you're actually competing in a different division.
Yes.
So Sam's got a couple of world titles from the Prone 1 division.
No, Prone 2.
Sorry, from Prone 2.
Yeah.
And you're now competing in Prone 1 for the first time.
Yeah.
So how have you found it being in a different category this year?
Oh, it's so challenging. Honestly, I'm okay when I'm on the wave, but I find it so hard paddling out and being in the right spot and just navigating that. It's all new, but no, it's awesome.
Do you mind giving us an explanation of the difference between those two categories? Because that's what we're going to be seeing in this men's semifinal.
Yeah, sure. So Prone 2, which is I was competing, I think for 5 years. I had my husband Cam in the water with me, so he would actually push me onto the waves, and then you have a catcher, and they get you back out the back. So they essentially do all the hard work, and you just catch the waves. So Prone 1, you have no assistance. So it's all up to you.
All up to you, reading that lineup, as well as getting yourself out. And when the conditions have been smaller, it seems like it's been a little bit easier, but we do have some pretty decent forecasts coming through tomorrow.
Yes, we do. Can't say I'm looking forward to it.
Well, let's take a look at the heat that's in the water. So our men's semifinals for the Prone 1 division has hit the water. Casey Proud, Marcelo da Costa of Brazil up against Casey Proud of Hawaii. Kengo Nishiyama of Japan and Yoshikiro Kojima of Japan, all in the water together and without that assistant, which is that Prone 1 division. So they have that ability to paddle around on their own boards and get themselves into their own waves.
Yes. I actually can't wait to watch you guys.
Yeah, I'm really
trying
excited
to get some tips.
So we've got our first wave underway from Markel. We'll take a look at this one. Nice carve down the line, and he'll flip off the board for that first section. But always feels really good as well, right, to get that first wave on the board, especially quickly after the buzzer.
Absolutely, because then you kind of then you can almost settle into it a bit and go, okay, I've got one wave, you get the hang of it, and that's always been the plan, like just get your first wave over and done with.
And be able to settle into the rest of the heat.
Yeah.
We've got some live action now here for our surfer in yellow and in blue taking off. We'll track here with red, though, down the line on a great-looking wave for Casey Proud, able to find that corner for a moment.
Yeah, Casey's unbelievable. He's so good. So I always watch the boys and try and learn off them.
What is it about Casey's surfing that makes him stand out?
Oh, I just love his style. I think he's just so kind of like loose, and I think he's got a most beautiful style.
Really, really graceful.
Yeah.
Well, it's been so great to be able to see you around the contest site this week. We'll get back to that conversation here with Sam, but before that, we'll go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat with Axel on the glass.
Thanks so much, Shannon. That's right. We're here with Miguel. So we already have the first semi-final. It's going to be Aaron and Roy. And then from here is going to be Miguel and Jack Jackson as well. So first question, how's the final looking for you, Miguel?
Como que você tá vendo a final? O que você acha? Como vai ser essa final?
Essa final vai ser muito difícil, né? Mas estou preparado e seja o que Deus quiser, vamos com tudo e buscar essa medalha.
Yeah, it will be a tough battle, but it's all in God's hands, and we are ready for the finals. We wish good luck to everyone.
In this heat, you had a good wave, but then second and third place were all pushing and pushing and pushing, and then you had that 7-3-3. That was just a nail in the coffin, going solid into the final. Does that give you confidence for tomorrow?
É, as ondas estavam difíceis, mas aí você conseguiu aquela onda e você tirou o 7,33 e você conseguiu aquele gás a mais, agora aquela vontade mais para a final.
Sim, só aquela onda ajudou bastante. Eu acho que foi uma onda mandada por Deus, porque o mar estava muito difícil. Mas isso dá um gás para a final e vamos com tudo em busca da medalha e seja o que Deus quiser.
Yeah, God sent that wave and Miguel just enjoyed the wave and here is the results. We are ready for the finals and we can't wait.
Parabéns, bro. Best of luck for tomorrow. See you in the final. Back to the booth, guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Miguel. Put together a solid performance, and he's into finals
can
day,
take the
which is
racket.
exciting. And Sam, you had a great heat earlier on today, which has also put you into the finals.
Yes, yeah, I was very lucky. I just got one good wave, which is what I needed. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
What did that wave feel like for you?
Oh, to be honest, it wasn't like it was a good wave, but you know when you go, oh wow, that felt really good. It wasn't like my best wave, but no, I was still so stoked. So it was enough to get me through.
And do you feel like as a competitor, because I've had a couple conversations with you this week and with your husband Cam, that as a world champion, you've already got those 2 world titles, that you're a little bit harder on your own performances than anybody else's?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Which is maybe the reason that's driven you to be able to win those couple of world titles so far.
Yeah, maybe. I know. I am pretty hard on myself, but yeah. But that's all good.
And talk to me about the equipment that you're riding this week.
I actually bought my bigger board because when I have Cam pushing me, I usually use a 5.2, so I can turn. It's tiny. Well, I mean, I'm pretty tiny.
You're very small in stature.
Yeah, so you can turn it easier. But I thought I'll bring my bigger board. It's 5.6.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just like a normal short board, obviously with the fins on the top to keep my legs in place, and the handle at the front. So yeah, no, it turns quite well, and I just feel more comfortable on the bigger one to be able to paddle easier.
That makes a lot of sense to be able to give you that extra projection when you're paddling.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
And now let's talk about your journey to surfing. You began surfing as a little grom on the north coast of Sydney?
Yeah, so I grew up on the northern beaches in Sydney. And yeah, I mean, everyone surfed. That's what you did. And I've always been a tomboy, so I've always loved surfing, skateboarding, doing kind of boy things, I guess you could say. So yeah, no, I love surfing. And then when I had my accident in 2013, I sustained a spinal cord injury, and I thought I'll never be able to surf again, so I was pretty devastated.
Yeah,
so
that's such a heavy position to be in.
Yeah, it was. But do you know how I got back into it?
Well, I heard that there's a bird involved in the story.
Well, yes, there's a bird, but I got back into surfing because of Nola Wilson.
Really?
Julian Wilson's mum.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know how cool
Julian
that.
Wilson of all
Julian
people.
Wilson, I
now,
know.
what was that journey like? How did you meet her? Did you already know her ahead of time?
I didn't know her. She sent me the most beautiful letter one day, and with this necklace, which I always wear, and she encouraged me to get back out in the water because she thought it would help me heal and be good for me. So I thought, okay. So I owe Nola a lot. And with the first time I won the World Championships, she was in Hawaii with Julian. He was surfing in Pipeline, and I know, I was so stoked. And yeah, I'm so grateful that she did that. Because it was like this random act of kindness which has totally changed my life.
Yeah, just to be able to have a thought about somebody to write that letter and then to see how life-changing it's been for you.
Absolutely.
And now you've got sons as well. Are they all surfing?
Only one really loves it. Yeah.
Only one's truly gotten the bug.
Yes. So, no, it's been great. And I love going out surfing with Noah. And, he's big now. He can carry me. He's 19. So he can piggyback me down the beach. And, no, it's really fun.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
I mean, I love hearing that journey and that recognition for you to be able to get back in the water and to hear the stories of the kind of encouragement that you're giving to other surfers. Emma Dieters for Team Australia just took out the gold medal, which was incredible to see. And from what I hear, you've had a lot to play in her journey to being in the water.
Yeah, no, I mean, Emma lives near me, and she used to also surf, and she had an operation which didn't go terribly well, which is unfortunate. And she reached out to me, and I encouraged her. I'm like, borrow one of my boards, see if you like it. And she did. And so I said, you've got to come to the Australian titles to try and get on the team. And she did. And now she's here in America, and she's just become a world champion. And how
So
cool is
wild.
that? That is, I'm so stoked for her. So yeah, it's unreal.
Oh, that's so good. What's the crew like back at home in Australia for our Aussie contingency of para championships? Is it a pretty big field now that's competing there every year?
It's definitely getting bigger. Yes, and I have how many? 4 more people, 4 more guys who are super keen. So yeah, I think next year our team's just going to it's just going to get bigger and bigger, which is fantastic.
That is so exciting. Well, let's take a look at some live action here. Just get our audience caught up on what's happening in the water and catch ourselves up as well. We're almost halfway through this heat. We've got 20 minutes at the start of it, down to 10 minutes, 30 seconds to go now. Casey Proud is currently sitting out in front with that 7 as the high score. And for him to be able to find that decent wave, really setting himself up well. As we take a look at some replays here, this was last of Marcal da Costa. What are your thoughts on this wave, Sam?
Yeah, no, I think he's riding it like so well. He's just going all the way. And it's good how he's changing directions, because I know that's how you do get a few more points.
Yeah, the judges really reward those decent changes of directions, just engaging that rail a little bit, even if it's not on a clean open face, which is kind of challenging now with the low tide conditions.
It looks extremely challenging out there.
What would be your approach if you were out there right now?
That's a tough question, mate. I'd be just hoping for the best and I'd be hoping to find a shoulder, so you could just, get a bit of an open face wave to try and do some moves.
Well, taking a look at the score lines, Casey Proud out in front with a 7 and a 3.17. Marcal sitting in second with a 5.17 and a 3.83. Kengo has that 4.10 as his high score. He's chasing a 4.91, which is just slightly above that to get himself into the advancing position. And Yoshihiro is sitting with a 2.83 as his high score, chasing a decent score of a 6.17 at the moment, which would be the second highest of the score of the heat so far. And we will just be taking those top 2 surfers into the finals, which adds a whole lot more pressure than those opening round robin heats, Sam.
Definitely. This wave looks pretty cool that Casey's about to get.
All right, let me know what you think of it. So here he is up and riding. Nice section with some green face and those paddles there to keep him projecting through.
Yeah, so that's what you need to do. You need to try and stay on for as long as you can.
That was a really nice section as well, the way he was able to break through the lip line and come down.
Yeah, definitely. He's a powerhouse, Casey.
Yeah, he was able
Even
to
the way he paddles.
Yeah, he's got some real strength in that upper body.
Definitely.
Solid performance, and we've got that AMP Surf crew in the water as well. Always there, ready to assist.
Thank goodness for them.
Team Japan flying the flag and putting together a great show this week. We've got 2 Japanese competitors in the water right now, both sitting in that knockout position, and they're looking for scores to be able to take that advancing spot to roll through into the next heat to get out of the semifinals and into the final. And Sam, it's been so cool to hear a little bit more about your story. And you actually have a feature film that's been made about your story featuring Naomi Watts of all to play yourself. What did that feel like as that started to come together?
Oh, no, it was crazy. I mean, we're just an ordinary family, just from Sydney. And yeah, when Naomi reached out, I mean, we have 2 books. One book is called Penguin Bloom. And she ended up getting our book, and it really resonated with her. So she's like, I want to be a producer, and I want to play Sam. So, yeah, it's crazy.
Just incredible. And for your story to be shared with so many more people around the world, and your journey to finding healing again and getting back into the ocean.
Yes. No, it's been great. And, I mean, the one thing I love about, sharing our story, like you said, is just encouraging other people. It's hard. I'm not going to lie. It's so challenging, with a spinal cord injury or any other disability, really. And it's just nice to say, just to show people that, yes, it's hard, but you can still do pretty cool things.
And to be able to see some of those steps, what was it like along that journey with your family beside you and your friends in that journey to getting you healing after your accident?
It's extremely difficult, especially the first year, because I was not in a good headspace. I was so sad because I used to be so active before my accident.
Yeah.
Mountain biking all the time, going to gym, surfing, and then having that taken away. Yeah, I was devastated. So it was extremely tough for our family, but we got there, and they've been an amazing support, and I've been very fortunate.
And it's been really cool to now see you bring that light. I feel like you just have such a lightness about you, such an energy that you bring into the surfing world as well.
Yeah.
Post that, you know, it's just such a cool thing to be able to see. Now, what's it been like for you to be able to see the progression and the development of parasurfing as you've been competing over the last few years, and to see more people get involved with it?
No, I think it's fantastic. I mean, like I said, it's just growing and growing, which is amazing. I think it's wonderful, like, just to see, like, how, like, all these people have overcome so many challenges and, you know, so many obstacles, and to get out in the water and compete and just have fun, it's incredible.
So cool to see as we take a look at some live action here with our surfer in yellow. Kengo, he's chasing a score to get himself into that advancing position. Out of the semifinals, he needs a 4.91 at the moment. Casey Proud holding on to that lead, and he's improved the scoreline. Sam, with that last wave that we saw the live action on, a 6.9, has him sitting in a really solid position.
That's pretty good, yes. That's amazing.
Surfers coming up in the next heat. We'll be rolling into our final heat of the day, and we've got some competitors down on the lineup. Team Japan there with our surfer in blue, as we see Casey now on a nice looking wave once again. Great projection up into the lip. Came unstuck on the finish there and was unable to ride out clean. But he's been getting a lot of good work done in these tricky low tide conditions.
He sure has.
Now, I heard that you recently got to be part of the Australian Surfing Awards, and you've been able to meet some pretty cool crew on that side of things. What's it been like to be included in that family?
Oh, honestly, I was so stoked. Because, you know, I didn't expect that. And yeah, to be like female parasurfer of the year, it was
incredible.
It was incredible. I was just like, oh my god. Yeah, no, it's a real honor, and I think it's fantastic that they're actually, like, you know, recognizing parasurfing. You know, it's not all about able-bodied surfing. It's parasurfing, and yeah, it's super cool.
That's amazing. What was it like to be able to receive that award? Did you have to give a big speech on stage?
I was so nervous. I got written a few things out, and then I probably just got a bit nervous and just forgot them. But no, it was amazing. Yeah, no, and Mono, who's also on the team, he's male parasurfer of the year.
Oh, incredible.
So.
And was this the first year that was included?
Yes.
That's such a great...
Yes, I think, it was actually.
Such a great growth for Australian surfing, because once surfing was included into the Olympic conversation, you could really see the Irukandji's team start to come alive, and that injection of money, of support into the able-bodied surfing community. Yeah. Now to see with the potential future of the Paralympics available, that funding and that support starting to come into your side of things is pretty great.
It's pretty exciting. Yeah.
What do you think about the fact that parasurfing could get into the Paralympics?
No, I think it's amazing. Gosh, can you imagine? No, it'd be awesome. Personally, I think I'll be a little bit too old to compete, but no, I'd be encouraging all these young ones. There's so many young kids. Well, you know, I always call them kids because I'm like way old. But, you know, all these young people coming into the surfing, and yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Well, you could be sitting there in the position as a coach. I absolutely see it. Sam Bloom, coach for Team Australia.
Yeah, like dig your arm in, do this, do that.
Well, it's just been crazy. Even as you talk about digging your arm in, I mean, you've really pioneered that side of women's surfing within those prone divisions.
Yeah, well, again, like I said, I used to watch the guys. And I try and kind of copy what they would do. So yeah, that's funny because when Emma first started, like, you know, surfing, I was like, okay, all you have to do, dig your arm in. So yeah, and before all her heats, I'm like, don't forget, dig your arm in. And it works because you can pivot your board around a lot quicker than just using your body weight.
That's such a good explanation of it. And that's how we saw her win that gold medal earlier today, was the use of those arms and the sides of the wave.
Yeah.
She was able to whip that board around just as fast as if she was standing up on that board.
Yes, exactly.
It's
so
perfect.
It works.
It's so good. So we're coming down to the final end of this heat. We've got some great waves that have been ridden. There's our surfer in white, Markel from Brazil, who's got a nice in section to finish off on here. And there has been some of those reforms that have really allowed a lot of scoring potential as well, Sam, on the inside.
Yeah, and especially like the lefts going into the pier, it does tend to reform, and you can just keep going and riding it. And you get a bit of an open face wave, which is great.
Yeah, that left has been really sharp throughout today.
Yeah, so that's what you're after.
A little bit tricky with that wind and those currents that are coming into play, as we've got our Japanese coaching crew there on the sand. Future coach for Team Australia, Sam Bloom, in the booth. But you are going.
Jeez, no pressure, huh?
No pressure, no pressure. Now, you are going for reals, though, for a third world title this week. Now, what's that kind of mental preparation been like heading into things, and how are you sitting with that whole conversation right now?
Oh, man, I'm so nervous. honestly, because I'm up against Sarah, who is the world champion. And she's amazing.
Right, she won last year.
She did. Well, she's two-time.
Two-time world champion for Sarah Betancourt.
Yeah, she's incredible. She's a gun out there. She's super strong. She's like, yeah. So I'll just try my best. I hope for the best, and yeah, see how I go. If I get on an open face wave, like if a miracle happens, then maybe I might have a little shot, but depends on the surf.
Well, hopefully you get one of those heats that's being run during those higher tide conditions where the open face is a lot easier to find.
Yes. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Well, that was a great heat out in the lineup. We've got a minute to go. Casey Proud still sitting in the lead. We are in our para surfing prone 1 division, which is including surfers that are riding in a prone position that do not require assistance out in the water. So they're paddling into their own waves and paddling themselves out to the peak on their own, which is the same division that Sam Bloom is competing in this year and going for that 3rd world title. Close heat for our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place positions. Casey Proud looks like he's going to be pretty solid, Sam, to be advancing through into the final with that 7 and that 6.9. Markel of Brazil sitting with a 5.17 and a 4.9 on the board. He is sitting in that advancing position, and it sounds like as that heat is starting to wound down, it's going to take a lot for Kenjo to be able to get that 5.24 score on the board. And so it looks like it's going to be Casey Proud and Markel da Costa who will be advancing through as the first 2 finalists of our men's Prone 1 division. Sam, it has been an honor to be able to get to know you better this week.
Jen, thanks for having me.
You're an absolute natural at commentating, being here in the booth, so we can't wait to have you in way more.
I don't know how you guys do it. You're amazing.
No, you're incredible, and best of luck throughout the rest of the week.
Thank you
and
so much.
The hopes of another gold medal.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Shannon.
Great to be in here with you. We'll be back with more action. We've got our last heat of the day. It is men's semifinal number 2 for the Prone 1 division coming up right after this, so stay tuned.
When we started the campaign, like 20-some years ago, over a course center, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, was saying, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the action. We are in our final heat of the day for day 5 of the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's been an exciting one. We've seen our first 4 medals, gold medals, handed out across 4 of our women's divisions, and we're now finishing out the day with more of the semifinals, which means we're going to be handing out even more gold medals tomorrow. Taking a look at the lineup, Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Ben Way. Ben, who do we have coming up in our last heat of the day?
So in blue, representing Team Germany, Antonio Mueller and Christian Otter-Bailey for the USA. In red, for El Salvador, in white, Jonathan Arias. And for Argentina, in yellow, Nicolas Gallegos.
Some great surfers in the water right now in our Prone 1 division, which means that they do not require assistance out in the lineup. And they've got strong enough upper body and arm strength to be able to paddle themselves through those sets on the way back out, as well as to be able to get into some great looking waves like this one from Christian Otter-Bailey to start things off. Nice clean section that he had as he comes through the inside.
Yeah, I'm loving this wave. I mean, it looked like it had no guts, but as you see the speed and you see the steep, nice critical section, he was able to fit in there. And here we have another one. I believe that's Antonio Mueller. residing in the Canary Islands in Spain, representing Team Germany. And I like how he's found this nice, speedy line, a couple redirections, and also using the use of those arms to really ensure that he connects and capitalizes on every bit of space on these waves.
Well, his first 2 scores have rolled through, giving him a heat total of an 8.5, but a 3.67 and a 4.83 on the board. As we see our surfer in white, Jonathan Arias from El Salvador. Great takeoff. Now this double up section's coming towards him, and he's unable to hit the section and ride out clean. He's going to grab that board and take maybe a set or 2 sort of on the head before he hops back up onto it. And you can see he's got a handle there. It's a little bit hard to see with the glare, but that handle on the front of the board means he's going to be able to have control of it when he's got to duck dive under those waves.
Yeah, and another reason he has that handle, I was out talking to Rob Powers, their team captain of the one team for El Salvador with the Colgan Foundation, and that board is derived from one of Bruno Hansen's favorite boards. Bruno Hansen's got 2 boards that he loves, the Black Mamba and then the yellow, I think it's the Yellow Mamba as well. So they copied the Yellow Mamba, which has kind of a standard tri-fin setup, sort of a nice, fun, short fun board, and it does have that front handle. And as Bruno Hansen has been one of the contributors to coaching their team and also kind of showing the ropes to Jonathan Arias, he's kind of put them on equipment that he has helped develop.
Yeah, that's been crucial to be able to hear, those stories of crew that are sharing their developments as they go, testing things out, and being able to share that information across different countries, different parasurfing communities, really is helping to develop the progression of the sport overall.
Yeah, and it just speeds up the learning curve for these guys. They don't have to make the same mistakes that these guys did early on while they were really pioneering the sport and kind of searching in uncharted territories. And now all these things, especially Christian Bailey, you can see he's so connected. He has been really involved with this equipment. As I mentioned before, it's a really kind of a high-performance shortboard with a big wide tail. He rides a tri-fin with a split center fin. So there's 2 center fins that are angled out, canted out, and that helps him with those quick direction changes. So it's a quad fin, but sort of in a tri-fin configuration.
Yeah, so great to see those dynamics coming together. He opened up with a 6.83. A 5.67 for the second best score of the heat goes to Nicolas Gallegos of Argentina, now up and riding on his second ride. Nice deep takeoff, but just digs that nose in and goes down on that opening section. He's looking to put that second score on the board. Jonathan Arias with a 5. And Antonio Mueller, although he's sitting in the lead, he is not in a comfortable position to be making it to the finals right now because he actually has the 2 smallest scores on the board.
Yeah, and so while we see him in the lead, we do have only 1 score for red and for white. This will be the second wave for white. White had a 5.0. This is a little bit smaller wave, but he was able to redirect. And as we had that white as the first priority, he used that priority on that wave. Still 7 minutes remaining, and now first priority goes to blue.
Well, that last heat was fantastic. We saw Casey Proud, the Hawaiian, walking away with the win, and he's down with Axel now.
Thanks, Shannon. That's right. We're here with Casey. Casey, that was challenging out there, buddy. But you got the score. You were sort of thinking, well, what are the judges looking at? But you definitely had that distance from the other competitors, and you're now in the final.
Yeah, it was, pretty hard. Gosh, I never thought that a 2-foot floater could be so difficult to do. But when that's what you need to get your score, and you're kind of nervous, and you're like, okay, waves are junk, and this is what I got to do. For some reason, it gets a lot harder. So I fell on a lot of them, but I made enough of them and got some scores. So stoked to go through the final, and ready to do some damage there.
Yeah, totally. Last year you got silver, very close to that gold, Casey. So how are you going to attack this final?
Final is, really you're going for first. You want to win. There's no advancing or anything anymore. You're just trying to go for the win, and so I'm really just going to be going all out, trying to get first place and take home that gold.
Axel, can you hear me?
Another question from Ben. Yeah, Ben, go ahead.
So I want to ask Casey if that giant banner that his aunt printed up for him put on the pressure or helped him take the win.
Did the banner that your auntie printed out, did that help you, or was that a bit of pressure?
Oh, no. It sent all of the waves my way, and I only landed all of my maneuvers because of that banner. She is the most amazing woman. She, I think has been planning this for like, weeks or months like that or something like that. And so for her to go and make this giant, wonderful banner, I just have the most supportive people in my life, in my family. My wife is amazing. She's always there for me. My parents, my auntie, my cousins, my whole family, my friends. I mean, I just, I have the most amazing support system. And, I feel like the best surfers in this event are the ones very often that have the most community behind them, helping them, get into waves, travel, get to competitions. And so, adaptive surfing is about community, and I have a really amazing community behind me.
That's beautiful, bro. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for your time, and good luck on the final and that gold medal.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Back to the booth.
Thanks so much. Thanks to Casey, and thanks to Casey's auntie for making the poster that's given him all that extra, desire to want to make her proud.
Yeah, no, it's great when you have that family support coming out to visit. And here we have Christian Bailey taking a look here. He had put another score, a 6.83, moved himself into the lead. And Jonathan Arias' second wave, 4.83, moved him into that second position, leaving blue in third, needing a 5.0, and yellow now in fourth, needing a 4.16. However, if you see yellow's got a very small backup score, he'll be able to bump that up and reduce that requirement, which will put a little bit of pressure on white.
Yeah, there's still so much pressure in the field because we've got like nearly halfway still to go within this heat as we take a look at this replay here from Otter. Nice and up into Lippin.
Yeah, I love that, how he just gets up under the lip. And Christian Otter Bailey is such an extremist. He was a pro skateboarder for Santa Cruz Skateboards, and he just loves transition, loves anything gnarly. We see those commercials for the Challenged Athletes Foundation of him just doing a huge airdrop on the wheelchair in the vert side of that skate park. And when you got someone that just loves to go that hard, it's going to reflect in the riding.
Yeah, it really is reflecting in that as we've got some great scores through. Otter sitting in the lead. Jonathan sitting in second. Chasing a 9.66 to take first away. So Christian Otter Bailey's put himself in a significant first place lead to take away that final position. Anthony Mueller and Nicholas Gallegos just chasing smaller scores, that 5 and that 4.16, to get themselves into the finals day, which could be tomorrow. Now, we've received the word from our contest directors, and we've got the schedule in hand now. The goal is to finish out competition tomorrow, but we've got a massive storm that is going to be hitting throughout the day tomorrow afternoon. If we're unable to finish tomorrow due to weather, if it just gets too wild out there, we know that storm's going to blow through overnight, and we could be possibly looking at cleaner conditions on Sunday. So if we need to, we can bump some of those finals to finish on Sunday morning, but the goal is to finish tomorrow, weather permitting.
Well, I'm fine with either. I'd be happy to spend a couple extra days here in Pismo, clam capital of the world, and there's still a lot more that we haven't seen. This week has blown by as we're down to 8 minutes remaining in this heat, and we have seen yellow bump up into that second position. Remember, he had a 1.33 going in that last exchange. He replaced it with a 5.67, where he was needing something in the 4 range, as we see Antonio Mueller answering back.
Great looking wave for Antonio. Check out how much speed he had going down the line there. You can see the claims, and he is feeling it. He's currently chasing an 8.51 for the German, who loves charging solid waves. He would be frothing to make it into finals day tomorrow, knowing there's going to be bigger waves on the forecast.
Yeah, and as I saw him earlier, he goes, wow, the waves are so small. This is hardly surfing. I said, it's all surfing, and look at him. He is coming off the bottom, saves himself from drifting out, and sets those fins perfectly to get 2 solid hits. And the slap in the water with the claim. Sometimes you can just feel the energy, and you know when you've done good, and he's smacked 2 hits off of this and another rebound off the section. We're looking at 1 foot whitewash, but you have to understand that the judges are scaling that there's only so much possibility on these waves. So you got to give those guys high scores, even though the waves are small.
It's so true. I'm curious to see where they're going to go with it because the wave height was really small, but he was able to keep that board in the pocket. Like he wasn't just foam climbing on the foam. There was those little suctions of green face where he was able to get that board in the right position. So nice critical surfing, although it was a smaller sized wave. We do have some of these bigger sets rolling through, which could help those scores go a little bit higher as we wait for it to drop through from the judging panel. Now, last of Nicholas has just dropped through as he's up and riding again. A 6.33 for the Argentinian has him sitting in second place position, and his last wave for Nicholas actually increased the requirement on Antonio Mueller, which went from an 8.51 up to a 9.17 to get that advancing position. Still waiting for the score for last of blue, another score to drop through now for yellow, and that was a great ride. As we take a look at blue, so quickly getting himself out to backline and swinging into the next wave to roll through the lineup with a good section in front of him to finish, getting some dynamic work done on the outside.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that he probably heard that score and the update on yellow and knew that just in case he didn't get the score he needed, and also he may have heard that his requirement went up, and so he knows he needs to get busy, drop both of those scores, and move back up into that advancing position.
Yeah, he's going to need to replace both of those without a doubt. I mean, if he gets the 917, for sure he's through, but then to want to increase that backup score is going to be really important to hold off the rest of the field. Down to 5 minutes on the clock. This heat has gone by lightning fast, Ben.
Yeah, it sure has. And I was watching Nicolas Gallegos on that last one. He's been on that board for a couple years now. I actually repaired that for him in Oceanside recently. And he's done a lot of work of developing with his shaper. As we watch Christian Bailey just gets all over the place. He finds every little nook and cranny, just as a skate park skater should.
Yeah, that was really good. Really progressive surfing. Shot straight between Nicholas and Jonathan as well on their paddle back out.
Yeah, this is really exciting stuff. And considering that Jonathan Arias has not been surfing for that long, and he hasn't been swimming for that long, this is just amazing to see him come this far in the competition for his one team.
Incredible to be able to see that across, different nations. Teams coming together without athletes that are accomplished swimmers, but being able to figure out how to surf. As we take a look at the replays here for last of our surfer in yellow, Nicolas Gallegos. Now this dropped in as a 6.33, so them heavily rewarding that nice critical outside section. Bit of a cover up too as he was punching through that. Team South Africa, a lot of the crew that's competing now on the para-surfing side within the South African contingency, also brand new to surfing, being introduced into the ocean for the first time. And what an amazing way for that crew, especially out of the Cape Town crew specifically, to be able to be introduced on surfboards as well.
Yeah, and you know what? People always say, I'd love to be, I'm going to go and watch this replay real quick. Antonio Mueller, you can see kind of just extending his body up, pushing off that section, very small wave.
And that score hasn't dropped through yet, so we're waiting to see if he'll be able to get himself an advancing position.
Yeah, as we see that one of Christian again. But, yeah, a lot of people go, I'd love to surf, but I can't swim. And I always tell them, hey, if you can stand up, you can go out in some shallow water, just like Pismo Beach here, where these guys are. You can stand up waist deep. You don't need to know how to swim. If you fall off the board, you just stand up. And so you have a chance. You don't have to know how to swim, and you'll have so much fun that you will want to improve your swimming skills because you want to just keep getting out there and getting more waves.
Now a wave here from Jonathan Arias sets him up on the inside. He's going to have 3 minutes to get himself out to backline again with another chance. He's chasing a 9. We have had a situation change. Antonio Mueller's jumped into third over Jonathan down to fourth. Antonio dropped into 6.77 for his previous ride. Now he's got another score to drop through before taking off on this one. So he is an absolute wave magnet out there, getting out the back so quickly after every wave that he catches, and he is working super fierce to be able to get those scores up. Gives a salute back to the panel as well, and he's chasing down a 7.24. I believe we have 2 scores to roll through, one before this wave, so we could be seeing that situation change. If nothing else, increasing that that lower score.
Yeah, and look at this. He's coming in, and he's going to try some different equipment, and that board that Team Germany is holding is his big wave option. He said that's his board for barrels, that round tail. He might just think he got the scores that he needed. I don't know what this hand signal is right now. And, yeah, I guess they're calling in to get the chair and help him up the beach.
So maybe that was it, giving the salute and feeling so confident in his performance that he'd get the score to advance through. Now, that's risky to me at the moment because there's still just under 2 minutes on the clock. Otter could increase his lead. Nicholas is also sitting out the back, and he has the second highest score of the heat. So he's already worked out in this lineup how to get himself a near 8-point ride in the 7.67. If he increases on that 6.33, he is knocking Antonio Mueller out of the equation.
Yeah. So interesting, interesting decision right there. But yeah, we're gonna see how that works out and see if his prediction of those scores really work out the way he thinks they are. First priority is with red, second priority is with yellow.
Still waiting for a score to come through for last of red and for last of white as well, as we see a takeoff. I believe that was our surfer in red right behind the pylon, and he goes down on the takeoff. That's going to hand priority away to our surfer in yellow, who was sitting in second priority before that. He's having a paddle now here. If he increases on that 633, he's going to make the request higher than that 724 for our surfer in blue, and that was a pretty heavy takeoff. But with the last score, Antonio Mueller gets it, and he jumps from third position into the lead. He dropped a 637 for his second to last wave. The last one that he took off on, an 837, takes him into the lead.
Yeah, and you know what? He could feel it. He could feel how he was redirecting. He knows how they score, and he's been watching those previous heats. And in these difficult conditions, the fact that he was able to come off the bottom, get close to that lip line with a couple series of bashing maneuvers, that's what's giving the high scores, getting up in that critical section and not just tapping whitewash. Wow, he has got to be really, really happy right now.
That was wild. And for him to have the confidence that he had gotten the work done, that he was going to come in on that 2-minute mark, to be able to have that feeling. Now, exceptional surfing. But also, we could have seen Nicolas Gallegos get himself in a better score. Now, we're still waiting for a couple of scores to drop through. So it's not the official results just yet. But it does look like Antonio Mueller in a significant position to be advancing through. Christian Otter-Bailey with a score to come. Jonathan Arias with a score to come. And Nicolas Gallegos as well, as we're finishing out the final heat of the day.
Yeah, so it's not easy street just yet, as we could still see some scores come in and shock some things, as we usually do post-heat.
Now, last score of Christian Otter-Bailey in red, a 6.97, so it increases his situation, but doesn't take him back into second. Nicolas Gallegos of Argentina will be chasing a 7.14 to get the advancing position, and Jonathan Arias chasing a 9.80 to get the advancing position. So very tough ask on Jonathan. We'll see where the judges go with that last of Argentina, though, in the yellow. If it could be in that 7-point range that he's chasing, to then take the final position away from Christian Otter-Bailey, as Antonio Mueller, in a last-ditch effort, walks away with the win.
That was amazing. And it's been such an amazing day down here. We hear the Lot Boys, the local surf band, playing Dick Dale and the Ventures and getting everyone hyped up, because tonight we have a very fun movie premiere. We've got that big screen out in the square, great weather for this, and we're going to have the screening of The Impossible Wave, which is the search for Olympic surfing. It talks all about the road to bringing surfing into the Olympics, by our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, and produced by Jay Johnson Action Sports Production. This is such a cool documentary, and it's just edited so well, really, really entertaining. We got to see the first screening in Huntington Beach recently, and now all these people of Pismo and this whole parasurfing community. We're going to have a really, really fun movie night out on the square. So join us. That's 5 o'clock in this afternoon.
Beautiful weather for it as well. Well, scores are in. Antonio Mueller with the win. Christian Otter-Bailey in second, advancing through into the finals, which will be happening tomorrow. Now, the aim is to be able to finish out our competition overall tomorrow before that storm rolls through. So right now, we've got every single final on the calendar. And if that storm rolls through a little bit too early, we will be bumping the rest of competition to Sunday. It's been a great day of surfing, and it's been a great day to call heats with some of the best parasurfers in the world in the lineup. We've got more action to come tomorrow, Ben.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shannon. We always have so much fun here, and the vibes are so high. You can see everyone just loving this beautiful time here in the central coast of California, Pismo Beach.
Check in tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. We'll be back here bright and early. Our men's Stand 2 semifinals will be hitting the water first in, and we'll be right back then. Take a look at the highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow.
we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a course center, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
It's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.